You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher. Chapter 1401 Void Aegis. Chapter 1401 Void Aegis. Excellent, said the Innkeeper. Then I will leave it to you to review the dungeons. Luther will explain their intended purpose and target audience, and you can determine if they meet the standard. Once they pass the audit, we'll officially open the dungeons for the public to view. I am overwhelmed by the grace of your trust, Ripley said, bowing much too deeply. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Before I depart, if you do not mind, there are a few things I would like to give you. Oh, what do you have for me? The Innkeeper asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Ripley smiled faintly, as if he were aware that all his actions and intentions had already been seen through. A nominal gift from the Versailles Bank, Ripley said, as he placed a spatial ring forward. Recognizing the Midnight Realm as the Innkeeper's seat of power, the Versailles Bank gifts a Void Aegis, able to hide the location of a realm within the void, making it untraceable under ordinary circumstances. A humble gift, but one I hope can put you at ease while you let your underlings manage the realm. Thank you for the gift. This is quite thoughtful, the Innkeeper said, showing none of his internal excitement. Of course, Lex would have to check the Void Aegis himself before using it. Who knew if it wasn't some kind of secret tracker that the bank could use? Besides that, for your staff to receive increased exposure of the universe at large, so that they may better manage your realm, I have 3 invites to the New Age Expo, sponsored by the Versailles Bank and its partners. The New Age Expo, taking place in the Arctica Major Realm, is an opportunity for new powers to reveal themselves, as well as to create possible alliances, agreements, and generally gain exposure. Of course, that is only the first part of the Expo. The latter parts of the Expo are mostly for the ruling force of the Arctica Major Realm to reveal their plans for the future. Considering that the Arctica realm is a rare example of when a non-major race takes control of a major realm, this expo is possibly the first universal exposure of one of the future major players on the universal scale. The expo is actually just a few months away from taking place, so if you wish to send someone you will have to decide soon. Considering the short notice of the invite, and that it might not be so easy to get a permit to enter the Arctica Major Realm, if you wish to send someone, you can just inform me, and they can join the bank's delegation when they go. You should not have gone through so much trouble, the Innkeeper said politely. No, it's no trouble at all. Since the bank is a partner of the Arctica race, after whom the realm is now named, getting these invites was no problem at all. Besides, a preliminary summary of my audit states that while the inn workers have no major flaws, their lack of exposure may soon become a handicap for them when they deal with inter-realm guests. In that case, you have been extremely thoughtful in your gift once more. I will see to it that once the audit is complete, you attain an honored position among our guests. Please, Innkeeper, it is my personal pleasure, Ripley assured the Innkeeper. Since there was not much else left to say, they bade their farewell, and Ripley followed Luther as they ventured out to Erebos within the sealed galaxy. What is the underlying premise for these dungeons? Ripley asked Luther as he took a few notes on his clipboard. There are 2 simultaneous purposes. The first and foremost, they exist for the sake of novelty and entertainment. The dungeons offer a unique experience as a result of certain features only Erebos can offer. It's not just about going to dungeons, it's about living through real-life game mechanics. You see, as soon as a guest arrives on Erebos, they gain what we call a basic system. By completing objectives, following quest lines, going through various dungeon levels, and accumulating achievements, the players or guests can gain levels. The gain of levels, as it turns out, contributes to an actual gain in strength, which brings us to the second purpose of the dungeons. They exist to challenge and strengthen those guests who seek to practice their skills and hone themselves in real battle, while maintaining a safety line. The Erebos' unique leveling up methods, and the dangers and challenges of the dungeons, many guests are sure to find it a satisfying challenge. However, due to the very nature of the dungeons, they are not entirely safe. If a guest is too slow to use their keys to escape, when faced with danger they may actually lose their lives. Also, Erebos himself has placed a few restrictions. No guests in the celestial realm, as well as the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, are allowed. Considering that these dungeons can provide actual, permanent growth in strength of those who enter, I think such restrictions are not so harsh. After all, it is probably much harder to induce growth in them using Erebos' unique powers compared to those who are weaker. I'll be the judge of that, Ripley said as he put on a pair of combat goggles and took out his personal weapon, the pen that is mightier than the sword. The name was a handful, so he preferred to just call it his pen. After that, Luther and Ripley walked through the portal linking the Midnight Inn and Erebos, entering the first of his dungeons. Lex, meanwhile, still in his office, studied the Void Aegis, as well as the 3 tickets to the New Age Expo. Although he did not let Ripley know it, this was a huge windfall for him, especially the Void Aegis. After putting it in the gift shop for a split second, Lex read the description and withdrew it. There were no hidden backdoors hidden in the device, and no obvious flaws. Although it was not a perfect solution, at least it would provide the Midnight Realm with a basic amount of protection. As such, not only did Lex want to use it immediately, he also wanted to fuse it with his system. As long as he did that, he would be able to upgrade it in the future. Previously, he had fused one of the Henali portal satellites into the system, hijacking a point of entry into it that was undetectable even by the AI that ran the portal. Now, fusing the system with this Void Aegis would be even simpler, as he did not even require a quest or prompt for it. Back when he designed the Tribulation Rooms, he had gained the authority to design his own rooms, as he liked. The reason he did not use that authority often was because it seemed like any room he personally created would be more MP-intensive than rooms created by the system itself. But he also understood why such an ability was necessary. The rooms provided by the system were generic, yet sometimes the inn required extremely specific rooms that catered to a very specific race of guests. One such example was the spirit circus that Lex had created. It wasn't a popular room because it was only useful for the spirit race. But for those guests of his who donated all their wealth in exchange for living in the inn as spirits, it was a great place to spend their time. It was not a literal circus, but just a series of entertaining facilities specific to the spirit race that were all jammed into a single room. That was just one of the many things he had to do to ensure that his guests' satisfaction levels with the inn stayed high. Otherwise, things would get more expensive for him. The point was, he could create rooms of his own, and the limits of what he could do with those rooms was pretty open to interpretation. Deep within the lands of the inn, far away from everything else, Lex created a sealed-off area, and within it created a dome. This would be the Realm Protection Room. For now, it would only host the Void Aegis, but as the realm grew, if he needed to add more things, this would be the place to do it. Within, he placed the Void Aegis, and then started fusing it with the room, turning its ability into a feature of the room itself. In truth, the Void Aegis was not so simple to use. It required an enormous power source, not to mention an extensive foundation to support and run, not to mention countless auxiliary formations. But by turning it into a part of the system itself, the system would take over the running of the Void Aegis itself. The only question was, would this be a self-sustaining feature, like the secret entrance to the Henali portal, or would Lex have to pay MP to sustain it? A few moments later, he got his answer, and it seemed like Lex had been very conservative in his expectations of how he would have to pay to keep his realm hidden. Lex sighed and turned to look at the expo tickets. He wondered if he could sell them in the guild room. Chapter 1402, Let's Make Money. Chapter 1402, Let's Make Money. After thinking about it, Lex couldn't exactly claim that the cost for hiding the Midnight Realm was expensive. And yes, there really was a price he had to pay. It seems the difference between something the system did itself and something he did was who paid for it. Objectively speaking, the worth of the Midnight Realm was inestimable. No amount of MP he earned could cover even a fraction of the true worth of the Midnight Realm, and keeping it safe and secure was one of his top priorities. Seen from that lens, the cost of keeping the Void Aegis running at a measly 1 MT a day was not so bad. Except that he couldn't afford that. Not ordinarily, of course. Technically speaking, the primary source of income for the inn was renting rooms. It was an inn after all. The secondary source of income should have been food, although he still wasn't satisfied with the quality of food that the inn provided. It was pretty good, it was just that he knew it could be better. Then it should have been all the additional services that the inn offered, not to mention the guild room. But the actual setup was totally skewed. His primary source of income was gambling at the midnight games, followed by the guild room, only after which came the actual services that the inn offered. At the moment, the inn's income could be measured in the tens of MT on a weekly basis, but Lex was spending that MT just as quickly as it was coming in to keep the event running. He could reduce his spending enough to afford the daily cost of 1 MT for now, although that would make his budget tight. But that was only a temporary measure, and could only be continued until the midnight games lasted. He had until then to resolve the issue and fix his income issue. Despite the immense pressure it added onto his shoulders, Lex actually wasn't so worried. He was no longer the inexperienced Lex, reliant on the system for everything. Even without guidance from the system, he could resolve this issue. Speaking of the system, one of the quests pending for him to do was to visit the Seraphim Resort. When he got the quest, he had the time limit of a year, so he had a few more months left. He could not tell how much time that would take, so he built a mental timetable for himself. In the next few months, he would make the inn more efficient, improving its ability to generate more income and sustain the expense of 1 MT a day, as well as generate enough of it to act as a reserve in case of emergencies. Then he would go to the New Age Expo. He really did want that exposure that Ripley was talking about, not to mention that he wanted to get a better understanding of what was happening in the universe. Jack, despite being in a major realm now somehow, had not managed to collect any information at all that might help Lex. In fact, the only thing that Jack had managed to confirm was that the flow of time in a major realm was even slower than that of the Origin realm. If the Midnight realm was 3 times faster than the Origin realm, then it was about 6 times faster than the Folklore realm. Regardless, he wanted to learn about the extent and severity of the realm wars while at the expo, meet some of the other universal powers, make a few friends hopefully, and then from there he would head on to the resort. At the resort, he'd need to pick up 3 things that the resort has that the inn does not, and then implement them at the inn. But considering the fact that he could not be certain how long the expo would be, or how much time he would spend at the resort, it would be best to conclude this little overhaul before then. Before that, he naturally paid the inhumane price of 1 MT and activated the Void Aegis. For a few moments he just stood there, as if waiting for something to happen. Unfortunately, there was no perceptible change, except a small notification from his system. New notification: you have acted according to your designation as the Innkeeper and proactively made the inn safer. How unusual. Of course, Lex was familiar with the fact that the system used notifications and remarks to talk to him, so he ignored the sarcasm in the message and simply took it as a confirmation that the Aegis was working. Lex teleported back to his office and turned his gaze towards the system interface. He had more than a few ideas for how to increase his income, but one of the first things involved upgrading all his existing rooms as much as his authority would allow, or improving them somehow. Now he'd already done the basics. For example, the gift shop was already upgraded as much as the system would allow. While the gift shop in the Treehouse Tavern was limited to mostly golden core stuff, the actual gift shop in the inn now even sold items suitable for Earth immortals. The selection was pretty decent. It was just that Lex himself no longer needed any of those items because he was always fighting above his level, and his own abilities were so versatile that he could accomplish things on his own. But that did not mean the gift shop wasn't popular. Far from it, in fact. But it could be even better if Lex added items to it himself. His personal treasury was vast enough, containing countless valuable treasures that could fetch more than a modest amount of money. But putting up his personal treasures was not a self-sustaining business model, and so he didn't want to pursue it. Instead, he wanted to leverage his workers. So, for example, in both the taverns he could open up a room which appraises items and buys anything of value, and then sell them in the gift shop for a much greater price than it was bought for. It was a pretty basic strategy, and a good one because the value of items was always relative. Compared to the guild room, where Lex would only make 1% of the value of any item sold, he wanted to sell things through the gift room. As such, the gift shop needed to be upgraded from a mere gift shop to a proper shop or store. But that did not mean that Lex had no plans for the guild room. In fact, what he had planned for the guild room was even greater. At the moment, if anyone wanted to purchase something, they would have to purposefully go to the guild room to find out what they offered. But the realization that the inn was basically just like playing a city builder game gave him a few ideas. He had built entire cities and added to them parks and games and buildings, and even shops such as restaurants and clinics and gift shops, but he had not expanded the reach of the guild room. There were countless businesses conducting trade, selling and buying goods in large quantities, but their reach was limited to anyone who visited the guild room alone. However, if he upgraded the guild room so that the top 100 or top 1,000 businesses could get the rights to open up stores in the various cities in the inn, trying to sell their items in a more approachable way, their business would expand. He could also integrate it into the Midnight Portal and establish an online shopping platform for the guild room. These were upgrades that he would have to do on his own and went beyond the scope of the basic upgrades the shops got. Another thing that he really needed to use better was the inheritance lounge. To date, the only inheritance in there was the one Lex got from killing that guy who had the murder system. That inheritance was about leveraging luck and seemed to have many drawbacks, which is why he never used it himself. But if he could increase the number of inheritances there, then it would be much more tempting for guests to visit. This was not difficult for him, not just because he had studied under Pell for 15 years within the Midnight Realm. Cowan and Anita could also contribute, though Lex did not want to ask his workers to contribute their personal techniques. Instead, Lex recalled one of his permanent spirit guests, the Cthulhu Abror. One of the primary reasons he became a spirit was so that he could complete some sacred mission. While Lex did not know what that mission was, he did know that he was very concerned about preserving the legacy of his people. If he could be persuaded to deposit some of his legacies in the inheritance lounge, it would fill up. He could also step up the midnight newsroom and have them follow a subscription model for some very specific types of news for their guests. Lex's inner capitalist had woken up, and he was more than ready to work overtime. Chapter 1403, New Business Partners I. Chapter 1403, New Business Partners I. The Midnight Inn? What could he say about it? A lot, actually. The name was so simple, so deceiving. Almost as if it were just a generic building, the signs of age and wear covered with cheap paint, crammed together with other old, cheap buildings found in the heart of an old city. The name made it sound like an inn with an exciting nightlife, with drinks being served by pretty barmaids and the crowds getting rowdy every chance they got. But the reality of it was so much greater than it seemed. Or maybe that's what the name actually meant. The inn was like the night sky, filled with 1 trillion stars, hiding galaxies and countless wonders, all ingeniously hidden in the dark. That had to be it. Or maybe there was an even deeper meaning to it, one that Chen could not quite understand. It certainly wouldn't be something arbitrary, such as representing a random time of day when one suddenly thought of making an inn. It certainly wouldn't be because the hand that wields destiny and writes out fate like an omniscient being thought the name sounded cool. No, Chen was certain that there were numerous mysteries hidden within the name, just as the inn itself held countless mysteries that he had yet to uncover. Even after spending years at the inn, it was funny that he discovered new things about it every day. Then again, he did spend most of his time working. "Boss, it's time," someone said as they knocked on the door, causing Chen to open his eyes and release the breath he had been keeping in. As someone who had been in the nascent realm for a little over a year now, he didn't really need to breathe, but he liked to do it anyway. Chen, nominally known as Brother Chen, had been running a successful business with his sister inside the Midnight Inn for years now. Everything was so different from the life he had once known. For a long time, it had felt amazing beyond description. But lately, Chen was beginning to feel unfulfilled. He was beginning to feel as if there was something lacking in his life. That was not to say that he wanted to return to his previous life, where every day might be his last, and losing his loved ones was an inevitability, with the only factor to be determined was the time of their parting. No, Chen missed nothing of his old life, living in a zombie-infested world. But that did not he was completely satisfied with his current one either, and until he resolved this mental block of his, he could not attempt to rise to the level of an immortal. Brother Chen, former soldier now successful businessman, put on his overcoat, attached his sheathed sword to his hip and left the room. Inside the Midnight Inn, he did not need the protection of his overcoat called the Matrix look that he bought from the gift shop, nor did he need his weapon, but he carried them with him always, mostly because a cute girl once complimented him about the look, and now he just kept repeating it, but also because he did want to allow himself to lose his vigilance. Outside, there was a large entourage waiting for him. There were a number of werewolves, transformed of course, a few centaurs here and there, and a number of beasts. One by one they fell in line as Chen walked through the inn feeling completely absurd, but such was the way of the world. If he showed up to a business meeting without a sufficient following, many powerful businessmen wouldn't take him seriously. But the fact that he needed to impress others irked him even more. What was the point of his success if he still needed to play by someone else's rules? "You look distracted," said Lily, his sister, who approached him with a protective detail similar to his. "I question if this deal is even worth it," Chen said, looking forward. He did not make eye contact with his sister, and she knew why. He was upset that she forced him to follow all of these rules, but if they wanted to succeed, those were the rules that they needed to play by. Instead of responding, she only sighed. They had had this conversation countless times already. There was no point in repeating it. They soon arrived at the site of the meeting, a small village far away from the cities, occupied entirely by Elite Corp. a massive company within the Origin realm that controlled 3 different star systems. Suffice to say, their operation was much larger than Chen's and Lily's. The guards checked Lily and Chen before they could enter, and insisted that Chen leave his sword behind, which made the former soldier frown. But he relented and handed the sword to one of his own guards. "This is a complete farce," he said to his sister through his spirit sense. "Please, this is the last deal," Lily responded. "After this, we will sit and talk about how you want to proceed with the business. But if we can land Alet Corp as a buyer, our scale of operations is going to explode." Despite the friction they were experiencing, the two did not let it show on the outside as they finally met with their potential clients. Let Corp was run by a race called Wingans. They were small at only 2 to 3 feet tall, with dark brown skin, 4 wings and arms, but no legs. Despite the unusual shape of their bodies, they were absolutely lethal, and their wings could cut through almost anything their level and did not break easily. They were also very smart. "Gentlemen, we meet at last," Chen said with a smile on his face, almost as if he didn't hate these things and their entire business. "Brother Chen, Sister Lily, your reputation precedes you," one of them said, flying up to eye level as a sign of respect. "Please, come in, there is much to discuss." In the background, a screen showing the Midnight Games was playing. Chapter 1404 New Business Partners II. Chapter 1404 New Business Partners II. Chen was momentarily distracted, looking at the Midnight Games. The allure of the games, even as just a viewer, had gripped him from long ago and almost made him want to participate. But though he felt motivated and impassioned, he was not a fool. He did not have a planet to defend, nor a war to fight, so it was completely pointless for him to participate in such a battle. Risking his point needlessly was not something he would do. Unfortunately, he did not have a reason to risk his life either. "You're supporting the Mavericks?" He could not help but ask as he recognized the army on screen. "More like betting against them," a Wingan said. "They lost one of their leading attackers in a fight yesterday. While on paper the loss of a single soldier does not affect the whole army, his performance of coming through in critical moments is one of the main reasons the army has had so many achievements so far. Without him, we predict they won't last another campaign, but they chose not to retreat." Chen only nodded, not commenting. Unfortunately, he agreed with their assessment of the situation. That did not mean he liked the way they were looking to make a profit off the death or failure of an entire army. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. But as a decent businessman and even better soldier, he knew how to not allow his emotions to get in the way of his objectives. They sat down with the Wingans and began their negotiations. For all it was worth, Chen really did his best to make the deal happen. After spending years working in the guild room at the inn, the siblings had gained numerous exclusive supply chains, allowing them to trade various products at extremely profitable prices, catering to numerous customers. But this would be their first major client who would be larger than all their other sales combined together. Yet this deal, which seemed like a great deal for both parties, seemed to reach a sudden hurdle when the Wingan raised their final, yet most important demand. "Since everything is in order, the only thing remaining to discuss is the payment. We can pay in any denomination of spirit stone you desire, or if you have any other currency in mind you can mention it. The exchange will be made on site whenever you make a drop-off." Chen and Lily paused and looked at each other. They could somewhat guess what the Wingans were alluding to, but pretended as if they did not understand. "You can choose whatever currency you prefer. The Midnight Inn is not choosy." "Ah, Brother Chen, you amuse me. For a trade of this scale, we prefer to trade in person. There is no reason to go through the guild room now that we've discussed business privately. That 1% fee can begin to get really hefty on deals of such a large scale." "Yes, but this way, both the buyer and seller are protected. You don't have to worry about faulty goods, while we don't need to worry about delayed payments. In the long run, 1% is not such a huge deal for such a sense of safety with our deals." "Come, Brother Chen, Sister Lily. We do not doubt you will provide the best materials, so why doubt that we will pay on time? We, the Alet Corp, would prefer to deal outside of the guild room. To be entirely honest, this is not the first deal we've done outside of the guild room. Once you try it too, you'll see that it works out best for everyone." Chen and Lily exchanged glances, and even without the need for spirit sense, they could communicate with each other. "We will need some time to think about the logistics of such an exchange," Chen said diplomatically. "That's perfectly fine, but don't take too long. Who knows when a better deal might drop into our lap," responded the Wingan with a polite smile. The siblings left with polite smiles, but dropped the act as soon as they left. Over the years, they'd experimented with many things, including avoiding the guild room, and knew better than to avoid small expenses for a small profit. With the 1% charge of the guild room, they provided the quality assurance, payment assurance, as well as made sure that no one got scammed. Trying to bypass it for small profits was a very good way to get scammed. They had long decided not to avoid the guild room ever again. However, the massive profits of this deal could very easily tempt them. Even Chen was tempted. If nothing else, those funds could go a long way in helping him progress towards the immortal realm. But, "Sis, let's just let it go," he said in a low voice. He did not trust the Wingans at all. He did not doubt at all that if he tried to pass them goods outside of the inn, they'd just kill and loot him rather than pay up. "We might be able to convince them," she said, but even she didn't sound hopeful. Before Chen could respond, however, an inn worker approached them. "Dear guests, I hope I am not finding you at a bad time. Would you have a moment to talk?" Chen and Lily looked at each other, confused. "We're free. Go ahead. How can we help you?" "In that case, I would like to begin by congratulating you. Brother Chen, Sister Lily, as one of the oldest members of the guild room, you have been specially selected to participate in a couple of new initiatives that the inn is taking. Of course, it all depends on whether you yourself are interested in participating. Are you interested in learning more?" "Of course," the siblings answered together, filled with pleasant surprise as well as a hint of excitement. The possibility of working together with the Midnight Inn was something they could never have even imagined. Entencorp what? Wingan who? They were dealing with the real big boys now. Chapter 1405, New Business Partners III. Chapter 1405, New Business Partners III. The inn worker smiled at the two siblings and continued to speak. "Please follow me then. There is a meeting where a few other remarkable guests, such as yourselves, have been selected and brought back to be a part of a small conference. Everything will be explained there." After taking their hands, the inn member teleported away, bringing them to a conference room with about 20 chairs. A few other guests were already seated, while only one other inn worker was sitting in the conference room, though she was well known within the guild room community. Her name was Hera, and according to rumors she was once a guest as well, but had been recognized for having an incredible business acumen, and so was made into an inn employee. Her son, Jimmy, was also a well-known face amongst the old-time guests of the inn. Who among them hadn't seen the peacock warriors running around, causing havoc and troubling the poor daycare workers at the inn? Rumor had it that now, after so many years, the peacock warriors had evolved into a proper organization and had ventured out into the universe for their first big adventure. Chen and Lily took their seats, not opting for socialization at a time like this. They were too interested in what the inn had to offer and did not want to miss out on any critical information due to being careless. Within a few minutes, many more such guests appeared and took their seats, until only one seat remained. That's when he arrived. The guests at the inn knew him by many names, with Lex Williams, his actual name, being one of them. But he was also Lex Dragonsbane, or Dragonslayer, depending on who was asked. But there was no credible information about him ever actually killing any dragons. Much more importantly, some also whispered that he was also the masked figure known as the Invincible Tyrant, a deadly and dangerous figure, sent out by the inn whenever the inn was challenged. His cultivation level was unknown. Some said he was a deity, others claimed he was a celestial immortal. There were even whispers of him secretly touching the Tao, though most remained skeptical of that. The smallest minority seemed to believe that his cultivation was just as he showed it, and was just very strong for his level. But at least among the old-time guests of the inn, there was a consensus that he was the hidden blade of the inn, friendly and approachable in the daylight, and a monstrous beast in the dark. These rumors had not appeared out of nowhere. The older guests, the ones who had lived in the inn for years, had obviously befriended many inn workers as well, and among friends there were always conversations. The story of how, when the Midnight Battalion was targeted by some hidden devil, Lex was sent alone to bring them back had by now become common knowledge. They had also heard rumors that the battalion had been targeted by a corrupted deity known as Ra, whom Lex defeated single-handedly. As if that was not enough, many well-connected guests had also heard about how an unnamed guest from within the inn had single-handedly organized for the cleanup of a terrorist organization, once again linked to that deity Ra, using the excuse of seeking vindication for personal slights. Although that worker's identity was not revealed, everyone knew who to suspect. After all, who else would so willingly go and face deities repeatedly? There was also one other, very important reason why everyone suspected Lex's cultivation level. It was the guest registry. Everyone was confused about this one, since it did not make sense for an inn worker to sign the guest registry, but there were theories about that as well. Many suspected that Lex had once been a guest before he became a worker. Regardless, it was an undeniable fact that the number 1 position on the registry remained Lex Williams from day one, and though there were many people with that name, it was too much of a coincidence if the registry measured achievements, and this particular Lex had impressive achievements as well. No one could confirm whether it was him, but the fact that there were numerous celestial immortals whose achievements ranked below Lex made them all suspect that this seemingly simple and friendly worker of the inn was far from simple. Then again, who in the inn was simple? There were rumors going around that Gerard's father-in-law was a Tao Lord. Now that rumor was preposterous. Gerard wasn't married after all. Chen would know. Like numerous other women in the inn, his sister had a huge crush on Gerard, and so was up to date on his marital status at the very least. "Thank you all for waiting for me," Lex spoke, his voice polite and energetic, his smile oozing charisma and charm. Chen himself felt nothing, but when he turned and saw the stars in his sister's eyes, he sighed. All right, well, he didn't want to say it outright since it painted his sister in less than a flattering light, but she had a crush on more than just Gerard. "You have all been brought here because, as long-time guests of the inn, we want to give you a special opportunity to take advantage of the inn's newest service that is not officially out yet. We are expanding the reach of the guild room, and each of you will be allowed to open up shops across the inn, in any location you desire. As a special offer to you, all your rent will be waived for a period of 1 year, allowing you to take advantage of this new promotion. Moreover, the inn is now offering great incentives. For any business that surpasses 1 trillion MP in transactions through the guild room will get 1 opportunity to get access to special services that the inn does not provide to the public. Here, you can take a sneak peek at the list to get an idea of what is in store for you." It was not just Chen, but everyone else as well who began to breathe heavily as they laid eyes on the list that Lex made available to them. The inn was already pretty good at offering world-shattering services, such divine essence, instant teleportation across the realm, unbelievably rare and powerful cultivation techniques, and so much more. So Chen struggled to imagine what the inn could offer that it had reserved. Fortunately, he did not need to imagine. The list, though short, was incredible. It offered a single opportunity to help someone become a deity. It offered the opportunity to get in touch with a genuine inheritance of a dragon. It offered the opportunity to gain an affinity. Much more importantly, at least for the business people in the room, it offered an opportunity to tap into the market of another realm. That was it. That was all the options written in the list, but whether one wanted strength, more money, or prestige, the inn offered it to them. The actual list will have a lot more options, and the list will only get bigger with time, Lex continued. In fact, you also have the opportunity to make a request of your own, and if it is reasonable and can be fulfilled, the inn will do it. For every trillion MP, you get 1 such opportunity, so definitely don't hold back. Chen thought back to the offer made by those Wingans. How naive they were, thinking they could bypass the inn and make a small profit. What was the point of that profit? Could it allow them to literally become a deity? No, it definitely could not. Just another reason why one should not try to double-cross the inn. It was not that the inn could not detect them, but that it did not care enough to address them. That is for those of you who are businessmen and women. But some of you have other interests, and to you I offer an opportunity. Although this task was originally going to be done by inn workers, I decided to share this opportunity with you all. The inn is about to unveil a new service, but it is being tested first. It's called a dungeon, and the person testing it has requested a number of volunteers to go through it so that its normal and natural operations can be tested. I'll be frank with you, it's going to be tough and even dangerous. But in exchange, you will gain something you cannot find anywhere else in the universe. Yes, for completing dungeons, you can directly increase your cultivation and your strength without any repercussions. Yes, you heard me right. You won't need to cultivate or do anything else. As long as you complete those dungeons, you can grow stronger. But I have to give a disclaimer one more time. It will be dangerous and possibly even lethal. For those of you who are still interested, raise your hands. All hands went up. Chen, in fact, raised both his hands. Chapter 1406, New Upper Management. Chapter 1406, New Upper Management. The meeting went longer than just a few minutes. There was more to discuss than just making shops available and sending some guests into the dungeons. Lex made some plans of his own, but consulted Hera, who had proven herself a master of management and logistics in the past few years. In truth, she had numerous ideas about how to expand the inn's business. But as the inn wasn't a regular business, she had no idea who to approach and how to implement changes. As soon as she said that, Lex almost went ahead and told her that he would take care of things, but he hesitated. Lately, he was entering the limelight more and more often, and was beginning to take up a lot of the inn's responsibility. So far, that was not too suspicious, because Gerard and Velma also wielded massive amounts of authority within the inn, not to mention Luther. But the false identities he had once prepared for himself to hide the truth had all been revealed, and now it was up to him to take new precautions. For the first time, Lex very seriously considered that it was about time he worked on Mary's projection capabilities. He was sure that creating a real body for her, strong enough to rival the real strength of a celestial if not surpass it, would take countless years. Truthfully, it might take centuries or even many millennia. That is why, at least making her projection visible to guests would alleviate suspicion from him. He could make her the scapegoat, and have her start giving commands and make her a point of contact in case the workers needed to reach the innkeeper but couldn't. Actually, the workers already knew about Mary, but the extent of their knowledge of her was extremely limited since she did not interact with others too often. With that plan decided, Lex began his preliminary work to set Mary up as a second in command at the inn, by telling Hera that he would consult Mary over the changes she wanted to implement. Naturally, Lex was in contact with her the entire time with his mind, so when Mary appeared in front of them, she responded exactly as Lex requested of her. Thus began the planning for how to improve the inn's earning capabilities in a sustainable way. Their plans went not just 1 or 2 decades into the future, but thousands or even tens of thousands of years into the future. After all, Hera had been silently working on her plan for a while. Even though she had not experienced it personally yet, she comprehended that she would likely become an immortal, and so she planned accordingly. The first thing she wanted to utilize was the inn's access to numerous realms. If, instead of using the Midnight Realm's own resources, but the inn workers went into other realms and mined or farmed their resources and bring them back to the inn to sell or use or process, not only would it not burden the realm, it would actually increase the materials in the realm over the years. Of course, at its current scale, the inn could not use up all the materials inside the Midnight and even in the next million years. But who said that the inn's scale would never change? Even if the inn continued to grow, why put a burden on it to begin with? Of course, they could make use of the special materials of the Midnight Realm themselves when they needed to, but it should not be a primary focus. Just like it was profitable to sell resources from one portion of a realm to another where they were scarce, it would be even more profitable to sell resources from one realm to another. The taverns, if they increased, could become key points of trade between the realms. Hera also wanted to officially partner up with, or at least hire some of the corporations within the Origin realm to help the Midnight Inn overcome a few hurdles that they had. For example, the inn staff was traveling through the Origin realm freely, but they either had to use Lex's personal spaceships or hire local transport. Why shouldn't the inn have its own fleets? Lex could even buy a few ships from the system interface directly, but it would not be cost-effective to use MP that way. Exchanging actual, physical resources would be better since Lex currently had a huge requirement for MP. At its current growth rate, with the inn workers training in the Temple of Fasting, with Lex growing stronger, it would only be a matter of time before he was completely confident in opening up the inn entirely to the Crystal Realm. If during his trip to the Expo he could learn about other realms where the strength was limited to Earth Immortal or less, and begin connecting to those, he could also increase his income while staying safe. None of that had to do with the people they had called over for the meeting, however. Instead, Hera slowly unveiled the preliminary part of her plan to them, where they had to scout out various markets for materials that were of high value but in low demand. They were also told about numerous incentive programs for introducing the inn to talented people in various fields. For example, if someone introduced a cook who was able to become a permanent member of the inn as a cook, they would be able to get benefits. Lex tuned out the conversation as he very seriously thought about something he did not want to. If he wanted to maintain a minimum expenditure of 1 MT a day and more, then they would have to increase the number of guests they were hosting. Lex had purposefully been avoiding letting the number of guests renting rooms enter into the billions, but now it seemed almost inevitable. Moreover, they had to start targeting non-humanoid races properly. Once the meeting ended, Lex immediately delved into the next matter, increasing the stakes for gambling. He wanted to increase his income at the moment to 100 MT a week. If he could do that, after expenses, he would be able to save anywhere between 10 to 15 MT. That was before the cost of sustaining the Void Aegis was included. But it was also risky, because higher stakes meant that he would need to pay out if he lost the bet. After a long period of consideration, instead of focusing on gambling, Lex decided to take advantage of the large number of guests inside the inn and held a concurrent event. Since the event was inside the inn, the costs were low, and the high number of participants meant that he could easily generate funds. One by one, the days went by until they turned into weeks. Lex was barely managing to keep a surplus of MT while managing everything else, when finally he heard the news he had been waiting for. If it took much longer, he might have left for the expo. But now, it seemed there was just enough time for him to venture out of the inn one more time. When Lex asked Mary about how he could help her unlock her projection properly, she joked about him not catering to other sentient projections. The thing was, Lex didn't think she was joking, so he began searching for signs and traces of just such a race. Surprisingly enough, it wasn't the Emporium that found the clues he had been searching for. Instead, it was a group of random guests at the inn, talking over lunch at a diner. The moment they mentioned living holograms, Lex's subconscious, which was always monitoring the inn, brought his attention to it. "I think you mean ghosts," said a particularly healthy lady right before ripping a large chunk out of a drumstick. "People you can see through but are alive and can talk to you are ghosts, except the living part. They're dead." "Obviously I know that, Trunchbull," the man answered as he rolled his eyes. "But they weren't ghosts. I confirmed as much. They could even appear in daylight and weren't afraid of touching the holy symbol." As if to emphasize what he said, the man held up his necklace, at the end of which hung a pendant in the shape of a dumpling. "Don't be ridiculous. Ghosts are ghosts, they don't care about this stuff." "No, you're wrong. Ghosts can't touch holy light and—" "Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt," said Lex, who suddenly appeared beside them. The moment he realized that the conversation was deviating towards ghosts, he decided to go and ask them himself about what he wanted to know. Hopefully, they were friendly people. "I could not help but overhear you talking about living projections," he said. "If you do not mind, could you tell me a little more about them? I have been searching for them myself for a long time to settle a bet about whether they're projections or ghosts. I've bet on projections." Chapter 1407, Am I Interrupting? Chapter 1407, Am I Interrupting? "Are you insane?" Trunchbull questioned, right before sucking all the meat off the drumstick she was eating, and then pulling another one out of thin air. Lex raised an eyebrow. Trunchbull was not strong. She was a mere nascent soul cultivator. He guessed she was, at most, a century or so old, so that meant she had the potential to become an immortal as well, but that was not something too impressive in front of Lex. But what intrigued him was that he could tell that the drumstick she pulled out of thin air did not come from any spatial rings or anything like that. His sensitivity towards space was more than enough to be able to easily determine such things. It was quite interesting. He could not help but wonder how exactly she had done it. But that was not a priority right now. After all, he also had a worker who had a unique ability which allowed him to pull out food from his pocket no matter how many times he reached into it. "It has to be ghosts. Don't listen to this old fool, Wormhood. Everyone knows ghosts are afraid of salt. I saw it on that TV show Super Unnatural." "The only thing you had eyes for in that show was the car," Wormhood scoffed. "Besides, that's a TV show, not reality. Ghosts are afraid of the great Lord Dumpling." As if to ensure everyone knew what he was talking about, he once again raised his dumpling-shaped pendant. "You're all wrong. Ghosts are afraid of the power of friendship," Lex said with a dignified face. "Oh, also Dragonfire, but mostly the friendship thing. Either way, I have a bet to settle, and so far I haven't been able to find any living holograms to prove my point. All the holograms I've come across are of people communicating from far away. I heard that once there was a man using a hologram to communicate with his wife who was far away, but was killed while it was still active. They say his soul got sucked into a hologram, turning him immortal," said Wormhood in a low voice, as he dipped his fries in some ketchup and ate them. "Who was this man who was his wife, and who is this they you speak of?" Trunchbull questioned once more. "Anyway, it's either a ghost or someone from the spirit race. Living projections don't exist." Lex smiled, but did not know what to say. Why was this conversation being deviated even though he was trying to guide it in a certain direction? He had to say, these two foodies were really talented. "Well, we can never know unless we investigate," Lex said. "Would you mind sharing where you found these projections so I can go investigate? If it turns out they really are projections, you'll also be proven right." "You're right," Wormhood said, pointing a fry towards Lex, lunging a blob of ketchup forward. Fortunately, the ketchup reached nowhere near Lex. Go ahead and find out, will ya? And if you learn the truth, come back and let me know as well. Regardless, I found the projections in an old abandoned temple I found built on an asteroid belt within the WWF-007 quadrant of the Venus star system, Valyria Galaxy. Be careful on your way there if you do end up going. That whole star system has been designated a mining zone, and a few corporations are fighting over the rights to mine it. It's really messy. Thank you, I'll look into it, and whether they're projections or ghosts, I'll let you know. Lex teleported away, leaving the two to continue eating and chatting amongst themselves. It was really incredible that they had managed to gain so much weight despite being cultivators. It was a rare sight. Regardless, once he knew his destination, it was only a matter of time to reach it. The Emporium promptly delivered a box containing materials to him, and at the same time Powell whispered to him that the expansion to a new realm was almost complete. Lex was also interested in learning about what new realm the Emporium expanded to. Maybe, through them, he could get his hands on some rare and exclusive materials. Regardless, he did not focus on that too much, and instead bought himself a ticket and teleported over to the Venus star system. The problem was, star systems were not small, and even excluding their size, the number of asteroid belts within them would be inestimable. Randomly looking for asteroid belts was not a feasible solution. Of course, Wormhood had told Lex the specific quadrant of the asteroid belt where he found the temple, but even then it would take too long. Lex was not really interested in wasting time, so he made use of a resource he had used many times before. He approached Vera, who was getting progressively dissatisfied with her mother these days, though the topic was no longer about her dating life. That didn't exist at all. Instead, it was about her father. I refuse, Vera screamed as she threw a chair towards her mother. Of course, the chair never harmed Christine, as Christine's cultivation was much higher than Vera, and simply used her spirit sense to catch it. You're acting like a spoiled child, Christine said in an exhausted voice. He's your father. Previously we were imprisoned on Earth just so that they could lure him out of hiding, now that he finally knows about. I refuse, Vera said, this time throwing a sofa. Her frustration was doubled because she knew that throwing the furniture was futile even before she threw it. The problem was that her prophecies were beginning to get more and more unreliable. If she, whose accuracy rate was countless 100 times higher than ordinary oracles, was having problems these days, then one could imagine the situation others were going through. But it couldn't be helped. This was exactly why so many oracles, prophets, and the like went into hiding after her conference. A Nexus event was coming, and leading up to it, prophecies would be entirely unreliable. Am I interrupting something? Lex asked as he dropped in. No, said Vera. Yes, said Christine. Chapter 1408 Stupid. Chapter 1408 Stupid. Lex, take me out of here, I already know what you want, Vera said, her face flushed with anger. Actually, she hadn't foreseen Lex's arrival at all. Why was it like this? The Nexus event wasn't supposed to come so quickly. It would take hundreds, if not thousands of. Vera's eyes narrowed, and she looked at her mother. Is it the old man? Is he suppressing my ability somehow so I can't predict what he's doing? She questioned her mother, but Christine only sighed. Your father is an amazing man. I have no idea if he did this, but the fact that there's a possibility he can is amazing, no? Why don't you agree to just meet him once? You know you inherited your powers from him, right? Don't try to fool me. I will never go meet that old man. It's because of him that I'm almost 30, but I've still never had a single boyfriend. I'll be a spinster at this rate. Without waiting for her mother to respond, Vera grabbed Lex's hand and tried to storm out. Lex gave Christine an apologetic look before teleporting away with her. You know, you're the first girl I've ever run away with, Lex said in a teasing tone. Don't flirt with me, I'm saving myself for an Ulin. I've already seen the face of my future husband, and I won't date anyone else, Vera scolded. Lex smiled as he raised up his hands to show he meant no harm. Vera looked at him and then snorted and then looked away, but then she looked back at him. Okay, I lied, I don't know what you want. I think my father deactivated my ability somehow. If you kill him for me, I'll become your personal oracle. Hey, I work at an inn, not an assassination organization. Besides, this sounds a lot like family drama, and I have way too much of my own to get involved with yours. Vera snorted. How can your father control your ability anyway? Lex asked curiously. Does that mean you can't actually help me right now? I was hoping for a convenient prophecy or two. Vera snorted again. But after a few moments she sighed and decided to open up. After all, in this situation, Lex was one of her strongest supports. All her previous plans were built upon her ability to foresee her own future. Predicting the future is tricky business, for more reasons than one. Getting punished by the heavens, tolerating the great burden of knowledge foregoing ordinary cultivation, these are just some of the obstacles ordinary oracles have to overcome. It's a path full of obstacles, but there are also many useful tools that help as well. Within this realm, there is one such special item that can be considered a holy item for all oracles. It's called the Essence Wormhole. Ever heard of it? Lex raised an eyebrow, not at all expecting to hear that name all of a sudden. Back when he completed his first quest and got the option to select a reward, he was presented with an option of 5 items. Regal Embrace was what he chose, and Mo's Blessing was what he originally wanted to choose, but lost the opportunity to do so. Besides those 2, the list contained the Bangle of Narn, the Essence Wormhole, and the Breath of Elizabeth. He recalled the description for the Essence Wormhole as if it was still in front of him. A unique existence that can be absorbed by a living being. Once absorbed, it will absorb the consciousness of the being's past, present, and future, so that the being is aware of the existence of its entire lifetime and all the events that take place during it. However, a being that absorbs the Essence Wormhole will have all the events in its life become a fixed constant that cannot be changed. Now that he thought of it, the description was somewhat similar to Vera's ability to see her own future, but not quite. After all, the Essence Wormhole came with a pretty severe drawback, which was that the person who absorbed it would have their entire life fixed along a specific path. But the future Vera saw changed all the time, though he had learned that such changes were actually not supposed to happen. Yeah, I've heard of it. Well, apparently my father knows of a way to secretly siphon off a bit of the Essence Wormhole's ability without suffering any repercussions, or affecting the Essence Wormhole itself. The first time he did it, it was all good until I was born, and stole his powers somehow. But the geezer just went and siphoned off more power from the wormhole. Unfortunately, he's his own worst enemy, and couldn't help blabbering all about it to anyone who would hear. But having the ability to see his own future whenever he wishes, he can always escape being caught. That's the whole reason my mom and I were imprisoned. Since they couldn't catch Dad, they were hoping he would reveal himself to rescue us. But my stupid mom is stupidly in love with that stupid man. She literally told him not to save us, so he didn't even try. Now he suddenly wants to find us again after so many years? I don't buy it. Plus, very conveniently, my powers stopped working a few days ago. At first I didn't think anything of it, but now I'm wondering if the old man had anything to do with it. Lex was silent. Although the father seemed a little odd, he did not sound particularly evil. Maybe a little stupid and a scumbag, but definitely not evil. In that case, he didn't think Vera would face any issues from him. In that case. Well, as long as you're inside the inn, you don't need to fear anything, so why not meet him here? More importantly, Vera, as much as I'd like to help you out right now, I have my own problems that need solving. Vera sighed and shook her head. Fine, follow me. I'll take you to another reliable oracle. Chapter 1409 ripped off. Chapter 1409 ripped off. As Lex followed Vera, he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. It felt like so long ago that he saw that interface. He was taking his first steps into the world of cultivation, and the 5 items he saw before him all bewildered and amazed him. Not a single one of them was even remotely cheap. Or rather, even calling them exceptionally rare might be inadequate. The Midnight Realm was exceptionally valuable, containing countless materials that were rare on a universal scale, not to mention it contained Tao-level ingredients such as the resin. But ignoring the resin, the entire realm was less valuable than just the Bangle of Narn. The 2 cultivation techniques were unique in the entire universe. The Essence Wormhole was a bizarre entity that he could not judge even to date, and the Breath of Elizabeth was so extraordinary that even the system could not identify its purpose. Each of these were unique items, and though they were supposed to be unique across the entire universe, somehow he had encountered so many of them through the Origin Realm. That meant either they were all located within the Origin Realm, or there was something in that realm that was special. Then again, the only reason he encountered that celestial who had Mo's blessing was because of the system. Maybe all of these items were related to systems. He didn't know, and it didn't make sense to ponder over it since he couldn't find any of them right now, nor did he need them. Sure, it would be nice to get his hands on the Bangle of Narn, but he doubted it would be so easy, not to mention that the bangle could be detected by Tao Lords. Nevertheless, it was curious that he was encountering so many of those rare items that were supposed to be unique in the entire universe. He wondered if he would ever encounter the Breath of Elizabeth and learn what it truly was. something that even the system could not evaluate. Now that was a treasure that could still entice him at this point. Unfortunately, getting his hands on would also attract Elizabeth's ire, apparently. He wasn't so sure he wanted to do that. "So what trouble are you in now?" Vera asked after a few moments of silence. It seemed like she was bored. "Nothing too interesting this time," Lex said. "Just looking for a lost temple in an asteroid field to find some living holograms. I want to invite them to be guests at the inn. It's nothing dangerous." "Boring," Vera said, turning away. She was hoping to learn something that would distract her from her own predicament. But with nothing to distract her, she instead hurried up and brought Lex to one of the new cities that had been built inside the inn. To be more specific, she brought Lex to a giant vertical garden that Lex had designed for beasts more than humans. This was surprising to Lex, and he quickly went through the names of all the guests inside the garden inside his mind, but couldn't think of who exactly they were going to meet. None of them seemed to have shown signs of being an oracle before. It was rare for Lex to be surprised within the inn anymore, which is why when they stopped in front of a large, sleeping panda, Lex was extremely surprised. "This is the oracle?" Lex asked. The panda had done nothing but sleep since he came to the inn, not that Lex was judging or anything, but still. "Don't judge a book by its cover. Master Bobo is a very high-level oracle. Until I recover my abilities, you can rely on him. But don't disturb him unless you're ready to pay the price. He's not cheap." Even as she said that, she reached out to wake the sleeping panda, whose stomach rose about 30 feet, 9.1 meters, into the air. Lex approximated that the panda was as large as 11.3 million potatoes stacked into a mound. "Master Bobo, please wake up. I have found someone who wants to treat you to lunch." Lex felt the ground quake beneath his feet, though through his connection to the inn he knew there had been no earthquake. Instead, the sleeping panda had shivered, and that alone caused the ground to tremble. "Lunch," Lex heard a cute, squeaky voice coming from the other side of the panda where its head was. "Thank goodness it's lunchtime. I've lost so much weight." "Don't gain it all back in one go. This is a repeat client, you hear? Master Bobo, a repeat client can only be repeated if you don't eat through his wallet." Vera scolded the panda, as if she bore some kind of old grudge against him. "Is that how you talk to a master?" Lex asked her using her spirit sense. "Hey, I'm doing you a favor here. If you don't want it, just say so." Lex raised his hands, as if stepping back to let her do as she wished. Vera continued to strongly convince the panda not to eat its fill, while the large panda itself struggled to get up. When the panda finally got up, Lex saw that there was absolutely nothing extraordinary about the panda except its size. Even its cultivation was merely in the nascent realm. He didn't want to doubt Vera, but... "If you give me 13 million tons of pickled rose bamboo, I'll tell you the exact location of the temple you seek," Master Bobo said, trying to make his voice deeper. "Deal," said Lex before the panda could change its mind. "Give me a few minutes, I'll be right back," said Lex before teleporting away to the emporium. He was familiar with rose bamboo, and though it was a valuable plant, it was hardly worth much in Lex's eyes. Master Bobo looked back at Vera, feeling a little guilty. He thought they would go through a few rounds of negotiation. Who knew Lex would agree in a heartbeat? Vera sighed. Poor Lex. The thing he should have never done was let Master Bobo understand how rich he was. Lex's instincts, as well, did not warn him since this action would not endanger his life whatsoever. But more than once he would regret his actions, and the first time he felt that regret was a few minutes later when he reappeared at the inn. "All right, so I didn't know that pickling rose bamboo was so expensive," Lex said with a grimace. "I think you just ripped me off." "It is a fair deal where you trade money in exchange for saving time. In the future, you can come find me for anything you need. The only thing I cannot divine is related to money and wealth." Lex handed a spatial ring to the panda, still reluctant about the fact that he had spent 300 million MPs worth of items to trade for pickled bamboo. Damn it, even if he was rich, that did not mean he didn't feel the pinch of losing money. The panda, in exchange for the ring, plucked a single white hair from its body and handed it to Lex. "Channel energy into that hair once you reach the star system of the temple you are looking for. The hair will act as a compass." Lex grumbled as he grabbed the most expensive compass he had ever bought, and then teleported away. Next time, he would not forget to negotiate, especially when he didn't know the exact worth of the items. To be clear, unpicked rose bamboo would not even be worth 1 million MP. Shaking his head, he simply gave Vera an acknowledging nod before teleporting back to his apartment. From there, he tore the ticket that would bring him to the Vino star system. He summoned the silent wanderer from its spatial container, and then sat in the pilot's seat before focusing on the single panda hare. The hare started pointing in a certain direction, and Lex started to fly his ship. Since a specific destination was unknown, he could not put the ship on autopilot, nor could he fly it at its fastest speed. Although his reflexes were fast enough, the ship could not react fast enough if it encountered an obstacle while flying fast. Thus, several hours of flying and small teleportation jumps later, Lex arrived at the asteroid field he was looking for and slowed down even further. As he followed the panda hare towards the temple, Lex began to ponder if he should work on his own divination ability. He could do it and had even practiced a bit of it, but it was one of the rare fields where he did not immediately excel. Even though his cultivation technique increased his comprehension, some things were not a matter of mere comprehension. It was a matter of innate talent. While Lex seemed to have some talent, it was hardly enough to be useful in his own endeavors. Now, though, he began wondering if he gave up too soon. Surely it would be better to try by himself than rely on the panda again. Chapter 14:10 Forgot My Wallet. Chapter 14:10 Forgot My Wallet. As much as Lex wanted to believe in his own divination ability, and his ability to learn anything including divination, he had a feeling he should stay away from it. The feeling was not from his instincts, but his own analysis based on what little he knew of extremely strong cultivators. If he could learn divination, no doubt celestial immortals would have an even easier time. Yet it seemed like, for whatever reason, they did not do so. Lex was certain that the repercussions of looking into the future were far more dangerous than just simple lightning tribulations, especially if one was on a higher level. After all, no matter what explanation they gave for divination, whether it was reading the flow of destiny or just calculating probability on a wider scale, the truth was that it was messing with time. If there was one thing Lex had learned, it was that messing with time was a bad idea. If there was one thing Lex had learned from his truly numerous troubles, it was to stop messing with the unknown when possible. For now, Master Boba would suffice. Unfortunately, Lex did not conveniently find the temple just as his contemplation session ended, so he navigated through the asteroids for a while longer before he saw it. In the pitch darkness of space, hidden from the light of the nearby star by countless massive rocks, there was a single floating rock with a temple on it. There was no need to describe it. It was an exact replica of the Taj Mahal, which was not unusual in any way, shape, or form, nor was it an excuse to avoid imagining a new temple. Lex did not question it either, although he did raise his wariness. But a simple scan from his spirit sense revealed that there were no dangers nearby. Unfortunately, it also revealed a complete lack of any living being, whether they be projections or ghosts. He was a little disappointed, but he was not going to give up without exploring the temple thoroughly. There was no atmosphere in or around the temple, but the hazards of space were not really an obstacle for Lex, who placed his ship back in its spatial container and teleported over. As far as appearances went, there was nothing unusual about this perfectly built temple on an asteroid in the middle of space, far from anything. Lex expected the Origin Realm to be filled with numerous such ominous temples with no real peculiarity to them, save their existence. Who knew if a planet collapsed and broke into an asteroid field, yet through some sturdy architecture the temple survived. Yet the moment he stepped within the temple, Lex heard the echo of his footsteps. Considering he was walking into a hall without an atmosphere, that was highly unusual. "Hello, is anybody there?" Lex asked, his voice echoing out into the empty halls. It took him a moment, but he realized that though there was no air in the temple, it contained some kind of spiritual field. The echo of his footsteps could not be heard by his ears, but by his spirit sense. That is also why when he spoke, he did not use his voice but his spirit sense, and it seemed to work. The temple was still devoid of all light, but his spirit sense was suddenly illuminated, as if a magnificent chandelier had been turned on. "My goodness, dear fellow, do you realize what time it is?" asked a projection of a horse as it slowly floated into the hall, rubbing its eyes as if it had just woken up. The horse was wearing a double-breasted suit with a deep cut, and a yellow tie with smaller horses on them. "I have put little Charles to bed already, and even the infernal crickets have gone to sleep. The gate to the Holy Kingdom has already been closed, so if you want anything, come back in the morning. And I say, keep your voice down. You'll scare the ghosts back to their living bodies if you frighten them." Lex was confused, because the horse was switching between a heavily American accent and a deeply British accent with every alternating sentence. It was highly disorienting to hear. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I didn't know if anyone was actually here. I can come back during the day. How long till it's day? The horse gave Lex a disdainful look, as if he was dealing with an idiot. I say this is why I don't like dealing with bodied folk. Highly unsophisticated, you lot. Listen to me, boy, it's day when the sun is up. It will take about 6 or 7 hours. Now, if that is all, I'd like to get back to sleep now. By the way, don't wait in the temple, otherwise I'll get an earful about not attending to a guest. You can wait outside. Lex, unsure of what was exactly going on, excused himself and left the temple as he heard the horse grumbling something about not enough sleep. The good news was that he found the projections. The reason he was sure the horse was a projection and not a ghost was because he saw the camera in the corner of the temple, well, projecting. But he also clearly felt soul fluctuations from the projection, so he was fairly certain that the projection itself was alive, rather than it just being a very high-quality projection that could even transmit the feeling of a soul. He waited for 9 hours just to be sure before returning to the temple, but as expected there was no light shining onto the temple. Yet the moment he stepped into the temple, beams of sunlight seemed to be shining through the spiritual field that encompassed the temple, as if it was truly day. This was a fascinating place, for it seemed his eyes were less useful here than his spirit sense. "It's you again," the horse said, trotting up to Lex, looking much more refreshed. The suit was in a much better condition, lacking any and all wrinkles, and the horse looked like it had gone through several rounds of grooming. Its hair was silky smooth and flowed freely through the air as the horse approached. "Pardon me for my attitude earlier," the horse spoke with a genuinely apologetic tone. "The missus and I just had a couple of foals, and it's a lot more work than I expected. Don't get much sleep these days, as you can imagine. Makes me a bit cranky. Are you here to enter the Holy Kingdom?" "It's no trouble at all. I completely understand. An unexpected guest in the middle of the night can be troubling sometimes. I just came here because I heard rumors of living projections, and I'd never seen any before, so I wanted to explore. I'm afraid I'm not too familiar with the Holy Kingdom you're speaking of." "Ah, an explorer, how splendid. In that case, you must visit the Holy Kingdom. Guests are more than welcome, and it's completely safe. All of Projection Empire is connected to the Holy Kingdom, so it's also a convenient way to travel across the realm." "How does that work?" Lex asked as he followed the horse. As they went deeper and deeper into the temple, Lex felt the spiritual field getting stronger and stronger, and eventually had to close his eyes because the difference between what he was seeing with his eyes and his spirit sense was so different that it was distracting. The Holy Kingdom is called as such because of its speciality. Actually, it was made by Mama Perry, a really strong projection for all other projections, so obviously it connects to all places where projections live. I'm the toll collector for the temple you entered from. My boy, that reminds me, you have to pay a toll to enter the kingdom. It's not much, but since you have a body, there's a special fare for you. Don't think I'm being discriminatory, that's just the rule." "That's not a problem," Lex said, as he paid close attention to the horse projection. What was interesting was that, after a certain point, there was nothing supporting the projectino. It was as if the thickness of the spiritual field itself supported the existence of the projections. Suddenly, he heard the familiar sound of a new notification. "New notification. You have discovered a new type of environment to support the existence of specific types of guests. New quest, create 3 new suitable environments to host a larger variety of guests. Reward, solid projection capability for Innkeeper." Lex's eyes flashed as he read the notifications, but first he had to address something more urgent. "By the way, how much is the toll exactly? I was recently ripped off, so I don't want to commit to something before I know the exact price." "Well, for an ordinary projection, the toll is a single medium-quality spirit stone. For a bodied being such as yourself, a single high-quality spirit stone mine will suffice." Yes, very reasonable. An entire spirit stone mine. By the way, I think I forgot my wallet in the car. I'll be right back. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads. Chapter 14, 11 Holy Kingdom. Chapter 14, 11 Holy Kingdom. As he stated, Lex quickly left the temple, summoned the silent wanderer, and flew away, barely taking a minute in total. But just a few hours later, Lex returned. Spirit stones were extremely valuable, especially for mortals, since they contained pure spiritual energy which was easy to absorb and use. It was a currency, as well as a valuable resource. On any given planet, it was a finite resource, but that was only if seen on the scale of a planet. On a universal scale, spirit stones and spirit stone mines were hardly rare. In fact, they were fairly common. As a result, Lex had not escaped when he heard about the requirement to pay with a whole mine for his entrance. While he was not prodigal enough to walk around with an entire spirit stone mine in his spatial ring, all he needed to do was search the asteroids with his spirit sense for a while to find one. This was exactly why space mining was such a lucrative business, and probably what Wormhood had been doing in the first place when he discovered the temple. Lex promptly returned to the temple and offered the horse the payment. "Oh my word, no, you do pay me," the horse said amusedly. "You pay the toll when entering the Holy Kingdom. I must admit, I was not expecting your return. Most meatbags either try to enter without the toll or simply depart and do not return. I would appreciate it if you avoided calling me a meatbag, translucent image," said Lex. Calling the horse a translucent image was an attempt to make it understand how being called a meatbag felt like, but the message did not land. "Oh my word, do not try to flatter me. I am a happily married horse with children of my own. Besides, a relationship between bodied and non-bodied entities would never work," the horse told Lex very seriously. Lex was once again reminded of the fact that even projections had relationships, yet he did not even have a girlfriend yet. Probably because it would require him to actually try asking someone out for him to get a girlfriend. A light bulb suddenly turned on in Lex's head. That's why he didn't have a girlfriend. He hadn't even tried to ask someone out, but who to ask? Lex very seriously put that on his list of things to do. Although yes, he did not have the time to distract himself with things as he was incredibly busy, what was the point of it all if he didn't even try to date? Right. Or was equating and or linking the fulfillment and purpose of life to dating taking away from the actual experience and journey that was life? What was the purpose of life anyway? Why did it matter? Lex gave himself a mental slap and woke himself up from his wandering thoughts. In truth, he was just feeling nervous about asking someone out, so he was distracting himself by getting unnecessarily philosophical. "By the way, my name is Lex. What are you called?" "The name's Vanderbilt," the horse said, though Lex could see it increasing the distance between them a little. They walked deeper into the temple, the spiritual field getting thicker, until Lex suddenly felt a subtle barrier impeding his movement. It felt like the barrier was soft, and just the slightest bit of effort would allow him to go through it, but he did not try that. Instead, he touched the barrier with his spatial ring and directly transferred the spirit stone mine into the barrier. An arch opened up, allowing him to pass through, accompanied by Vanderbilt. "Welcome, Lex, to the Holy Kingdom," the horse said with more than a hint of pride in its voice as it looked out at the landscape in front of him. Lex, too, stood still as he took everything in. If he used his eyes, all he saw was pure, indistinguishable light, which was basically the same as seeing nothing. But his spirit sense saw the true Holy Kingdom, or at least the parts of it his spirit sense could reach. The entire kingdom seemed to be built on clouds of gold, some rising higher while others lower, but all connected. From within the gold, clouds grew countless plants, but all of them were projections. More importantly, millions upon millions of projections filled the clouds, which hid numerous projection buildings, and this was no doubt just a tiny speck compared to the entirety of the kingdom. This entire place was filled with a thick spiritual field. This spiritual field was not the same as thick spiritual energy. No, this was the spirit of the mind, which explained why speaking with his spirit sense would create a normal voice, and walking would cause an echo within the range of his spirit sense. This entire kingdom could only be perceived and interacted with the spirit sense, which was innately tied to the mind. It was as if this entire kingdom existed in thought alone. How could someone create a place like this? Lex failed to see the laws involved in this place even with his left eye, nor could he feel them with his tenet. He could feel the presence of numerous laws, but he could not tell how they joined together to make this kingdom. "You said this place was created by someone called Mama Perry? Who exactly is that?" Lex asked as he allowed himself to feel the awe that this place evoked. It was genuinely rare for things to surprise him these days, but a kingdom that existed within thought. Although he was sure that's not what this place really was, and that it occupied actual physical space somewhere, he could not be entirely sure. This was because his connection to the Vino star system was cut off. The system was no longer trying to link to that place, since he was no longer there. But the space laws of this place were so unusual that Lex could not identify its spatial coordinates at all. "Mama Perry? Well, isn't it in the name? She's the mama of all projections. She was the first, or at least she's the strongest projection in the origin realm. She has a temple here if you want to see one of her statues. They say that she can see everything that happens in front of her statue, so maybe you can talk to her if she finds you interesting." "Is the temple open to the public?" Lex asked curiously. "Of course it is," Vanderbilt responded. Here, let me take you there. I can't stay for long, though. I have to get back to my own toll. You can explore on your own once I leave. Lex began following Vanderbilt as he thoroughly analyzed and studied the spiritual field in the Holy Kingdom, trying to understand how it allowed projections to exist without anything. Well, without anything actually projecting the projections. Mama Peri's temple was, to no one's surprise, also an exact replica of the Taj Mahal. In fact, Lex began to suspect that the Taj Mahal back on Earth was also related to the Holy Kingdom somehow. It would not exactly be surprising considering all the secrets Earth had. But the one thing he could confirm was that even if the temple back on Earth was connected to the Holy Kingdom, the connection would have been severed, or else Bastet would not have lived on Earth for so long. The center of the temple there was a large statue made out of white marble, and to Lex' surprise, Mama Peri actually looked pretty normal. He was used to cultivators and strong beings somehow looking disturbingly beautiful or handsome. That was not to say that Mama Peri was ugly. Rather, she looked like a meme he saw of a middle-aged Russian mom. She was not slim or petite, but had decent meat on her bones and looked like she would chop down a tree and wrestle a bear all in the same day before coming back home to cook lunch, all during the thick of winter. In fact, I used to wrestle hydras back in the days before they went extinct, the statue suddenly said, turning to look down at Lex. And mind you, my husband did the cooking in our house. My apologies, Lex suddenly said, bowing down deeply as his heart was filled with horror. What was going on? Had he encountered another Tao being? They definitely weren't common enough for him to be meeting them so regularly. Actually, in my kingdom it's very easy for me to read anyone's thoughts, since the spiritual field you're in comes from my actual body, Mama Peri's statue explained while she wore a teasing smile. Although, yes, to answer your question, I'm a Tao being. To be more accurate, I'm one of the original demi-Tao lords of the Origin Realm. My real body does not enter the Holy Kingdom, lest all the other projections be destroyed, and this statue is specially designed to not leak any aura. But enough about me. I know about you. You're the brat who unveiled Sekhmet's little prank. Oh man, I wanted to meet you, but the Henali banned me from entering the Midnight Inn. But looky here, you just entered my Holy Kingdom on your own. Please have a seat. I want to have a little chat with you. Before Lex knew it, he was sitting down with a cup of tea in his hands. Chapter 14:12 Tea. Chapter 14:12 Tea. Now Lex had done many things, but having evening tea with a demi-Tao lord was definitely a new experience for him. But from what little experience he had with Tao beings, he knew that he had to absolutely control his thoughts and not let a single thought slip, especially if they were about the Tao being. Lex looked down at his tea and recalled the time the governor asked him to drink something so that it would allow his body to be able to tolerate being in a Tao being's presence. Fret not, little one, Mama Peri said as she pulled up a chair for her statue to sit on. Like I said, my statue does not let out any of my aura, so you are entirely safe. The tea, instead, is to help you fortify your mind so that you don't let your thoughts slip out. I know that can be disconcerting for others. Go ahead, drink up. We can only have a nice little chat if you're not frightened of your own thoughts. Good point, Lex murmured and took a sip of the tea, which had an incredibly fresh floral feeling to it. Yes, feeling, for this tea had no taste but instead triggered feelings and emotions. Let me introduce myself a little bit while the tea kicks in, Mama Peri said, seeming a little too excited to Lex. It's only fair, after all, I already know all about you. Let's see, where do I begin? It's rude to discuss a lady's age, so let's just say I've been around for a while. By the way, I'm a true native of the Origin Realm, and since I chose not to leave the realm for greener pastures before the Henali arrived, I'm now stuck here for good. Or, well, at least until the realm matures. Let's see, what else? Oh yes, I've always wanted a big family, which is why I named myself Mama Peri and had a whole lot of children. But you know, projections can't really go just anywhere, so I created this little holy kingdom where my children can play. It's very nice. Since I like being surrounded by people, and especially children, I ended up creating a very lively place. Unfortunately, I made my holy kingdom a little too nice, so I accidentally touched upon the Tao. Since then, I've been forced to spend all my time with other Tao beings, only using this statue to experience the holy kingdom. I'm not gossiping about the others or anything, but Tao beings aren't really a chatty bunch. They're all serious and brooding and have too much ego, like Sekhmet. She was so stuck up growing up, my word. She was all like, I won't spend time with mere mortals and I'm born divine, I'm so special. Not fun at all. Lex had finished his tea, and so as a test allowed his thoughts to relax a bit, and considering that Mama Peri did not react to them, he assumed that maybe the tea was working. But as a side effect, Lex became extremely susceptible to emotions, so he could feel everything that Mama Peri was saying. When she described the Holy Kingdom happily, he felt happy, When she described how stuck up the other Tao beings were, he felt annoyed. When she described wanting others to chat to, he felt lonely. It was a roller coaster of emotions he had not been prepared for. Fortunately, they were not so overwhelming that Lex lost himself in them. To be entirely honest with you, being a Tao being is not fun at all. I'd rather go back to being a celestial, but I really can't. Everyone I try to hang out with is so dull. But lo and behold, you came out of nowhere and really heated up the gossip scene among Tao beings. The way you threatened Sekhmet without exploding out of existence, thrilling. It was completely thrilling. I looked into you and my word, you've lived a thrilling life. You Lex Williams are a very fun person and a magnet for trouble. For reasons I can't tell you, I can't really leave the origin realm, so I really need someone to come and spice things up over here. I've heard you already have a Tao Lord sponsoring you, but in case you don't, how about you become my apprentice? I'll help you become a Tao being quickly, and you can liven things up a bit. Lex paused because he did not know how to react. Was this really an offer he could turn down, or even when he wanted to turn down? As far as he knew, Tao beings were at if not near the peak of the universe, and even knowing a Tao Lord was a huge advantage, let alone becoming one. It certainly wasn't easy or simple to become one, or even receive an offer from a Tao being to help rise to that level. He doubted that this was an offer that came with no strings attached, but he was severely tempted by it. Listen, just in case you're thinking that you have to agree or something like that, don't. I'm not one of those stuck-up Tao beings, all right? I didn't even want to become a Tao being. It just kind of happened. But if you want to become a Tao being, I can pump you full of resources, turn you into a celestial real quick and help, or at least try to help you reach the Tao level. Now, you'd have to leave the inn behind, naturally, but I think the innkeeper sounds like a reasonable fellow. He might not mind. Why would I have to leave the Midnight Inn? Lex asked suddenly, finding the first major caveat to this otherwise seemingly incredible deal. It's a technical issue, Mama Parry said, shrugging. I personally have nothing against the inn, believe me. I even wanted to go there when I heard about you. But it's outside the origin realm, which is a real problem for native Tao beings of any realm. I can't get into the details. Learning about Tao stuff too early would literally kill you. But basically, if you're a native of this realm, and rely heavily on the resources of this realm, and reach the Tao boundary in this realm, you cannot so easily leave this realm until it becomes a major realm. It's so serious that the Henali even banned it outright. That's why Sekhmet's banishment from the origin realm was such a big deal back in the day, and why she can't be allowed to sneak back in because as a native, it would be nigh impossible to kick her back out again. So naturally, you'd have to spend a lot of time here so that I can help you get stronger, and then after that, you'd literally be unable to return to the inn, at least for a few billion years. Maybe you could take an unpaid vacation or something. Does the inn do that? If you're worried about the innkeeper, he has a very friendly reputation. I can write him a letter asking for permission. It shouldn't be an issue. Lex was suddenly feeling really awkward. Although Mama Parry said it was fine if he wanted to say no, he wasn't so sure if it was really all right. In fact, he had been genuinely tempted, even though being pumped full of resources did not sound like it fit the path of supremacy that he was on. It probably might even weaken his foundation a bit to rush like that. But who could say no to becoming a Tao being? Apparently Lex could, because he was aware that even among Tao lords there were weak and strong ones. After all, everyone assumed that the innkeeper was an incredibly strong Tao lord. More importantly, he could not give up the Midnight Inn. Just as he was wondering how to say no, Mama Parry seemed to have read his intentions even without reading his thoughts. Fine, you don't have to agree. I suspected that you were already being trained by the innkeeper. Actually, pretty much everyone suspects it by now, but this just confirms it. Don't worry about it, I pretty much expected this anyway. But don't leave just yet. Sit a while, let's chat. Although I've heard about you from others, I'm really interested in the mere newborn immortal who faced a fragment of a demi-Tao lord and lived to tell the tale. What would you like to know? Lex asked cautiously. I don't know anything. You don't know the last time I chatted with someone casually like this. They all seem to run away for some reason. Let's start with what you're doing in my holy kingdom. Did you run into one of the gates by accident? That happens a lot more than you think. No, nothing like that. I was just curious about living projections. I've never seen them before and wanted to invite a few to the inn if I could. By the way, if you don't mind, I have a question. Ask away, young man, don't hold back. That's how a conversation works. Mama Parry summoned her own cup of tea, as if she was really excited about Lex's question. Chapter 1413 Karma I. Chapter 1413 Karma I. Lex was struggling to come to terms with the fact that he was having tea with a Tao being. This was such an abrupt thing, with no forewarning at all whatsoever. Not only that, The Tao being had even offered to train him, which was extremely flattering as well as an enticing offer. But whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, the conditions that came with that offer were too strict. Being restricted to the origin realm for a few billion years did not exactly sound like a prison sentence, but Lex did not want to give up on the Midnight System. He had a feeling that between the two, the system was the more precious opportunity, especially his. To top it all off, he was inside the Tao being's holy kingdom, which had a spiritual field that came from the Tao being herself. This reminded Lex of the mirage that he entered back when he faced Sekhmet. The Tao Lords transported everyone to a place called the Mirage, which was literally inside their thoughts. Was the Holy Kingdom somewhat similar? Was that the secret to touching the Tao? I want to ask if you have a temple on a planet called Earth. Have you heard of it? I don't know if it's a coincidence, but there's a temple there just like yours. Oh yes, of course. Back in the day, the Milky Way galaxy was a really popular hunting spot for us. I think a number of powerful beings probably left their marks in that galaxy. Some might still even be there. Of course, this was before I became a Tao being, and before that place became a death zone. Oh, is there something special about the Milky Way? Lex asked, catching on to the point that multiple powerful beings used to hunt there. But instead of responding, Mama Parry just gave him a mischievous smile. Lex understood that maybe this was one of those things he could not casually know about. Little boy, some things cannot be said so casually, but to make up for it, I'll tell you something else. There's another reason I've had my eye on you since the Sekhmet incident, and I'm not the only one. Lex suddenly straightened his back as he was alarmed. Was he being targeted by someone? Or rather, multiple people? Was there a specific reason? Let me give you a small lesson. I hope you don't mind. Maybe the Innkeeper has already mentioned this to you, but it won't hurt to tell you again. Not at all, Senior. Please enlighten me, Lex said. Don't call me Senior. I prefer Mama Parry. Anyway, before I begin, what do you know about karma? A light flashed through Lex's eyes. He seemed to be having trouble with karma lately, and the issue seemed a lot graver than he initially assumed if it could even attract the attention of a Tao being. Not much. I know the basics. If you do good deeds, you sow good karma, and if you do bad deeds, you sow bad karma. I know having an imbalanced karma is not good for you, though I don't understand why that is or how that happens. I see someone may have guided you a bit, but not quite enough, said Mama Parry. You, my child, have quite a severe degree of an imbalanced karma. You see, you meddled in the plans of a Tao being, and so affected the literal future of the entire origin realm, and saved or affected the lives of hundreds of trillions of beings for millions of years to come. You, my friend, are a literal walking, talking piece of good karma fruit, begging to be plucked. In fact, if ordinary cultivators, even immortals, accumulate even 0.00001% of the amount of good karma that you have, there would be a literal halo of white light over their head, visible to the naked eye. I cannot say why that is not happening to you, but I can only suspect it's because you have dealt with things on a similar scale before. Something is balancing out your karma, or the Innkeeper has kept it hidden. But the last one is unlikely, because to anyone with decent eyes, the amount of karma you carry is still clearly visible. Lex's expression turned solemn. He did not quite understand the repercussions of this, but considering he was planning on traveling to a new realm for the expo, having a literal halo of good karma over his head visible to certain beings might not be a good idea. Let me explain a little. Karma is too profound a concept for you to learn. Even Tao Lords cannot fully master the intricacies of karma, yet the basic overview can be given. It's not that doing good deeds or bad deeds affects your karma, but that everything you do affects it. Your very existence affects karma, and even the lack of your existence affects karma. Every breath you take provides fuel and sustenance to a plant, yet deprives another of the same breath of air. The scales of good and bad on a universal level are not so easy to understand. For example, if you save a child's life, you may think that you did a good thing. But if that child grows up to be Hitler, did you do a good thing or did you commit a sin? Lex was stumped, not just by the question, but from the reference Mama Parry threw as well. Had she kept an eye on Earth all this time? You may encounter numerous other such moral problems. For example, would you kill one person to save 10 others? Would you steal from someone else just to feed your family? Would you ignore a slice of pizza in the fridge just so you can diet, only for that slice to eventually go bad? Who can judge whether these things are objectively good or bad? Technically, everyone can. Morality is independent of how the universe calculates karma, and that is exactly why karma is so difficult to calculate or understand. Keep in mind, I'm still only discussing the good and bad karma concept you mentioned. not how each action affects existing karma and sows new karma. 1,000,000,000 years is too short to study this subject. Chapter 14:14 Karma II. Chapter 14:14 Karma II. Also keep in mind that for now I am only touching upon the surface-level concepts of karma, the ones that can clearly be explained with words and understood by you. The deeper, more esoteric functions of karma cannot be conveyed with words and can only be personally comprehended and implemented. No other person can touch upon them. I am saying all this so you understand that you, young man, have stepped into some troubled waters. Accumulating a lot of karma is not something that can be done intentionally, for everyone only ordinarily has the exact amount of karma that associates with their level. For example, an immortal will have the exact amount an immortal can support, and a Tao Lord will have one befitting their status. But an immortal associated with a Tao Lord will also subsequently have a larger pool of karma that they can support, so that they can never really intentionally use their own power or influence to accumulate karma. That is because one also digests karma, which is where the concept of good or bad karma comes in. The kind of karma you digest affects you directly and indirectly, which is why people think doing good things will get them good in return, even though such a thing is not really guaranteed. But you, for some reason, gained a tremendous amount of karma for confronting Sekhmet, almost as if the Innkeeper had not provided you with direct protection. That is also probably another reason why he lets you solve things on your own without interfering, so you can reap the benefits as well as karma. By the way, quite a number of Tao Lords are trying to study how the Innkeeper managed that little feat of letting you accumulate karma like this. It might be unique in the entire universe, but that's not your concern. What you need to be worried about is that you have an immense amount of positive karma on your body, so much so that it will take you centuries to digest if you don't accumulate a single bit of karma ever again. The problem is that karma can also be plucked by someone else and used for a myriad of purposes. Such a thing will naturally harm you, and even if it doesn't do that, it will definitely deprive you of your hard-earned karma. On the other hand, there will also be countless others out there, such as myself, who will want to spend more time with you in person. The more you digest such positive karma, the more good luck you will have, and those around you can benefit from it as well. Now you understand a tiny fragment of the enticing delicacy you yourself are at the moment. Lex shivered and looked at Mama Parry oddly, but she didn't do anything unusual, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a personal rule, he avoided people who called him a delicacy. So what can I do to fix the situation? Lex asked. Someone told me that I have an imbalance of karma and that if I correct it, my problems will go away. Oh yes, there's that too. That's a particularly dicey problem, separate from all the good karma you have. I cannot comment too much on that since I do not know your personal details, but I can give you a guess. If the imbalance in your karma is too great to an extraordinary level, a level one cannot normally reach even if they want to, then, because of the overwhelming strength of karma, the part of you that has a lacking karma will be forcibly erased from existence. But there are a few different ways you can fix that, with the easiest being just balancing your karma or raising your cultivation level. The higher your cultivation level, the harder it is to be affected by such an imbalance. As for the heaps of good karma on your head, there are a few ways you can handle it. The easiest way is to just have a kid. Your kid will inherit a portion of your karma, and in your case, also absorb a lot of the extra karma you're carrying around. As a result, I'm not having a kid, Lex said firmly. What else can I do? Sheesh, so stingy, Mama Parry said. Well, you can increase the speed of your digestion of the karma. The easiest way to do that is to empower yourself, make strong personal connections that are genuine, or raise your cultivation level. These are the three most direct and easiest ways for you to digest your own karma. Of course, if you're willing to do something more drastic, you can cut off your own excess karma and plant a karma plant, hoping it will grow to full maturity and sprout a fruit. If that happens, whoever eats the fruit will get all your accumulated karma and more, and easily digest it. Okay, I'm good with plants, I can do that, but what are the drawbacks? Lex asked. It's nothing much, but it will mess up your karma until you reabsorb what you cut off, which will take more than just a few years. Also, you'll have extremely bad luck the entire time. Lex rubbed his chin as he thought about his options. His own luck, as it was, did not need any help in bringing him misfortune, so cutting off his karma did not sound like a good option. But he couldn't exactly raise his cultivation level right now either, for he wanted to spend more time digesting his realm and getting used to his powers. So that left him with only one easy option. Mama Parry, how would you like to send some of your projection children to the Midnight Inn? Just because you can't leave the origin realm doesn't mean they should be stuck here as well. I can be their personal guide." Mama Perry laughed, as if the idea excited her. "Little boy, having a kid is still the easier route. But since you want to try and build a connection with me, you'll have to try harder than that." Chapter 14:15, 1,000 miles. Chapter 14:15, 1,000 miles. "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step," Lex said, mimicking the posture of the cartoon he was plagiarizing the line from. "If you do not mind chatting with me and spending some time with me, we can do that. But a relationship built on business and utility cannot be a real business." Of course, the thing he did not say is that it only works if the other party is already aware of his intentions. Since Mama Perry was the one who informed him of what to do, Lex would naturally not target her with the method she herself told him. Instead, he already had a few targets picked out in mind. Specifically, he planned on building a relationship with the employees of the Versailles Bank. Their identity would be similar, just immortals working for an overwhelming power, and that would allow them to interact more easily. "Ah, child, 1,000 miles is less than a step for me, and for many others. But I won't force you, though I'll let you know my intentions so that we don't end up having a relationship of utility. I wouldn't mind it at all if you visited the Holy Kingdom from time to time, meeting and spending time with the other projections. Even if a hint of your good luck rubs off on one of my children, it could be a huge opportunity for them. Mama Perry, although your Holy Kingdom is very nice, I don't know how much time I will have or not to come here. I sincerely don't. That is why I asked if you'd like to send some of your children to the inn. That way they can explore the universe a bit, and whenever I have time, I can interact with them." Mama Perry gave him a knowing look, as if she was aware of what he was plotting, but didn't reveal anything. But how could she know what he was plotting? He wanted to allow Mary's projection to appear in front of guests. "That seems fine. Kids should also explore now and again and not spend all their time at home." Lex grinned. Things were coming together now. But before he left, there was one more thing he needed to discuss. "I can leave some golden keys here for you, Mama Perry, and you can take your time to decide who to send to the inn. But before I depart, I want to ask you one last thing. Is there any specific way in which I can hide my karma from being detected, at least until I find a way to process it?" "Oh, definitely," Mama Perry said. "However, are there ways that you and I can use? Probably not. You could probably look for some treasures that hide karma, but their effectiveness cannot be guaranteed in front of the people who you really want to hide your karma from. Karma itself is too difficult a concept, one that even most Tao Lords cannot comprehend a fraction of. Only a few very rare Tao Lords, such as the Innkeeper, boast unparalleled control over its intricacies. I still remember that day when a mere butter knife cut through the fabric of karma across the origin realm, without so much as a single side effect. The most realistic solution would be for you to ask the Innkeeper to hide your karma for you. After all, in the origin realm the Innkeeper already has a reputation. But if you go somewhere people don't recognize the Innkeeper, it might invite trouble for you." Lex smiled in disappointment. "The Innkeeper will ask me to resolve this issue on my own," Lex sighed, hoping that Mama Perry would give him some other suggestion, but there was nothing she could do about it. In the end, there was no more advice Mama Perry could give. But Lex was not in a rush to leave and spent a few more hours talking to her. It was actually quite dangerous since she was interested in Lex's life and experiences, but he had to be highly selective in how he told the stories lest he reveal any loopholes or obvious flaws. Only once he had spent sufficient time with Mama Perry did he request to leave. After all, he could not just randomly teleport away from a demi-Tao Lord as he did with others. After leaving 10 golden keys with her, Lex returned to the Midnight Inn, and instead turned his attention towards his quest. He needed to create 3 unique environments to support specific life forms. Of those 3, he could already think of 2, so he began working. He recreated the spiritual field from the Holy Kingdom, but did not spread it across the entire inn. Instead, he limited it to one city, as well as a few main areas of the inn. Other than the spiritual field, he created the option for projectors to follow any guests who were projections. This way, a special environment for projections was set. The second thing he did was mark out a special area inside the inn, far away from everything else. Then, using the system, he placed countless formations around that area to strengthen space on the borders of that area, before placing a final formation within that area. Once the internal formation was activated, the space within was crushed, leaving a void behind. This was an artificial void, created through a very, very expensive formation, and did not connect to the main void. Having an opening to the void inside his inn would be a massive security flaw and could leave him open to an invasion from void beasts. But by building an artificial void, he created an environment for void beasts to be guests, not that he was so certain that they had the capacity for such things. The problem now was the third and final special environment he could create to host guests. The special environment had to be unique, so creating a lake or lava field for specific creatures could not count. "Mary, any ideas for a special environment I can make for specific guests?" Lex asked, not that he expected her to answer outright. She was limited in how much help they could provide. She appeared in front of him, dressed up in what looked like an aluminum onesie holding what looked like a plasma gun. She needed to say no words, because Lex understood immediately. He thought back to the kind of environment that was suitable for ghosts, and what he knew about them. Ghosts were different from spirits, which were different from projections. Although sometimes, a very specific breed of ghosts had the appearance of people who were recently deceased, they actually had nothing to do with the dead. Ghosts had their own souls, and their appearance was sometimes dictated by the appearance of someone whose spirit they devoured, which basically meant that they took on the appearance of someone they killed, not that they were a continuation of the dead somehow. According to his latest study of energies, ghosts lived in places with high concentration of yin energy. After considering the matter for a while, Lex created an entirely new city, far away from the main area of the inn. But this new city looked like they were ruins, with buildings covered in growing vines. The buildings had exposed beams and toppled walls, with the roads filled with abandoned cars. It looked like the city had been abandoned, or had suffered through some kind of extreme event. This was the perfect setting for a ghost city, so he decided to enjoy it a little bit. Once he was done setting the aesthetics of it, he filled it with yin energy, though that was not enough. Yin energy was just one of the energies that supported ghosts, but not the only one. The variety for ghosts was actually quite massive, and each of them required a different combination of environment and energies. He could not do anything half-heartedly, or else the quest rating would be affected. Even if the quest reward was already determined, performing well would ultimately only benefit him. Since this was a matter of allowing Mary to finally appear, he had to do it well. A few hours later, when he was finally done, he officially stepped away from the city, thereby creating 3 special environments for specific guests. Quest complete. Create 3 new suitable environments to host a larger variety of guests. Reward, solid projection capability for Innkeeper. Remark, so many environments, so many guests, yet still no friends. Lex completely ignored the system's remarks. He was too used to it now, so it didn't bother him at all. Instead, he looked into the details of his reward. A feature that he already had was that the Innkeeper's projection could appear anywhere on in property, but it would ultimately just be a projection. But now, finally, the projection would solidify, meaning that others would not be able to tell if it was the real Innkeeper or not. Chapter 14:16 So expensive. Chapter 14:16 So expensive. Lex smiled softly as he read the reward. It was both simple and yet not. It was a reward he did not need at the moment, but had a value far greater than what he needed, and the actions he took to get it. It was almost as if the system knew what he wanted, and so teased him with something of a much greater value, but one he couldn't use at the moment. What was the point of having 1,000,000 tons of gold if he could never sell it or use it anyway? Didn't that just make it an unnecessarily heavy paper weight? Once, back in the crystal realm, he had used the mere projection of the Innkeeper to nearly overturn the entire realm, slightly destabilize it, and nearly cripple the realm by endangering the entire ruling class of the realm. All of that had been done with a mere projection. Now, if the projection could solidify, then the power that the Innkeeper could display would be even greater, in theory. In practice, the Innkeeper had no real power. He just had a very powerful aura, and Lex wasn't entirely sure if even that was real. Based on everything the system had shown him, Lex genuinely believed that it could just be faking the aura so well that no one could detect it so far. Well, even if he couldn't use it now, it was good to know he could use it if he ever needed it. But his more urgent matter was that of Mary's projection, and then his karma. Lex opened up his system interface and looked at the options available to him. Just as he expected, he could now purchase an upgrade for Mary, providing her with a solid projection which could appear anywhere on in property and could be seen by anyone. The only catch was its price was absurd. It was absurdly absurd, it was completely ridiculous. The price of unlocking Mary's projection capability was 1,000 MT. A single MT was equal to 1 trillion MP. 1,000 MT was 1,000 trillion MP. Suffice to say, this was currently outside of Lex's reach at the moment. For a moment, Lex felt great reluctance. He was so close, yet so far. He was a single tap of a button away from unlocking Mary, yet the weight of that button was so great that he couldn't press it. "Mary, why is unlocking your projection so expensive?" Lex could not help but ask. "Although the lousy system likes to rip me off, I have to admit that its prices are quite fair most of the time. But why is it suddenly so expensive to unlock your projection?" "3 reasons," Mary said, appearing in front of him in a suit. Except instead of looking formal, she looked like she was coming home from a long day of work. She wasn't wearing a tie and her top button was open. More importantly, her coat button was also open, and the sleeves of her coat had wrinkles as if she had been pulling the coat sleeves up. "The first, least important reason is that I am not actually a part of the system, but forced myself into it. For the system to make changes to me, it needs to exert a lot of power and energy, since the process is highly indirect." "That's the least important reason?" Lex asked. That sounded like a pretty solid reason to him. "Yes, the second, slightly more important reason is that the system knows that you want it, so it automatically has to make it out of reach. The objective is not so hard that it's impossible, but completely outside of your current capabilities, thereby forcing you to put in more effort. You can probably guess on your own why that's important." "Yeah, I can," Lex muttered. Basically, the system just wanted entertainment. Entertainment could not be found if everything was easy. By pushing Lex and forcing him to enter dangerous situations, it could derive even more entertainment from his actions. "The last, most important reason," Mary said, suddenly leaning forward, her expression turning solemn, "is that the current system will face a great strain if it wants to project even the mere remnant of my soul outside." Mary did not elaborate, but the look she gave Lex was more than enough for him to draw a few assumptions. Lex was not entirely surprised, although the conclusion was troubling. Lex could not more or less confirm that before Mary died, she was, at least, a Tao Lord. Sure, the system could mimic the aura of a Tao Lord, but interacting with a Tao Lord's soul, even if it was a mere remnant, should not be easy. The reason that was troubling was because Lex could not imagine what Mary and her system looked like when they were at their peak of power. A celestial Tao Lord with a system on the level of the Midnight Inn, except it wasn't damaged at all and ran on full power, faced some kind of obstacle so great that they had been reduced to such an extent. The universe was a dangerous place. Lex wondered if he was making the right decision going to the expo and increasing the risks he was exposed to. It was rare for him to doubt himself these days, but at the moment he could not help but do just that. "Do you think I should go to the expo?" he could not help but ask. Mary smiled, her solemn expression fading as if it was never there. "You should trust your instincts and your own decision-making. The universe is dangerous, but you're no pushover either. Not anymore." Lex nodded and then immediately began planning his next steps. 1,000 MT was an immense amount, one that was entirely out of his reach at the moment. But he had not even tapped into 1% of the Origin Realm's potential. The population of that realm was more than enough for him to make much more money than just that, let alone the Crystal Realm. Yet what Lex, despite the enormity of his awareness and consciousness, missed was that Mary did not immediately disappear. Instead, she seemed to look in a certain direction within the inn. Far away on Main Street in the gamer's den, exactly in the direction Mary was looking, Wukong was sitting in a chair, wiping his tears as he watched the anime Z had recommended to him. He was watching an anime where the ultimate evil that threatened to destroy the world were clothes. It was truly the epitome of storytelling and fantasy. Suddenly he was distracted and turned to look behind him. From across the inn he saw that little projection girl from that superhero movie looking towards him. Wukong snorted and turned back to his anime. He was not ashamed to shed tears. Mary smiled and disappeared. The entire exchange seemed to happen in Lex's blind spot, where he could not see or detect it, as if hidden by something. If he had witnessed it, he might have wondered how the monkey could see Mary even though she was not supposed to be visible to guests. Or maybe he wouldn't, since everything could simply be explained by the fact that the monkey was just too strong. Elsewhere inside the inn, in a small room that Lex had given to Mary as her own bedroom, not that she needed it, the projection reappeared. The room was devoid of all furniture, and only held the few items Lex had given to Mary to help her rebuild her body. There were still too many things missing for her to begin rebuilding her body, such as a phoenix feather, but Mary did not mind. Instead, she closed her eyes and allowed her body to descend into a dragon scale that Lex had given her, as if the scale absorbed her projection. The scale began to glow, as if it was filled with some unknown energy. Yet the strange thing was, even this, despite happening within the Midnight Inn, seemed to be outside of Lex's range of detection. Slowly the days began to pass, and Lex focused on his most immediate concerns. The midnight games seemed to be going well, maybe as a result of the good luck he was supposed to be having. There were relatively few problems inside the inn that required his attention. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find a sufficiently effective treasure to hide his karma no matter what source he tried to get it from, including the Temple of Fasting. Speaking of the temple, Lex had been sending more and more inn workers to the temple as the days went by, and over 50 workers had undergone their tribulations. In a statistic that would have shocked the entire human race, not a single one of his workers suffered any casualties. Of course, some of them failed their tribulations and were gravely injured, requiring treatment, but none of them died. Of the ones that passed their tribulations, many were still meditating and getting used to their new realm. In just a few more years, at this rate, Lex would have hundreds if not thousands of immortals working for him. Chapter 14:17 Vacation. Chapter 14:17 Vacation. Time passed, and eventually the day they were supposed to depart was just a single day away. Lex had 3 invites to the expo, and hadn't yet decided who to take with him, which is why he had arranged for a meeting among the few he thought would benefit most from going out into the universe. Every other arrangement had been made, but the only thing that Lex wasn't able to prepare sufficiently for was hiding his karma. He paid a tremendous price of a quarter drop of Jorlam's heart's blood to buy a tome from the Emporium that explained karma in great detail. The tome was written by a heavenly immortal who was trying to understand karma long ago, and the exact details of the immortal were not exactly mentioned by the Emporium when it was sold. Either way, Lex spent a lot of effort learning about karma himself, and from the tome and from the Temple of Fasting. Unfortunately, even with his tremendous perception and learning ability, the vast amount that he learnt was not nearly enough to figure out a way to hide his karma. He even consulted a few other people, including the celestial immortals Fahad and Noor. There was no solution to his predicament. It sucked, but then again, he was used to things going wrong. Ultimately, he used his limited understanding to create a seal on his body that would hide his karma within. Unfortunately, he had a strong suspicion that those truly stronger than him would have no problem detecting the seal. Even if they could not see how much karma he had hidden, they'd be able to detect something was amiss, which was more than enough to attract the wrong kind of attention. But it was still better than walking around with karma out on display. The door to the meeting room opened, and a few of the inn workers came in. Luthor was not present, for he was still busy with Ereboth. The evil living planet once known as the Insatiable was definitely completely satiated by Luthor's presence and probably wished for him to leave day and night, but the man was not willing to go. Aided by Ripley's insight, he was determined to turn all 10 dungeons into a unique experience that could not be so easily overcome and would definitely attract countless guests. Lex had no problem with that. Besides him, Anita and Cowan also didn't come, since they were not really interested in leaving the inn until Anita had her baby. But besides those few, every other inn worker who had reached the immortal realm was invited to this meeting. When he saw how many of them there were, he couldn't help but smile. Once upon a time, he dreaded the thought that someone in the Earth immortal realm might cause problems in the inn. Now, he'd like to see them try. Fortunately, the population of beings above Earth immortal was very small, comparatively speaking. Even with the midnight games going on, very few heavenly immortals actually came to watch the event, and for that his guards that he had hired for the event would suffice. Celestial immortals were even rarer, which is why he usually got away with not having celestial immortal guards, as well as the Innkeeper's aura. "Hello all," Lex said once everyone had arrived, his voice cutting through the chatter in the room. "I have gathered you all here today for a very important event. I'm sure many, if not all of you already know about the New Age Expo. I already spread word for that a while ago." A soft murmur spread in the room as everyone confirmed. "Well, as you can all probably imagine, it's time to select who should go to the expo. Or rather, who wants to go. We only have 3 tickets, donated to us from Riley representing the Versailles Bank. This is a rare opportunity to enter a new, fully mature realm, even if it is for a short while." "What's our task for the expo?" one of the workers asked. "Will we be marketing for the inn to a new realm?" Lex smiled, for he was now about to share his latest idea with the group. He, personally, thought the idea was ingenious. "We have no task," Lex said. Or, to be more specific, since the tickets were a donation and not directly something the innkeeper asked us to participate in, I asked the innkeeper if we could treat it as a vacation. He agreed. Since the point of going to the expo is to raise our exposure anyway, there's no point in treating it like work. We might as well treat it like a vacation and enjoy ourselves. Unfortunately, we only have 3 tickets, but to make it fair for everyone else, even those not going to the expo can take a vacation as well. I've coordinated with some people I know and made reservations in an amazing place on the planet Dunya. You guys can go there whenever you wish and increase your exposure that way. Lex grinned and waited for everyone's reactions, but they weren't the kind he had been expecting. Instead of being excited about the opportunity for a vacation, everyone just seemed tepid. After a couple of seconds of awkward silence, one person asked, "Is it mandatory to go on vacation? Do we have to leave the inn?" Lex scratched his head, unsure of how to answer. "I suppose not," he eventually said. "I just booked the vacation because I didn't want anyone to feel left out. Considering we only have 3 tickets, I thought everyone would like the opportunity to go and explore the universe." Most of the workers just stared at each other, as if confirming whether the others felt the same way as they did. Eventually, one of them finally spoke up. "I get where you're coming from, but who would want to leave the inn? Even going to the Temple of Fasting seems like a downgrade whenever we leave the realm." Lex was stumped, and more importantly dumbfounded that no one wanted to go on vacation. Suddenly he was reminded of the system's chide about having no friends. Did no one want to go with him? Chapter 14:18 Epitome of Handsomeness. Chapter 14:18 Epitome of Handsomeness. Lex felt like an arrow pierced his heart. Not really. Actually, it made sense that no one wanted to go. Even though he had stopped using the feature of the inn that allowed him to purchase workers, he couldn't ignore the fact that all of them had literally been created to be the perfect workers of the inn. If that was the case, it only made sense that they did not want to leave the inn unless explicitly for work. When they all ventured into the Origin realm to help him set up against Sangui's Pluvia, they were helping one of their own. But going on vacation didn't really appeal to them. Secretly, Lex had been expecting this and even hoped for it. "Well, if no one wants to go, that's fine as well," Lex said. "I'll still use one of the tickets, and I suppose since no one else wants to go, I can just sell the other 2 and—" No, you don't need to do that," Velma said cheerily. "I'll go with you, it sounds so exciting." Velma was one of the most recent additions to the immortal realm, and it was a narrow admission. Cultivation was not really her strong suit, and she had not paid it too much attention. Ironically, the moment she became an immortal, she suddenly became one of the strongest immortals Lex had ever seen, so much so that even he felt a dangerous aura from her, despite the fact that she was just at the beginning of the realm. He strongly suspected that it was because of the tenet that she had chosen for herself. The tenet she had chosen was gossip. Like Lex, she only had one tenet, and her control over her tenet was so amazing that she had accidentally discovered lawcraft while writing an anonymous entry for her own magazine about a cute love story she witnessed. It was ridiculous because she named her newly created technique Cupid's Arrow, and from that Lex sensed immense danger, though that was not danger for his life, but the danger of getting caught in teenage romance-type drama. She also developed a 6th sense, much like Lex's, but the difference was that instead of sensing life-threatening danger, his instincts sensed romance. Lex sighed. He suspected that she had sensed his intention to try and practice his flirting at the expo. "That's great," Lex said. "In that case, there's still 1 ticket left. We can just sell that." "That's absurd," said Gerard. "I cannot in good conscience send you 2 children out into the universe alone. I will accompany you." Lex was forced to look away, and not just to hide the immense disappointment in his eyes. He wanted to sell those tickets and make some MP or maybe even some MT, but now he had no excuse to do that. But that was only a part of the reason he looked away. The other part was Regalia Bloom. It was the first bloodline that was unlocked for his workers, and it was an absolutely broken one. It allowed the bloodline wielder to channel energy through any item they touched, and the amount of energy they could channel seemed almost limitless. It was an extremely potent weapon. But the most lethal thing about that bloodline was that any and all who had it looked more and more handsome or beautiful, and there was no one whose bloodline was stronger than Gerard. The man had undergone multiple bloodline activations and mutations, and not only was he an absolute menace to battle, Lex had tried that already, he was the epitome of mature handsomeness. Despite cultivating, he was never able to completely eliminate his older, more mature appearance, though he definitely looked younger. Yet that maturity did not make him look old. Rather, it made him look wise, experienced, and a number of other things Lex didn't want to think about. How was he supposed to practice flirting with these two around him? Would any girl even look at him while he was standing next to Gerard? It was not that Lex wasn't handsome. Far from it, in fact, for he had an irresistible charm that few could rival. Unfortunately, Gerard could absolutely rival it. "It's settled then," Lex said. "The three of us will head out tomorrow. Pack anything you might need. This should be a fun trip." The meeting went on for a little while longer, while everyone else chatted. Now that the matter was resolved and they themselves didn't have to go, everyone was suddenly interested in giving the three of them ideas for what to do at the expo. Yet as he listened to one of the workers suggest to Velma that she should scout for a race that would make ideal lifeguards for the lava pools at the inn, Lex was suddenly grateful that it was Velma and Gerard joining him, and not the others. For one, many of the others carried a bloodline that Lex had recently realized was a lot more dangerous than it appeared. Anachronistic ignition was the second bloodline the workers could get, and only recently did Lex realize how absurdly dangerous it was. The bloodline literally affected the rules of time, somehow without killing or negatively affecting the user at all. He was not one to experiment on his own workers, but if others found out about it outside the inn, he had no doubt that many would want to kidnap them to study their bloodline. If anyone could learn anything about the laws of time from their bloodline, it would be worth any amount of trouble, which is why Lex wanted to avoid taking them out. That was another reason he had turned the expo into a vacation. He was sure it would dissuade them. "We'll meet up at the Midnight Manor tomorrow. I have a few other things to do first," said Lex as he exited the meeting and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was in front of Moon, who was still sleeping. "Hey sis," Lex said, though he expected no response. "Guess what I recently found out?" Chapter 1419, Offloading Karma. Chapter 1419, Offloading Karma. Naturally, Moon did not respond. She was sleeping, as she fused with her world, which was also becoming a realm. It would be a long time before she woke up, which honestly sucked for Lex a bit. They'd eventually reconnect, should nothing unexpected happen, but by then Lex would have lived a long life, whereas Moon would still have the mere experience of a few decades. The difference between them would be immense. "Someone recently told me that I am carrying an immense amount of karma," Lex said. He did not even know if Moon could hear him or if she would remember this conversation. But from time to time, Lex came and chatted with both Moon and Liz. At least Moon was still friendly towards him, at least based on the last time they talked. Liz, on the other hand, had been so wary that she wanted to escape as soon as she could. Quite frankly, Lex was convinced that the moment she finished bonding with Nemo, she would bail, which was fine. She was not a prisoner here, and he was not her warden. Even if he wanted to help, he could not force his help onto someone else. Nor did he want to impose a brotherly bond or relationship upon her. It was just that when he met his sisters more than ever, Lex felt a hint of loneliness. He did not feel it most days, since he was busy, not to mention, despite the system's remarks, he had many people he called friends. Sure, most of them were from the inn, but the inn wasn't exactly a traditional workplace, and the workers did not have the same dynamic as jobs back on Earth. They genuinely cared for one another, treating each other better than many families back on Earth. Seen through a certain lens, they certainly treated Lex better than his own family treated him, so there was no harm in treating them like family too. Despite all of that, when he approached Moon and saw her sleeping, he could not help but feel like something was missing. He once hated his ancestor too, but eventually Lex figured that hate was more because he felt like he should hate William, rather than Lex actually hating him. The guy clearly grew up in a different era and did right by his family. Lex couldn't really blame him for something one of his descendants, hundreds of generations down, did. More importantly, the bond William had with his brothers, the Emperor of Jotun included, was something he genuinely admired. Lex sighed. He was getting unnecessarily emotional. "They also told me that if I don't want to carry all that karma, even though it's positive karma, one way to get rid of it is to have a child. The child will inherit and absorb that karma on my behalf." That sounded a little unusual to me, so over the past few weeks I looked into karma as much as I could. Turns out there is some truth to it. Even if a parent doesn't have an excess amount of karma, anytime they have a child, that child will inherit a portion of the parent's karma. The amount inherited is varied, and depends on many different things, but I looked into it as much as I could. A common form of expression of positive karma inherited by the child from the parent manifests in the form of good physique, cultivation talent, and all sorts of things that are generally considered a positive for the child. Lex paused once more, as if to let his words hang in that room for a while. Now, I'm not exactly saying that this is what happened, but one has to wonder, what kind of karma would it take for our parents to have for Belle to be born with the heart of a Valkyrie? How great must the karma have been for me to have a bloodline that could literally evolve all humanoid races in the universe? The words Lex spoke were simple, and yet as he spoke the look in his eyes became more and more grave even as the tone in his voice stayed the same. So it turns out positive and negative is too generic a term. Even among positives and negatives there are subgroups. I wonder if it really was karma that allowed Liz to be born with a 100% affinity to bonding with beasts, exactly what kind it must have been. If it really was karma, I wonder what they did to give birth to someone with a physique as unique as yours. Lex's fists clenched tightly as he thought about all the clones of Moon he'd found, and all the clones he probably didn't find. Ironically, he had spent the least amount of time with Moon, but it was what happened to her that affected his emotions the most. It makes sense, Lex whispered, his voice barely audible at all, as if he was afraid Moon might really hear him. If their purpose was just to offload their karma somehow, it makes sense that they had kids without really worrying about being unable to protect them. If that's the case, they were just more worried about protecting themselves. Lex's fists were clenched so tightly that his hands shivered, but finally he relaxed his grip and allowed himself to calm down. It was as if he was no longer controlled by emotions anymore, but had entered a state of being clear-headed. To be honest, I find this theory a little absurd because I can't even imagine the kind of karma they would need to have for this to be the case. Regardless, if they really were just using us to dump their own karma, whatever it may be, then I will deliver retribution to them with my own hands. To be entirely honest, if it was just for himself, Lex could have just stopped caring about his parents altogether, and would rather focus on building a better life without them than getting even. But he could not forgive them for what Moon had been through. In his eyes, they were just as guilty as Damien was. The only difference was that, with a Demi-Dao Lord protecting him, Lex had to temporarily give up his revenge plans for Damien. That should not be a problem with his parents. Chapter 1420, Will Never Believe in Flags / Chapter 1420, Will Never Believe in Flags. On a brighter note, I'm heading to a new major realm, Lex suddenly said, a smile appearing on his face. It was as if he wasn't talking about killing his own parents just moments ago. Look, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I was thinking that it's been a while since I last dated someone, so I should probably start looking again. In this new realm, where literally no one knows me and I probably won't return to any time soon, I'm going to practice asking people out. I know I'll probably embarrass myself, but that's exactly why I'm thinking of practicing. Before Lex could complete his sentence, he saw a bright flash-out light. His eyes were forced shut, and amazingly, even his spirit sense was momentarily blinded. When his vision returned, he seemed to be overlooking a flourishing city, though he couldn't see too clearly. Though the city seemed unfamiliar, a castle in the mountains nearby looked very familiar. That was where he found Moon. Before he could figure out his exact situation, he heard Moon's echoing voice, as if coming from far away. Lex Williams, even trapped and alone on Yildirim, I heard stories about how disastrous your last relationship in college was. So if you're thinking of dating again, please, for the sake of everything good in this world, take pictures so that I can laugh at you when I'm done. Also, tell Z I said hi. Before he could respond, the vision ended, and he was back in the room looking over Moon sleeping. He raised a trembling finger, ready to scold the heck out of Moon, but then just sighed. Sleep well, kid. I'll take a lot of pictures for you when you wake up. There were quite a few hours left before Lex had to depart to the expo, so he quickly teleported over to the Emporium and bought a Polaroid camera, but one that never ran out paper to print. With each picture printed a spiritual treasure that could be preserved eternally as long as it is nourished with spiritual energy. He also bought a scrapbook. Before leaving, he took a selfie with Powell, who was actually quite flattered that Lex took a picture with him. Apparently, he had never taken a picture of himself before. Upon returning to the inn, he decided to take a few more pictures of some of its main attractions. Being an older brother, he took his responsibilities seriously, which is why he appeared back in the room with Moon and drew glasses and a mustache on her face, before taking another picture of himself with Moon. He thought about doing the same to Liz, but then considering her already distant behavior with him, decided not to. He then stuck all the pictures in the scrapbook and wrote small captions or introductions under the pictures before storing everything away. Since he was worried about the distance between him and Moon Building, one way to avoid it was to document his life journey and share it with her when she woke up. He generally didn't care about others too much, but he wanted to maintain the sibling bond he and Moon shared. But all that sentimental stuff aside, he was more than ready for a vacation. That is not to say that Lex didn't have a million things to do, but gaining exposure of the universe at large and taking a vacation were not mutually exclusive, so there was no reason he could not do both. He deserved a break after orchestrating the fall of a realm-wide terrorist organization after all. The next day, Lex, Velma, and Gerard gathered within the Midnight Manor, ready to depart. "Do we know what to expect?" Velma asked excitedly. Oddly enough, she was wearing a backpack, and though Lex was polite enough to not check the contents of the bag, he could easily guess that it contained notebooks. "Ripley will meet us here and take us to the Versailles Bank, and from there we'll head to the new realm. Hey, I hope you don't mind me asking, but why are you wearing a backpack? Don't you have a stapule ring?" "I do, but I did some last-minute studying with Z, and we checked out all the adventure anime that he has. The main character always has a backpack before heading off on a long, adventure-filled journey. It's a tradition, and I like it." It was as good a reason as any. "Having traditions is nice," Gerard said, nodding. "I decided to use a handkerchief given to me by Lilith as a pocket square while heading out. From what I understand, it's a bad omen to carry a picture of your beloved in your wallet or your hat, something about raising death flags or something of the sort. In that case, a handkerchief to remember her on my travels sounds like a good idea." "It's cute that you guys are doing this," Lex said as he pulled out his Polaroid. "As it happens, I'm making a scrapbook for my sister of my travels. I guess if I keep doing this, this will become a tradition of sorts too. Want to take a picture?" Gerard and Velma were more than delighted to take a picture, so the three of them posed in front of the manor. "We should give out such cameras to our guests who come to the inn for a date," Velma said as she looked at the picture. "Look at that. We haven't even left yet, and we're already coming up with new ideas for the inn," Lex said with a smile. "You're all here, sorry for keeping you waiting," Ripley said as he jogged up to them from a distance. "If everyone's ready, shall we depart? No point in waiting." "Yes, let's go," confirmed Gerard. Lex could not help but feel excited for this trip, even though honestly an expo was not technically an ideal vacation spot. Even so, it had been far too long since he did something just for fun like this. It was a good thing Lex didn't believe in raising flags, or else he might have considered the overly friendly and happy way this trip was beginning to be a flag for ominous things to follow. Yes, good thing he didn't believe. Chapter 14:21 Interrealm Travel. Chapter 14:21 Interrealm Travel. Since neither Lex nor the others had ever been to the Versailles Bank before, within the Origin Realm or anywhere else, they could not directly go there from the inn, nor did Ripley expect them to. Instead, they first all went to Dunya. This was not a problem since during this long period, Lex had gone to Dunya and connected it to the inn, finally. As one of the planets with an incredibly high star rating in the realm, it was a central hub, and thus an important point for the inn to be connected to. Also, Lex had planned the workers' compensation vacation here, so it needed to be connected anyway. Even though that vacation didn't end up happening, since most workers didn't want to go, he still had to put in sufficient work in case someone wanted to go. He also finally completed the quest that told him to connect the planet to the inn, but since it took him over a decade to complete the quest, his quest rating was pathetically low, and he didn't get a reward worth mentioning. The reason they had to reach Dunya first was that, since it was a central hub, it could act as a relay teleportation point for them. Ripley himself could travel to and from the Origin Realm from any location. He had a permit from the Henali, and the bank could be accessed by him from anywhere. But if he wanted to bring guests, he would need to go through a more formal route. From Dunya, we're going to Pansalis. The Henali headquarter, where the heads and Dao lords of the Henali reside, is actually off-limits to anyone and everyone who is not Henali. Even with all the permits I have never been there. Yet around their headquarters, a number of star systems have been artificially built so that they are in close proximity to it. Pansalis is one such planet that has been built not by any other force, but by Henali itself, and is open to the public. Of course, public in this instance is a relative term. It is mostly a place where celestial immortals of the Origin Realm, as well as the elite, who wish to be close to the Henali come. Like Dunya, it is a 5-star world, although I have heard rumors of it being upgraded to a 6-star world through some treasure in the near future. The reason we are going is because that is where an inter-realm teleportation facility has been set up by the Hanali. Let me ask you three a question. Have you guys ever been to different realms? I mean proper realms, not pocket spaces and minor realms. Including the Midnight Realm and Origin Realm, I've been to 3 realms, Lex said. I've only been to the Origin Realm and Midnight Realm, answered Velma, and Gerard indicated that he was the same. Well, in that case, how do you travel between realms? And how do you think other people travel between realms? Ripley asked. Of course, he could have just given them the answer without questioning them, but since the whole point of this trip was to increase the exposure of the workers, Ripley wanted to test the limits of their knowledge, as well as make them realize what the generic experiences of the rest of the universe were. In our case, the inn just handles the teleportation, said Lex. It is quite seamless. It is difficult to tell the difference between ordinary teleportation and teleportation between realms. A testament to the Innkeeper's amazing power, Ripley said in a matter-of-fact way. But not everyone is backed by a Tao Lord, and not every Tao Lord excels in cross-realm teleportation. There are actually 2 main ways to travel between realms, depending on your background. The first, more common way is to travel by a void ship. The void is limitless in size and touches upon all of space. The void is connected to every single realm in existence, though the exact nature of that connection is difficult to explain. A simplified, and even then partially incorrect explanation is that one can imagine that the void is a large ocean, and that all the realms are small islands with it. That means all realms connect to the same void. As such, a void ship which can tolerate the pressure of the void is one of the most common modes of transport between realms. However, the void is never-ending and directionless. Without specific tools that specifically guide the ship towards other realms, it is impossible to find another realm. There are no road signs or landmarks in the void to help you find your way. Sometimes, the void even exists within the boundary of a realm, and other times it leads to areas so dangerous that even Tao Lords would not be able to survive. This is not even mentioning the fact that void beasts, which are so unimaginably ferocious within the void, will attack any non-void living thing on sight, so one has to hide from them as well. All of this means that, generally speaking, travel from one realm to another is almost non-existent due to how dangerous and expensive it is. Even for those who can afford it, reaching the destination is not assured, and there is no one who can say with confidence and surety that they can travel through the void. That leads us to the second method of travel between realms, which is inter-realm teleportation. Despite being much safer and much more convenient, this form of travel between realms is actually more rare, Ripley said, as he led the way. This is because for such a thing, very powerful and very expensive formations need to be set up between both realms that only ever point to one another. That means one must set up a formation in one realm, and then travel to the other realm and set up the second one, or have someone in the other realm set it up for you. After that, you can use it. But despite the formations that literally point to one another between realms, teleportation is so expensive that only very powerful Tao-level organizations can do it. Not even the generic Tao Lords can afford it on a regular basis. Or, at the very least, individual Tao Lords would not spend their money to send low-level people like us through the teleportation formation, and would rather just use it for themselves. It is a testament to the incredible resources and power of the Versailles Bank that they can allow us to use a teleportation formation so easily. Of course, these are only 2 of the more common and generic methods to travel between realms. There are no doubt many other ways in which people can travel between realms. Certain powerful beings, such as the Innkeeper, can facilitate teleportation easily and seemingly without worry for the immense resources it ordinarily requires. That is because, naturally, it is expensive to use a formation, but a Tao Lord's own power does not consume any resources. Then there are also some anomalies that defy the common rules of realm travel. The devils from the Humanoid Alliance are one such example. Their realm, Garvitz, can be accessed by any devil from anywhere in the universe. Simultaneously, others can summon devils from Garvitz to their realm for a relatively low price. For this unique trait of their realm alone, the devils have suffered immense pressure throughout the years in terms of attacks and conspiracies. But the fact that they have managed to retain complete control of that realm for so long is a testament to their incredible power. There are also certain heavens which boast the ability of inter-realm teleportation, but that is usually reserved for very specific beings, and is not available for everyone to use. I have a question, Lex said, when Ripley finally paused during his speech. If the void is so dangerous, seemingly even to Tao Lords, how do people discover new realms? Like, is it possible that there are countless major realms in existence that we don't even know about and that no one has discovered? Ripley smirked. This was exactly the kind of question that would have Lex identified as what many powerful beings would refer to as a country bumpkin. But he was glad that Lex asked this question, for Ripley wanted the inn workers to gain more exposure. Only then could they live up to the standards, and quite frankly, the minimum basic expectations of a being such as the Innkeeper. Such things may be hidden from individual Dao Lords and Dao-level organizations. But like I said earlier, even among Dao-level organizations, there are differences. These secrets are not really secrets in front of the more powerful level organizations, races, and alliance blocks of the universe. For example, even if we don't necessarily have the means to get there, the Versailles Bank knows the exact number of major realms in the universe. For the number of developing and small realms, though the bank does not have an exact number, they have a very close estimate. In this universe, it is not exactly easy to keep a secret. But the very fact that it's so hard to keep a secret is the exact reason why the bank pays such close attention to the Innkeeper, whose existence was a complete secret until he himself chose to reveal himself. One could say, someone like the Innkeeper is even more rare in the universe than major realms. Chapter 1422, Is That Supposed to Happen? Chapter 1422, Is That Supposed to Happen? Gerard and Velma merely nodded, as if it was just to be expected that others could not see through the Innkeeper. How could the Innkeeper dare to say that his inn is the best in the universe if he did not have the confidence to take on the universe? Lex, on the other hand, thought of the deeper implications of Ripley's words. A hierarchy of power began to develop in Lex's mind of the universe, though for now everything about it was very vague. Any true organization or even race that wished to establish a foundation in the universe must have, at the very least, a Dao Lord. So to be worth anything at all, even barely worth notice, in the universe the lowest level of power was to have a Dao Lord. Then came organizations and races that had a number of Dao Lords, after which came those who controlled a major realm. Just like having a Dao Lord was a benchmark, controlling a major realm was also some kind of benchmark, and differentiated those strong enough to have one, and those who weren't. Then finally came those like the Versailles Bank who had shares in or controlled part of multiple realms. Also, the top most powerful organizations had some method to know the secrets of the universe, which may or may not include the location of other realms. This hierarchy was still vague and lacked a lot of information, such as how many Dao Lords would someone need to control a major realm. It also didn't take into account any alliances or beings above the Dao Lord realm. Lex also noticed a distinct lack of mention of deities. They had not even left the origin realm yet, and Lex was already learning an immense amount about the universe. The three of them teleported from Dunya to Pansales, while Ripley continued to share information about how they would travel to the Arctica realm, and the moment they arrived on the new planet, Lex felt a suffocating presence. It lasted only for the briefest of moments, but it was enough to cause him to be covered in sweat and pale. He wasn't the only one. Gerard and Velma were also startled by the presence, though Ripley seemed to be expecting it. Sorry I didn't mention it before, I'm actually not allowed to divulge such information. The first time you come to Pansales, or any planet close to the Henali base of operations, a Henali Dao Lord will scan you and memorize your aura. This is so that no one unwanted can sneak into this region. It's the most protected place within the origin realm. Try not to divulge any information about what you see here. You never know who you might offend. Lex wiped the sweat off his brow as he understood that over here, on Pansales, the vibe they were going for was the exact opposite that the inn tried to create. He wanted all his guests who entered the inn to be overwhelmed by how calming and peaceful it felt. In comparison, no matter how rich the energy was or how beautiful the sights were, Lex would not forget the horror of the aura he felt any time soon. That was likely the whole point of the aura to begin with. They followed Ripley out of the building they arrived in, suddenly all very somber and silent. Even Ripley did not try to lighten the mood, for he knew that this wasn't a sensation that would go away easily. Lex, for some reason, did not feel like observing Pansales too much after that shock. But the one thing that did make an impression on him was that there were a lot of celestial immortals in this place. But he seemed not to notice their identities or their affiliations, and just kept to himself. The group got in a flying ship right with Ripley, and took a silent ride to some place that the group did not really focus on. Before anyone realized it, they were all sitting in a circular glass container with 9 seats around the edges. Lex, Velma, and Gerard all sat in their seats while Ripley followed a few minutes later. A moment later, the formation underneath them activated, and they were no longer within the origin realm. The teleportation, however, was not instantaneous. Fortunately, within the glass container, they were all saved from any pressure that interrealm teleportation might have caused. More importantly, their subdued state suddenly faded, as if they had been under the effect of a charm of some kind. Take your time to recover. Traveling to Pansully's is not easy for anyone, especially the first time around. Lex wanted to ask questions about that place, and why they made such a big deal about keeping things secret. Instead, he focused on the part of their journey to come. "So the place we're going to now is the main headquarters for the Versailles Bank?" he asked. "Oh heavens, no," Ripley said, barking a laugh at the question, as if it was the most absurd thing ever. "No, the main headquarters can only be visited by Dow Lords. We are heading to the nearest large branch, which is the Berkeley branch, which is within the Yuza's major realm, which is the nearest major realm to the origin realm. In the Berkeley branch, you will be joining a number of other distinguished guests of the bank who have been sponsored to go to the expo. You will learn about the peculiarities and laws of the Arctica major realm, as well as the standard operating procedure for cross-cultural interactions in such large-scale events. You will be given your identification badges and go through the standard immunizations that you will need for the Arctica major realm. Once everyone is ready, you will go to that realm with the entire group. I'm afraid I won't be accompanying you during this process. In case you're wondering why you haven't been given such a briefing and immunizations before entering the Yuza's major realm, it's because within the realm you will strictly be kept within the boundaries of the bank branch. So long as you're there, you won't need your immunizations and the peculiarities of the realm will not affect you, so it is unnecessary. By the way, there will also be a short seminar on political correctness and general universal history that I strongly recommend you all attend. Unfortunately, even as guests of the inn, as humans, you are predisposed to attracting the ire of certain groups. I won't tell you how to handle a situation in which someone else is provoking you, but at least you should be aware of who might provoke you before the matter happens. Seminars and meetings before my vacations are my favorite part, Lex said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, but he didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he recalled what he had once been told by the governor of the Henali. Due to his family history, he might be targeted. The Sephor family, from whom he was technically descended, was one some people had specifically tried to wipe out. This is a silly question because I can probably guess the answer, but do you think there will be dragons there? Lex asked with a hint of excitement. Naturally, there will be dragons both in your group in Yuza's, as well as numerous dragons with Arctica. No one dares to show disrespect to dragons. They are very particular about such things. Lex merely nodded as he observed their surroundings, his thoughts wandering. Since they were mid-teleportation, their surroundings were in a state of flux, ever-changing and completely indistinguishable. His thoughts, however, were strictly focused on the topic of dragons. For reasons Lex was not entirely sure of, the dragons back in the origin realm had promptly shifted from wanting him hunted down to defending him and having his back. He had tried to find out the reason for that, but everything pointed towards the fact that it was a decision taken by the Dragon King of the origin realm, who Lex could not meet even if he wanted to. A part of him suspected that the reason for the sudden change might be related to Charles from the inn, since the Dragon King did leave a letter for him, but he wasn't sure. As such, he really wanted to see how the dragons would react to him having a dragon's heart. From what he'd heard, dragons were supposed to be pretty discriminatory. "I have a question," Gerard said, his appearance stoic and his tone the very personification of calmness. "What is it?" Ripley asked. "It seems to me that this glass container is supposed to protect us from something. In that case, is it normal if the energy inside of it starts to leak?" "What?" Ripley asked, not exactly understanding the question. Lex instead suddenly became serious as began observing the glass container. No one was better at sensing the flow of energy than someone with the Regalia Bloom bloodline. "I mean the energy within this container that is keeping it stable and secure seems to be dissipating quite rapidly. You can see what I mean if you look there." The whole group looked in the direction Gerard pointed and saw a single crack on the glass. Chapter 1423 made it personal. Chapter 1423 made it personal. One would think that seeing a small crack in the glass container that was protecting everyone from the burden of interrealm travel would be alarming and distressing, but none of them reacted like that. With the confidence they had in their own as well as their partner's abilities, combined with the knowledge that if things went poorly they could just return to the inn, Neither Velma nor Gerard were afraid for their safety. Lex didn't care about environmental damage at all, for he had the almighty bathroom slippers, and quite frankly, he was a little interested to know who had the guts and audacity to attack the Versailles Bank. There was also the fact that his instincts weren't warning him of any danger, but Lex did not put as much stock in that as he once used to. Finally, Ripley was wearing so many protective items given to him by the bank that he doubted he could get hurt even if he wanted to. As a result, the four of them all just studied the crack, wondering how it came into being. The most absurd thing was that none of them had sensed the crack itself, and even Gerard only noticed because of how exceptionally aware he was of the surrounding energy. "We have been tagged somehow," Lex said as he activated his left eye, studying the laws in and around the glass container. "Someone is trying to either intercept us during teleportation or attack us. Either way, this is not a coincidence and is rather a perpetrated incident." "That's not good," Ripley said, his calm tone completely contrary to his words. "Anyone willing and able to target the bank without getting detected must have a powerful background. Most likely this is not an attack specifically targeting us, but a mass attack meant to disrupt the New Age Expo before it even begins. If I had to guess, the previous owners of the realm or some group looking to test the abilities of the newly risen Arctica race might be behind this." "The question now is, how shall we respond to this?" asked Gerard. "The energy in the container is draining rapidly, with only a few minutes to spare before it becomes dangerous. I'm not too familiar with the maintenance for such a structure. Ripley, do you have any advice? If not, then perhaps we should begin considering how to safely survive the destruction of this chamber." Ripley did not immediately respond, and instead frowned as he stared at the crack, various thoughts going through his head. Honestly speaking, responding to such situations, filled with danger and uncertainty, was not his forte. He was simply an auditor, not a combat consultant. "If there's a connection, I can try and peek through it," Velma volunteered. "If there's one thing I'm good at, it's spying on people in secret." Lex pondered for a moment, and then nodded to her. "Go ahead, but be careful. If there's someone strong at the end of that connection, disconnect it. I can think of something else if the situation gets worse." While Velma walked up to the crack, Lex pulled out a ring he hadn't worn in a long time, the very ring which contained the soul of Pell, and put it on. He had given the ring to Moon as a form of protection for her, since the ring's treasure spirit was now strong enough to send out a single, strong attack. But more importantly, he wanted to nurture the treasure spirit using Moon's aura, which innately allowed souls to heal and recover. He was not afraid that the ring might grow too strong for him, not anymore. Rather, he wanted the ring to recover so that it would be able to access more of Pelvilin's memories. To a degree, he succeeded. Pell now remembered a lot more than before Lex gave the ring to Moon. The one thing it did not remember, however, was what exactly killed the actual heavenly immortal dragon. "Pell, have you ever traveled between realms?" Lex asked the ring. "Not really, but I have memories of such things. I suppose you want to ask me about our current situation, but I can't really help. Dragons have their own method of traveling through the void. I have no memories of traveling in such a container." "Well, do you at least know how someone can target us mid-teleportation? I didn't think such a thing was possible." "Well, if it's a long-distance teleportation, and they left a sufficiently potent tracker." "Oh, I can see them," Velma said excitedly as she jumped up. "There's hundreds of them. They're not really paying attention to the connection. Here, let me share the image with you guys." Velma stepped back, one of her hands touching the crack, and the other pointing towards the center of the container, where an image appeared of a large, stone creature standing in front of an army of gargoyles. "The plan is proceeding according to schedule. Team 1 through 7 have succeeded in their infiltration missions. We will now provide the distraction by eliminating a number of the arriving delegations. March out. I don't want a single container reaching its destination." "Your Highness bolted in," said a faint, cowering voice. "I think there's something wrong with one of the connections. It might have been discovered." The massive stone creature finally turned around and revealed itself to be a stone hydra, with fiery red eyes and lines of magma running down its neck like veins. "It is only to be expected. Our targets are not pushovers, but though they can discover the connection, it is already too late. Begin the attack." "If you'll allow me," said Lex, stepping forward. "I think I have an idea. It's best not to let the invaders reach us." Lex put his hand on the glass container, ignoring the crack entirely, and closed his eyes. It was time to get back to his basics. The thing he has been best at since he began his cultivation journey was defense, and the thing he was least afraid of was molten lava, or any creature that used lava. He didn't care about whatever score the rock creatures were trying to settle, By trying to attack him with lava, they made things personal. Chapter 14:24, only just beginning. Chapter 14:24, only just beginning. The container they were in was made of glass, but it need not be said that this was far from ordinary glass. Lex did not know the specifics of the glass, but it definitely needed to be strong enough to resist whatever pressure was exerted from long-distance teleportation through the void. Considering that the void was dangerous to just about everyone, at minimum the glass container needed to have defense at the immortal level. If Lex had to take an arbitrary guess, he would say that it was probably at the level of a celestial immortal. For Lex to believe that he could improve the defense of an item at the celestial level was more than a little arrogant. But that's not what Lex was doing. He didn't need to improve the defense of the entire container. Rather, he needed to improve the containers, protection specifically from whatever was tracking and harming them. With his eyes closed, Lex sensed the container and specifically the crack. But to assume that the tracker was located at the exact location where the container was cracking was naive. The tracker was probably hidden ingeniously in some place no one would suspect or could find. No, what Lex focused on was the laws. He could no longer do things as simple and straightforwardly as before. The world was more complicated than what appeared on the surface. He also did not specifically look for the laws used by the enemy, whoever it may be in this case. For them to be able to fool the bank's forces, their mastery of laws, at least in hiding the laws and their applications, far surpassed Lex. But while their purpose was to covertly track and then attack the container, Lex needed only to enhance the container's own protection from external forces. If the container could resist the void, and everything else this journey threatened in the norm, then it was well made. Lex used its ability to resist the void and enhanced it, made it greater, and broadened the scope of what it was to defend against. He used abstract concepts to fight against the many unknowns of his situation, and used the solid concepts for the things that were straightforward. Back when Lex fought Cornelius and discovered lawcraft for the first time, studying the king's means, Lex discovered that there was a depth to laws that surpassed his comprehension, but at the same time that complexity was grounded in Cornelius' own experiences. He merged his own identity and experiences into his lawcraft. Lex did not know if that made things better or not. He would experiment later. For now, Lex revealed his first ever self-created lawcraft. The laws in the container trembled, and suddenly everyone felt a change take place. Gerard and Velma would not be surprised no matter what Lex did. Though they did not necessarily believe Z's theory of Lex hiding his cultivation realm, they had faith in him. Ripley, on the other hand, could not help but look at Lex with the same gaze he did when he was auditing something, and what he saw was something remarkable. In the ever-changing, ever-in-flux surroundings of the container was like a speck in the cosmos. But suddenly that speck gained an aura of dominance that could not be described so easily. It was not the dominance of a warrior or an attacker. No, this was the sense of dominance that came with having absolute faith that nothing could harm it at all. It was the aura that came with looking down at everything else, for it would inevitably be insufficient. When Lex opened his eyes once more, he turned to look at the image that Velma was still portraying. An image of the whole room was not visible. It was more like they were looking out of whatever portal or connection was attached to their container. They saw as teams of gargoyles split up, with a few of them even seemed to enter through the image, clearly coming towards them. Everyone braced themselves for the attack, but nothing happened. There was no reaction at all. They waited a few moments more, wondering if maybe the attack would take some time, but Lex smirked softly. No one else felt anything, but he did. It was like an insect getting squished on the window of a driving car. The gargoyles, who Lex suspected were actually much stronger than him, died just like that, without the slightest hint of putting up a fight. Lex's mind quickly started to dissect what actually happened, and figure out how and why he was able to show strength way beyond his level. Lex was confident, but not stupid. There was no way he should have been able to so easily take out a team of gargoyles that had been assembled to attack delegations to the bank. If anything, Lex suspected that there was a greater secret to this very container than he expected. "Ripley, do you happen to know what this container is made from? What is this glass?" Lex asked very casually, without mentioning the attack at all. "I do not know the specifics. I don't normally travel through containers," Ripley said. "These are standard containers used by the bank. I can find out their origins. Are you wondering if it was tampered with from the source?" "No, I'm wondering where I can buy one," Lex said softly. Actually, he wanted to make a sword out of this material, But as soon as he had that thought, he could feel Naraka getting upset with him, so he changed his sentence real quick. The only other thing he could think of why he was able to display such amazing power was that the container was special, or maybe his lawcraft worked particularly well during teleportation. The image Velma was showing suddenly disappeared, but before anyone could ask what happened, Gerard spoke. "The energy leakage has stopped." "I think it's over," Ripley said. Lex shook his head. These people, it was as if they'd never been involved in unexpected trouble before. How could they say that it was over? Things were clearly just beginning. A few minutes later, the container arrived at Yuza's, and what they saw was chaos. Chapter 14:25, Don't Reveal Yourselves. Chapter 14:25, Don't Reveal Yourselves. It went without saying that, leaving from the inn, Lex was dressed in a suit, similar to Gerard. Considering the growing skill of Jeeves, there was nothing like wearing a custom-made suit that he had made, even ignoring the many augmentative benefits the suit itself provided. As such, when their container reached their destination, and the group saw the chaos in front of them, it looked like they had come to a disaster relief site in formal wear. The hall they arrived in seemed to be a generic landing site for these glass containers. Or rather, this was probably the room where the teleportation formation on the receiving end of interrealm travel sent all the containers once they arrived within the Yuza's realm. Their own container was still intact, but in the hall in front of Lex, hundreds of other broken containers lay on the ground, devoid of whoever they were supposed to bring. Many containers also survived, bringing its inhabitants over safely or safe enough. That clearly included the gargoyles, but the moment they appeared within this hall, they were all killed or restrained by quite a few powerful cultivators. However, the survivors who managed to last long enough facing the gargoyles were the ones causing havoc at the moment. Many of them were severely wounded, crying and wailing for medical help, whereas those who were not injured were either yelling at the bank personnel or trying to run away in a panic. The stronger cultivators could obviously control all the panicking guests, but considering their recent failure, restraining their guests would make them look even worse. "It's not a party until a hidden, evil organization tries to attack you, huh?" mused Lex, though he didn't really move or anything. He could feel several very hostile aura locking onto him, so it was best not to alarm anyone. "You all seem surprisingly calm, considering someone just tried to kill us," said Ripley with a slight frown. "I'm sorry you got caught up in this mess. The bank will surely compensate you for the danger you were faced with, just as soon as things get sorted out here." "It's not the first time people have tried to kill me," Lex said with a shrug. "Compared to the kind of dates my girlfriend enjoys, suffering an attempted assassination sounds like a tame weeknight, where there's still work in the morning so you restrain yourself," said Gerard. "I'm wondering if all this is because there's someone, somewhere trying to fight for his love. That would be so romantic," said Velma, her eyes replaced with hearts. It was actually quite a funny sight. She must have purposefully used some technique to allow her eyes to convert like that. "Yeah, you see, we're all very relaxed about such things," said Lex. "Rather than some kind of compensation, I'd prefer if you could share information on who tried to attack us and how. Oh, also some information about the container would be nice." Ripley nodded with some hesitation, as if he was unsure about Lex's request. "I will communicate your desires to the relevant departments. If you don't mind, I need to step away for a moment so I can report what happened to us exactly. Please wait here for a little longer. Someone will come and escort you away once things calm down a bit." Ripley left after excusing himself, but the rest of them stayed within their container. None of them had missed how those outside were looking towards them with some doubt and confusion, considering theirs was the least damaged container that had arrived so far. "Guys, just a heads up," said Lex, speaking to the other two using his spirit sense. "Don't use your real names here, don't reveal our background, and if anyone asks why we're here, just say that we were sponsored by the bank. I expect there to be a lot of political intrigue in an event as large as this, and we should try to avoid becoming unwitting victims of a much larger game. It would also be best to avoid getting the inn involved in some kind of conflict." "So are you suggesting that we should avoid causing a scene? What if we're attacked?" Velma asked. "No, you misunderstand. We're on vacation. There's no need to restrain yourselves, just keep your identities hidden. As for being found out through other means, that won't be a problem." Lex handed the two a seemingly plain card and asked them to keep it in their pockets, but the moment the two saw what it was, they were stunned. It was the Innkeeper's business card. If energy was channeled into it, it would summon a projection of the Innkeeper. Of course, that's not why Lex gave it to them. Instead, He intended to use the aura of a Tao Lord embedded within those cards to act as a sort of anti-divination charm. Lex's intentions were good. Unfortunately, he had never hung out with Gerard and Velma, or really any inn worker, outside of the inn. That's why he didn't know that the usual personality they showed within the inn carried a lot of restraint, since the prestige of the inn could not be harmed in any way, especially due to their actions. But now they were outside of the inn with their identities hidden, and with a powerful anti-divination item on their person, allowing them to act as they pleased. In fact, even Gerard and Velma did not know that they had been acting reservedly, for that was their norm. But now that they had the silent permission of the innkeeper to act freely, a flicker of mischievousness that had always remained hidden suddenly showed itself. "Is there anything else to watch out for?" Velma asked hesitantly, as if asking the rules they needed to obey while hiding their identity. "Don't purposefully provoke anyone, especially if they're stronger than you, but also don't back down if something happens. After the previous incident, if there's one thing I can guarantee, it's that the bank will never let us be in danger again until the event is over. It has become a matter of pride and identity for them." A flicker passed through Velma's eyes. So not only did she have permission to do what she wanted, even her safety was guaranteed. She could not help but smile. Chapter 14:26 Nervous. Chapter 14:26 Nervous. The three of them sat in their container, waiting for someone to come see to them. Technically, considering that those from other containers were out and about, causing a ruckus, they should have also been allowed to leave. But the fact that they hadn't suffered any harm at all, save for a small crack on their container, was highly suspicious. As guests, they would not be questioned outright, but it was best to cooperate with the bank to avoid any unnecessary problems. After all, later on, Lex would be relying on the bank as his backing, since he was hiding his origin from the Midnight Inn. They talked among themselves, most about what they saw in the hall. One of the things that Lex had to come to terms with was that many races were humanoid, in the sense that they had legs, a torso, and anywhere from 0 to 6 hands. Oh, there was occasionally also a head. They fit the generic template of humanoid, but they were definitely not a part of the humanoid alliance that humans, elves, celestials, and such were a part of. What Lex gathered so far was that to be a part of the alliance, besides having the body shape, they must also look similar. For example, elves and humans looked similar, despite a few distinct differences. Celestials and humans actually looked almost identical externally, and dwarves were basically just short, hairy humans. Giants were large, hair humans, and fairies were tiny, almost hairless humans. The pattern went on. But when they looked humanoid but had scales, or their body was made of some unusual material, or if there were spikes sticking out of them, they were usually not from the Alliance. Of course, not all those they saw in the hall were humanoid. Many were also beasts, all of them formidable. Lex saw and assessed them all, wondering what kind of needs they would have as guests at the inn, and how he would fulfill them, when an obsidian-scaled panther approached their container at last. "Distinguished guests, I, Bagheera, as a representative of the Versailles Bank, extend my sincerest apologies for your unpleasant experience so far. Ripley has already submitted a report detailing what happened, and though we deeply regret that you have to go through such a thing, I request that you follow me so that we can get a transcript of your story to corroborate Ripley's own report." Lex frowned, not because he disliked the request or was agitated by it. Instead, his instincts were telling him to pity the panther in front of him, which was highly confusing. Why should he pity the panther? But since it was not a warning, Lex put the incident behind him. "Of course, please lead the way," he said politely, giving the other two a look suspiciously. For some reason, they looked a little more chipper than he was used to. There was no door on the glass container. Instead, it became completely permeable when they tried to pass through it, a function of a specific formation in this region. That was why, when they exited the container, Lex paused for a moment, and so did the others. Although Lex knew what a major realm was like because of Jack, as his main body, which had a higher cultivation level, had never entered one, he had not anticipated how different it would feel. As soon as he stepped out of the protection of the container, he was hit in the chest by the weight of the laws of the realm. It was not a physical weight, and it wasn't one that lower-level cultivators would feel. Only immortals could, which is probably why Jack never felt this pressure. It was not really a feeling Lex could easily explain. The fact that the shock of the sudden weight caused him to freeze was probably the best explanation in itself of how intense it was. But Lex quickly recovered, though he could not help but activate his left eye to study the laws of the realm a bit more. It was simultaneously breathtaking and mind-numbingly immense. He was so distracted by the intricate weave of laws that influenced every inch of this realm that he forgot to take in the beauty of the bank's compound itself, and soon found himself in a conference room. Gerard and Velma were taken to other conference rooms so that they were disturbed by each other while giving their transcript, but Lex was not fooled. They just wanted to make sure that each of them gave their own accounts of the events leading up their arrival. As it happened, Bagheera followed them to the other conference room, while a different obsidian-scaled panther came in to question Lex. "So, Mr. Lex, in your own words, can you tell me everything that happened prior to the incident, as well as during?" the panther politely asked, while a pen and a notebook hovered in the air beside it, ready to note everything down. "Sure, it's not a problem," said Lex, still somewhat distracted. He had nothing to hide, so only a small part of his consciousness was focused on answering, while the rest of it just studied the laws of the realm. In another conference room nearby, Velma took a seat and made herself comfortable while Bagheera sat opposite to her. "Once again, I'm so sorry for this," Bagheera couldn't help but say in a professional tone. It seemed on the surface that he was being courteous, while the truth was something else entirely. Although he was a representative of the bank, and they were in the bank, which meant he was absolutely safe, the panther started to feel nervous the moment he stepped in the room with this particular human. It was as if the panther's instincts were telling him that he was trapped in the gaze of a predator, and there was nothing he could do about it. Apologizing was just his way to cutting the tension. It did not work, for when Velma smiled, Bagheera felt more nervous than he had ever before. Chapter 1427 Her. Chapter 1427 Her. The conference room was not large, just enough for a round table that could hold about 10 people, as well as a few cupboards. There was a large window looking out to a courtyard some stories down below with various people passing through it. The room, like all the other conference rooms, had been designed to create a soothing and peaceful environment so that all meetings could be conducted in a comfortable environment. After all, it was entirely normal for meetings to run on for days or weeks at a time. With most employees as immortals, their concept of time was vastly different from that of mortals, so the timetables they operated under were also different. Bagheera himself had held numerous meetings in similar conference rooms, and this was the first time he felt anything other than comfortable. Yet his professionalism didn't allow him to display that. But the poor obsidian-scaled panther was wasting his effort, for the inherent nature of Velma's tenet meant that she saw the universe differently from the rest. When Lex looked at the laws or even reached out to them using his own tenet, he saw the laws as chains attached to everything. But Velma did not see chains. Or rather, when she used her tenet to reach out to laws, she did not perceive laws in a visual manner but an auditory one. She heard hushed whispers, sharing their secrets right to her soul. But because she was so in tune with her tenet, far more than Lex had ever personified his tenet, her application of it was far above his. She could not only hear the secrets of the laws, but everything attached to them as well. When she looked at the panther in front of her, she could hear so many of its secrets. Obviously, she could not hear all of them, such as the more serious secrets that were heavily protected consciously and subconsciously by the panther. But she could hear that the panther had not eaten food in over a few hundred years, right up until 3 days ago. She could hear that the food that the panther was usually so indifferent towards was more amazing than he remembered. She could also hear that it was not actually the taste of the food itself that made the meal so great, but the unexpected company of a female companion. The details of that companion were hidden from Velma, as if the panther did not want to reveal it to the world. But one intriguing fact, something the panther likely wanted to keep secret, but she was able to forcefully hear anyway, that this companion was not another panther but a tiger. Such a thing was, of course, a faux pas in the feline world. Before we begin, for the record, can you state your name and how you came into contact with the bank's sponsorship for the New World Expo? Bagheera asked politely. Considering the fact that I don't intend on revealing my identity to the public during the expo, I believe it should be adequate if I provide an alias instead. After all, no one likes to attract attention to things they'd rather keep private. I'm sure you, of all people, understand. It was a harmless question, but suddenly Bagheera got chills on the back of his spine. I think, for the sake of this interview, I'll go by Vivian. Anyway, Bagheera, I got my sponsorship through Ripley. I'm sure that the bank has it on record who he gave those sponsorships to. Velma crossed her legs and leaned back in her chair, as she studied the panther some more. She just heard another whisper. The panther was looking for some exciting food to bring for another rendezvous it had planned later this evening. Yet with this sudden incident, it didn't know if it would be able to make it in time. Fine, Vivian, we do have on record where Ripley sent his invites, but please try to cooperate with the questions. The more you cooperate, the easier and quicker this will go by. Oh, but I'm not in a rush, Velma said teasingly, and pulled out a couple of very exquisite-looking slices of cake, as well as a bottle of absolutely divine fermented elixir. The cake was naturally an upgraded version of the Saturn cake which was sold at the Midnight Inn gift shop. It was called the plutonium cake, and it could only be sold to immortals. The cake was made specifically for immortals, containing traces of certain laws that would interact with the immortals' tenets, making them have an exceptional experience. It also had a mild hallucinogenic effect, but that was just to accompany the sensation of the laws and could easily be avoided if one wished. A single slice of plutonium cake cost 1 million MP. Fermented elixir, called Ambrosia Sunrise, was also an item sold at the gift shop specifically for immortals, although unlike the cake it was safe for consumption for those below the immortal realm. It was basically just what the name said. It was an elixir made from several extremely valuable medical plants, each one of which could restore even lethal injuries to those below the immortal realm. The elixir was then fermented in a barrel made of jade honey for about 1 million years, gaining properties of certain laws. Of course, that was all written in the description in the gift shop, which explained the astronomic 31 million MP price of this bottle. It was said that drinking this was such a pleasant experience that it was almost impossible to be in a bad mood afterwards. Of course, that did not mean one should drink it during exceptionally saddening events just to try out the potency. It would be inappropriate, for example, to suddenly feel chipper at a relative's funeral. Come now, Bagheera, I sense that you're a panther of refined tastes. This is my first time in a major realm. Why don't we relax and chat a little while you interview me? Besides, you look like you have food on your mind. Even while trying to keep his composure, Bagheera almost fell out of his chair. What the hell was going on? He absolutely couldn't have a meal with this woman, or else she would be able to tell. Although there was nothing going on between Bagheera and Vivian, how could he explain that to her? At the same time, he also felt immense elation, for his instincts were telling him that this cake and this drink were perfect for his rendezvous later that day. She would absolutely love them. He could tell just at a glance how high quality they were. Miss Vivian, I think it's a little inappropriate for me to share a meal with you during this time, but feel free to enjoy these items yourselves. Now, can you tell me if there were any abnormalities you picked up leading to the incident during your teleportation? Oh, such a shame, Velma said, using a fork to cut out a small bite out of the cake for herself. Bagheera flinched at the sight as if Velma hadn't stabbed into the cake, but into his heart. In fact, on some level, that is exactly what she was doing. The more nervous and perturbed Bagheera got, the more easily she could hear the whispers of his secrets. The tiger was actually older than him by a significant margin. How very modern of him. You know, this cake is a speciality back where I'm from. It's best enjoyed with another person, but I suppose I don't mind enjoying it myself. As for abnormalities, let me think. I don't know, I had a strange dream of the color orange with black stripes in it right before we left. You think that could be anything? Now, obsidian-scaled panthers didn't really sweat, since they had obsidian-colored scales covering their bodies, and those didn't exactly have any sweat glands in them. It was pretty easy to guess. That was exactly why the fact that Bagheera began to sweat through the gaps between his scales was such an oddity. He was literally doing something that went against his basic biology, but it couldn't be helped. A sense of dread began to fill his heart as a guess filled his heart. Were you sent by her? Bagheera asked in a whisper as if that would make a difference. But the moment he asked that question, he knew he messed up. A loss of composure made him say something he shouldn't have. Yet before he could amend his mistake, Velma spoke. Oh no, please don't misunderstand. I was not sent by anybody. I'm just here on vacation. But you know, if you're feeling a little nervous and want to talk to me about some random things to help me calm down after such a traumatizing event where I nearly died, I won't stop you. I should let you know I'm somewhat of a relationship expert. Make of that knowledge what you will. Velma's enchanted smile began to look devilish in Bagheera's eyes, and the cute expression she made when she ate the cake seemed only taunting to him. What the hell was going on? He was supposed to be interrogating her. How did the conversation get so sidetracked? Chapter 14:28 Interviews Go Wrong. Chapter 14:28 Interviews Go Wrong. Seen objectively, Velma hadn't really said anything odd or unusual. Nor was there any need for Bagheera to be so disturbed. But his immense apprehension was as a result of his very essence being revealed to someone else, one secret at a time. The real problem was that Bagheera, an immortal, fully equipped with various gear and items provided to him by the bank, was having his secrets revealed without his knowledge. Moreover, though he was questioning Vivian, he knew that he couldn't really coerce or harm her in any way, since technically they were at fault. Every single person who could take a sponsorship from the bank was exceedingly well connected. Much more importantly, they had already tried remotely scanning the karma on Vivian and her companions to get a read of their involvement in the matter, if there was any. What their scan revealed was that each of them was carrying an item with a Tao Lord's aura, which meant that nothing about them could be discerned. Though it did not appear so, the three of them were in a position of power, not Bagheera or the rest from the bank. So, the psychological pressure of knowing that he could not retaliate or defend himself in any way, combined with the knowledge that Vivian was backed by a Tao Lord, further combined with Vivian secretly hinting at knowing her private secret. Well, let's just say Bagheera had seen better days. Miss Vivian, I am a representative of the bank inside the bank. It would be inappropriate of me to discuss irrelevant matters, he said, his voice completely calm and professional, which did not in any way suit his current expression. He was hoping Vivian would understand the message he was trying to convey, and indeed she understood. Velma's eyes flashed with interest. Normally, she befriended others and asked them about their romance once they lowered their guards, but secretly picking up on their secrets was also quite interesting. She also enjoyed teasing the panther a bit. Of course, said Velma. Yes, we should just proceed with the interview as normal. That was what she said out loud, but through her spirit sense, Velma sent Bagheera another line. You are nervous because you think you'll get in trouble if you associate with other women, but some women like fighting for and marking their territory. Velma put away the cake and the drink, no longer teasing him and pretending as if she was very serious about the interview. Unfortunately for Bagheera, without his realizing, she had already left a mark on him, a mark that the tiger would easily detect. Of course, Velma was not interested in ruining other people's love lives or creating unnecessary trouble. She really was sincerely trying to help Bagheera's love life prosper. The problem was that Bagheera may be a good cultivator, a good banker, and even a good warrior, but he was certainly lacking in his experience in dealing with women. Fortunately, they would be here for a few days, so she would get to see how this would play out. She could also see that Bagheera was tempted to ask her for the bottle of elixir and maybe a slice of cake to take on his rendezvous, but didn't know how to. She only smiled. This was way too much fun, so she wouldn't make it easy for him. He would have to ask for it himself if he wanted it. In the conference room right beside Velma's, Gerard was also conducting an interview. Yes, he was not giving an interview, he was conducting one. No, please, dear guest, believe me, this was not my intention, the obsidian-scaled panther said, wiping the sweat off his brow. Up until this day, he didn't even know he could sweat. I must say, it is rare to encounter such extremely unprofessional behavior, Gerard said, looking down at the panther with clear disgust in his voice. How dare you give your car to someone else to wash? How can you call it your car if someone else is taking care of it? Young man, I am not your parent, and it is not my place to comment on your clearly sybaritic lifestyle. Please conclude this interview so that I do not have to be exposed to someone of such low moral standings any further. No, please, dear guest, try to understand, the panther pleaded. I work long hours and don't have time. I just like to go on long cruises over the weekends to relax. If I take out time to wash the car as well, then I won't get time to enjoy the drive. Gerard snorted. Young man, that's as good as saying you're busy so you have someone else take your girlfriend out on a date, so you can just enjoy a few specific parts of the relationship. Tell me, if someone else is taking out your girlfriend, is she even your girlfriend at all? If the car that serves you so loyally can't even get the same amount of loyalty in return, then how can you claim she's your car? You may as well just rent a car for your purposes. Gerard said the last part with such revulsion that his body physically trembled. You're right, please forgive me. I have seen the error of my ways. No, wait, I probably haven't seen the error of my ways just yet. Please guide me, dear guest, so that I no longer make such mistakes. I truly wish to be a worthy owner of my car. Gerard looked at the pleading panther and then sighed. His heart was too good. He couldn't help but guide this foolhardy and young car enthusiast, lest he go completely astray. Though his actions might be sacrilegious, at least his intentions were good. Fine, let's begin with the basics. Tell me all about your car and how convenient it is on a golf course. The panther finally breathed a sigh of relief, completely forgetting that the reason he was here was to ask Gerard about the incident. Well, it's a 300 Unicorn-powered Corvette-class streetcar with a standard 16-wheel layout, the Panther began to sincerely tell Gerard. The fact that the Panther was older, had a higher cultivation, was in charge of the interview, or was at home base did not in any way give the Panther any leverage in this situation. In front of a true car enthusiast, fakes like him were easy to distinguish. He could not pretend. Back in the first conference room, Lex had revealed the process of everything leading up to them getting in the container in detail. He had not talked about anything irrelevant, nor had he tried to lead the conversation in any other direction. Yet. "All right, I understand. So once you were in the container, how did the events play out?" the Panther asked. "Well, Ripley was telling us all about what to expect when we arrive here on Yuzas, when one of my teammates detected a fluctuation in the energy within the container. By the way, I hope you don't mind me asking, what exactly was the energy that filled the container? It was able to so perfectly insulate us from the influence of the major realm." Lex's question was an incredibly stupid question, and one he purposefully asked. If he directly asked the proper question, the Panther would just brush his question off. But the severe extent to which Lex made it seem like he misunderstood and underestimated the quality of the container would force the Panther to correct Lex's misconception. During their small interviews so far, Lex had thoroughly analyzed the Panther's personality, so he knew how to get the information he wanted. The energy was just generic energy without any affinity. The thing that protected you from the influence of the major realm was the container. It's not just any material which can sustain the load of the void and insulate a major realm. These containers are directly manufactured by Tao Lords. "Damn, no wonder it was so strong," Lex praised sincerely. "But if it was made by a Tao Lord, does that mean the one who cracked it was also a Tao Lord? That doesn't make sense. We would not have survived if that was the case." "How could it possibly be another Tao Lord?" the Panther questioned, as if in disbelief that anyone could ask such an ignorant question. "No, the containers are thoroughly wiped clean of all Tao influence before they are put to use, lest the guests traveling within them cannot survive the aura of the Tao. Such a process naturally makes the container weaker than an item carrying a Tao Lord's influence, but it is still strong enough to survive the void. Even so, for your companion to notice the flow of energy within the container was remarkable. Can you comment on why he alone noticed the energy change?" "Well, obviously because he was looking right where the crack appeared," Lex said as if it was a matter of fact. No, that's not possible," the Panther said in exasperation. "Even if the containers are no longer influenced by a Tao Lord, their inner workings are not something just anyone can sense. Your friend would have had to." Lex just nodded his head as the Panther explained, in detail, the inner workings of the container and how it worked and was created. The fact that this would allow him to try and create such containers of his own later on was just a happy coincidence, and in no way what Lex had planned from the beginning. Chapter 1429, Inspiration. Chapter 1429, Inspiration. The meeting ended up being a lot longer than Lex originally expected, mostly because he was doing the respectable thing by letting the Panther talk as much as he wanted about the containers. Who was he to refuse the Panther? The poor fellow was probably distraught over the countless containers that were destroyed in the recent attack on the bank. Considering the immense cost of the container, it only made sense that the loss or damage of even a single one was immense. During the process, Lex also understood why exactly he was able to display such a formidable strength. He had not hidden anything, and had openly revealed that he had strengthened the defense of the container, but the result was far stronger than Lex anticipated. According to the Panther, there were two main reasons for this. The first, and surprisingly less significant reason, was that the container itself served as an amplifier for any and all protective measures and techniques. This aspect of it was embedded into every inch of its being, or else it would not be able to safely travel through the void. One should not judge the void by the fact that Lex had been able to survive the void in the past, merely becoming a meat patty in the process. The pressure of the void was unequal, and it was impossible to tell where it would be low and where it would be high. That was to say that even now, Lex could be in danger if he visited the void. That was exactly why the container enhanced everything related to its own defense astronomically. Lex had never seen an item that seemed more suitable for him. If he could buy one of the containers, he'd have the confidence to literally face celestial immortals without fear. The second, more significant reason Lex had been able to so easily rebuff the attack on the container was because, well, that they were traveling through the void. As obvious as it seems, the primary reason that the gargoyles had been successful in their attacks was because their infiltration remained undetected. The method they used to track and target the containers was still unknown, but most likely they used a very precise method, calculating exactly how they needed to enter the containers themselves. At most, they would have used a slightly additional amount of force in case there was a small deviation from their calculations. But when Lex significantly increased the defensive capabilities of the container, the enemies were able to reach it, but not penetrate through it. Considering the extremely dangerous environment during teleportation, unable to enter the protection of the container, they simply slammed into the container, were disintegrated by the force of the collision. Their remains randomly teleported once they left the influence of the container. That knowledge gave Lex numerous ideas about new combat techniques he could create, leveraging his skills in defense and teleportation to face his enemies. But as of now, the ideas were immature. It would require more brainstorming and experimentation before he could implement them. A sound attracted Lex's attention, and when he looked over, he was surprised to find that Gerard was also exiting his interview at the same time as him. Though oddly enough, Gerard looked absolutely fine, yet the interviewer came out with trembling legs, as if he had endured 3 rounds of interrogative torture. Lex opened his mouth to ask a question, but as it turned out, Velma stepped out of her interview at that exact moment. "Oh, you're all still here?" she asked, surprised. Behind her, a cautious and sweaty Bagheera stepped out as well. The 3 Panthers looked at each other and then looked away. Neither of them wanted to be there any longer. The sight was genuinely confusing. Lex knew that his interviewer was embarrassed because, right at the very end, he had realized that he had accidentally divulged too much information and had fallen into Lex's trap. But what was wrong with the other 2? "The interview was quite draining," Gerard said, his voice tinged with disappointment and fatigue. "Shall we go and enjoy our host's hospitality? I've been told that there is a lovely cafe nearby called Rendezvous." Bagheera nearly collapsed on the floor and looked at Gerard with horror, which was incredibly confusing to both Lex and Gerard, but Velma's eyes only twinkled. "Yes, hurry, let's go. I want to check it out," Velma exclaimed, grabbing Lex and Gerard by the hand and pulling them along. Bagheera could only watch them leave, as a deep panic grew within his heart. That was the cafe where he was supposed to meet her. That's exactly why he kept thinking of his rendezvous with her, because the cafe was so aptly named. "No, I have to go there as soon as possible before something happens," Bagheera exclaimed, not at all caring that he was speaking out loud, and dashed towards his office. He had to submit the report before he could take a lunch break. He just hoped he was fast enough to prevent something from happening. He was now sure that someone was targeting him. It was unusual enough for the girl Vivian to know about her, but how could her companions know where he was supposed to meet her? This had to be a conspiracy. "By the way, from now on, if anyone asks how we survived the attack on the container, blame it all on Ripley," Lex told the other 2 through his spirit sense. "The bank knows the truth, but no one else needs to know the exact details. If word gets out that we avoided the attack on our own, we'll attract unnecessary trouble. There's no need to get involved in this conflict. Instead, just pass the blame on to Ripley. The bank will protect him anyway." Since Velma and Gerard did not have as much exposure as Lex did in the outside world, he thought he'd give them a little lesson in the art of not getting sucked into unrelated problems. Gerard nodded, and so did Velma. Lex was a professional, so they would take his advice on this matter. Soon they made their way to the cafe, but before they could enter, they were stopped by someone. "Excuse me," said a charming-looking koala bear, walking up to them with a clipboard. "Could I take a moment of your time? The polar forests of Arshuman are in trouble, and you could help." Lex groaned. He never thought he'd encounter these evil devils outside of New York. He was more than familiar with them, for they were everywhere back on Earth. Environmental activists, the most cunning and talented devils in manipulating emotions to ever be born. Chapter 1430, Causing a Scene. Chapter 1430, Causing a Scene. Velma and Gerard looked at the koala with curiosity, but only Lex was grimacing. An environmental activist. They used one's own guilt, coercing them into donating their own hard-earned money, making them feel terrible for even living for all the contribution they were doing to pollution. Considering the fact that they were working for the environment, Lex should have felt like they were a necessary evil. After all, without a safe environment, people also cannot survive. But the thing that Lex found most distasteful about them was that they focus on the wrong things. Even removing all the plastic straws in the world would not improve the environment as long as celebrities took private jets on 15-minute flights just to avoid traffic. The contribution of a single celebrity or wealthy person to pollution could rival that of millions of ordinary people. So why were the ordinary people being made to feel guilty? There was also the fact that they would nag anyone on the streets that they could, becoming extremely annoying for anyone minding their own business and just walking by. But that was purely incidental. Lex's primary issue with them was still on the philosophy of their operations. It was not at all because they used to bug him for money while he was a broke college student. "I fear you have made a mistake," said Lex promptly. He knew that with Gerard's and Velma's amenable personalities, they were prime victims to fall prey to such scams. He had to navigate the situation carefully. "We are mere guests in this realm, destined to move on soon enough. We do not have the authority to take any significant actions within this realm. I'm afraid we won't be able to help the polar forests." One reason Lex was particularly annoyed was because they were technically still within the bank's compound. Why did the bank have such people within their premises? "Au contraire, my friends, it is because you can help that I have. You want to use the fact that I'm a female human, often characterized as having a high empathy quotient, to manipulate us into opening new bank accounts," Velma said, looking at the koala as if she was highly unimpressed. She could hear his secrets, and this koala had no girlfriend or even a crush. She was not interested in people like this. The koala froze, having been caught red-handed, but quickly recovered. "There's absolutely no reason why this is a bad thing," the koala said, putting on his most charming smile. "If you open up a bank account as an incentive, the bank will donate to the cause of preserving the forest. Opening the bank account also has no drawbacks and instead has numerous benefits. Except that our karma would be permanently intertwined with the bank's, which would use this connection to boost its own karma," Velma said dismissively. "Please leave, we're not interested." The koala looked at them awkwardly and then just left. Lex, on the other hand, looked at Velma highly impressed. "How did you read his thoughts?" Lex asked as they entered the cafe and took a seat in a corner, far away from others. A sound insulation formation ensured that their conversation was not overheard. "I didn't read his thoughts," Velma said. "Instead, by strongly connecting with my tenet, I could use it to not just learn about laws, but the material world as well. I think, at a higher level of mastery, one can use tenets not just to control laws, but the actual universe around them." Lex was stunned, for he never heard of this before. "That can't be," he said. "I even went to the Temple of Fasting and asked them how to train in the immortal realm. Although they told me strengthening my tenet would allow me to gain more control over laws, they never mentioned something like connecting with my tenet." Velma just shrugged, for she had no explanation for it. "Hasn't that caused you to trigger another tribulation, though?" Lex asked. "Once, when my actions synchronized with my tenet, it caused my tenet to grow stronger and triggered a tribulation to move up a level. Yes, actually, I do feel like I'm ready to trigger another tribulation, but not until I fully digest the changes from becoming an immortal. It will take at least a decade or even more before I'll reach that point." Lex didn't say anything, but in his heart he felt like the universe was being sexist because he certainly didn't get any such buffer. The three continued to chat, and eventually even ordered some snacks. In fact, they were also just wasting time because the bank hadn't given them any information yet. They needed to get their identity cards, as well as find out where they would be living, and their schedule for the next few days. But considering the fact that they had been recently attacked, it was understandable that they were late doing such things. The three of them, being understanding people, didn't mind this at all. Moreover, though it was easy to say that they were at a cafe, the food and drinks there were beyond sublime, and could be considered a part of them gaining experience. Like that, a few hours passed by seemingly in the blink of an eye, when suddenly Velma sat up straight. "Do you want to see something interesting?" Velma asked the group suddenly. "Sure, what is it?" Lex asked. "Secret," she responded mischievously, and disabled the isolation formation around them, and yet continued to sit there. On the floor below them, a sunset tiger had just walked into the cafe when she suddenly froze and sniffed the air before looking up. It was as if she could directly see through the floor. "Why do I smell Bagheera's scent?" she asked herself, but made no moves to investigate. This was the property of the Versailles Bank. She wasn't suicidal, so naturally she wouldn't cause a scene. But a scene was caused anyway, when a short while later an anxious Bagheera showed up at the cafe. Chapter 1430, One We Should Avoid Getting Involved. Lex had long been disillusioned to his own reality. He knew he wasn't exactly a good guy based on the traditional definition of things. Although he tried to avoid killing people, the number of beings who had died by his hand was so immense that he actually had no idea what the number was. At the same time, he usually took a bit of pleasure in making his enemies feel hopeless, in watching them build up hope after almost peeling away defenses, only to realize that his body was, in every metric, much stronger than the actual armor that he wore. But such things were reserved only for his enemies. Lex did his best to stay polite and amicable towards people on an ordinary basis, and though he had goaded the Panther a bit into revealing details about the glass containers they arrived in, the way that Lex saw it, the bank owed him that much after getting him involved in some random confrontation. So in essence, Lex was usually a good guy, and if he ever needed to be bad or mean, he tried to reserve it for his enemies. But what was happening in front of him was a level of torture Lex could neither have imagined being orchestrated by one of his companions. He looked over to Velma and saw her smirking. "Why would you do that?" he asked in a whisper, his mind racing back to the scene he had just witnessed. Bagheera had come running in, relieved to see that his date was alone. He wore a relieved smile, but that froze quick enough when the Sunset Tiger asked him a question. "Why do you have the scent of another woman on you, Bagheera? And why is that woman upstairs with your scent on her?" Lex felt his literal hair stand up on his body as he realized that the poor Panther had fallen into a trap. Unfortunately, the rest of the conversation was blocked by the sound isolation formation that suddenly turned on. "It's for his own good," Velma explained. "He really likes her, but he is too shy and conservative. She also likes him, but is proud and bold. If he cannot publicly acknowledge their relationship, it will be doomed. Or if he does not do some grand gesture to show her he really cares, she will eventually let him go. Compared to that, this is a simple misunderstanding that can be cleared up with a simple explanation. But making her think that other women want her man will make her feel proud of her choice and more protective of him. On the other hand, clearly explaining the situation and handling it well will force Bagheera to acknowledge his feelings for her. Their relationship will only be stronger after this." Lex looked at her oddly. "I'm sure there was a better way of doing this. Poor fellow, he had to go through so much suffering." Velma shrugged. "You're probably right, but sometimes it's easier to push people along than convince them logically of those very same things that will benefit them. Anyway, I'll try not to do this again. I was just testing out the limits of my powers this time. You know, there's a famous saying back on my planet. With great power comes great opportunities to do some mischief. But just don't get carried away sometimes. When you're having too much fun, it's easy to get pushed in over your head." Velma looked at Lex oddly, but didn't say anything. "Nothing, I just have a feeling that your version of the saying is incorrect. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire." Lex shook his head and then turned to look back down. "They're about to open the isolation formation," he said, just as the tiger stepped out, looking extremely proud. Behind her, Bagheera was using his tail to dab his forehead with a magical handkerchief that could endlessly absorb sweat. "I wonder what they said," Lex mused. "I can see why you find this interesting. I take back what I said. You should do this more often." Velma looked at him, and after a few moments asked him a simple question. "Hey Lex, who's Giselle?" Lex coughed, almost spilling the drink in his hand, and turned back to Velma. "On second thought, I think it's best you don't interfere with people anymore." "It seems there's another development," Gerard said, interrupting the two. When they looked down, they saw that the pair was about to exit, when another Sunset Tiger walked into the cafe and seemed to recognize Bagheera's paramour. "Was this a part of your calculations too?" Lex asked, but Velma only shook her head. "I'm not omniscient. How could I have guessed that they'll run into a situation like this?" The trio looked on with great interest as the new tiger heavily flirted with Bagheera's love interest, right in front of him. Oddly enough, she did not shun his advances, though she did not accept them either. She just stood there silently, observing how Bagheera reacted. "Oh dear, it looks like there's going to be a scene," Gerard said, as he stood up and fixed his tie. "We should really avoid getting involved in unnecessary problems," Lex lamented, even though he also stood up and began to stretch. The reason those two stood up was because Velma had already made her way downstairs. "Oh, Bagheera, is this the charming lady for whom you ordered the ambrosia sunrise?" she said, pulling out the bottle of fermented elixir and showing it to the group. Bagheera looked panicked, while the tigress seemed surprised at the fact that Bagheera had actually prepared a surprise for her. A sunrise elixir for a sunset tiger? How romantic. "Buddy, you better step up soon or you're going to lose your lady." Lex covertly sent a spiritual sense message to Bagheera, prompting him to realize that the situation was getting out of hand. "Lady Vivian, you brought out the elixir too early," Bagheera said. My surprise is not complete, but since the surprise has already been revealed, we might as well enjoy it. Bagheera took the bottle, giving Velma a grateful look, and then walked up to her, ignoring the fuming tiger standing right beside him. Yet before he could say anything, the angry tiger lunged forward. "You perverted panther! How dare you turn your lascivious eyes towards the sunset tigers?" Chapter 1432 Liam. Chapter 1432 Liam. The tiger that attacked was somewhere near the very peak of the Earth Immortal realm, but not quite there. If Lex had to guess, he would say the tiger was either a level 7 or 8 Earth Immortal. Bagheera, on the other hand, was closer to the middle of the Earth Immortal realm, maybe a level 4 or 5. Of course, strength could not be measured merely by levels, but with Bagheera's personality the way it was better to assume that his strength did not surpass what it appeared to be on the surface. Ironically, it was the tigress who had the highest cultivation of the three, undeniably at the very peak of the Earth Immortal realm. If a fight broke out between them, it would not end swiftly and would cause a lot of damage. Of course, that was presuming that the fight was not immediately put to a stop by the bank's security forces. Even as they headed downstairs, Lex and Gerard could sense the security closing in, since they too could sense a fight about to break out. But whether the fight lasted a long time or not, they absolutely could not let Velma come to harm. When the tiger eventually lunged towards Bagheera, Velma was standing right beside him. Even if she was not the target of the attack, as a mere level 1 Earth Immortal, she would not escape unharmed just from being near it. The sunset tiger was, as the name might suggest, a beast, and beasts did not really have tenets. That was primarily a humanoid thing. Instead, they manipulated laws using their own unique abilities or through their incredibly powerful bodies. The sunset tigers, as a race, had strong affinity towards stars, fire, and damnation. All three of those laws manifested in the tiger's claws as he aimed to rip Bagheera's scales off his face. Yet just as his power rose to a crescendo, and he was ready to unleash all his might, a human hand appeared right in front of him, his fingers interlocking between his claws and somehow suppressing the laws in his body. In a single moment, the tiger went from lunging into an attack to holding hands with a human, awkwardly standing on its hind legs as if they were about to dance. The worst part of it was, the tiger tried to fight back, but its entire body was frozen still. It was as if the human had proven himself to be supreme, suppressing the tiger in all aspects, whether it be bloodline, strength, laws, or anything else. "I'm very flattered that you feel like dancing, but I'm really only interested in human females," said Lex as he looked at the tiger. He really did not want to get involved in other people's business, but if he had to get involved, it was best to take control of the whole situation. If a fight broke out, there would be problems, but if it never reached that level at all, then things would be much easier. Before the tiger could process what Lex had said, Lex finally let go of the tiger's claws and stepped back. A number of guards, all dressed completely in armor, so their race and identity was completely hidden, arrived within the cafe. "Thank you for intervening, dear guest," said one of the guards, stepping forward, "but we'll take things from here." "No problem at all," said Lex with a smile. The tiger, finally free from Lex's influence, calmed down. It knew that with the bank's security on scene now, it had lost the opportunity to do as it pleased. Even so, it did not back down. It looked at Lex for a moment with wariness in his eyes, but considering that Lex did not actually harm him in any way, turned to look back at Bagheera. "This is not over, Panther. The dignity of the sunset tigers cannot be stained by the likes of you." "I don't think it's anyone else's business who I associate with," the tigress said, walking up beside Bagheera, who had managed to maintain a tough facade throughout. "I think you have made a grave mistake," Bagheera said, walking up to the tiger and looking it directly in the eye. "It's not that the dignity of the sunset tigers cannot be stained, but that the dignity of the bank cannot even be touched." The statement was kind of pointless, since everyone here was a part of the bank, the tiger included. But the difference was, Bagheera may not be strong, but he understood the complex dynamics of the bank better than most, and that is how he rose through the ranks. For the tiger to do something so reckless, in a time where the bank had also just suffered a setback, was practically just asking for trouble. Before the tiger could respond, the guards escorted him away, leaving the group by themselves, though some guards remained within the cafe. The others within were also watching with interest, especially since the entire confrontation had happened outside an isolation formation. "I must thank you for your timely assistance," the tigress said, stepping forward to Lex. "I don't think anyone else could have disarmed the situation quite so effortlessly. My name is Myra Hart of the Red Hart clan. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Lex had told the others to use a fake name, and already knew that Velma had gone with Vivian, while Gerard had gone with the name Butler. For himself, he first thought of sticking with Leo, but that identity of his had already been revealed, so now it was time for a new fake identity. My name is Liam. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Myra. It's such a shame we met under such unfortunate circumstances. Liam, I'm glad I ran into you all, said Bagheera. I was going to come look for you soon anyway. Your accommodations have been decided and your new schedule has been released. If you're free now, I can take you to your temporary residence. You won't have a lot of free time after this. Chapter 1433 Danger Analysis I. Chapter 1433 Danger Analysis I. It was a harmless question, though everyone could tell that one of the reasons Bagheera wanted to lead them away was because he did not want to have a private conversation with Myra in front of them. Of course, Lex almost immediately also sensed that there was more to the situation than appeared at a glance. His vast experience in landing in the most troublesome situation possible led him to immediately conclude that Myra's background was not as simple as it appeared, and that the Red Hart clan she originated from was deeply involved with the bank on numerous levels. If that were the case, then the tiger he had just danced with also likely had a deep background, and chances were that he had just interfered in a courting process that had the secret approval of two heavyweight clans, and ruined some plans long set in motion. Of course, considering Lex's usual bad luck, he would also assume that Bagheera's background was especially controversial, resulting in a classic Romeo and Juliet situation. But considering the fact that he was supposed to be having good luck due to his immense positive karma, he concluded that the situation was possibly different. That either meant that the other tiger's background wasn't significant, but considering the fact that he had the courage to cause a fight in the bank, that was unlikely. The only other possible solution was that Bagheera's background was not controversial, but instead very powerful, but he had to keep it secret for some reason. Almost all of this was entirely conjecture, but even a baseless conjecture, when had by an immortal, was more than likely correct. It was because of how deeply involved they were with laws, and the feedback they got from their corresponding laws and specialities. After all, not everyone was a maniac like Lex trying to manipulate whatever laws he wished. Most Earth immortals focused only on a few specific laws to increase their mastery over them. Lex was able to discern all this based on his own experiences, but he wasn't the only one with unique experiences. Velma immediately sensed that Myra's past was messy and filled with an unspeakable pain, which is why what she sought now was not strength or background, but sincerity and loyalty. She had enough self-confidence to face even societal pressure as long as she thought the partner was worth it, disregarding societal norms and stereotypes by even affiliating with someone from a different feline subrace. Gerard, as the only one in the group who was in a relationship, had his own unique insights into the matter, and was able to tell that the true obstacles these two faced were not the external ones, but their own internal doubts which were causing them to hesitate from going all out. All three of them had their unique insight into the situation, but neither of them spoke on such matters anymore. Interfering too much was not a good thing, and as Lex had just said, it was good to know when to stop. Gerard, as the only one in the group who was in a relationship, had his own unique insights into the matter, and was able to tell that the true obstacles these two faced were not the external ones, but their own internal doubts which were causing them to hesitate from going all out. All three of them had their unique insight into the situation, but neither of them spoke on such matters anymore. Interfering too much was not a good thing, and as Lex had just said, it was good to know when to stop. If it would not be too much trouble, then it would be great if you could lead us, said Lex. Of course, if you have some matters to attend to first, we can wait a bit. Not at all, the bank's duties must be done first and foremost, Bagheera exclaimed righteously. The group bade Myra farewell, and followed Bagheera as he led them on their way. This branch of the bank was not too big, considering it was a branch in a major realm. This branch, meaning the specific building they were in, was approximately the size of Texas from back on Earth. For those who were unfamiliar with the size of Texas, it was approximately 863,007 Danny DeVitos wide, and 844,878 Danny DeVitos long. Naturally, a branch that large fit a lot of things in it, though Lex felt confused. It was a bank. They were supposed to store money, or well maybe in this case spiritual stones. Even so, with the availability of spatial rings, did they need a branch this large? So he asked Bagheera. The services the bank provides are a lot more than you expect. Bagheera said. It is simultaneously impossible to conceive of all the businesses that the bank is involved in, and at the same time very easy. Just imagine anything and everything legal as determined by the universal mandate and has the possibility for profit, and the bank will be involved in it. Universal mandate, what's that? Lex asked, suddenly feeling like he was about to touch upon something far beyond him, yet at the same time his instincts didn't react. Was there something wrong? The answer was quickly forthcoming. The universal mandate is a stele in the primary realm which dictates the few laws that all beings in the universe must abide by, Bagheera answered. Don't ask me what happens if someone breaks the laws, for I've never even heard of such a situation. To begin with, someone like me doesn't even know what these laws are. I also have no idea where the mandate came from and who decided on the rules. All I know is that in every mission statement the bank has ever published, they emphasize that they strictly adhere to the universal mandate while conducting business. So the reason why Lex didn't get any warnings, as if he was about to learn some information he was not yet ready for, was because he didn't learn anything meaningful at all. At most, he now knew that somewhere in the universe there existed a set of rules that dictated the universal right or wrong. But considering that Sanguis Pluvia had not been condemned for participating in slavery, illegal cloning, realm-wide terrorism, and countless other sins, he doubted that his sense of morality was the same as that which governed the universe as a whole. Perhaps, for beings who looked down on the whole universe, with all its numerous realms, major and minor, things such as murder and genocide were entirely inconsequential, and instead there were other things that concerned them. Chapter 1434, Danger Analysis, II. Chapter 1434, Danger Analysis, II. Lex could not even begin to imagine what such a situation was like, nor did he try. Hey Mary, do you know anything about the universal mandate? Lex asked. Yes, I know it exists, she said. But beyond that, it was a little out of my reach. Even the head of the Celestial Court is not qualified to look at the universal mandate. Perhaps the leader of the entire humanoid alliance would be qualified, but such matters were far too removed from me to ever concern me. Lex was surprised by that response, just as much as he was surprised by the fact that she was even able to give a response. More importantly, he had always thought that Mary was one of the strongest beings in existence, but the matters of the universal mandate were far beyond even her. In fact, she spoke of the leader of the Celestial Court as if they too were far stronger than her. But as curious as he was about these things, it was best to focus on the things that were much more pertinent to his present. After going through a couple of teleportation formations, the group was eventually brought to what looked like a suburban residential area, with numerous houses placed side by side in neighborhoods. Each of you have your own residence to enjoy, though the schedule you all have is the same. In about 8 hours, a vehicle will come by to collect you and bring you to the other sponsories of the bank, and your briefing will begin. In exactly 6 days, everyone will depart from the bank to the expo. It is imperative to learn all that you need to know about the Arctica realm, its rules and norms, as well as what to expect in the expo. The Arctica realm is far from as friendly and habitable as the Yuza's realm. Should we expect any more problems? Gerard asked. I mean the kind we encountered on our way here. Considering the scale of your organization, I expect they will be able to handle the threat, and that there won't be a repeat of such danger. For all the apologies you have given us, it does not make up for the fact that we got pulled into an unaffiliated conflict that we still know nothing about, and suffer the risk of facing more dangers. If that is the case, then perhaps we should avoid the expo altogether. Lex was surprised by Gerard's sudden firm stance, but then again it made sense. He had been the head of security at the Midnight Inn for a very long time, so he was used to seeing these things from a different point of view. Bagheera sighed. I know it doesn't mean much, but I once again extend our sincerest apologies for getting you involved in this situation. I can assure you, there will be no repeat of this incident, and that the bank will thoroughly make up for it as well. You will also be given a detailed explanation of what happened and why, just as soon as the bank finishes handling the situation. In fact, the relatively undamaged container you three specifically brought out played a great role in expediting the search for how the containers were targeted, and the responsible parties as well. Rest assured that there will be an additional reward for this as well. In that case, I'm looking forward to seeing what a reward from the famous bank Versailles looks like, interrupted Lex suddenly. If it's entirely possible, I'd like to request the possibility of determining my own reward. Naturally, I won't overreach, so if I know what options can be available to me, that would be great. I will forward your request to the bank, though I cannot determine their response, said Bagheera. Please enjoy your stay here. I will go report to my superiors. Lex and the others stayed and watched as Bagheera left, though Lex's expression became solemn once the panther had left. He said no words, but a single exchange of glances was enough for the other two to follow Lex into his own home. The houses came equipped with numerous formations and features, so Lex immediately enabled all the isolation and protection formations available before he began putting up his own personal formations around them for additional security. "This matter is far from over," Lex said gravely. "I sensed extreme danger when Bagheera said that our container played a great role in their investigation, and each time he mentioned giving us an explanation or update on what happened, the sense of danger became even greater. This matter is entirely outside the scope of what we can handle, and so we have to tread carefully. To begin with, we have to avoid taking any and all information about what actually happened and who was behind it. In fact, knowing the name of Boldedin might already be too much of a danger." "I sensed as much," Gerard said. "The way they handled this situation is unusual. Even the inn is swift in handling and responding to all threats, not to mention very clear-cut in our response. In contrast, the bank has already spent many hours, but no result has been reached. For an organization with numerous Dao Lords, this is highly unusual. More importantly, Bagheera mentioned that their bank is involved in anything that allows them to make a profit. Not only does that sound like they would even be willing to bury this incident if the outcome seemed profitable, it also indirectly means that they would also have competitors. Otherwise, they would be a monopoly, and much more aggressive in matters of profit than they appear to be. Competition implies that there are other banks or organizations of a similar scale operating in the universe. Considering that one of the bank's partners just gained sole control over a major realm, I'd imagine many of their competitors feel threatened, and so would take some kind of action. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if allowing their partners to gain control over a realm in itself was a trap set by someone else, ready to cause them a grave loss." Lex raised an eyebrow, sincerely impressed by Gerard's thorough analysis. But before he could comment, Gerard pulled out a piece of paper and showed it to Lex. "This was given to me from her." Chapter 1430, 5 Plots Within Plots. The constant uses of her did not at all confuse Lex. It was obvious that her would change upon who was using it. Just like Bagheera used her to refer to Myra, his girlfriend, Gerard also used her to refer to his own girlfriend, Lilith. Lex looked at the piece of paper and saw some words written on it. "The Versailles Bank and the Humanoid Alliance have recently had a falling out. They've been confronting the Celestials and have started funding businesses that are anti-angel interest. Be careful not to get targeted." Lex frowned for a moment and tried to evaluate his situation. He wanted to determine if he and the Midnight Inn were involved in a plot from the very beginning. Although the Midnight Inn often claimed to be a neutral organization, one could not ignore that most of the workers were humans, and most of the guests were devils. Moreover, with his recent involvement with Sekhmet would have put the Midnight Inn on a lot of people's radar. Even if others believed his claim to neutrality, at least Ra, Sekhmet, the Sanguis Pluvia, and now the HOA that backed Sekhmet would be anti-Midnight Inn. If that were the case, it would be safe to assume that, whether he knew it or not, the Midnight Inn had been pulled into the schemes of universal-level organizations. He wasn't suspecting Ripley of plotting against them. There was simply no need. Ripley merely did what he thought was good for the inn due to his sincere reverence of the innkeeper, but that did not mean that the bank backing him had no thoughts. If they were already making moves against the entire Humanoid Alliance, which Lilith had actually written as the Devilish Alliance, but Lex's translator read as the Humanoid Alliance, then moving against a few mere Earth immortals would hardly even require much precaution. In fact, it might be a good way to gauge the thoughts or capabilities of the innkeeper. For better or for worse, it was best to assume that they were already caught within someone else's scheme. On that thought, Lex was immediately tempted to escape back to the inn. No matter how strong he was, any random celestial immortal could squash him like a bug, not to mention the numerous Dao Lords these organizations had. But it was exactly because he was being plotted against that Lex couldn't leave. For reasons he did not quite understand, he could interfere in matters pertaining to Dao beings without being influenced or detected. If there was any hope of uncovering and resolving the plot, or plots, against the Midnight Inn, it would have to rely on him. Moreover, he really needed to raise his exposure now more than ever. Although at a glance it seemed like the bank had a good relationship with him, even giving him the Void Aegis, who knew what their true intentions were. What if the bank wasn't even the one plotting against him, but someone else? He needed to raise his awareness of the forces in the universe as well as how they operated, or else he wouldn't even know who or what to protect himself from. Suddenly, it felt like a lot of the pressure Lex felt in his early days of cultivating had returned. With a grave expression, he turned to look at Gerard and Velma. Fortunately, unlike his early days, he was not all alone. He had partners who were not only skilled in their own right, but had formidable connections and sources of their own. The situation has changed, Lex spoke to them, using his spirit sense. I can now conclude that someone is making use of us to probe the Midnight Inn. On appearances, it may seem like that previous attack might have been targeting the bank, but there's no reason why it couldn't also have been a convenient way to test us out, or to test out if the innkeeper would help us. If we hadn't managed to protect ourselves from that attack, and returned to the inn, that may have given the probing party some insight into the innkeeper's abilities. Gerard's and Velma's expressions turned serious as well. They did not mind going on vacation and enjoying themselves, and even being attacked during the journey did not do much to dampen their moods. But there was no way they could tolerate a threat towards the Midnight Inn. What should we do? Do you think we should return? Velma asked. No matter what action we take, it would be revealing something to the observing parties. At this point, I think what's best for us is to study the situation as best as possible and learn as much about the universe at large without getting pulled into this fight by the bank. Remember, the innkeeper's approach is not to single-handed control the inn, or else he would never need us to run errands or manage security. He is nurturing our strength, and we cannot do that by running away. We need to face this situation head-on and gain as much as we possibly can. At the same time, we need to gain a deeper understanding of the positions and stances of all the organizations we meet. For example, according to Lilith's note, the bank is making moves against the Humanoid Alliance, but the inn is not officially affiliated with anyone. Does that mean they want to sway us, or perhaps coerce us to stay away from them? What about others? In fact, even within the bank, opinions may not always be the same. In summary, we need to be wary of others while gaining as much for ourselves as possible. No matter what, a probe is only a probe, and no one is directly falling out with the Midnight Inn just yet. After all, if the bank develops a reputation for attacking potential clients, they will lose a lot of business, so they have to protect us now that we've passed the first hurdle. But we also can't rely entirely on them for help. The three of them continued to discuss their plans moving forward, for this vacation was no longer a simple one. At the same time, Lex reached out to Mary and asked her to have the Rhinocentaurs provide him more information regarding and relating to the Versailles Bank, as well as the New Age Expo. What was the point of having the equivalent of a universe gossip channel if he didn't use it when it was needed? Chapter 1436 Seraphines. Chapter 1436 Seraphines. The two Rhinocentaurs had been living a decent enough life, but they were having an early life crisis at the same time. They were effectively prisoners in the Midnight Inn, not that they went around telling people that. There was no point in antagonizing his jailers. But living in this prison had over the years not only advanced their cultivation, but also improved their cultivation talent. They were much stronger now than they were before, healthier than before, and had greater chances of raising their cultivation level to a higher ceiling. The most absurd thing was that they didn't have to do anything special to achieve this. They merely had to live in the inn for it. The magical energy within the Midnight Realm nourished their cultivation, the fresh air and clean food nourished their bodies, and the generally peaceful and relaxing environment nourished their souls. For all intents and purposes, they were in heaven. So where did the crisis come from? It was because they couldn't resign themselves to the fact that they had gone through so much to try to get systems, yet they achieved so much without ever even needing a system. All they had to do was use their group chat to spy on the universe and submit one piece of news every day. It was so absurdly easy that they were even beginning to develop a guilty conscience. After all, living at the Midnight Inn was not cheap for others, but for them it was practically free. Moreover, it wasn't like there was a shortage of things to do at the inn. Between the numerous ongoing events, the games, the ever-expanding book club, making friends with other long-term residents of the inn, and countless other activities, there was never a shortage of things to do. The thing that they enjoyed the most these days was talking to new inn guests who ventured over from beyond the inn's walls, and not from other realms. They liked to learn about the strange lands they came from, their cultures, their ways of life, and so on. One of the reasons why they enjoyed it was because of how quickly their civilizations were developing, once they gained access to the new online portal that had encompassed the Midnight Realm. considering that the absence of the heavenly tree was still affecting the realm. From things such as abnormal weather patterns to the unexpected amount of spiritual energy currents that developed, a day in the life of the Midnight Realm residents was unusual and exciting. Also, much more importantly, since the two rhinocentaurs couldn't access the portal used by residents, the only way for them to learn anything was by talking to them in person. It was a nice change of pace from constantly conversing online. "Hey, you two," called one of the inn workers as he approached them. "There's a letter here for you." The two rhinocentaurs looked at each other in confusion, then reached out and opened the letter, which turned out to be a set of new instructions. From now on, their daily pieces of news had to pertain to the Versailles Bank and the New Age Expo. More importantly, for every bit of additional news they provided about these two, they could get additional rewards, especially if the news was something very important or critical. The two shared a look before suddenly turning around and rushing back to their residence. An opportunity like this was rare, so they had to rack up all the benefits they could gather. Who cared about hunting for systems across the universe? It was more than likely going to end up with them dying in a ditch somewhere, perhaps plotted against by others in their own group chat. Instead, staying at the inn and relaying information was a much better option. What early life crisis? Such things were the luxuries of those who had struck it rich. I found 3 channels within the group chat server discussing the New Age Expo to some degree, but there are hundreds discussing the Versailles Bank. It'll be tough to sift through all of this information to find something useful, said one of the rhinocentaurs. It's pointless to look through these things randomly, said the second one. First, we need to dissect why exactly the inn suddenly needs information about these two things. There's a high chance that they've predicted something big is going to happen, so we need to look for what these two things have in common. For the bank, ignore all other random pieces of information, unless they are a level 8 on a category of importance ranging from 1 to 10. For the most part, look for their involvement in the New Age Expo. That's narrowed the list of channels greatly, said the first rhinocentaur. But there's an issue. I suspect that the more important pieces of information are not available on general chat. To truly gain access to the higher, more secret levels of information, we'll need to raise our level within the group chat. To do that, we'll need to get our hands on systems to raise our authority within the chat. The second rhinocentaur pursed its lips, thinking of a solution. We'll see what we can do about that later, he eventually said. Perhaps we can consult the Innkeeper for this matter. For now, just do your best. Here I'm sharing some links with you. I found 3 incident reports stating that the bank might have suffered an attack, but someone is trying very hard to keep the information hidden. I found something on the expo. Holy hell, this is huge. According to rumors, the Arctica race is gearing up to form an alliance with the Seraphines. Why would a race block like Seraphines form an alliance with newcomers like the Arctica race? I don't know, but this is good. Forward this information to the inn, but leave a comment on the side denoting the unusual nature of such a move. We wouldn't want to be blamed for passing on fake news. After all, this is just a rumor for now. Chapter 1430, 7 New Kid on the Block Eye. Who are the Seraphines? Lex asked Mary once she shared all the news sent by the rhinocentaurs. Yeah, just in case someone asked, the rhinocentaurs left a small note on the side of the report, she said, fixing the glasses she was wearing. Right now, she was dressed up as the secretary. I must say they've been doing a good job lately. Their reports are very thorough and detailed, a lot better than when they just started. Let's see, it says here that the Seraphines are a large race group with a dominant presence in the universe, similar to the Hellions and the Humanoid Alliance. Just as the Hellions are heavily related to the various hells in the universe, the Seraphines are related to the various heavens. Lex rubbed his chin while he connected the dots. It seemed too obvious. The bank was seemingly participating heavily in anti-angel ventures, while their partners, the Arctica race, were about to ally with the Seraphines, who are related to heaven. Lex did not know much about Eden Corp, but he could guess that the angels were also closely related to the heavens. That meant that they were either partners with, or more likely competitors of the Seraphines. But wasn't such an obvious plot too simple? It was not just Lex. Anybody who gained this information could come to the conclusion that the bank might be developing an anti-angel stance. What did it mean to be anti-angel? If it were a smaller organization, it could remain limited to the two of them. But the bank, as far as Lex could tell, was a behemoth, and if they developed too obviously against a specific race group, then it would be a matter of the entire alliance. But such an obvious play by the bank may mean that this was nothing more than business as usual. and it was mere coincidence that it was going against the angels, rather than them plotting something. After all, weren't plots supposed to be hidden and difficult to detect? Before Lex could figure things out, the sound of a doorbell interrupted his thoughts. It was time for them to leave and attend their first briefing about the expo. Remember, use this opportunity to learn as much as possible about what's going on. If we get separated, try to stay uninvolved with the attacks on the bank and state clearly that you do not want to know lest you get involved. I can sense a very direct threat related to this matter. It's going to be tough not to find out details, Velma said while wearing a wry smile. Listening in on secrets in my whole thing. Lex shrugged. Well, now is a good time to learn how to control your ability better. Do your best, but if things go wrong, do not fret the small stuff. We can take things as they come. Remember, just because we are trying not to attract attention, it does not mean we are helpless. Lex was suddenly reminded of Pelvelin, and not because the dragon's soul was partially trapped within his ring. Instead, the mighty heavenly dragon had died silently and unknowingly to a threat no one understood or could have anticipated. Even now, Lex still did not know how exactly the dragon died. But he somewhat aspired to the degree of lethality that entity had attained, silently biding his time, undetected by his target, right until he struck. Even then, no one would know it was him who struck. Stay connected with Empire. Once upon a time, he thought it would be entertaining to have a defense so high that it would drive his enemies to the point of helplessness. Now, he wanted his attack to be so fierce that no one could resist it, or even recognize who had struck. The three of them ventured out, and found a spaceship equivalent to a bus waiting for them, already filled with other people. Do you find it interesting that they're doing things like this? Lex asked out loud as they walked up. No doubt they can just teleport everyone to their destination, but they're bringing everyone along on a bus. I suppose it adds change, said Gerard. Even within our inn, guests can be teleported anywhere they wish, but the act of traveling in itself is somewhat meaningful, whether it's to pass the time or see the scenery. I suppose, said Lex. For what it was worth, the bus ship was actually quite spacious, with plenty of room for them to sit and enjoy the scenery outside as they picked up the passengers one by one. For some odd reason Lex could not explain, he felt that there was something ritualistic about picking up all the participants one by one, though he could not begin to guess what the purpose of it would be. He just didn't think, with the numerous times they emphasized the shortage of time, that spending time individually picking up countless people was a wise use of their time. But since he felt no threat, nor did he detect any danger, he just silently observed. Eventually, the ship flew up into the air, arriving at a satellite large enough to be a moon, where hundreds of other similar ships were arriving as well. They all slowly shuffled out of their vehicles and towards the stadium, making Lex feel like he was attending a sold-out concert. In fact, he was not the only one wondering about the unusual way they were all brought together, some even feeling offended, not that they could do anything about it. Soon, Lex and the others took a seat in what seemed like a massive stadium, except there was no music to be played here, nor was there any game being played. Instead, an elemental arrived on stage. Elementals were a strange and unique race, sometimes devastatingly strong and other times pathetically weak. They all consisted solely of a single element, and it was impossible to say which element was weaker or stronger. It all seemed to depend on the elemental itself. This elemental looked like it was made of warped glass, with a distinct body shape that looked nothing like any living being Lex had ever seen. All of you registered attendants for the Arctica Major Realm's first ever New Age Expo. I bid you a warm welcome. My name is Emex, and I will be instructing you on the history of the Arctica Major Realm, as well as the Arctica race. That will be followed by an explanation of the unique laws of that realm, how to survive them, the appropriate social norms, as well as restrictions. If any of you have questions, please wait until the end of the session for a specific question and answer segment to ask them. Now then, let's begin. The Arctica realm completed its transition into a major realm only a short 3,000 years ago, making it the newest addition to a major realm in the universe. Prior to its maturity, the realm was entirely inaccessible to the external universe, Dao Lords included, due to a void vortex in the vicinity of the realm. It was only after the realm matured and exerted its pressure in the surrounding region that the vortex settled and the new realm was accessible. But whether it was a stroke of luck or something else, 3,000 years was too short a period for others to locate the new major realm, even if they knew of its existence. That allowed the local powers of the Arctica Major Realm to, in a genuinely unique situation, take complete control of the entire realm. For those of you familiar with the history of the universe, you know that it is not just external intervention that usually prevents local forces from taking over an entire realm. Most realms are vast beyond measure, so much so that not even Tao Lords can fully explore them. A major realm, then, is infinitely larger. So for a single force, in a new realm that only 3,000 years ago allowed the birth of proper Tao Lords, to take complete control is absolutely unheard of. The fact, then, that when contact was finally made with external forces, the universe chose to recognize the legitimacy of the Artica, rather than compete with them for dominance, should automatically display the immensity of the martial prowess of the Artica race. There is a very important reason I am sharing this detail with you, and even explaining it to you specifically, in case you cannot gather the hints yourselves. Do not treat the Artica race as inferior or underpowered just because their realm is new. Not only are they a prideful and powerful race, they have monopolized the benefits of an entire major realm. I'm sure in the next Myriad Cosmic Ascendant Spectrum list publication, the Artica race will take up a prominent spot. As such, it would be best if you did not offend them needlessly. Please keep in mind that although your attendance has been sponsored by the bank, if you get involved in a conflict with the Artica race, the bank will not protect you. Chapter 1438 New Kid on the Block II. Chapter 1438 New Kid on the Block II. Mex's last statement caused quite a stir, as many of the sponsorees began to murmur amongst themselves. Most of them sounded offended that Mex even thought that they would need such protection, which let Lex know that these were exactly the kind of people this warning had been for. Every single being here came from a powerful background, most likely near or at the Tao level. Despite how rare Tao Lords were, when considered on a universal scale, it made sense that there would be a lot of them. As such, there were naturally a lot of Tao-level organizations. Lex was not surprised at all that anyone from such a prestigious background would be prideful, but in his opinion that was false pride. What was the point of that pride when it relied entirely on someone else? They did not understand the pressure one had to face to keep them safe without the presence of a Tao Lord. They did not know how vulnerable and weak they would be. Moreover, the power scale of Tao Lords was complex, and it was not easy to determine who was stronger or weaker, at least for simple immortals like them. In that case, why would they even risk attracting antagonistic attention towards their own backgrounds? Lex couldn't see the logic in it, but it only made sense that such actions were not logical. The strong were used to being revered, and suddenly being told that they had to revere others in turn offended their sensibilities. But Lex didn't care about them. No, what Lex picked up, the hidden message between the lines, was that the bank was purposefully trying to raise the prestige of the Artica race. No doubt many of those here would not heed the bank's warning, or would forget about it. Only when they faced the repercussions would they remember this little warning. It was quite curious that the bank was putting in a lot of thought and effort towards propping up the Artica race. Either their cooperation was far greater than Lex originally imagined, or there was more going on behind the scenes. Probably both. The Artica realm has a strong affinity towards anything associated with cold, ice, yin, frigid, and such. But that does not mean that other elements are not present. It's just that these are in greater abundance. Moreover, the existence model within the Artica race is a blend between star and galaxy models, with power-level distinctions and sub-realms that are not minor realms. Basically, there exist levels within the Artica realm, and only beings of a specific power level can exist within those levels. Through various means, those boundaries can be temporarily circumvented, but that comes at a great cost. For example, the most basic level, which also contains the higher number of beings, only allows beings up to the foundation level of power. Once someone wishes to transcend that level, and they have the ability to do so, the laws of the realm bring them to an alternate realm that the locals call the Challenge Realm, where they must overcome a trial specific to them. Overcoming that trial automatically allows them to break through to the Golden Core level, without so much as a hint of a bottleneck. But that is not necessarily a good thing, for in the subsequent level, the power level is between Golden Core and nascent levels of power, with none stronger or weaker allowed to exist within. In this case, the new transcended Golden Core cultivator automatically goes from being at the highest power within their level to the lowest one. Similarly, if someone within a higher level has a child or offspring, that child is automatically transported to the appropriate level for their existence. The locals have developed a strong culture of protecting the young, for if it were not so, then none would survive, and all races would go extinct. Also, it isn't worth offending someone at a higher level, for those living in higher levels have a degree of control and influence over the lower levels. The third, and up until recently final level of the Arctica realm was for immortals. It used to be the largest, and was filled solely with immortals, though the innate dangers of that level kept their numbers from rising too high despite their apparent immortality. Each level, divided from one another, is like its own unique realm, but at the same time holds numerous superclusters, massive structures containing multiple galaxy clusters and groups. The newest and most powerful level of the Arctica race is for Tao Lords. Due to the inherent structure of the entire realm, any Tao Lord that gains control of the highest level gains control over, and the power of, the entire major realm. Suffice to say, the Arctica race has gained that control and hold the power of an entire major realm in their palms. Such a potent power is rare in the entire universe and cannot be challenged easily. Mex paused at that point, letting his words sink in. The entire room was silent, as everyone stared in disbelief at what they had heard. Even Lex himself, who was not entirely sure of what it meant to wield the entire power of a major realm, could appreciate that such a power was surely beyond insane. He had heard that the reason that devils could transform from their mundane into the devilish form was because of the power their entire race received from being in control of Garvitz. Lex could only presume that their uncanny ability to teleport anywhere they wished in the universe from Garvitz, as well as control demons to a fault, also came from their realm. As such, he could not even imagine what it would be like if the entire power of a major realm could be controlled and used as one wished. That is a brief history of the Arctica realm, so now we will be going over the power distribution of the realm, their rules and restrictions, and finally the details of the realm. Below the Arctica race are a number of other races who serve the Arctica race, the most prominent of whom are the Prism Whales and the Jagged Stallions. The Prism Whales act as stewards of the realm, while the Jagger Stallions are the peacekeepers. Considering that the realm in itself is extremely dangerous, they do not allow large-scale conflicts and wars. Unauthorized combat in occupied areas is a very severe crime, punishable by crippling or death. However, it is fairly easy to receive authorization should anyone require. However, there are a few rules even to that. Under no circumstances is any adult allowed to fight or harm a child in any way. The definition of child, according to the norms of the Arctica realm, is anyone who has yet to participate in the transcendence ritual, something unique to those born in the Arctica realm. Although during the expo, none of you will be sent to areas where there should be any children, I must emphasize this particular detail in case of unexpected incidents. The Arctica race itself is a semi-aquatic, semi-aerial race with a pair of wings that also serve as fins, as well as a long tail. Though they avoid land when they can due to the absence of legs, it does not mean that they cannot go there. They share the same affinities as that of the realm and conduct themselves according to a strict hierarchy based on their strength. The strong are respected, while the weak are protected. They are a highly unified, highly cohesive race who put the well-being of their collective over the individual. After years of contact, the bank can describe the Arctica race as having strong morals and guiding principles, who will not tolerate a breach of the rules. However, as long as you operate within their rules, they will not discriminate or treat you unfairly. I will now provide you with a comprehensive breakdown of the rules you are expected to follow as guests, and keep in mind that there have been many allowances made due to the expo. For those interested in visiting the realm under different circumstances, a 300-volume collection of laws has been compiled for you to peruse. Now let's begin. As a visitor, you must. Lex was highly intrigued by the uniqueness of the Arctica realm, as well as the unusual way in which they operated. The rules also, in his opinion, were also great, and were just a compilation of basic etiquette in his opinion. But it seemed like not everyone else was of the same opinion, for the rule prohibiting bringing any slaves at all was very unpopular. Unfortunately, that also gave Lex a lot of insight into how common slavery was in the universe. He wondered if others had brought slaves into the inn yet. It was entirely possible, but it was not something he had been looking out for, so he never noticed. At least it brought him a new appreciation for the Arctica race, which was a surprise considering what he learned previously was beginning to paint them in a negative light. It seemed like the new kids on the block were far from simple. Chapter 1439 Deep Waters. Chapter 1439 Deep Waters. The first day of briefings lasted 10 hours, after which Lex and the rest were sent back so that they could rest and absorb the information. For immortals, 10 hours was far from enough to tire them out, So in reality, the break was so that they could discuss and contemplate amongst themselves and their teams how they would proceed. Lex, too, had things to think about. For the majority of the briefing, Lex discovered that he found the laws and rules made a lot of sense and were fair. But when accumulated together, such fairness somehow turned into an extremely constrictive environment. The rules for the locals and guests were not the same, and it was fair that the guests should not make life difficult for the locals. But the impression that Lex got from his first briefing was that the Artica race was extremely protective of themselves and their realm, and did not actually want anyone coming in, but were forced to accept them. Despite their many restrictions, Lex could already tell that for better or for worse, the Artica realm was destined to be incredibly popular, if inter-realm travel to and from became convenient. Like every other major realm in the universe, the Artica realm had some unique treasures and materials that could only be found within it. But much more important than anything was the fact that it could allow certain people to completely ignore bottlenecks. Of course, it was not so straightforward, as whichever cultivator wished to skip the bottleneck would still need to face the challenge realm. But even if the challenge realm had a 90% fatality rate, which it did not, Lex could imagine cultivators from all over the universe who were stuck at bottlenecks somehow finding a way to arrive at the Artica realm. Heck, if the Artica realm had not straight-out banned anyone trying to use their realm to enter the Tao Lord realm, Lex could imagine that countless celestial immortals would have already migrated over. Lex found the whole thing quite interesting, and it gave him a few ideas about his Midnight realm as well, but nothing he could implement at the moment. The thing that caught his interest the most, however, was the ambiguous dangers of the Artica realm. They were hinted upon multiple times, but never clearly expressed. One of the reasons, as far as Lex could gather, that the realm was such a cohesive force was because the entire realm faced some kind of imminent and ultimate danger that was so immense that only through complete unity could they survive it. What that danger was exactly had not been mentioned, only that the bank and the Artica race would ensure that there would be no incident of that danger being exposed at the expo. But for all the unfriendliness that they were showing within their own realm, the Artica race clearly had plans to spread throughout the universe at a fast pace, already having occupied dozens of smaller, immature realms around their own. From what had been briefly mentioned, those external satellite realms were being developed to serve as centers of trade, where the Artica realm would ally with other forces in the universe. "Did you learn anything interesting?" Lex asked Gerard and Velma once they returned to their homes. Though they had been together, they had not conversed much, so there was a chance either of them had learned something, through their own means, that they might want to share. "I can speculate, but nothing concrete," said Gerard. "Based purely on the information we've been provided, I can venture a guess that the relationship between the bank and the Artica race might not be as great as we've been led to believe. If it were, then the rules would not have been so stringent, and the bank as well would not have emphasized that they would not speak out on anyone's behalf. It indicates a certain lack of confidence, or perhaps that they do not want to strain their relationship asking for unnecessary favors. I also believe that their realm might have been infiltrated by others before and caused a certain amount of chaos, hence their extreme vigilance towards outsiders. If these specific details are of importance, then to know more we would need to learn about the details of the first few interactions the Artica race had with the rest of the universe, and how that played out." Velma nodded and then spoke up as well. A lot of the people in the hall did not take the threat of the Artica race too seriously, and not because they're overly confident in their own background. Instead, it's because while the Artica race might be a threat to any one of them individually, it is impossible for them to take on all of them together. It seems like there is an unspoken agreement between them to pressure the Artica race together. Chances are this is a probe, and the reason the bank so clearly absolved itself of any responsibility is because it is expecting this, and wants to see the Artica race's reaction. "So much for being on the same side," Lex muttered as he dissected the bank's behavior. On the surface, it seemed like the bank was allying with the Artica race, but from what he gathered it was also pressuring it to allow the expo, which would then indirectly serve as an opportunity to test their capabilities and their behavior. It was an open conspiracy, but the thing about it that made Lex the most uncomfortable was that if the bank was willing to do such a thing to their so-called partners, why were they being so nice to the Midnight Inn? Or was it just that they hadn't made their intentions clear yet? After all, the bank had likely been working with the Artica race for hundreds, if not thousands of years. They had taken their time to spring this trap. With the Midnight Inn, things were just getting started. It was a testament to his immense self-control that he did not frown. The Midnight Inn was getting involved in deeper water than ever before, and the danger that he now needed to juggle was even greater. Chapter 1440, The Captain Has Lost His Mind. Chapter 1440, The Captain Has Lost His Mind. The three of them talked for a while longer before splitting to do their own things within the short break that they had, before being taken back once more. The venue was the same, and once again the person, or rather elemental, who was briefing them was Imex. Today we will go over the segments involved in the expo, what to expect in them, and their timeline. Right off the bat, I should begin by informing you that the expo is intended to be 5 years long, and the Arctica realm has been preparing for it for over a century, so there is a lot to look forward to. An entire star system has been specifically and specially prepared for the expo, and under ordinary circumstances, all attendees will have permission to explore anywhere within the boundaries of that star system. All locals you encounter within that star system will also be those who have been specifically assigned to that star system for the very purpose of this expo. The first segment will be the introductory phase, wherein for 1 year you will be introduced to the various aspects of Arctica. This includes the changing seasons, the unusual energy patterns within their star systems, the various kinds of anomalous ice available, and more. You will be given a glance at their technology, their cultivation systems, their techniques, and more. This will be organized through a series of games, tournaments, competitions, and more. Since this is an expo, not only will they be showcasing all of these, they will also be actively engaging you to learn how they can cooperate with you to form a mutually beneficial relationship. The second segment will be, by far, the shortest segment, which will take place for only 3 months. After the first segment is over, those selected by an independent committee formed of the Arctica race will be allowed to visit the parts of the realm not specifically prepared for the expo. This is to give various powers and organizations a glimpse into the daily life of an Arctica realm local. This will be followed by the third segment, which will be the largest and longest segment of the expo, where participants will compete for the right to enter into partnership and trade with the Arctica race itself, as well as possibly earn the right to form an alliance with the realm itself. We will get into the details of the competitions shortly, but suffice to say that they will cover a vast array of subjects such as agriculture, animal husbandry, mining, manufacturing, alchemy, formations, technology, cultivation, and much more. The final segment, which will once again last for 1 year, will only be for those who were selected during the third segment as potential partners for the Arctica realm, and will consist of a meeting wherein the Arctica race will unveil their plans to develop their major realm over the next 50 millennia, and how others can cooperate with it during this time. Those who were not selected can spend the remainder of their time within the designated star system, or leave if they so wish. This is a brief overview of how the segments will play out, but now I will go into more detail about each segment. By the way, the star system selected as the site for the expo is, as can be expected, highly concentrated in cold and yin energies, so those with weaknesses or conditions that do not suit this environment, please take precautions beforehand. Let's listen to the briefing, while figuring out his own timeline as well. There was no way he had 5 years to waste on an expo, not to mention the fact that time flowed faster in the Midnight Realm than in the Origin Realm, where time flowed faster than in major realms. If the Midnight Realm was 3 times faster than the Origin Realm, then it was 6 times faster than major realms. So 5 years in the Arctica Realm would be equal to 30 years in the Midnight Realm. There was no way he could leave for that long, not to mention that the Midnight Games was only going to last a little less than a year in the Origin Realm. Besides that, he also had to visit the Seraphim Resort for a quest, the timeline for which was moving according to the internal time of the Midnight Realm. If Lex did not have the mental capacity of an immortal, just figuring out his own timeline would give him a migraine. He had to see how much time he could afford to squander. No, how much time he could invest researching into his potential adversaries of the future. He had a feeling, not a warning from his instincts, but one from his own judgment, that getting a glimpse into how the Arctica race developed, and planned to develop for the next 50 millennia, will give him great insight into how he himself should develop, and things to watch out for. The issue before him was complicated, but not entirely unsolvable. He looked at Gerard and Velma. Looking at the new timeline, he might have to leave them here on their own, but he'd leave it up to them whether they wanted to stay or not. As for experiencing the Arctica race's development plans himself, he had another idea for that. At the end of the briefing session, Lex asked his first question. Will everyone going to the expo be going through the bank, or should we expect other forces to bring participants as well? Imex paused for a moment, for such a question somewhat undermined the bank, but it was a necessary question nevertheless. After all, everyone had to watch out for potential competitors. Yes, various forces from across the universe will be bringing in participants to the expo, Imex answered. It was a simple question, and did not cause many ripples within the hall. Inside the folklore realm, however, a massive wooden ship suddenly burst forth from within a golden cloud. Gravity eels leaped up from the clouds as well, like fish jumping out of the ocean, as they gave chase to the quarry that had eluded them for so long. The sight was as majestic as it was horrifying, for both the ship and the eels were absolutely gigantic, tearing through the skies with absolute abandon. In a strange dichotomy of the sight, a faint, almost negligible sound could be heard, as if yelled by an incredibly tiny being. "Oh Lord, the captain has lost his mind." Chapter 1441 Meetings in the Dark Eye. Time was the most basic fundamental for all of existence, and yet it was not something that could easily be explained or understood. Mortals had their own ideas about it, and immortals their own. Even beings of Tao discussed time, yet even they only dared to discuss it, and none claimed to have mastered it. The flow of time varied between realms, and the farther they were from maturity, the faster their flow of time was. It was for that reason that when the Midnight Realm was formed, Lex saw millions of years pass by as if mere seconds were passing. Time was the one single constant in the entire universe, yet the flow of time was not constant anywhere. At one particular instance of time, Lex was listening to a briefing about the Arctica realm, while Jack was surfing the golden clouds in another realm. The flow of time for these two places was relatively similar, yet at the same time, he was also completely aware of everything happening within the Midnight Realm, where time was flowing much faster. It was fortunate that he was an immortal with a formidable mind, or else he would have struggled to process such a deluge of information at various rates. But unknown to him, elsewhere in the universe, there were places where the flow of time was even slower than that of major realms. In one such place, Lilith Val-Kil'Jur, sister of Loretta Pendle Val-Kil'Jur, daughter of the devil Tao Lord Balam, was sitting on a stone bench, her eyes closed as if she was meditating. She had been like that for an unknown amount of time, but a strange sound suddenly awoke her. Her eyes flashed open, though she dared not study her unfamiliar surroundings too closely. She stood up, her arms folded in front of her, as if anticipating the arrival of someone esteemed. The solid stone doors in front of her suddenly opened, and from within them stepped forth a handsome devil, one who was known throughout the universe, though Lilith only knew him as her father's right-hand devil. "The Lord will see you now, little Lilith," the devil said with a warm smile, as if looking down on a beloved niece. But Lilith dared not treat him like a familiar uncle. She bowed deeply and walked through the doors. "Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire." Lilith was garbed in a special attire that had been specifically designed just for her, with the intention of allowing her to bear the presence of a Tao Lord. In fact, it was that familiar uncle himself who had made her current attire. As a demi-Tao Lord and attendant for an actual Tao Lord, he had to do such things often. Lilith was extremely nervous, for this was possibly the first time in her entire existence that she would meet her father's real body, if it was the real one. Who could say? As for where she was, and why she had to meet her father here, those were questions she did not even have the right to ponder. The farther along she walked, the less and less she could see and perceive of her surroundings, until eventually she felt like she was in a hall made entirely of black marble, illuminated with black lights, filled with black tables, holding black items, and countless figures cloaked entirely in black all around her. It was clear that her perception was extremely skewed, but Lilith secretly felt like she was in a very special place, the kind of place she should never be able to enter. "Well, what do you think?" she heard her father ask, though the question was clearly not pointed towards her. "Yes, the cause and effect are genuine," responded another voice. "This cannot be faked. Someone has made the first move." There was a pause, or perhaps Lilith could no longer hear what was being said. All she knew was that she stood there for a while longer, until eventually her father spoke to her. "You have done well, Lilith. You may return and do as you please. You may collect your rewards in Garvitz whenever you have the strength to do so. They will be in your mother's palace." Lilith nodded deeply and quickly departed. From start to end she said nothing, but she felt no disappointment. Instead, she was almost overwhelmed by excitement. She had earned the praise of a Tao Lord. This was much more valuable than simply winning the appraisal of a parent. The praise of a Tao Lord was a tangible force that would alter her karma and basically her whole life for the better. Back in that hall, Balam turned to look from his daughter back at the rest of the room. All around were dome-shaped pieces of marble, either black or white, placed on various levels, as if on a model map. "Does this mean that we are executing the plan?" Balam asked. Numerous other figures in the room moved, as if pondering the question. There was a celestial sitting in the far end of the hall, and between him and Balam there were other humanoid races. There were elves, there were angels, there were dwarves, there was even a giant, and a few more. Of the more widely known humanoid races, only humans and fairies seemed to be missing. Of course, that was also because they were the only two without Tao Lords to even attend such a meeting. As far as we can tell, there has been no direct word from Mother Nuwa. Even so, the first step has been taken. We must assume that there is more in play than we have the right to know. The attention of the universe is diverted. The dragons and elementals do not care to target others. The divine patrons are too busy with their own war. And the banks, well, the banks will do what they do best and stay in the background. Ventura will look towards Arctica, for its unusual laws threaten the balance of power accumulation they have carefully nurtured, while the Hellions and Seraphines will both be focused on disrupting the Nephilim project. No one will suspect that we are up to something in the background. The pieces are all in place. We just need to ensure that everything goes according to plan. Just to be sure that no one suspects anything of us, we have decided to heavily invest in the Henali's origin realm, making everyone think that it will be the last major realm to form before this era comes to a close. Chapter 1442 Meetings in the Dark Eye. "Are we sure this will be enough?" asked an Ulan, leaning forward, the lines of power on his body shining with a deep green hue. "Why don't we bring in this Innkeeper who has triggered this change unintentionally, as you claim, with reports that he's created a new bastion of human potential, surpassing the heritage of those descended directly from the first kings? It is already clear that he is nurturing humans. I've also heard rumors that he is a master manipulator of karma, and according to the latest internal report published in the Versailles Bank, it is suspected that he is nurturing a seat of power for himself. Such a being would surely increase the chances of our success greatly. Considering the fact that Balam suspects he is the one kicking up a mess, confusing those who observe karma and obscuring the destiny of the human race. I've heard much about the man whose eyes, black and gold, one to see the secrets of the universe and one to control them, were seen across the universe. I don't see why someone like that hasn't been approached yet." Suddenly the room went silent. It was an unspoken question so far, but it had finally been voiced in a way. Knowingly or unknowingly, the Innkeeper had not only expedited their plans, he had also made them possible to begin with. Among other things, by stirring the growth potential of the human race, he had elevated their position on the cosmic ascendant spectrum and altered their karma. He had, supposedly, altered the destiny of the realm Henali. Some claimed that the phenomenon of eyes appearing universe-wide were the Innkeeper's eyes, though there was no proof of that. Countless devils who resided in the Midnight Inn had undergone a massive growth in base ability and potential, making the mythical Nephilim project an actual potential possibility. Though no one understood why the devils, as well as other humanoid races in the Midnight Realm, suddenly experienced such an evolution. Experience tales at my virtual library empire. There were too many things that were unknown about this person, and there were too many universe-shaking things he was credited with. If they did not meet him for themselves, they would all feel like there was something that was being hidden from them. They would feel unsure about committing to the very dangerous plan that they were about to set into motion. Every single being in this room had set off legends across the entire universe, and not a single one of them was a character that could be dismissed. So for some unknown being to suddenly show up, and in a matter of a few years alter the trajectory of their plans in the entire universe, single-handedly, without ever even showing up, made them feel like this was unreal. Either they weren't as great as they thought they were, or this Innkeeper was a hell of a lot more powerful than he appeared to be, but both of those things were not easy to believe. So now that the question had been finally asked, everyone turned to look at Balam, who smirked in amusement. He summoned a golden key in front of his hands and pushed it outwards. "That is the key to the Midnight Inn. Why don't one of you go there and invite the Innkeeper over? I'm sure there won't be a problem. He's a very nice guy." Everyone in the room exchanged looks, confused about what Balam meant. The Ulan, however, reached out to the key and was about to crush it when his expression suddenly changed, and he flung the ket far away. "What the hell was that?" he roared, horror and fear in his voice. The key to the Midnight Inn, didn't I just tell you? Balaam asked, his voice innocent and confused. Don't play games with me. You know exactly what I meant. Why the hell did I get a death premonition from that key? Oh, that, Balaam said, as if finally realizing what the Ulin was referring to. Well, I have it on very good account that the innkeeper has accepted a very interesting new guest at the inn. Here, one of my underlings at the inn sent this to me from that very guest. Balaam held up a single, orange-colored hair as if it was nothing, yet almost everyone's expression suddenly changed. Wukong, the Ulin whispered. Yes, I believe you're right. So for the foreseeable future, or at least until the innkeeper decides to keep him as a guest, the Midnight Inn probably won't be seeing any Dao lords as guests. We could still send someone to extend an invite, the Ulin said weakly, but Balaam only gave him a wry look. He remembered back when he first visited the inn. He was impressed that the innkeeper had a celestial as a bodyguard. They were quite uptight about their pride to do stuff like that most of the time. But never in his wildest dreams did Balaam think that the innkeeper would upgrade from a celestial to that crazy monkey as a bodyguard. He could not help but smile and wonder what exactly the innkeeper was actually up to. Whatever it was, Balaam had not been able to figure it out yet, and he doubted it was something so simple. Only time would tell. The meeting between Dao lords continued, though no one mentioned the innkeeper anymore. Back in the Yuza's realm, during the briefing about the Arctica realm, Lex had turned his attention to more important things. Now that he was no longer concerned about spending his personal time at the expo, he could get down to business and do what he had planned all along. He was going to successfully and purposefully flirt with a pretty girl and practice asking them out. The only problem was there weren't a lot of options available at the bank. Humans were unsurprisingly not so common in such places. Fortunately, elves weren't as rare, and Lex had a thing for redheads with pointy ears. Chapter 1443, Goldilocks. There were only 3 days of briefings left, and Lex was fully motivated to begin his shenanigans, perfectly creating the appearance of someone uninterested in learning more about the Arctica realm. In truth, he was still paying attention, for everything he learned would help Jack if and when he was able to arrive in the Arctica realm. The greatest trouble was finding a way for Jack to arrive, but the fairy pirate had a plan. Captain, the gravity eels are gaining on us, said Tiny Sparkles, the unicorn suffering from dwarfism. His deep, reverberating voice caused a portion of the Jolly Rancher to tremble. The ship was being strengthened to survive the void, which only barely made it capable of suffering Tiny Sparkles' voice. On ordinary days it was not so, but today was different, because Tiny Sparkles was agitated. Look, Tiny Sparkles, we'll be fine. Don't stress, having the gravity eels chase us all across the golden sky is all a part of my plan. All you need to do is smile and wave. The unicorn gave Jack a dismissive look, before turning away. If it weren't for the fact that Jack was unquestionably stronger than him, the unicorn would have beaten him up. Yes, brother horse with a large forehead pimple, be at ease, said the bear cub wearing beads and dressed up as a monk. Who will enter hell if not I? Stick to righteousness and let go of the demon in your heart. More generic monkly advice. Did you just say more generic monkly advice? Longbeard asked. Longbeard was the name given to the 2-foot-tall gnome with an 8-foot-long beard who had joined the crew when the Jolly Rancher grew in size. Alongside Longbeard, Monk, the bear cub, and Pebbles, the pirate hamster with prosthetic limbs, had also joined the crew and were the dedicated troublemakers. Monk, the bear cub who had a gross misunderstanding of actual monks, just wanted to enjoy worldly pleasures and eat a lot of meat, and thought that becoming a monk was the way to do that. Most of the time, he would just quote lines and scriptures he had seen in movies and plays. There was one other who had inadvertently joined the crew, Goldilocks, but the crew never talked about Goldilocks. As long as it works, responded Monk, and took a bite out of a meat pie. No one asked where the pie suddenly appeared from. You doubt me too much, guys, said Jack, wearing his signature smile that indicated he was about to do something crazy. But this time the script didn't play out as everyone expected. Instead of laughing or joking or doing something insane, Jack withdrew his smile and summoned everyone closer, erecting an isolation barrier. This time we're going to do something big, Jack said. The gravity eels are a distraction, so no one thinks we're moving with purpose. I need anyone who sees us to suspect we're just escaping desperately for our lives. Experience more on my virtual library empire. Isn't that exactly what we're doing? Longbeard asked, scratching his chin. No, you fool. You've all known for a while that while under the guise of adventurers. Pirates, Pebbles interjected. Under the guise of adventurers, we are secretly working to free the fairies from a nefarious curse that prevents them from reaching the immortal realms and grow stronger. That is why, originally, we were making our way to the Jammu region of Red Lily County to search for possible answers. But now the plan has changed. Jack leaned in further and indicated that everyone came closer as well. The silence weighed heavily on the group, especially Tiny Sparkles, who had by now started to understand the temperament of their captain a little too well. Under the guise of being chased by eels, we're going to make our way into the forbidden lands of the 7 dwarf dragons. Only they have the power to allow us to. Jack paused because Tiny Sparkles had squatted down on the ground and had started crying. "Tiny, what are you doing?" "Tiny, it's okay, I have a plan," Jack tried to explain, but the unicorn started crying even harder the more that Lex tried to explain. The group all looked at each other, concerned about what to do. Jack, unfortunately unable to get the unicorn to stop crying, had to divulge a bit of his true plans. "Listen, what do dragons like more than anything?" he asked, whispering in the unicorn's ear. But he didn't wait for an answer and continued to talk. "It's treasure, and while we don't have treasure, we do have Goldilocks." The unicorn suddenly stopped crying and then turned to look at the Jolly Rancher. The ship was magnificent, there was no doubt about that. But as of late, its grandeur had increased even further, because the mainsail, which was meant to be flapping in the wind, was frozen solid, as it had turned to gold. The damn golden duck. There was not a soul on this vessel who hadn't been partially transmuted into gold under the influence of the duck, and it was only because of Jack's fairy powers that defied logic that all of them were still normal. They all hated the duck with a vengeance, but with the mental capacity of a regular duck from back on Earth, they also found it difficult to actually blame Goldilocks. "Speaking of Goldilocks, where is that damned duck?" Pebbles asked, looking around the deck of the ship. Of course, it didn't matter where Pebbles looked because the hamster was wearing an eye patch on both of its eyes today. As if on cue, a loud, angry squeal shocked the golden clouds they were flying on, attracting everyone's attention. "Oh no, not the eels," Jack exclaimed as he suddenly flew back. But it was too late. As soon as he reached the end of the ship, all he saw was the sight of 2 ferocious gravity eels, turned into solid gold, somehow retaining their anti-gravity abilities even in this state. Atop one of the eels' head, a golden duck stood and looked down on them with a turned head, as if confused. Chapter 1444, I Have a Plan. Only the sound of wind could be heard above the sea of golden clouds, as everyone on the ship had hushed up. This was not the first time Goldilocks had directly disrupted the captain's plans, and if it weren't for the fact that the duck's golden body seemed impervious to damage, they would have already tasted duck soup. The duck was both a source of great wealth and disaster, for the gold it transmuted things into was not ordinary gold. No, it was nether lily gold, which was an invaluable metal that approached the hypothetical limit of spiritual energy conductivity. An ounce of that metal could buy a planet back in the origin realm. Unfortunately, things in the folklore realm didn't actually operate like other realms, and there was basically no market for this metal that could otherwise set off wars anywhere else in the universe. Too much of a good thing was also bad, and the group had so much nether lily gold that they would rather not have any more of it. In fact, Jack had to actively learn how to revert transmuted items back to normal, something that could only be achieved if the transmutation had not actually been completed. Jack sighed and then flew over, summoning a massive chain as he did. He tied the chain, which also slowly turned to gold, around the 2 eels and pulled them to the front of the ship. Now the Jolly Rancher did not need to be pulled by magical beasts to fly, but since he already had them, he might as well use them. There was just one problem now. He didn't have a legitimate excuse to search out the 7 dwarf dragons. Jack trapped Goldilocks inside a wooden cage and pulled it back to the ship, the confused duck still not understanding what was happening. It just tried to peck at the cage, which started to turn it to gold. "Guys, think of ideas," said Jack. "How can we approach the dragons?" Over the past few months, Jack and his crew had gained a basic understanding of the folklore realm. It was vast beyond comprehension and had no ruler whatsoever. It only had local tyrants, each of whom boasted such tremendous power that the forces of the universe had unanimously decided to leave the folklore realm alone. After all, most of the local powerhouses could only retain their peak strength within this realm, the laws of which would allow them to do whatever they pleased. Once they left, they would lose their edge, so no one bothered to leave. There was no governance system in place, no massive empires or anything of the sort. The entire realm, if anything, was like a collection of city-states, each ruling their own territory in the way they pleased, uncaring about anyone or anything else. That was the basic structure of the realm, but there were exceptions, such as the 7 dwarf dragons. The 7 brothers were abnormally strong, in and out of the realm, had a tendency to cause absolute chaos, and apparently had more than once almost self-detonated their cultivation over petty squabbles. Continue reading at my virtual library empire. Now, theoretically, others should not care whether the dwarfs self-detonated their cultivation or kept it safe and sound for 1 trillion years. The catch was that, as 7 peak-level Tao lords, a self-detonation could very possibly result in the actual destruction of a major realm. This was the kind of thing no one could confirm without it actually happening, and no one wanted to confirm it. So the realm had developed a tacit agreement to not let anyone approach the dwarf dragons. But they could not be overt in their actions, or else the 7 brothers would not approve. Jack needed a legitimate reason to approach them without arousing suspicion. One reason why Jack himself was content to deal with the 7 brothers, despite their peculiar reputation, was because while they were odd, they were also extremely smart and loyal. "Why do we even need to get in touch with the dragons?" Longbeard asked. "Sounds like trouble we can live without. I still say we find that dryad." Jack gave them all a look. Unlike the rest of them, Jack still cultivated the same mysterious cultivation technique that Lex used. As a result, not only was his body much stronger, so was his spirit and his soul. In fact, everything about this body was being subtly elevated just because Lex was so much stronger. But that was not the path Jack wanted to take. Jack wanted to surpass the limits that had been imposed on fairies and discover why they were so stifled. A race with all affinities, able to wield spirit energy according to their desires, should have been at the forefront of the universe. Instead, they were servants and slaves almost everywhere. As such, Jack did not think it would be easy, simple, or perhaps even possible for him to tolerate the tribulation to become an immortal. However, the Arctica realm provided the perfect solution to his problem, allowing any to undertake a challenge to grow stronger instead of undertaking a major tribulation. "It's because the dragons can take us to a magical realm that I just learned of," Jack answered. "Within that realm lies the opportunity for all of us to enter the immortal realm." Silence. Once again, there was only silence, as everyone was stunned by Jack's claim. Then they all turned to look at Goldilocks with blood in their eyes and hate in their hearts. Even if it was only an opportunity, the chance to become immortal was too great for them to give up just like that. "Indeed, this is a problem," Tiny Sparkles said. "If we approach the dwarfs directly, someone will spot us. Just because there is a law stating that none can look into the affairs of another state, we have a faint opportunity to reach the dwarves without arousing suspicions, but using the gravity eels was bound to fail. I have another idea." Everyone's eyes suddenly changed, from being filled with hate to gleaming with excitement. Chapter 14:45 5% of my true power. While Jack was devising a way to grow in strength, Lex had also considered what his own growth would look like. As an immortal, he already had a tenet, and it was slowly and steadily growing stronger. He could already see and understand laws and manipulate them within reason. He could create formations with the blink of an eye and could completely rewrite how the world worked according to his whims. Of course, all of this was only true within reason, but when considering that the reason is being applied to his Lex, the scale itself became much larger. That is to say, he was strong and didn't see any obvious weakness in himself. As such, he wondered what he would gain when he reached the heavenly immortal realm. So far, each realm played a fundamental part in his growth, each distinct from the others. The answer was actually pretty easy. Predictably, there was an order to laws, just as there was an order to energies. Certain laws were base-level laws, present everywhere in the universe. Then, there were fundamental laws, which were slightly more esoteric, but at the same time present everywhere in the universe, and made up the functionality that allowed base laws to exist. Fundamental laws were superior to base laws in terms of hierarchy. Similarly, there were a number of other sets of laws, each with their own place in the hierarchy of laws, such as natural laws, prime laws, and so forth. Earth immortals, as it turned out, could only access base laws, whereas heavenly immortals gained the ability to sense deeper, more esoteric laws, though there was no defined range or limit of what they should be able to sense or not. Besides gaining the ability to sense deeper laws, the exact accomplishment of each heavenly immortal was highly individualistic, and could not be predicted on the basis of race or species. The concepts of the universe that had so far eluded him, such as destiny, fate, karma, and so on, would finally be accessible to him to understand. Laws with a higher hierarchy naturally have a suppressive effect on lower-level laws, as well as a certain influence. The reason why he was looking into all of this at the given moment was because he had run into a most unexpected issue. Lex looked to his left and saw Velma encouragingly giving him a thumbs up. In her other hand, she held an emergency first aid kit, and behind her stood a few medics. To his right stood Gerard, who merely gave him an acknowledging nod. Besides the two of them, Lex was also surrounded by hundreds of other beings of all races, observing him eagerly and with anticipation. Sitting directly opposite to him was a pretty elf with bright red hair and a special gleam in her eyes. To be more specific, the gleam in her eye was due to the excitement she felt as a result of her rather unusual interests. "How did we end up here again? All I did was ask for your name," Lex spoke weakly. "Nonsense. Our situation here is very standard and matter-of-fact. Anyone interested in pursuing me must at least beat me in arm wrestling first," the red-headed elf said as she flexed her slender arm. But all I did was ask your name. I didn't say I was interested in pursuing you," Lex exclaimed, to which the elf only responded with a look that clearly spelled out her disbelief. There was hooting, chanting, and excitement all around them as everyone was eager to see how long Lex lasted. Clearly, he was not the first to fall prey to her plot. "Don't worry, since my cultivation level is higher than yours, I can give you a handicap. How about I fold my other hand behind my back?" she asked. "That's not I mean I'm not okay fine, what are the rules?" Lex finally said, too embarrassed about the situation to talk his way out of it. "That's more like it. Now you're talking like a real man. The rules are simple," she said, before summoning a table between both of them and then placing her right hand down on it. "First rule, the elbow cannot leave the table," she said. "Naturally," Lex responded, putting his elbow down on the table as well. "Second rule, the moment the back of your hand touches the table, you lose, and you cannot manipulate the table into turning upwards towards your hand. The table must remain flat." "Obviously," said Lex, as if the thought had never crossed his mind. "Third rule, you cannot attack your opponent." "Yes, that makes sense." "Fourth rule, you can use your alternate hand to grab onto the desk if you wish." "Sounds fair." "Enjoy new chapters from my virtual library empire. Besides that, you can use any law, technique, ability, or anything else to increase your own strength during the arm wrestling match. I'll limit myself to base laws so that it's not unfair." "No need," Lex said. "Since you're a heavenly immortal, you should use all the tools available to you. I will do the same." The elf raised an eyebrow, but merely nodded. "Just so you know, bravado cannot change my heart. To court me, you must defeat me in arm wrestling. That is the basic standard." Lex did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked on at this beautiful elf. Beauty really does let one get away with anything. "In that case, before we begin, I must also make one thing clear," said Lex as he wore a mischievous smile. "To earn my romantic interest, you must at least make me use 50% of my power." The surrounding crowd started whistling and hooting, appreciating Lex's attitude. It was all fun and games, and the elf was about to respond when suddenly something happened. Lex let a bit of his aura loose. What he was emanating was not domination, which could suppress everyone and everything around him. Instead, it was the natural aura of his body, which carried all his innate charm. This was normally the kind of thing Lex kept suppressed mostly, because he was too used to trying to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. But now that he was in the limelight anyway. The crowd was suddenly stunned silent, as they all looked at Lex in a new light. The young man standing there casually, his muscular yet lean body being complemented by specially tailored clothes, giving off a mysterious yet mischievous feeling. The spiritual energy around him felt fresh and radiant, like a garden in full bloom during spring, and the air around him carried a pleasant aroma. Someone in the crowd gulped, and the sound of it broke everyone free from their reverie. Suddenly, they all started to wonder which of them was courting whom. "Using charm techniques counts as attacking the opponent," the elf said weakly. "I'm not using any charm techniques," Lex said, as he began rolling up his sleeve, revealing his chiseled forearm which exuded a strength that demanded attention. When he was ready, he grabbed the table with his left arm and looked forwards towards the elf, waiting for her. A flicker of interest flashed through her eyes as she clasped Lex's hand, and grabbed onto the table as well. A referee appeared and clasped both their hands, holding them tightly. "Is everyone ready?" he asked, looking at them both. When they both nodded, the referee took a quick step back and exclaimed, "Begin." Neither of them moved a single inch, or at least it seemed that way, and yet a loud bang exploded out from the center of the room, as if the sound barrier had been shattered. Lex's expression was casual, and so was the elf's, and yet neither of their hands moved from center. "You're already better than most Earth immortals, I'll give you that," the elf said admiringly. "But it will take a lot more than that if you want to beat me." The scenery behind the elf started to change. A vast starry sky appeared behind her, with raging balls of fire traversing through the expanse. As if she herself gained the powers of the stars, the strength she began to exert increased rapidly, and the room suffered from a few more sonic booms, yet from start to finish, Lex's hand did not move at all. This was an enlightening experience for Lex, for he hadn't had the opportunity to challenge heavenly immortals before, at least not like this. In terms of physical strength, there were few who could challenge Lex. Even dragons, as long as they were on his level, no longer held an advantage over him. With a body that could directly use brute force to manipulate laws, not even requiring his tenet unless he needed it, the amount of physical strength Lex boasted was not something that could be easily comprehended. "Congratulations," Lex said with a warm smile. "You've pushed me to about 5%. Chapter 1446, it's a date. Lex was, of course, joking. It was tough to quantify the amount of strength he was using because, firstly, he was not a computer, and secondly, his maximum strength depended on a lot of things. Individually, he understood how much of a boost in strength he would get if he used domination or activated his dragon's heart, entered Super Saiyan. No, if he entered his Lotus form where he was tapping into the Lotus power. But if he stacked all of those states on top of each other. He literally had no idea how much strength he could exert in a situation like that, because that was not the kind of thing he tested out ordinarily. Displaying his peak strength like that all the time put a strain on his body that wasn't good for him, so he avoided unnecessary exertion. Of course, in this state not being good for him meant it would slow down his growth. This was because almost every day, his body was subtly getting stronger due to the influence of numerous things. Whether it was his heart, the lotus on his back, his cultivation technique, the high-quality food he ate, or any of the numerous other things he did on a daily basis, almost all of them helped him grow just a little bit stronger every day. There was also the fact that as an immortal, he drew much of his strength from laws, and now that he was in a mature realm, the strength of the surrounding laws was also greater. In summary, whether Lex was actually using 5% of his strength was questionable, but he could say for certain that he wasn't trying just yet. After all, he didn't want to be rude to the pretty lady. "You're pretty funny," the elf said. "I guess that means I should stop playing games." True to her word, the aura around the Eld suddenly changed, and Lex felt an unusual pressure emanating from her body. He could tell that she had activated some kind of racial power, for as a human he felt slightly suppressed. It couldn't be helped, for despite all his individual advantages, he could not completely escape the racial disadvantages of being a human. Not that such a disadvantage had much of a difference on him. The elf's red hair started to give off a soft glow, and the image of the starry sky behind her became more and more realistic, almost as if he was transported to the middle of space. The pressure he faced increased exponentially, and for the first time the muscles in Lex's arm flexed a bit, as if he was finally using some force. Then without warning, Lex was almost overpowered. It was not the elf's racial power, or the mysterious power from the stars. It was the influence of the deeper laws that affected him. He used his left eye to study the elf, but could not peer into what specific law she had used or how. All he could see was that her strength had been augmented by an order of magnitude, all depending on his own strength. That meant the more strength he used to resist her, the stronger she got. Just as his hand was at a 30-degree angle from the table, almost close to touching it, Lex managed to stop it. He smiled at the elf, the sudden challenge of this fight stirring his genuine interest. As an Earth immortal, he could not sense whatever law the Eld was using, but as a person whose energy had an affinity for laws, and a body that was not too shabby, he had other ways of getting things done. Lex activated his tenet, but instead of reaching out to influence any laws, just allowed it to permeate through his body. This started out as an arm wrestling match and a contest of physical strength, but now it would be a contest for supremacy. The elf's expression suddenly changed as she felt, through her physical connection to Lex, the human trying to sway her influence on the law she was using. "I suppose since you've stopped playing games, I should also stop messing around," Lex said, as his dragon's heart started to stir. Lex also activated his domination, not to intimidate or overpower the elf, but to use the dragon's influence over reality itself. He wanted to challenge the rule that said Earth immortals could not touch upon the deeper laws of the universe. Lex could touch whatever he wanted. No, wait, that didn't sound right. What he meant was, Lex could not be limited by the constraints of his cultivation level. Slowly, Lex's hand started to rise back towards center, and the closer it came, the more Lex's eyes were filled with excitement. The rules of the game had changed. They were no longer competing on physical strength. There was no competition there at all. Lex could win that competition anytime. Instead, as their hands returned to center, the influence they both had on whatever law the elf used was equal. Now the position of the arms determined who was in control of this law. The two wrestled in relative silence, but that did not mean everyone watching was quiet. Instead, they were all losing their minds as they conversed using their spirit senses. As immortals, most of them could see what was happening, even if not all of them understood the whole situation. All the heavenly immortals and above, however, were stunned. What had started out as a game actually became quite interesting. "You know what, after this, no matter what happens, I think you owe me a drink," the elf said. "How about a drink in Arctica then?" Lex asked. "It's a date." "That doesn't mean I'll let you win the match, though." "What a gentleman," the elf responded sarcastically. "Don't make me laugh, it'll weaken my arm strength." "Oh, in that case, what do you call a human with a map and no sense of direction?" "Are you seriously trying to win like this? Fine, I'll bite. What do you call him?" "Lost, that human is definitely lost." Lex nearly lost the arm-wrestling match because he was suddenly hit by an incredibly strong urge to facepalm. He had seen many things in the universe, but a heavenly immortal elf, a cute heavenly immortal elf, telling a dad joke was not something even he would have expected. "I think in our situation, it's the elf that's going to lose," Lex responded, and then started to truly exert himself. Since he did not understand the law he was trying to manipulate, he did not know the best way to do it, which is why he was truly and genuinely fighting blind. He was fighting from a disadvantage no matter how he looked at it, but that's what made it interesting. Lex didn't hold back at all. He channeled all his affinities, activated his sword intent, tapped into the power of his heart, brought out domination, and unleashed the full might of his tenet. There were some things he still kept in reserve, for example his lotus form or his influence on divine energy, which could basically allow miracles. After all, it was never best to reveal all his trump cards. But since this had become a battle of supremacy, a draw was unacceptable. He would have to either win or win. Basically, there was only one acceptable outcome. The elf's smile faded as she also did her utmost, finding it unacceptable that she could lose to someone with a lower cultivation level than her. But after a few moments, Lex took the lead as he began pressing her hand down. The crowd gasped, for the sight was genuinely unbelievable. At some point, a number of the audience members put on T-shirts that just had an image of Lex and the elf's arms, locked in their eternal battle. But the battle was not eternal, for under the influence of all of Lex's abilities, he eventually overpowered her and finally won. The moment her hand touched the table, Lex felt like he got a tremendous amount of feedback from his tenet, as if it had grown stronger as a result of that challenge. There was a millisecond of silence after Lex won, before the crowd burst into cheer, roaring and screaming as if they were the ones who had won. Lex and the elf, on the other hand, were caught up still recovering from the actual competition. "Can I finally know your name now?" Lex finally asked once the feedback from his tenet was over. The elf, staring at her hand with doubt and confusion, focused her eyes on him finally. "The name's Misha," she said, her voice tinged with disbelief. "I'm Misha Hawley, representative of the Fugan United Coalition of Cows." Lex maintained his grin, not letting his shock appear on his face. After all, this was the first time he was coming face to face with someone actually representing the Fugan, the largest terrorist group in the entire Origin realm. Chapter 1447, Compensation. Chapter 1447, Compensation. Lex did not know which of the various critical pieces of information before him to focus on. Should he focus on the fact that he just asked out the representative of a terrorist organization, though he understood the world well enough to know that, just because they had been labeled as terrorists, they might not actually be evil. The conflict of interest between the Henali and the Fugan was actually causing everyone else to suffer. Then again, the Fugan had nurtured numerous Jorlams, were conducting a war across the realm, and were responsible for the death of countless beings. Yes, on second thought, they were definitely evil. He could also choose to focus on the fact that the Fugan United Coalition of Cows formed a very interesting acronym. He couldn't help but feel this was a deliberate choice by someone. Or, and this one was a major contender, he could focus on how cute Misha looked as she tried, and failed, to hide her disappointment in losing. He definitely had a thing for redheads. "My name is Lance," said Lex. "Lance Armstrong." "I must admit you have a strong arm, but why do I feel like that's a fake name?" Misha asked. "I couldn't resist," Lex said with a wry smile. "It was too good of an opportunity. The name is actually Liam. I'm here on vacation." In the end, he still gave her the fake name he decided to use on this trip. He didn't want to go and claim that his own name would raise flags, but that's definitely what it would do. "Well, Liam, I have to admit that you're the first human that's caught my eye. I'm looking forward to that drink now." "So am I suppose. I'll see you in Arctica then." Despite seemingly hitting it off, the two of them didn't actually have much time to spend together, since all of them would be heading to Arctica soon. The final briefing had been conducted just before Lex tried to approach Misha, and so they all needed to prepare for departure. After splitting from Misha, Lex returned to Velma and Gerard, with Velma trying to hide the medkit behind her back. "That wasn't bad at all," Velma said excitedly. "She's a rep for the Fugan," Lex said. "Okay, so it could have been a little better," Velma corrected herself. "It is what it is," Lex said with a shrug. "It's a good opportunity to learn more about what's going on with them. I spent quite a few years in the Origin realm, and that's where the inn gets most of its guests. It's important we understand more about it. What about you guys? Learn anything new?" Velma and Gerard shared a look, then turned towards Lex. "Let's take a walk," Gerard said, heading towards a nearby cafe so that they could use its sound isolation formation. "We have yet to uncover any plots by the bank itself, but the Sunset Tigers have an unusually large presence amongst the bank staff heading towards the Arctica realm," Gerard said. "On the surface, that hardly makes a difference, but I suspect ulterior motives behind the move. Myra, for example, has been reassigned and will also be going to the Arctica realm, whereas previously she had nothing to do with it." "As long as their plans don't involve us, it's fine," Lex said. "But it won't hurt to keep an eye on them anyway. Have you guys given much thought to what I told you earlier? Do you want to stay in the Arctica realm, or will you leave at the same time as me?" "I will not stay," Gerard said. "I cannot leave the security team without my support for such an extended period, though I will do my best to get the most out of this experience while I am here." "I haven't really decided yet," Velma said. "Unlike Gerard, I might be able to serve the inn better if I stay on in the Arctica realm and develop a network there and learn some of their secrets. I suppose it will all depend on the situation once we actually arrive." "Well, if you do decide to stay back, make sure you prioritize your own protection. The bank has already proven that their defenses can be overcome." A moment of silence fell between the group. A bank representative had approached them some time earlier, calling them to a meeting where they and a few others would be updated on how and why the bank's defenses were breached, and what the bank was doing to make up for it. The trio decided not to attend, preferring to maintain a distance from the details of that incident. They did, however, happily provide details when the bank asked them what they wanted in form of compensation. Originally, for something like this, the bank would give its own compensation depending on the nature of the incident. Since they were almost killed, the bank originally offered to create a protective natal treasure for each of them. This was not a light or easy compensation, for natal treasures were extremely expensive and highly valuable. In fact, despite being connected to Naraka and wearing the ring containing Pell inside of it, Lex did not technically have a natal treasure. A natal treasure is one that is deeply connected to the cultivator, often being fused inside their body or soul, and grows stronger as the cultivator grows stronger. They're usually much stronger than the typical treasure that a cultivator can wield, explaining why there was a huge demand for them despite one very critical flaw in their design. Since natal treasures were linked to the cultivator, if the treasure was damaged or destroyed, the cultivator would suffer severe and often irreversible damage. Still, considering how strong they were, this was a rare occurrence. But such treasures did not really suit those working at the Midnight Inn. Velma instead asked for an extremely powerful cloning technique adjusted specifically for her, and the bank promised to have it made specifically for her. Gerard's request was actually the easiest to fulfill, as he requested a high-quality Corvette-class spaceship. Although the bank stated the ship won't have interrealm travel capabilities, they promised to deliver him the best while it came to traveling within a realm, regardless of the environment. Lex's request actually turned out to be the most difficult. Not specifically needing anything else, Lex requested a treasure that could help him hide his karma. Just as the bank representatives were struggling over how to respond, considering that his request went way over their approved budget, he also mentioned how a sunset tiger had tried to attack him earlier on, but he diffused the situation without causing much of a fuss. Technically speaking, that's not what happened, but his request was approved after he said that, so who cared? The only catch was that it would take some time before Lex could get the blocker, considering it needed to be custom-made. It didn't matter. Lex did not mind heading out to a brand new realm filled with beings from all across the universe with his karma hanging out in the open for all to see. He was sure it would be fine. In all seriousness, the Arctica race had some pretty strict rules. If they were actually implemented the way they were being advertised, then Lex was not too concerned about his safety at all. The three of them concluded their conversation, ensuring that they were all up to date on any potential risks they should be aware of. Lex shared all the information that the rhinocentaurs had sent him, but there wasn't anything significant at the moment. As soon as they reported that they were ready to leave, the three of them were escorted to the hangar from where they would depart. Instead of traveling in the glass containers like last time, they were brought to a spaceship 3 miles long and about half a mile wide, which would carry everyone traveling to the Arctica realm. Despite being smaller than the ship inside the Midnight Realm, this ship was large enough to carry millions of people, and was fully equipped to travel through the void. The ship also boasted a formidable defense and a massive onboard security team just in case they ran into any more unexpected issues. The exact security details were unknown to them, but walking up to the behemoth and watching thousands upon thousands of beings climb aboard, there was only one thing on Lex's mind. "How much do you guys want to bet that we'll be attacked again during travel?" Lex asked through his spirit sense. That wasn't exactly the kind of thing one could ask out loud. A mistake once can be excused, but 2 incidents in a row would be too much. "I don't think the bank will allow such oversight," said Gerard. "Exactly why it makes sense that it'll happen again. With all the additional measures and security, no one will honestly expect another attack," said Lex. "I think your logic is a little messed up," said Velma. "I bet embarrassing pictures that there's an attack, but the bank defends successfully." Chapter 1448, A Significant Moment. Chapter 1448, A Significant Moment. The interior of the ship ended up being a lot different from what Lex expected. He assumed that they would be assigned rooms and maybe have a common area, while the rest of it would be used by the staff to man the ship. That, it turned out, was entirely wrong. It seemed like this ship was often used to transport the bank's own employees or guests between realms, and so it was more like a massive mall than anything else. The shops were all either bank-affiliated organizations, business partners, and groups who had shared interests with the bank. By displaying all of these shops within the ship, where they would be spending some time, the bank provided them with free marketing and exposure to new potential clients. Ordinarily, when the ship would travel through the void on a normal journey, there would be months or even years for everyone to explore the entirety of the ship properly. Now, however, the entire ship would be transported through a massive interrealm teleportation formation, so the time would be cut short by a lot. "This is not such a bad idea," said Lex as the three of them casually strolled through one of the floors. "It would make a lot of sense. For ordinary people, traveling through the void probably takes a long time. It makes sense to create a pleasant environment to fill up the time." "I inquired about more traditional means of interrealm transport," said Gerard. "Apparently, it is most commonly used by celestial immortals for various reasons, and the travel time can be anywhere from a few decades all the way up to a few millennia. Based on my understanding, most of the time they spend that time cultivating, and the actual amenities of the ship are used by the followers of the entourage of the cultivator who cannot spend years at a time cultivating. I've heard that most of these ships have their dedicated staff on board who are born and spend their entire lives here," added Velma. "For example, on this ship, there are approximately 300 independent clans who have lived on this ship for well over 30,000 years. There are entire communities, schools, cultivation academies, and other facilities for the onboard staff away from the common areas. From birth, members of those clans simply aim to grow their cultivation levels and attain specific educations so that they can attain higher and more lucrative posts within the ship. Of course, they are free to leave the ship if they so please, but considering their entire lives revolve around the ship, few ever do." Lex found the entire concept amazing and yet entirely believable. To a degree, this was exactly what the inn would probably end up becoming, just on a much larger scale. After all, he had given the workers their own minor realm to live in and populate. He could imagine how, as the workers had kids and their future generations propagated, their aim would also likely become to be in-workers, influenced by their parents. Of course, should any of them ever wish to do something else or leave, Lex would never stop them. The three of them continued to explore the ship, only realizing that the teleportation had even begun because of an announcement made by the captain. Contrary to Lex's expectations, the ship was actually not attacked during their journey, losing him the bet. The only thing of note that happened was that at one point during the teleportation, there came a moment where the flow of time suddenly increased drastically. Lex said it was a moment because inside the ship it felt like a second had barely passed. Inside the inn, however, well over 2 hours passed. The sudden fluctuation in the flow of time made Lex believe that they passed by very close to a newborn realm, but there was no way to be sure. No one else noticed the change, and since there was real consequence to it, he put the incident out of his mind. About a day later, they finally arrived in the Arctica realm, the journey being entirely pleasant and bereft of any danger. The reason Lex noticed their arrival, even before the announcement, was because of how strongly and aggressively the laws of the realm influenced them. Hundreds of chains, all laws that dictated the operations of the realm, suddenly attached themselves to Lex, firmly holding him in place and preventing him from making any presumptuous actions. He could sense that many of them were linked to ensuring that he remained in the appropriate level, not entering down to the level for nascent-level cultivators, nor that he entered the higher levels. But he also sensed the subtle sense of influence and control suddenly granted to him. What that influence and control was over, he did not innately know and would have to check for himself to find out. But while there were certain chains that naturally linked to him, indicating that they were chains of the natural laws of the realm, he also sensed some artificial chains, preventing him from actually using the influence he had been granted as a result of being in the immortal level. Those were probably implemented by the Arctica race to ensure none of the guests tampered with the operations of their realm. He suddenly gained a deeper understanding of why the Arctica race, in particular, would be very critical of any immigrants to their realm. If anyone could use their position in a higher level to influence the lower levels, then anyone with improper intentions could wreak incalculable damage. At the same time, Lex could see the immense value of this realm to others. Within the Midnight Realm, Lex had absolute control over the realm, but he chose not to use it. As long as he encompassed the entire realm into the territory of the inn, he'd be able to change things as he liked. But he wanted a more natural, organic growth of his realm, so he did not do that. Yet he could see how having exact control over how a realm operated, from the flow of energy to the climate, soil, creatures, and everything else, would allow him to create an environment that could specifically nurture various valuable treasures, or allow specific races to grow and prosper. He found it hard to believe that others wouldn't covet this realm. In fact, Lex would be willing to bet that numerous conspiracies were already in place, slowly trying to create the perfect circumstances for others to take over this realm. The task of maintaining ownership of the realm would not be an easy one, and that is exactly why Lex wanted to study the actions of the Arctica realm. Unlike them, who could reject others, Lex was forced to accept guests into his own realm. He needed to understand what actions he could take to keep others at bay. The Arctica race's development plan for the next 50,000 years would be invaluable to him. The three of them lined up at the exit, where all the guests were getting onto a number of self-driven vehicles which would take them off the ship, outside the arrival facility, and to a nearby city which had been built specifically just to welcome arriving guests. Gerard, predictably, was disgusted by the idea of self-driving vehicles, even though he understood that in this specific context they were useful. The vehicle had 4 chairs facing each other, with the surrounding walls made of see-through material so that they could take a look at the realm. The first thing that the group admired, though, was the sight of hundreds of massive spaceships, similar to the one they had arrived in, appearing in teleportation formations all around them. In the span of just a few minutes, hundreds of millions of immortals from all across the universe were arriving in the realm, with countless more probably on the way, not to mention the numerous who were also probably already here. The sight was mesmerizing, if only because in a single glance Lex probably saw a massive percentage of the influential organizations and powers of the universe, or their representatives to be more specific. One day, if things went well, all of these organizations would also get a chance to visit the Midnight Inn. One day, if things... Lex suddenly stood up, his gaze that looked out at the expanse focusing in on one of the ships hundreds of miles away from him. Just like they were exiting their ship in their automated vehicle, there were tens of thousands of vehicles exiting that ship as well, and amongst them there was a specific ship that his gaze was drawn to. Within were 4 beings Lex had never seen before. Let alone the beings, he had never even seen that race before, yet for some reason, from across such a vast distance, Lex locked eyes with one of the occupants. Lex did not know who this person was, nor did he know the person's background, just as he was sure that the fellow did not know Lex either. Yet with unquestionable certainty, and an ominous sensation that felt a lot like divination, his instincts told him that the person he had just locked eyes with would have a very significant impact on Lex's life. The eye contact lasted less than a second, before Lex's own vehicle flew away, losing sight, but for some reason Lex felt like he would remember this moment for a very long time. He just hoped that the impact he sensed was a positive one, because his instincts, for once, did not specify. Chapter 1449, A Board Game. Chapter 1449, A Board Game. "What's wrong, Axios?" asked one of the others sitting in the ship, the voice carrying a sharpness that would actually give an electric shock to those that heard. The strange thing was that the man who spoke had no lips, just like all the others within the ship. His face had the same contours of a human face, but it was plain without any actual features. There were no eyes, no lips, no nose, as if a cloth had covered a human face. The only thing he did have were small hexagons etched into both sides of his face with light blue lines, as if there was electric energy running through them, onto the much darker navy blue skin. The hexagons on Axios' face were shining much brighter than normal, indicating a heavier use of energy than normal. "I don't know," Axios responded after a few seconds of silence. "I saw someone who caused significant fluctuations in my energy shard. I could not get an energy reading on him, but I sense that he is quite dangerous." "That's not unordinary," the first person said. "Countless powerful beings have come to this brand new realm for various purposes. It is completely expected that more than a few heavenly immortals have had their own unique experiences and can cause our energy shards to react. Though our Nuz race remains superior, we cannot ignore that the universe hosts many other powerful beings." Axios turned to the Nuz race member who was speaking, and after some contemplation said, "I suspect the target that caused my shard to fluctuate was an Earth immortal." The vehicle fell into silence, as none could respond to Axios' words for a time. None of them considered, even for a moment, that he may be wrong. But if someone in the Earth immortal realm felt dangerous to Axios, then that person was especially someone they needed to watch out for. "What race was he? Could it be a genius from one of the top races?" one of them asked. "I'm not familiar with the race." "Here, take a look," said Axios as he held out his hand, and an image appeared right above it, perfectly displaying Lex's looks. "That's a human, a declining race that is a part of the humanoid alliance, and is aligned with the path of order. Their decline was initiated by an alliance of the Gon and Tyrannes races who joined together to kill all their Tao lords, and predictably, are aligned with the path of chaos. It is quite surprising that your target turned out to be a human." "What is the Nuz race's relationship with humans?" Axios asked as he scanned the horizon, searching for Lex once more, but he seemed to have disappeared. The thing that Axios was wondering most was why that human had turned to look towards him. Had his energy shard also reacted to Axios? What did that mean? Officially, the Nuz race is neutral towards the human race, and we do not have a strong stance either way since there is little to no overlap in our interests or areas of influence. We do have a cooperative relationship with the celestial race, however, the leaders of the humanoid alliance. Are you thinking of making contact? Axios turned his head and looked towards the projection of Lex he himself created, pondering for a moment. "No, we cannot be distracted from our mission. However, if I run into him again, I might make contact. This human has aroused my curiosity." Axios dismissed the projection and turned his thoughts towards their more immediate concerns. While it was rare for someone to trigger a response from his own energy shard, as the heir to a Tao-level power, he had much on his plate. This was especially considering that the Arctica realm was his last stop before he initiated his tribulation to enter into the celestial realm. He needed this job to go perfectly, lest he develop a heart demon before his next tribulation. As for the fact that a mere Earth immortal made him feel danger, though he did not make it obvious, he was naturally not intending to let that human go. While a poor job in the Arctica realm might cause him to develop a heart demon, feeling threatened by someone an entire realm below him would definitely do the job. A major tribulation for crossing into the celestial realm would make him encounter all his internal demons, so it was best to be as clear-headed as possible. System, begin a new game. Target the previous human I locked eyes with, Axios spoke in his thoughts. Inside his mind, a new image of a massive game board appeared with seemingly limitless columns and rows drawn with fine lines, intersecting each other. But if one looked carefully, they could see that the top-down view did not present the whole picture, for there were countless levels to this game as well, each directly atop another. Then, in a far and inconspicuous location right at the interaction of a row and column line, a single white, oval stone shimmered with a soft luminescence, its rounded shapes evoking freshly fallen snow appeared. Unknown to Lex, a game had begun between him and the Nuz race member called Axios, linking the two inextricably until the game was resolved. "What's wrong?" Gerard asked, as he looked at Lex, who was staring out into the distance. The reason he specifically knew something was wrong was that initially Lex just got up, as if he was startled, but in the seconds that had passed since, Lex began to frown. It was not often that Lex visibly displayed his emotions, at least if they were negative. Yet unknowingly, he had begun to frown. For something to distract him to the level where he would show his emotions, it must be a very big deal. "I'm not sure," Lex responded slowly. "I just had a strong premonition. At first it was neutral, but just a moment ago it turned eerily dark." Lex closed his eyes and tried to clear his thoughts, but it was not so easy. Within his mind he could see what he could only describe as a go board on steroids, with limitless intersections on each level and countless levels. As if that was not enough, a single white piece had been laid down on that board on one of those levels. The image itself only appeared in his mind for a split second, right after he saw that odd fellow from that unusual race, but the weight of that seemingly inconsequential piece of stone felt far from insignificant. In fact, just the memory of it was still distracting him, even now. Yeah, usually when you lock eyes with a stranger across a crowded hall, or in this case a large landing zone, you either discover your true love or your arch-nemesis. "Just saying," said Velma as she shrugged. She had full confidence that whatever issue was troubling him, Lex would be able to handle it, which is why she was quite relaxed. "Bad customer reviews are my arch-nemesis," Lex said as he sat back down. The ominous feeling was finally beginning to fade, and the image also gradually began to disappear from his mind. Ultimately, he could not go pursue that guy he had locked eyes with, for the vehicles were automated and did not open. Sure, he could teleport out, but considering how strict the Arctica race was, he didn't think causing a commotion was the best way to make a solid first impression. Also, he was entirely truthful about the customer reviews, for if the customers at the inn left negatively about their experience at the inn, specifically due to the inn's service, and not because of external factors, then everything at the inn would become more expensive for him. "What are your impressions on the realm so far?" Lex asked, trying to change the subject. "It's too early to say so far," Gerard said, "but I have noticed that the flow of energy here is unique. There was no noticeable difference in the Yuza's realm, so this is not a major realm thing. I cannot comment on what exactly the difference is just yet, but it is interesting." "My ability to listen to secrets is completely suppressed," said Velma, though she didn't seem too bothered by it. "I think any ability to snoop or pry into secrets, as long as it belongs to a guest in this realm, will all be blocked. At least it's reassuring to know that no one can look into us as long as we maintain our covers." "It is good to know. I think this realm will hold many surprises for us," said Lex out loud. Internally, he was checking how long it would take for him to link this new major realm to the inn, in case he was interested. The answer was both predictable and yet surprising. Linking a major realm would take, at minimum, an uninterrupted 1,000 years to link. Chapter 1450 Welcome Village. Chapter 1450 Welcome Village. "Why does it take so long to link a major realm?" Lex asked, though he could venture a guess. "Compared to a realm like the Crystal Realm, which is still developing, the pressure exerted by a major realm is vastly greater, making it much more difficult to create a link," said Mary. "That is why you have to spend 1,000 years inside the major realm to create the bond. But that's also because, firstly, the system is not yet at full operating functionality, and secondly, linking a major realm will usually involve completing quests rather than just spending time there. The fact that, even after coming to 2 new major realms, the system has not given you any new quests pertaining to them, is likely an indication that the system cannot support the load of linking to and maintaining a connection to a major realm. Fortunately, I'm not in any rush to restore the system. If it were any better, then it might force more dangerous quests on me, Lex said teasingly, just to see if the system gave him any quests. It did not. Another reason Lex was not in a rush to heal the system was because eventually, over the course of thousands of years, the system would heal itself. He would much rather just take things slow and allow the system to heal than feed it other, Tao-level ingredients. Not only did he have no way of getting his hands on such rare ingredients, even if he did, he would rather keep them for his own use. He was still just collecting the items necessary to build the Midnight Castle, so he was in a real deficiency of items these days. "Dear guests," a soft voice suddenly addressed them, coming from the ship that they were in. "For your convenience and comfort, a number of welcome destinations have been created, each suitable for those who have a preference for different environments. Please select the type of welcome village you would like to be brought to. Your options are above ground, underground, in the sky, in a freshwater lake, above a freshwater lake, in a saltwater lake, above a saltwater lake, in or above flowing fresh or salt water, in or above an ocean, in or above sandy desert dunes, in or above tundra climates, in or above yin rock fields." Lex and the others listened to the list with interest, for after the more common and expected environments, the voice began to list environments Lex was entirely unfamiliar with and had never even thought of. Usually when someone mentions extreme environments, Lex thinks of volcanoes. Now volcanoes were mentioned as well, both active and dormant ones, but there were so many more options, and they weren't even limited to the environments found on planets. Apparently there were even welcome villages built in the vacuum of space above the planet they were on, except that it wasn't necessarily all a vacuum. As it turned out, there were actually rivers of metals with exceptionally low melting points that flowed in the space above this planet. There were entire windstreams consisting of a collection of gases that flowed through space, all without dispersing. There were void wood forests, energy fields, lightning channels, radiation zones, numerous types of frozen plains. Apparently ice formed due to low temperature, and ice formed due to an overabundance of yin energy were not the same. The list was truly comprehensive, which was both enlightening and a little embarrassing. Lex copied every single environment mentioned and made a mental note to incorporate them into the inn. So far, even among the various races, he had always dealt with planet-dwelling, carbon-based life forms. Yet the universe was truly filled with a vast variety of life forms, and the inn truly was not prepared to cater to them all. As he listened to the entire list, it was the last listed place that genuinely attracted Lex's interest. "What do you guys think of checking out the primordial forest?" Lex asked Gerard and Velma. "It sounds a lot more interesting than visiting any of the other locations." Compared to mythical beings, which were the first beings born in a realm and were rare across the universe, primordial beings were born at the very beginning of the universe itself. Lex was pretty sure he had never actually met a true primordial, even though Lotus, who was a world seed lotus, was actually from a species called the Primordial Origin Lotus series. Just the name of the species contained the word primordial, which was enough to make it have a significant impact on Lex's entire cultivation journey. To be able to experience an environment suited for primordials, and possibly even meet them, was an opportunity he did not want to give up. Unfortunately, before Velma and Gerard could even respond, the vehicle gave a bit of clarification on its own. The primordial forest is a special venue, designated for a number of predetermined guests. Unfortunately, it is not open to the public. Lex clicked his tongue, wanting to complain. He restrained himself, however. "It seems like we need to pick another place," said Lex. "You guys interested in any specific place?" Velma just shrugged, but Gerard stroked his chin curiously. This was a unique opportunity, so going to a regular village on the ground would be a waste. He also wanted to make the most of this opportunity. "Tell me, talking ship, are there any races in interesting environments in any of the villages? I remember being informed that in the one-year segment of becoming familiar with the realm, many games and competitions had been planned." The ship dutifully began listing down the various races that had been planned, slowly making Gerard's smile grow wider. "Space. Captain, I urge you to reconsider," pleaded Monk on his knees, right beside the crystal alligator and Longbeard, who were all doing their best to keep their bodies from trembling. They were failing. Pebbles, the hamster, which somehow had both legs today instead of peg legs, but had both arms leading to hooks instead of hands, looked out at the horizon indifferently. Jack still did not know how every day the hamster's limbs would suddenly regrow, yet somehow other limbs would disappear. On some days it had one hand and a leg, while having one wooden leg and a hook. Other days it had both wooden legs, Sometimes the hook was replaced by a random tool, once even becoming a bow for a violin. There was no fixed time for the change, but it seemed to occur every day. Jack stopped thinking about Pebble's prosthetics and turned to look out ahead, where two golden gravity eels seemed to be pulling the ship. They were heading towards a flowing river on the ground, even if it was so wide that a mortal human would look at it and think it was a sea or ocean. "Don't worry too much, it'll be fine," Jack said, waving his hand dismissively. Yet his cavalier attitude made the others want to cry even more. "Captain, the river Styx literally leads to death. There is no other destination. There's no underworld at the end, for there is no end. It's only death." Indeed, it was a fact that the river Styx had no beginning and no end. There was no need to try to make sense of how that was possible. The rules of the folklore realm allowed it to exist in this manner, and so it did. The river also existed everywhere all at once. One only needed to think about it, and the river would appear as if summoned. But it would only disappear when the river itself wished for it, as if it had some kind of sentience. "It's the only way to reach the dwarfs without interference," Jack explained. "We just need to think of one riverbanks as our current location, and the other one leading to the dwarf dragon's territory. We can travel across the river instead of going up or down it. There won't be any problems whatsoever." Tiny Sparkles rolled his eyes, no longer trying to dissuade Jack. By now it had given up. It had also come to acknowledge that their captain was equal parts crazy and strong. A crazy person, having entered into a realm that was so crazy that no one in the universe wanted to come near it, both combined together to form the ultimate fable. If Jack managed to continue like this long enough, he'd earn a folktale himself. Within the folklore realm, earning a folktale based on one's actual actions. Jack sighed and dared not think of it. The more he learned about this realm, the less he actually understood it, so he couldn't say for certain what might actually happen. "Captain, I spot a ship in the distance," shouted Ollie, who was perched upon the crow's nest, no, the owl's nest. "It looks abandoned." "Perfect. Raise the sails and head towards the ship. We can practice our boarding tactics. No, I mean we can practice our rescue tactics on this empty ship, so that when we encounter troubled merchant ships, we'll know just how to rescue them." The ship, naturally, did not actually need its sails deployed. Under Jack's control, the flying ship slammed into the water of the river, finally entering the magical territory of the river. At that exact moment, the tentacles of an undead kraken emerged from the water all around them. A ghostly ship with black sails and thousands of actual ghosts also shot out of the waters, ready for a confrontation. Jack only grinned, as if he was not threatened at all. Unleash Goldilocks. Chapter 1451, Contemplation. Chapter 1451, Contemplation. Lex was not frowning, and even had a hint of a smile on his face as he looked out the window towards the asteroid belt they were heading towards. Velma and Gerard, however, could tell that he was still extremely distracted, and possibly even concerned. While he still gave off a nonchalant vibe, the fact that he was playing with a small treasure, similar to a pen in shape and size, was highly concerning. He may as well have been fidgeting. Of course, Lex was not playing with a toy. What others could not recognize was that Lex had shrunk Naraka and put it in a scabbard, making it look like a pen. He was playing with it in his fingers to the eyes of others, but in fact he was imbuing the sword with his sword intent, packing as much of it into the sword as he could. Even though the odd feeling from earlier had gone away, Lex could not dismiss it. He did not understand what had caused that feeling, or the image of a go-board in his mind, but it did not change the fact that something had definitely triggered that reaction. So while Gerard picked the Azure Field asteroid belt, an unusual asteroid belt spanning 8,000 miles, 12,874 km, held close together by a strange, partially visible azure-colored field that acted similar to, but not exactly like, magnetic fields, Lex focused his mind onto his instincts. He didn't need an answer as to what had caused that reaction, although he would not mind that either. He was just hoping for a hint of what he should do. Unfortunately, his instincts were uncharacteristically silent on the matter. This would previously automatically make him assume that he was being targeted by a system of some kind, but by now he had experienced enough to know that there could be other reasons for this. That additional experience also allowed him to contemplate on his own what the reasons for that unusual premonition be, one by one, eliminating the highly improbable possibilities. Several hours went by during which the ship showed them various parts of the Arctica realm landscape, while occasionally volunteering random bits of information about the environment or ecosystem, and how the residents usually dealt with them. Lex remained silent for the entire part of the journey, until near the end where he pulled out Naraka. He had narrowed down the list of possibilities, and had a few options on it that he could not discount, such as showing a reaction to the Arctica realm as a result of some misadventure he had inadvertently become a part of. He had no shortage of adventures in his life, and even he himself did not know just what the full impact of those adventures would be. So having a secret connection to this realm that even he was not aware of was definitely a possibility. But in the end, the possibility he thought was most probable was still being targeted by a system. In fact, he even narrowed it down to that strange race member he had locked eyes with being the one targeting him. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he could not get a hint as to his location or his intentions. His instincts were silent, his faint mastery of divination provided him with no answers, and none of his other means worked either, including glyphs. Whoever that person was, he had clearly taken strong measures to protect himself. Or the Arctica race was preventing the guests from effectively targeting or diving about others during their visit. Or, the most likely scenario, the truth was a combination of the two. But knowing, or at least suspecting, that he was being targeted by a system did not provide him with any additional information. The best and easiest way to resolve the situation was to find that guy again and directly eliminate him. Lex was not a guy who went around randomly killing people, but he could not underestimate the threat of a system whatsoever. Even now, he could not forget how exceedingly difficult it was to kill the guy who had the murder system. The only reason Lex had even won that fight was because of the sheer incompetence of the system wielder himself. A lot was determined by the kind of system targeting him, and for now it looked like a board game system of some kind, and not a direct murder one. But in the hands of a capable user, even a weak system could become exceptionally dangerous. His next best option, in a situation where he could not directly find the system user, was to figure out the rules of the system and take advantage of them. Since the image in his head was similar to a Go board, Lex guessed that he was now locked in some kind of battle, perhaps involving some kind of strategy, and to win he needed a clear advantage. Although standard board game rules dictated that after the first person took a turn, it was Lex's turn to make a move. But he dared not assume as such, lest he relax. He did not know the rules of the game, nor did he understand how to make a move. Over the past hours, he had been coming up with a way in which he could learn the rules of this game, and how he could look up the identity of the one who had targeted him. In fact, just a moment later, Mary spoke up. The in-worker who went to the Infinity Emporium had to use your identity token to finally get a proper response. Even then, we didn't get much. Your description matches a race called Nuz. There's barely any information on them at all. There are no Nuz native to the Origin realm, but they are considered to be a very powerful race. Their only special trait that is mentioned is their strong affinity for lightning, because of which their entire cultivation system is centered around lightning. There's also a small warning attached to the information. Due to their strong desire to evoke lightning tribulations, the Nuz have often been known to take drastic actions to trigger lightning tribulation. That includes taking actions that provoke a lightning punishment. A lightning punishment, similar to a lightning tribulation, is lightning that targets a person under the laws of the universe. The only difference is that instead of a test, it is a punishment from the universe for doing something so heinous that the universe itself cannot abide by it. Suffice to say, things like mass genocide are too tame to trigger a lightning punishment, so you can imagine the kind of actions it takes to actually provoke a lightning punishment. Do you personally know anything about them? Lex asked. Little of the basic stuff. I've never really dealt with the Nuz before. There are too many races in the universe, so even living for billions of years is not a guarantee that you'll encounter them all. All I can tell you is that they're decently strong as a race, and have an antagonistic relationship with the heavens, and predictably, a very strong relationship with the hells. At the same time, they excel in fields of divination because they like provoking lightning in any way they can. Well, it's good to know they're not incredibly formidable. I'm pretty sure I'm being targeted somehow by a Nuz system wielder. Mary did not respond, taking in the information Lex had just given her. Or maybe she was silent because the system did not let her speak. Please consider that when I say they're decently strong, I mean from the perspective of a celestial. Compared to the human race, they are extremely powerful. Don't worry, there's no way I'll underestimate a system user, no matter what their race is. I just need to figure out the rules of his system now. I suddenly got a premonition in my mind similar to the board game Go. Got any advice? Mary shook her head. Either she had no advice or could not give it. What Lex didn't realize, through no fault of his own, was that even getting that premonition was abnormal. It was only due to the fact that his body contained Tao material, and that his karma was so unexpectedly vast, that when he was connected to Axios, it triggered a reaction. Others who were targeted by that Nuz never even knew that a game was being played. "You have arrived at your selected welcome village," their ship said softly. "Please take note that there is no atmosphere outside, and there is a large amount of azure radiation. Typically, the human race is not well suited for such environments." "Thanks for the warning, but we should be fine," said Gerard. Lex may be an abnormal freak, but technically speaking, he wasn't the only one. Every single in-worker had gone through numerous star-ranking increase baptisms, with Gerard and Velma having experienced the most. They'd also undergone some training in the Temple of Fasting. Compared to a normal human Earth immortal, even they could be considered monsters. Chapter 1452, The Game is Afoot. Chapter 1452, The Game is Afoot. Lex stepped out of the ship and onto a scene from a sci-fi movie. The welcome village in the Azurefield asteroid belt was obviously built on a particularly large asteroid piece. However, instead of looking gray and desolate, as one would expect from an asteroid, there were countless high-rises, floating mini-islands all around, thousands of small ships flying around, and an overall vibrant cityscape. The azure field all around made the surrounding void look like a beautiful blue sky, and there were even birds flying around in the void to make it seem much more normal than one would expect. Upon closer view, Lex realized that the birds were actually pterodactyls. Their beautiful and colorful plume made it so that they looked nothing like they had been depicted in movies from Earth. Then again, none of the Earthen movies had considered that T-Rexes were feathery magicians either. Lex would have taken a deep breath to get some of that fresh morning air just based on how visually refreshing everything looked, except there was no air. They were in a vacuum, or well, close enough to a vacuum. There was the occasional gust of some highly toxic wind that blew by, but the gases stayed close together and did not disperse, essentially just serving as a nice, eternal breeze that could not actually be breathed in. Of course, the lack of atmosphere could not actually stop Lex from breathing. His lungs now essentially just functioned as another way for him to absorb energy from his surroundings. He could literally breathe in the surrounding spiritual energy, not requiring any air at all. If he entered his soul state, the energy he breathed in would automatically be turned into a specific kind of energy that nurtured souls. And if he used mind meld, turning into thought, he could still breathe in energy which would nurture his spirit. This was a deviation from the typical biology of a traditional human Earth immortal, whose lungs served as a way to regulate their internal energy. Who could say what caused Lex's deviation? Was it his physique? Maybe it was the Tao-level ingredient, or his cultivation technique, that allowed him to become much stronger than anyone else on his level. Perhaps it was the odd fusion of his soul and spirit with his body. It could also be the lotus he was bonded to, who essentially gave his body the feedback of an entire newborn realm. In short, the lack of air, the occasional toxic fumes, and the heavy radiation in the surrounding atmosphere all just made Lex feel like he was in a relaxing sauna. In comparison, Gerard had perfect control of all energy around him, even without using his bloodline. If he used his bloodline and his suit as the equipment through which he channeled energy, something his suit had been specifically tailored to allow, then it was basically impossible to be hurt from the environment, regardless of the kind of environment he was in. It would literally take some kind of natural disaster, with a force greater than what Gerard could control, to even have a chance of hurting him. Velma, who could be considered the weakest of the three, did not bother being pedantic. How could she be hurt when she was wearing a suit specifically tailored for her by Jeeves? Her suit had greater protective capabilities than most actual armor. Each and every individual thread in her suit was refined from the strongest ores and minerals that were available to Jeeves, with her actual suit costing well over 13 million MP. Keep in mind, this was just one of her suits, and not even a particularly expensive one. As someone with hundreds of thousands of admirers trying to court her, including but not limited to devil princes, elven heirs, and handsome CEOs of multi-galaxy companies, even with her rejecting any and all gifts, she still inadvertently ended up with a fortune. It was not an exaggeration to say that after Lex, she was the richest in member. Many dragons would be jealous of her wealth. Of course, even if she didn't allow her incredible suit to protect her, she was in the process of creating a unique technique of her own. Even if it was incomplete, it was more than enough to protect her from the radiation in this area. "Welcome, guests, to the Azurefield asteroid belt," spoke a prism whale, hovering in space in front of them. "My name is Haribo, and I will be your guide of the village." compared to Little Blue, who had a large body and majestic wings sprouting from its back. This whale was a lot smaller despite having a higher cultivation realm, and had horns sticking out of its head in the shape of a crown. It was wearing a Taoist robe which had been tied firmly with a belt, so that the sides do not hang open below the whale when it flies around. "Thank you, Haribo," said Lex in an appreciative tone. "I did not expect to be greeted by a prism whale such as yourself. We are honored." As stewards for the Arctica race, the prism whales had a very high status in the Arctica realm. This was basically the same as a vice president of a country coming to welcome guests who entered a country. It was not unheard of, but the identity of the guest had to be somewhat special. "One of the reasons we prism whales are held in such high regard is our extrasensory ability," Haribo said with pride. "Although I will not pry into the identities of our guests, I could sense from the very moment you selected this place as your destination that all three of you are quite special, not to mention the immense positive karma that you carry. The Arctica race holds in high regard those who practice righteousness and have high moral standards. A special tour has been arranged for you, and if you are willing, an invitation to the Azure Baptism Palace, where a youth of the Arctica race is residing." Lex exchanged glances with Gerard and Velma, neither of whom were averse to the idea of meeting the Arctica race. "I accept," said Lex, hiding perfectly the sudden change that took place in his mind. Chapter 1453, Worthy Opponent. Chapter 1453, Worthy Opponent. The moment Lex accepted the invitation, the image of the Go board appeared in his mind again. 3 black pieces of stone, like polished onyx, smooth to the touch, reflecting the faintest gleam of light like a distant moon in the midnight sky, appeared on the board. The first piece was right opposite to the single white piece, as if in direct confrontation, while the other 2 were each on a higher level. All of a sudden, Lex had gained an advantage in the game that they were playing. But now that he had gained an advantage, Lex became aware of just how fleeting and feeble an advantage he had, for the depth and strategy of this game seemed somewhat beyond the limits of even his impressive mind. With each piece placed on the board, Lex gained a subtle feedback from the board itself. It was not direct information. Instead, it was an incredible subtle feeling, as if hinting him in the general direction of what was going on. The feeling was so subtle, in fact, that Lex suspected he would not have noticed it at all if he weren't consciously on the lookout for anything unusual. The mental image of the board itself was the greatest hint he had, which allowed him to start dissecting what was happening and contemplating how to respond. Otherwise, it would have taken him an extremely long period of time, where possibly hundreds of pieces would have already been placed on the board to even notice its existence. As for the hints given to him by the pieces, Lex would need to actually meditate on them to discover what they indicated. There were a few things, however, that he had confirmed. First, this was absolutely not a friendly game, and its purpose was direct subjugation of the loser, worse even than granting the loser death. Whoever lost would become the winner's slave, truly and completely, with not a shred of hesitation or doubt in their minds. It was as if the very purpose of the loser's existence, from the very beginning, was to serve the winner. For example, if Lex lost, then not only would he willingly and directly reveal the existence of his system, he would also reveal every other advantage he had ever gained over, so that the winner might benefit. Conversely, if Lex won, then the loser would do the same for him. This challenge that Lex had suddenly been thrown into was perhaps one of the greatest obstacles he'd ever face. The easiest way, which was to go and kill the opponent to end the challenge, was something the game itself discouraged. This meant that the reason Lex could not find his opponent was because the board itself prevented them from finding each other. Of course, the board could only prevent them from getting results in searching for each other through means similar to divination, tracking, or tracing. Lex could still hire someone to look for him, or put a bounty out on him. This served as a form of protection for Lex as well, in a way. The issue was, Lex would much rather directly find and kill him. The rules of the game were extremely complex, and having more beads on the board was not a guarantee that he was winning. He needed to strategically place the beards to occupy an advantage, but Lex had no idea how the beads were even placed, let alone figuring out how to place them where he wanted. The only way to learn more about the game was to place more beads and get more hints. Although he did not know the exact method to place a bead on the board, he could speculate. Merely accepting an invitation to meet a member of the Arctica race placed 3 pieces on the board. Lex did not think meeting another member of the Arctica race would trigger the same result. Instead, it was more of what this meeting signified that resulted in placing of the 3 pieces, Or at least that is what Lex suspected. It would require more testing. Naraka trembled in his fingers with excitement as the sword intent Lex was channeling into it suddenly strengthened. This was not because Lex had been holding back before, but because the sudden challenge he faced was unlike any he had faced before, and instead of scaring him, it instead stirred the competitiveness in his heart, allowing him to experience a breakthrough. Suddenly, another black piece appeared on the board, this one carrying a hint of sword intent. Then, another piece appeared on the highest board, this one carrying a hint of Lex's tenet. With each piece, Lex gained a deeper understanding and more clues. He decided to accept the challenge of the board and defeat his opponent on his own playing field, confronting him in challenge for supremacy where his opponent was strongest. This personification of his tenet allowed his tenet to break through as well, thus the bead on the highest level. But the reason it was on the highest level was not just because it was resultant from a breakthrough in his tenet. Instead, the bead was laced with Lex's intention, which was to declare his challenge to the opponent in an open and above-board manner. That single bead was a declaration that Lex had realized that a game was afoot, and that he would play to win. Haribo, who had been talking and introducing the asteroid belt to the three of them, paused and turned to look at Lex. His aura had undergone a subtle change, becoming more regal and like that of a sovereign. Such a slight change remained undetected by others, including Gerard and Velma, but the prism whales were especially sensitive to such things. Haribo did not comment on the change, however, and continued on as he was previously. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Elsewhere in the Arctica realm, Axios paused his sentence. He had been talking to the other Nuz in the ship with him, discussing the details of their plan, but something much more important grabbed all his attention. He received a special kind of quest, triggered by the change on the board. This quest actually gave him the reward before the quest was even completed, because if he failed, he would be no better than dead. He had unlocked a new kind of piece for his board, because his system determined that he had never faced a challenge as perilous as the one he was facing now. Yet that challenge only excited Axios. Only a strong foe was worthy of defeating. This human really was someone worthy of causing his energy shard to react. Chapter 1454, Radiation. Chapter 1454, Radiation. The asteroid field was actually quite interesting, and the energy-rich atmosphere gave birth to many unique plants and creatures that could only exist within the azure field, which were interesting to interact with. Since the field acted similar to a magnetic field, but for materials other than metals, it created a unique opportunity where various minerals could be used to achieve amazing effects. The energy consumption for the cities within the asteroid field was also negligible, for they had a spiritual energy version of generators. Using a few kinds of rocks that could easily be found within the Arctica realm, the generators could use the influence of the field to generate spiritual energy the way generators on Earth created electricity. Of course, the engines within those generators were slightly more complex than the combustion engines used on Earth, and made use of some advanced formations. As such, creating them was expensive, but once they were made, they could be used for a very long time. Lex only appreciated the novelty of the environment, but Gerard was falling in love with it. Since the fuel for those engines was so cheap, it basically created an environment where common ships could have engines as powerful as large space travel ships, the kind that traveled between star systems. The asteroid belt was nowhere near large enough to actually make use of such powerful engines, but it did give birth to a unique type of racing which involved ships that could, for a split second, experience a massive burst of speed. Such incredible speed bursts, despite their short duration, were incredibly dangerous and difficult to utilize because of the numerous asteroids which were constantly in motion within the belt. Yet that is exactly what made those races unique and interesting, and that is exactly what attracted Gerard to them. To be clear, even having a mind as quick and powerful as an immortal's did not necessarily help with the race, since it was not their own bodies they were controlling, but the ships. One had to have perfect control and understanding over the ship's maneuverability and reaction speed to make use of it. The asteroid belt was, naturally, not just limited to a single recreational activity. Immortal cultivators had a great demand for entertainment, even more than mortals. Most cultivators would give first preference to cultivation, but not everyone's journey was as smooth as Lex's. Lacking the necessary materials to support their own cultivation, or limited by their own innate ability, or perhaps the level of their cultivation technique, most cultivators would eventually reach a point of diminishing returns. Unless they could find a treasure to supplement their cultivation, it would be pointless to continuously strive. Prior to the immortal realm, cultivators would be more desperate and would not waste their mental energy on entertainment. There were exceptions, but this was the general trend. Immortals, however, had a much more relaxed take on cultivation once they reached the point of diminishing returns. They could afford to wait 1,000,000 years until an opportunity presented itself, whether it was in the form of a cheap elixir, a coincidental opportunity, a better cultivation technique, or anything else. Since their cultivation ability would not deteriorate, and there was no time limit they had to adhere to, they did not mind filling their time with leisure. Others might have found all the various forms of entertainment interesting, but seeing that nothing other than racing intrigued Gerard, and that Lex and Velma showed no particular reaction to them, Haribo decided to skip them and lead them directly to the Azure Baptism Palace. You might not be aware, but the number of Arctica race members actually participating in this expo directly is very limited. Sir Bedford, who you will meet shortly, is one of the few of the Arctica race in the territory of the expo who are not participating in it. If he's not participating in the expo, what is he doing here? Asked Velma curiously. Could there be a possible romance involved? That is something only Sir Bedford can answer. Among the Arctica race, Sir Bedford is especially social, so I'm sure he won't mind answering. That is probably also why he so readily agreed to my proposal of inviting you all. The group was led to the Azure Baptism Palace, an unusually shaped building with a massive open funnel right in the center, into which a large amount of the azure field seemed to be flowing. That was probably why the place was called Baptism Palace. The environment inside is quite dangerous, Haribo said. Special suits have been prepared for you so that you are not harmed by the concentrated azure field. Of course, if you wish to go without them, that is also fine. An emergency protocol has been put into place to promptly evacuate anyone from the palace should they be unable to tolerate its intensity. I do, however, strongly recommend you wear the suit. The concentration within the palace has been optimized for celestial immortals. Is there any benefit to undergoing a baptism of the azure field? Lex asked. Not generally, no. However, specific cultivation techniques, especially body cultivation techniques, benefit from it due to the immense pressure they put on the body. Lex and the others looked towards each other, as if asking them what they were thinking. After a few seconds, all of them decided to try going without the suits. Lex didn't mind getting hurt. His cultivation technique would actually benefit from the exposure to a new kind of threat to make Lex immune to. Gerard wanted to train his ability to control energy, which required such environments, while Velma also wanted to try out the technique she was developing. We'd like to try going without the suits for now, said Lex. If it's too much for us, we can put on the suits then. Haribo, who seemed to have anticipated the response, merely nodded and put on a protective suit himself. It wasn't much to look at and appeared to be a simple hazmat suit, yet its effectiveness became apparent the moment they entered the palace. Haribo remained relaxed and floating, while the three of them suddenly stopped after taking the first step in. The inside of the palace seemed tinted in a deep blue due to the concentrated azure field. But much more significant than that was that the previously soothing radiation that Lex could easily ignore actually started to prickle his skin, and it even started to cause a rash. This small reaction should not be underestimated. Lex had always been better at defense than anything else, and his defense was heavily augmented by his countless opportunities. Even the dragon scale of a dragon in the same realm as him could not match the toughness of his skin. A dragon was already much stronger than most other beings, the general defense of an earth immortal dragon sufficient to tolerate a few attacks by a heavenly immortal. Lex closed his eyes and observed how deeply his body was being affected. At a visible rate, a red rash was spreading across his body, while the muscles and fat in his body close to his skin began to break down. His blood showed signs of boiling, but as it went deeper into his body, it returned to normal. The effects of the radiation did not penetrate deep into his body, staying close to the skin. His brain was in danger, but the radiation could not penetrate through his skull, while his eyes, due to their mutation, were stronger than the rest of his body, and thus resisted the radiation without trouble. But this was only the situation for now. Long-term exposure would start to affect his body at a deeper level once the condition of his skin deteriorated greatly. That was, naturally, considering if he did nothing about it. He began channeling his cultivation technique, and felt it beginning to strengthen him. For any significant effect, Lex would need to cultivate in this environment for months, possibly even years. It couldn't be helped. Strengthening his body without growing through a major realm would now be a very slow process because of how strong he already was. But at least Lex could be certain that he wouldn't suffer any significant harm in the short term, especially with his body actively getting used to the environment. Compared to Lex, Gerard was not as relaxed. Unlike Lex, he did not suffer any rash, mainly because he was manipulating the surrounding energy, keeping it from even touching him. But that was obviously easier said than done. He was under a great strain and had even started to use his bloodline to channel the energy through his suit. Surprisingly, Velma was the most relaxed of the three. Since the radiation in the surroundings was passive and did not have any intent to harm behind it, it was easily converted using her technique. She was actively converting the radiation, turning it instead into information. Now, the technique she was making was to help her learn the secrets of anyone who attacked her by siphoning away the energy of their attacks. She had no use for the information the radiation was providing her, but at least it was good to know it worked. Chapter 1455, Teenager. Once he was sure that all of them had gotten used to the concentrated azure field within the palace, Lex took a step forward. Just as he anticipated, the concentration of the field grew stronger after a single step, thus increasing the spread of his rash, and would continue to get stronger until they reached the very center of the palace. He did not know if this was meant to be some kind of test, to see how far they could come, or if they would opt for the easier option of the hazmat suit, but he personally had no intentions of stopping. Since the danger wasn't immediate and the damage wasn't permanent, he was more than willing to use this as an opportunity to train. It was because Lex never let an opportunity to grow stronger pass him by that he had accumulated so many advantages. If he needed to suffer for it a little, so be it. If he needed to suffer for it a lot, then he'd endure that too. That was in no way an acknowledgement of him being a masochist. Lex quickly shared his guess with the others, but neither Gerard nor Velma were interested in escaping to the comfort of a protective suit just yet. They would, at the very least, go until they found their limits. Ideally, they would even break through them. Lex had to admit, tolerating a field meant for someone 2 boundaries above him was not nearly as fun as it made out to be. It reminded him of the time dragons might nearly crushed his very being. "This might take a while," Lex said to Haribo, who comfortably walked behind them, just in case he needed to rescue any of them. "There is no scheduled time for the meeting," the prism whale said. "Please take your time. This also counts as being exposed to an aspect of the Arctica realm. Due to the difficult nature of life here, almost all beings exist in a state of attempting self-improvement. If there's one thing we all acknowledge, it's someone trying to grow stronger through their own efforts rather than seeking shortcuts. Can you tell me a little about the dangers of the Arctica realm? I've heard much about how perilous life here is, but never any details," asked Gerard, even as he tried to maintain his focus while venturing deeper into the palace. The prism whale looked hesitant, but answered nonetheless. "As you may already know, the laws of this realm circumvent certain rules established throughout the universe. Well, that comes at a cost, or rather, that is there as a consequence of a much more dangerous threat. The ability to enter the next realm without experiencing any bottlenecks or tribulations is not a loophole to exploit. Instead, it's the basic necessity to ensure the balance of the realm. The specific dangers are not for me to divulge. All I can tell you is that while a lesser rule of the universe is being circumvented, it is only as a result of a more important rule of the universe being implemented. As a consequence, the rule allowing cultivators to avoid major problems in their cultivation has never led to a surplus of substandard or weak cultivators. In this realm, only the very strongest survive." While Haribo did not exactly provide an answer, he allowed them to understand a little about the background of the Arctica realm. Perhaps even that was because sooner or later, many people would be able to deduce as much. Lex himself was also interested in learning about the details, if only because he wanted to know what Jack could expect. Unfortunately, if Haribo was unwilling to divulge, there was nothing they could do about it. Progress through the palace was slow, and it took them an entire hour to make it through the entrance hall. Even so, Gerard had begun to sweat lightly from the strain of using his bloodline so much, and half of Lex's face was as red as a tomato. Velma was taking a nap a few rooms ahead of them, waiting for them to catch up. The nap was not because of how easy it was for her. Instead, it was because of how quickly her spirit was exhausted while using her technique. Constantly taking in an influx of information turned out to be a lot harder than it appeared. For the duration of her nap, she was using a hazmat suit. The problem Lex was facing was that there was actually no pressure preventing him from entering. He just wanted to ensure his body fully adapted to the higher concentration before taking the next step. If he went in carelessly, he would end up taking more damage than if he went in carefully. More importantly, his growth would not be as thorough. It took the group 3 days to reach the inner layer where Bedford was residing, though Lex and Gerard decided not to enter. Even from outside, Lex could sense the extreme danger of entering the inner chamber. The concentration of the azure field would grow dramatically once the threshold was crossed, going from giving him a rash to doing significant damage, potentially even threatening his life. Fortunately, Bedford, the Arctica race member who they were invited to meet, was waiting for them just outside the inner layer. It was the first time Lex was seeing a member of the Arctica race, and he was surprised to find that while it looked like a bird, it had no feathers. Instead, its 2 large wings and long tail looked like they were made from blue, metallic scales. Bedford was hovering in the air, as one would expect from a celestial immortal. However, Lex had a sneaking suspicion that even without being an immortal, this was exactly how the Arctica race flew. "I-oh-ho, look who finally made it," Bedford said, speaking telepathically. Lex ignored the fact that his mental voice sounded too much like an overly excited teenager and instead remained respectful. Considering how ridiculously dangerous the aquatic bird felt, Lex was not going to try and point out its peculiarities. "Thank you for inviting us. The baptism palace has proven to be an interesting place." "Oh, it's no worries, mate," Bedford said, summoning a chair that suited its body shape and sat down. "Actually, I can't leave even if I wanted to. I have been locked in here for years all just to undergo some stupid training. It's tough to find a legitimate reason to invite people in. I'm glad you guys proved worthy." Lex ignored the ever-stronger teenager vibes. "How come you've been locked in here?" he asked, even though he was more interested in learning more about the realm. It just seemed like Bedford really wanted them to ask. "Among my peers, I have a weaker body and spirit, so my elders are forcing me to undergo additional training. It's completely pointless. As a Tao seed, I've already discovered my Tao, and having a strong body has nothing to do with it." Lex changed his mind. He was suddenly very interested in the tantrum this teenager wanted to throw. "A Tao seed, what's that?" Lex asked. "Oh, a Tao seed is just what someone who has discovered a nascent form of their Tao is called. I discovered mine long before I even became an immortal. It's—" Sir," Haribo promptly interrupted. "Is it wise to divulge such sensitive information?" "PSHT, it doesn't matter," Bedford said dismissively. "I discovered my Tao as a child when I insulted a stronger being so badly he suffered a cultivation deviation and died. Since then I have trained my voice to an unprecedented extent. It's why I usually only converse using my spirit sense." Lex's eyes gleamed, mostly because he sensed no danger from this information. Was this a consequence of the information itself, or the Arctica realm? "How did you know you discovered your Tao?" he asked, slowly testing out his theory. "Also, what is a Tao?" He suppressed the excitement in his body, when he sensed no suppression from the universe for asking such a question. "A Tao, isn't it obvious? It's the thing you need to become a Tao Lord. Everyone has a different one. As for me, I underwent a huge transcendental moment where everything became clear to me and I could perceive the universe on a deeper level, as if I had become some kind of sage. Also, my cultivation immediately broke through to the immortal realm. Some say it slowed down my aging and maturing process. I do. Really see it, though. Anyway, let's not all talk about me. It's been so long since I've met another person. Tell me, what's the outside world like? What's been going on? And are all humans supposed to look like they've suffered from being burned by a star?" "Not much," said Lex as he turned to look at Velma and gave her a look, letting her know to take over the conversation. They had to suck all the information out of this immortal teenager, and there was no one better at that than her. "If you think he looks bad now, you should have seen him when he was a baby. Here, let me show you pictures," Velma said with a smile. Chapter 1456, Dowhart. A teenager he may be mentally, but it was an undeniable fact that Bedford was a celestial immortal. Whether it was true or not, it was better to believe that no celestial immortal was anything less than a genius. Considering that Bedford was even a Tao seed, and had been since he was a mortal, it was undeniable that his genius far surpassed anything Lex had ever achieved. Sure, he caused an anomaly every time he broke through, but when that was compared to someone who had discovered his Tao as a mortal, whatever that meant, he did not even deserve to be called a genius. Fortunately, he kept meeting beings who were immeasurably more powerful than him, which is why he never really became arrogant about his own power. The point was that underestimating Bedford, or believing for even the briefest of moments that they could somehow take advantage of him, would be a grave mistake. To extract valuable information from him, one needed to be entirely sincere whilst also knowing the appropriate limits of what to ask and what not to ask. In essence, this was the perfect job for Velma. I don't understand much about human anatomy, but I suppose I can speculate. Based on my deductions, I can say with confidence that these baby pictures qualify as cute, Bedford said with great pride. Lex maintained a stoic expression, saying nothing and treating this as a price for the sake of acquiring valuable information. It was a steep price, but one he was happy to pay. Yes, that is not a side of Lex many get to see, Velma said lamentingly. Even as a child, he was always serious and so focused on work. Ah, that's so different from me, Bedford said, a look of reminiscence painting his face. Among my siblings, I was the weakest. My comprehension was low and my body was weak. Since I always knew I wouldn't be a decent cultivator, I focused all my efforts onto fun and entertainment. Who knew even having fun could build and temper my Tao heart, preparing me for the ultimate greatness I have achieved. Ooh, what's a Tao heart? That sounds impressive. Ah, that's too esoteric to explain in words. You could say it's a combination of experiences, self-discovery, mentality, and mindset which needs to be developed and polished enough for someone to even qualify to ponder over their Tao, let alone discover it. I'd say more than 99.99% of all celestial immortals fail to develop their Tao heart sufficiently, thereby cutting off their path to the Tao Lord realm. It can't really be helped. There's no fixed way to nurture a Tao heart, as it not only depends on the individual, it also depends on the kind of Tao they will eventually discover. Considering the fact that it's impossible to know what Tao one will discover until it actually happens, it's basically impossible to prepare for. Even actual Tao lords cannot help others gain insight into their own Tao. That's crazy. I've never heard any of this before. Normally, someone can't even talk about this stuff outside the Arctica realm without being overwhelmed by the burden of knowledge related to the Tao, continued Velma, frankly admitting why she'd never heard any of this before. Well, to be fair, it's kind of pointless for anyone other than a Celestial to know anyway, Bedford said. Don't look at me and think that anyone can discover their Tao anytime. Like I said, even most Celestials don't attain the most basic qualification to discover it in the first place. Looking too far ahead can cause you to overlook the more immediate concerns of your cultivation. Speaking of more immediate concerns, I believe you're outsiders from other realms, correct? Would you mind sharing some of the details of your arrival? I've been out of the loop lately. Once I get a better understanding of things, I might be able to guide you on how you can best benefit from your visit here. Velma and Gerard explained about the expo in detail, as well as how they attained the qualification, while Lex considered the knowledge about the Tao. For all intents and purposes, it seemed similar to a school of thought that a person individually adhered to, but he dared not treat the Tao as something as simple as that. If it was as simple as finding a school of thought that one's character could adhere to wholeheartedly, then any number of enlightened mortals could have discovered their Tao. Instead of focusing on that, he diverted his thoughts towards the Tao heart. It was the precondition to even consider what one's Tao might be, and he had no real idea how he might nurture it. Even though Bedford said that there was no way to establish one's Tao heart, there had to be at least some underlying principles that Tao hearts all shared or adhered to. Understanding them might give him some insight into how he could develop his. At the same time, he was also monitoring how the field was affecting his body. By now, his entire skin had turned a deep shade of red, and the damage was beginning to pierce into his body. I understand, Bedford said while folding his wings as if he was crossing his arms. Let me ask you your objectives then. Once I know what you hope to gain from this expo, I can provide you with some guidance. What exactly do you hope to achieve during this expo? The three looked at each other and shrugged before answering. To be honest, not much since we're going to be leaving shortly, said Velma. The flow of time here is too great. We have too much work waiting for us, so we can't be here too long. It would have been nice to learn about the Arctica race's plan for development for the next 50 millennia, but none of us can wait long enough to not only participate in the qualifying round, but also attend the end of the expo in 5 years. That answer surprised Bedford, for that went against his expectations. He met many races, and all of them always pursued some kind of objective in each of their actions. He did not think that as a character flaw or shortcoming. It was only natural to have expectation of a gain of some kind in any action they performed. That was why he found it perfectly natural that they wanted to ask him questions about the Tao. That was also why he found it so absurd that they were actually going to just give up on such a big opportunity. It was almost as if they were on vacation. "You really have no objectives at the expo?" he asked again in disbelief. He felt like maybe they were just being modest, although his senses confirmed otherwise. "Well, if I really had to say anything, it would be for my date to go well," said Lex. "I asked out another participant on a date, so I should see her soon. I just hope I can find something interesting to do." Bedford suddenly raised his head and looked at Lex with great admiration. Only a true warrior can pursue his heart's desire, ignoring the temptations of treasure and wealth for it. "I like your style. Let me give you a few ideas for a decent date. I myself have not been on one since I'm locked here, but I can give you a few ideas." As it turned out, despite lacking experience, Bedford had some really good ideas, which caused Lex some pain. He wanted the date to go well, but he also didn't want to pull out all the stops since he was only meeting her to extract information from her. What if the date went too well and they started to like each other? No, he better stay away from the more romantic ideas. Lex stated that he wanted a simpler date. Honestly, he would have opted for racing, but that would cause them to spend too much time alone instead of with each other. He needed an enjoyable activity they could do together, but one that would also give them opportunity to converse. Read exclusive adventures at my virtual library empire. After a little more chatting, they decided on the venue of his date, the Sapphire Gondola. But with that, their conversation leaned towards a natural conclusion. "Are you sure you don't want anything?" Bedford asked again, actually feeling bad. He had plans of how he would manipulate the greedy humans, but as it turned out, they weren't all that greedy. Lex thought for a moment, but then decided not to be sly and instead ask what he was wondering outright. Even if he didn't get an answer, he didn't mind. "What exactly is a Dao heart, and what can I do to develop one?" Bedford looked at Lex for a long time. It wasn't that this information was valuable. In the Arctica realm, it really was. He could find out by asking anyone, which is why Bedord never really considered it a big deal to mention these things. No, what stumped Bedford was that the human wasn't the least bit interested in taking advantage of the Arctica race. It was so unusual. He'd never come across such a situation. Chapter 1457, Depths of the Ocean. Chapter 1457, Depths of the Ocean. No, Bedford knew that technically it was theoretically possible, but he found it inconceivable that the human in front of him had no ulterior motive save to learn a little about Dao hearts and how to enter the Dao Lord realm. This information, while rare, would be available to him once he entered the celestial realm anyway. He saw no reason why he would need that information beforehand. Bedford was confident enough to say that he was the only one to have developed a Dao heart before becoming a celestial immortal for billions of years, and it would likely be billions more before the feat could be replicated, if it could ever be replicated at all. Norms existed for a reason, and just wanting to go against them was not enough to actually make it happen. That was common sense, and anyone who could become an immortal should at least know that much. As such, he refused to believe that Lex had no other interests in mind. To be clear, he had no problem with the human having ulterior motives, but being unable to detect them was a separate issue entirely. As such, he decided to try something else. He would employ a much more direct and powerful technique to ascertain his intentions. "Even if I wanted to, I can give you no clear guidance on how to develop your Dao heart. This is not the same as tempering your mind to endure a heart demon, or a mind tribulation, or something along those lines. The most direct and easy way is to raise your cultivation up until the celestial realm. Beyond that, just live your life and put yourself through as many new and unique situations as you can. In what the Dao heart is, I can guide you even less. You need it to even qualify to understand your Dao. However, if you really wish for it, I can give you an impression of what it's like. If you want to sense it, you will have to lower your mental guard." "I would be extremely grateful if you could," Lex said, lowering his mental guard. The mental guard was the innate guard cultivators had to resist and detect illusions and deceit, as well as avoid being influenced mentally by other external factors. For anyone else, lowering it would be a massive display of trust, for it could basically allow someone else to implant various aberrant thoughts or ideas in one's mind. For anyone to do that to Lex, even a celestial immortal, would be far more difficult due to the unique nature of his being. His mental defense was as tough as his physical one. Just as he allowed attacks to land onto his body without concern, he could tolerate mental attacks as well. For anyone to overcome his mental defenses would take some effort, and that would give him enough time to raise his guard. He was confident, even in the face of a celestial immortal. Of course, his true confidence came from the fact that he had the Innkeeper's business card in his pocket, which had the aura of a Dao Lord. He doubted anyone would mess with him with such a blatant display of his background. Bedford placed one of his wings on Lex's shoulder, and suddenly Lex felt as if he had been transported to another plane of existence. He no longer sensed space, or even a realm around him, nor did he sense the void. Instead, he felt all around him a vast ocean of emotion, yet oddly the emotion seemed tainted. No, tainted was the wrong word. Yet calling it augmented was not right either. Lex's mind could not comprehend what was happening, yet he detected that it was the soul that was causing the strange state. There was a depth to the ocean of soul-fused emotion that Lex could not comprehend, and within that depth lay something. Lex's body immediately leaped backwards as an overwhelming fear gripped his entire being. For the first time in a long time, he was covered from head to toe in sweat, caused by immense fear. It was not that Lex was not brave, or that he encountered something that overwhelmed him. No, it was the natural, uncontrollable reaction of a living being that almost came face to face with an entity far greater than them. Let alone Lex, whether it was a dragon, a celestial, a Tao Lord, or anyone else, faced with the enormity of time, they were all unworthy of even being compared. It was not from the depths of that ocean that Lex had sensed the aura of time, but from his forehead. The memories he had locked away when he was participating in the champion's tourney, somehow related to time, even granting him an affinity for time, were almost unlocked. Something in that ocean Lex had sensed resonated with those locked memories, almost causing them to unseal. Yet from that brief moment of weakness, Lex sensed an overwhelming aura of time that would likely have erased his very existence. Yes, that is the kind of reaction anyone unprepared to face the enormity of the Tao heart, Bedford said calmly, though internally he was distraught. Lex seemed utterly uninterested in not only him, but the Arctica realm as well. At most, Bedford sensed a faint interest to have someone go from the nascent realm to the Earth-immortal realm using the laws of the Arctica realm. That was actually not such a big deal, and was actually a part of a business model the Arctica race was building to increase their cooperation with other forces throughout the universe. Only the transcendence from Celestial to Tao Lord was forbidden for outsiders. Lex did not speak, letting the misunderstanding stay. In truth, though the ocean confused him, Lex sensed no threat from it. Instead, he had reacted to the aura of time sealed within his own thoughts, which Bedford had been unable to sense apparently. Lex pondered Bedford's words for a moment. A normal person should have been greatly overwhelmed by the aura of a Tao heart, or whatever it contained, yet Lex was entirely unbothered. Chapter 1458 Treasure is Treasure, Cursed or Not. Chapter 1458 Treasure is Treasure, Cursed or Not. He remained confused about what he sensed, true, but it did not bother him. Could that mean Lex had already formed in Tao heart? If taken a step further, could he already have discovered his Tao, and it turned out to be related to time? Was it so overbearing that he had to seal the memory of it until he was stronger? Lex always knew he was a proverbial badass, but this was a little too much, no. Lex allowed himself to daydream a little longer before coming back to reality. He did not actually think he had a Tao heart or that he discovered his Tao. Instead, he felt that having fused a Tao-level ingredient into his body had given him a level of immunity to it. What he couldn't figure out was why did the thing deep within the ocean resonate with his sealed memories? If Lex boldly speculated, and it was indeed a bold speculation because he was wholly unqualified to ponder things related to the Tao, that within that ocean was the Tao that Bedford had discovered, then did that mean Lex's memories actually had something to do with the Tao? "Thank you, Bedford, for your guidance," Lex said, even going as far as bowing a little. Although he was sure that Bedford had tested him in some way during that process, he still wanted to thank the Arctica. Not only had it given him some insight into the path of the Tao, he had given Lex a hint as to what was hidden in his sealed memories. From start to finish, Lex and the others had not introduced themselves, nor had Bedford asked. It was because, instinctively, they felt that lying to the Arctica was not a good move. For a race that highly admired an upright moral character, lying would cause their relationship to sour. It was better to just avoid the topic altogether. However, now, for the first time, Bedford felt as if this human with the immense amount of positive karma was actually worth befriending. "You need not worry about it at all. It has been a long time since I've met anyone, let alone got along with someone so easily. Considering that I am not allowed to leave, I expect it will be a long while until I can meet someone again. Just take this little guidance as a thank you present for adding a little color into my usually monotone routine." Lex smirked. "Don't be so pessimistic. With the expo happening, I'm sure you'll meet all kinds of interesting people." Within the folklore realm at that exact moment, the undead Loch Ness monster, aka Nessie, was swimming for her life or for her death. Whatever. She was trying to run, but it was to no avail. The baby crystal alligator swam through the deadly waters of the river Styx completely unbothered and with astounding speed. "Oh Lord, my fur is getting wet," cried Bob, the first dramacat ever born, from where it was stuck within the visible bones of Nessie's neck. It was desperately trying not to fall into the creature's stomach, but that was causing it to get wet from the splashes of water from the river. Was living truly worth such disgrace? It hadn't decided yet. "Damn it, someone shut that cat's mouth before it says something dangerous," yelled Longbeard. "Something like wishing for a fish rising out of the river as large as a mountain?" Pebbles asked, bitterness in his voice. Despite the crew's best efforts to keep Bob's mouth shut, it wasn't possible all the time. During those moments where the dramacat could speak as it wished, it would say something incredibly unlucky. Unfortunately, it always came true. Wishing for a fish while on the river Styx summoned an undead Nessie, which promptly gobbled Bob up. "Damn it, didn't the captain say that Bob was supposed to be as powerful as a deity? Why is he so useless?" Longbeard questioned, yet no one answered. Jack himself would have answered if he was not busy single-handedly fighting off an undead pirate crew. As it turned out, having a duck that could create limitless gold was a very attractive pet for pirates, even if they were undead ones. Pebbles, Longbeard, and the very sullen monk were riding one of the gold gravity eels which had its chain connected to the alligator, who followed the escaping monster. As it turned out, entering the water was not such a good idea, as it would cause one to become an undead. Only some very rare materials and a few exceptionally powerful beings could tolerate this water. As it turned out, Nether Lily Gold could ignore the effects of that water. So could the crystal alligator, for unknown reasons, as well as the Jolly Rancher. Of course, with the ship it was obvious that Captain Jack had personally strengthened it. They had all seen it happen over the course of their journey. Nether Lily Gold was a rare and valuable material and could resist external influences, so it made sense. The thing that no one understood was why the crystal alligator, as well as that accursed duck, could casually swim in this river. What was worse was that wherever they swam, they caused the river to slightly crystallize or turn to gold. "This is all my fault," said Tiny Sparkles as he watched the chaos unfold from the crow's nest of the Jolly Rancher. "I doubted the captain when he said that we could handle the River of Legends. Who knew traversing the river was the easy part? Taking care of the crew now, that was an impossible task." As the tiny unicorn sighed, he also shot out a rainbow beam at one of the nearby pirate ships, causing a massive explosion of spiritual energy, burning right through the undead. "Damn it, Tiny Sparkles, I've told you not to destroy the loot," yelled Jack as he sprinkled fairy dust laced with sneezing powder on the undead pirates. As it turned out, causing a zombie pirate to sneeze out their brain was a very effective way of killing them. "Captain, the treasure's cursed," the unicorn lamented. Unfortunately, cursed or not, treasure was treasure, and Jack didn't want to let go of it, mostly because he wanted to fill up the empty rooms in his ship. Its current state was too embarrassing. Chapter 1459, Cultivation Deviation. Chapter 1459, Cultivation Deviation. "It has been a pleasure," Bedford said as he walked the group to the door of the palace. "Don't forget to visit the Well of Frozen Wishes before you leave." "Likewise," said Lex. "I don't know if we'll have an opportunity to meet again anytime soon, considering you're locked in here, but when we both become Dow Lords maybe we can catch up." "I'll hold you to that," Bedford said with a chuckle, though he did not really believe it could happen. Forget the fact that there were no known human Dow Lords, there wasn't even any guarantee that Bedafid could become one. The trial he'd have to undergo to transition from a celestial immortal to a Dow Lord was far from harmless. The others also said their farewell, before exiting the baptism palace and finally getting a reprieve from the onslaught of the Azure Field. They had spent about a day chatting inside, and at this point Gerard was incredibly fatigued, Velma was beyond exhausted, and Lex looked like the color red came to life. "Shall we meet back in the city center in a week?" Lex asked. "That sounds agreeable," Gerard said. They had already planned it out and even consulted with Bedford. After leaving the palace they all needed a rest, but what should they do after that? Lex was going to go on a date, but Gerard wanted to race and Velma wanted to explore. So they decided to split up and meet once more when they were ready to leave the realm. The Well of Frozen Wishes was something Bedford strongly recommended they try out. It was a naturally occurring phenomenon in the Arctica realm, similar to an underworld, except instead of souls, it collected unfulfilled wishes of dead warriors. They could apparently get an immense reward for completing one of those wishes, though the first time would yield the greatest reward. Beyond that, Bedford had shared a few other interesting facts about the realm, and also mentioned some cultural tips so that they don't accidentally offend the locals. For reasons Lex could not comprehend at all, the color red was considered extremely offensive, and wearing anything red while meeting someone would be as bad as going up to someone and spitting in their face. Considering that none of them wore red, it hardly mattered. He just found it oddly curious. Velma and Gerard went towards a hotel to grab a good night's sleep, while Lex went towards a cultivation chamber. Within the asteroid field, cultivation chambers had taken on a unique form that Lex quite linked. They'd found asteroids which contained spirit stone mines and created artificial channels for the mines to develop into, creating a natural formation that filled a certain room with concentrated pure spiritual energy leaked from the mines. These rooms were basically infinitely usable, as the mines naturally regrow any spirit stones that were drained during the cultivation process, albeit over a course of many years. After renting one, Lex sat cross-legged and began to channel his cultivation technique, forcing it to adapt his body to the kind of damage he had sustained. Despite how energy-rich the room was, it was a definite downgrade from Lex's usual cultivation room, outfitted with his cultivation mat dragon. Speaking of which, now that he was almost a heavenly immortal, he needed to upgrade his cultivation mat. It was kind of rude to use one of his workers' forehead as a cultivation mat. What he needed to do now was find a celestial immortal monster, preferably similar to or even stronger than a dragon, and use that as his new cultivation mat. The options were limited, but Lex's eyes flashed open as the image of the Go board suddenly reappeared in his mind. A new piece had been put on the board, and this time it was a white one. But instead of looking like a regular oval bead, it looked like a tower, reminding Lex of the rook piece in traditional chess. Yet this rook was not placed on an empty point. Instead, it was placed right atop the piece carrying a hint of sword intent that Lex had previously placed. The black piece was instant crushed, and for the first time in his cultivation journey, Lex experienced a cultivation deviation. Cultivation deviation occurred through a number of ways. The most common was when someone cultivated their technique incorrectly, which usually happened due to an improper understanding of the technique or an incomplete or improper technique itself. The second most common way was when a cultivator's body was ill-suited to the technique, and they kept forcefully cultivating it. It could also occur when one reached the limit of their natural ability, but forcefully pushed on. Their meridians would become unable to support the flow of spiritual energy and rupture, or the flow of energy within the body would destabilize. A simple comparison would be if someone's blood started flowing in the wrong direction. One didn't need to be a doctor to know it would be bad. Then came less common and more cultivator-specific versions of cultivation deviation. This could range anywhere from issues with the energy, issues with the technique, with the body or spirit, and even go as far as excessive negative thinking turning into a heart demon which took control of the spirit. In Lex's case, the trigger was external. When the rook piece crushed Lex's bead, which carried a hint of Lex's sword intent, the sword aura hidden within his soul that he had been slowly whittling down with his own sword intent broke free of all its restraints. In fact, not only did it break free, it was also empowered somehow. It even began to attack Lex's own sword intent, devouring it to replenish itself. Even though Lex was no longer in the origin realm, the aura of the sword came from the deity of tribal warfare, Azillo. It attacked Lex with all the ferocity associated with its originating deity, and began to wreak havoc within his soul where it resided. Lex reacted immediately, only to discover that his actions seemed subdued to an extent. The most effective and direct way to combat the sword aura was his own sword intent, but as Lex tried to control it, he discovered that his control over it had deteriorated by exactly 50%. That included the intensity of the sword intent, its swiftness, its sharpness, its precision, and every other aspect of it. In fact, while Lex controlled his sword intent, every other aspect of himself was also reduced by 50%. This attack was insidious, and if Lex's soul hadn't been especially durable, having a rampant sword aura wreaking havoc inside his soul might have been enough to kill or, at the very least, cripple him. This was especially because ordinarily, those who pursued sword intent were swordsmen, and their intent was their strongest weapon. If there was something wrong with it, they would have limited tools available to regain control of it. Fortunately, that was not the case. The list of abilities Lex had was immense, and he could choose any one of them. So naturally, he drew Naraka and chose to face this threat with sword intent alone. This was not even about supremacy and acting in accord with his tenet. Instead, it was about pride, the little that Lex had. His mind, soul, and body were his foremost domain. He did not even let his system, his strongest asset, influence those three, so how could he let some feeble aura left behind by a deity inside another realm influence him? As for that Nuz, Lex acknowledged that this was a good move. He would respond to him as well just as soon as he understood more about the board. But first, the sword aura. You have been a guest in my soul long enough, Lex's voice echoed inside his soul. But unlike the Midnight Inn, there's no pro bono stuff going on here. It's time to pay. Lex's body turned into the soul state, and with him so too did Naraka. It had been a long time since the sword tasted victory against a formidable foe. The aura of a distant deity would have to suffice for now. Lex's body slowly lost shape, turning instead into an indistinct floating orb, while inside of himself began an ultimate clash. Even with every aspect of himself weakened by 50%, Lex's momentum did not shy away in front of that of the sword aura. With Naraka in hand, Lex clashed against it, using only his sword and sword intent. He used none of the strength of his soul, nor any other advantages he boasted. The reason he hadn't eliminated the aura himself by now was because his sword intent wasn't of a high enough level. Well now, he would do just that with an even-weather sword intent, using only his inhumane tenacity to keep going. This would become his crucible, and he would come out of it a stronger swordsman. Chapter 1460 Rook. Chapter 1460 Rook. War never changed, except for when it did. The current war Lex was embroiled in was fought within his soul, against a foe that was actually just the remnant aura of a sword dipped in the blood of a deity. That didn't exactly fit the normal archetype that wars were fought in. Then again, the premise was the same: kill the enemy and try not to die while doing it. Aura, despite sometimes seeming like it, was never a solid thing. Instead, aura influenced various aspects of perception, and sometimes actual reality, to demonstrate its various applications. Yet the clash between his waning sword intent and the rising sword aura felt very physical. Sword intent was not an external thing. It was very much linked to Lex's own abilities, fueled by his comprehension of the intent and strengthened by both the power of his spirit and his soul, oddly leaving his actual physical strength out of the equation. That meant that even as his sword intent was being drained, Lex could recreate it for his own use as long as he had the energy to spare. Eventually, though, either his soul or spirit, or maybe even both, would get drained. For now, though, it would hold. It was fortunate because brute force would not work unless he used more of his abilities, which he was being too stubborn to do. That meant he needed to hold off long enough till he came up with a solution. Lex employed the full capability of his immortal mind, reaching into the depth of his knowledge and experiences to come up with a solution, and came up with one almost immediately. Of course, that was not because the idea was simple, although it was simple, but because of the speed of his thoughts. Lex's cultivation technique was all-powerful and ever-changing. It could allow him to grow strong proportional to the effort he put in. Like the regal embrace, that put him on a fixed path to becoming unbeatable, his new cultivation technique would only take him as far as he willfully walked. This was yet another reason he often put himself through so much torture, not because he was a masochist, but because he was dedicated to growing stronger. So all he needed to do was chip at the aura, absorbing its tiniest fragments during his cultivation. The plan should work. There was only one caveat. If the aura remained under the influence of a sentient being, it would not be absorbed by his cultivation technique, which meant that the piece of aura broken off had to be so small that it was completely free of the influence of the deity. There were few things his cultivation technique could not absorb directly into Lex. Things that would immediately kill Lex, for example, could not be absorbed for obvious reasons. Things he could not touch or influence in any way also could not be absorbed by his cultivation technique. Abstract concepts, despite having very real consequences in the real world, could not be absorbed. Certain forces, such as gravity, could not be absorbed. Also certain laws that were beyond his comprehension and understanding, like karma, or time, or death and life. Lex had already tried to use his cultivation technique to absorb his immense amount of karma to no avail. He still felt like Lex might be able to absorb the law of karma itself, if a piece of it were embedded in an item. But as far as actually digesting his own karma, he could do nothing. It was peculiar, because he thought his cultivation technique would do anything and everything to make him stronger, and wasn't absorbing and digesting positive karma a good thing. The only answer he could come up with was that there existed a hierarchy of things, and his cultivation technique could not absorb things above itself in that hierarchy. Or else, couldn't Lex just absorb the universe itself? A more realistic assessment was that what Lex could absorb was dictated by his level. As an Earth immortal, the law of karma which stumped even Tao lords was well beyond his reach. But sword aura, now that was fair game. So Lex began his onslaught, taking great pleasure in even the slightest bit of damage he inflicted on the sword aura. Since everything was happening inside his soul, the speed at which Lex attacked was dictated solely by the limits of his mind. In short, every single second that passed by was filled with what should have been hours of attacks. Meanwhile, Lex's cultivation technique churned at full force. It absorbed energy at an immense pace, fueling Lex's equally drastic consumption. At the same time, it absorbed the specks of aura that he chipped free, one piece at a time. It should not have happened. It absolutely did not make sense, and yet that's exactly what was happening. Lex's affinity with divine energy helped tremendously, for even the aura itself seemed made entirely of divine energy. Lex absorbed the lot of it and stored it separately from his normal energy, for he couldn't just replenish divine energy like he could with normal spiritual energy. He either needed to absorb it from divine sources or get it from those who followed the masked tyrant and the butter knife deity. But that divine energy was now pointed towards his weapon and his mask, so he personally had to get divine energy from elsewhere. It was a very useful thing, for divine energy behaved in ways that were even more magical than ordinary spiritual energy. Outside of his soulscape, time flowed by slowly. Each second was an eternity, so a minute was a duration of time so vast it was beyond what words could communicate. In that 1 minute, Lex had taken more actions than he had in weeks, yet he could not stop. He smashed against the sword aura 1,000,000 times, then 10 million, then 100 million. The 100 million and first time, he no longer smashed, but carefully chipped. Lex's sword training underwent a drastic evolution, becoming better and faster at an unbelievable pace, yet the price was also great. It was rare for Lex to become exhausted even before he became an immortal, yet now he was reaching a point of exhaustion even his cultivation technique could not help him with. Dark circles were forming under his eyes, and his well-proportioned body started to seem frail, yet he did not stop. 1,000,000,000 times he clashed against the sword, whittling it down with nothing save his weakened sword intent, except that it was not so weak anymore. Whether it was through digesting the sword aura, or his own evolution of his sword intent, or through Naraka's influence, his sword intent had undergone a qualitative change, becoming much stronger. It was akin to a law of its own, carrying with it a sharpness that could sever anything. In a distant part of his brain, Lex felt like if he kept developing his sword intent, one day he could use it to sever actual laws even without the use of his tenet. For now, though, he could at least fight against them. After 1,000,000,000, Lex lost count of how many times he fought, simply because he did not have the mental power to spare for any thought other than wearing down the aura and winning. Time seemed to lose meaning as he fought, until eventually he reached a point where there was no aura left. Lex did not feel confused or lost. He was not stuck in the loop of attacking mindlessly. The moment the sword aura was completely absorbed, Lex fell asleep, maintaining the last stance he took while still awake. What was remarkable, however, was that even in his sleep he maintained his cultivation technique, not letting it slow down. Just because he had whittled the sword aura did not mean he had digested it. That would take much longer. But for now, Lex slept, finally having overcome the problem of the sudden cultivation deviation, though he did it in a much more difficult way than was necessary. He also finally rid himself of the latent danger hiding in his soul. The only thing he didn't do was regain the piece he lost on the Go board. There, the rook still proudly stood over the remains of Lex's black bead. Elsewhere in the Arctica realm, Axios looked towards the board with interest. He got a distinct feeling when the trial was over, and since the game was continuing, it seemed like his opponent hadn't suffered a tremendous loss. At the very least, he'd tested out his newest piece, and his opponent had lost a single piece on the board. For now, that was not a big deal, but as their game progressed, the presence or absence of a single bead could change the entire outcome of the game. It was unfortunate that the rook piece had such a tremendous price and a long cooldown. He got a feeling that if he had put down a bunch of them at once, the game would have been over right then and there. Chapter 1461, Higher Studies I. Chapter 1461, Higher Studies I. Lex slept for over 2 days, consumed by his exhaustion and overexertion. When he woke up, a high-pitched sound sang in his ear while a minor headache had gripped his head. It was unusual for a malady to affect him so long, so the first thing he did was to investigate. As it turned out, the effects of the rook had not completely elapsed yet, though they were slowly fading. The high-pitched noise was not from his ears ringing, but was a wail from his sword intent, which was plagued by lethargy. Although it was no longer weakened by as much as 50%, it was still taking time to return to its normal peak. Similarly, the headache was not because he was ill, but because the digestion of the sword aura had been artificially slowed down, since even his sword intent's growth speed had been artificially reduced. When it finally returned to normal and absorbed all the additional insight he had harnessed from the sword aura, the headache would vanish. Yet Lex felt unsatisfied with the situation. He was not afraid of that Nuz himself, but the implications of the rook piece were many. Unless he himself figured out a way to place other pieces, if that was even possible, he'd be forced to use only the simple pieces, which could result in a vicious attack from the rook piece. More importantly, who knew if there were other kinds of pieces as well? That did not mean Lex was about to give up. It did, however, mean that he needed to be a lot more selective in how he placed pieces. Of the pieces he had placed, the one with the sword intent had the biggest chance of disaster happening due to the sword aura hiding within his body. He could only assume that the opponent had some way to determine which one of the pieces hid the greatest vulnerability and targeted it. In the future, every piece he placed had to be calculated, lest it be used against him. Lex pondered for a while longer and came up with a few possible traps. But the thing was, he didn't understand how to gain an advantage with the board and how it could negatively affect his opponent. How could he trap the enemy if he didn't know how his own moves affected him? Just like he had overanalyzed the sword, using the full extent of his mind, he began to study the Go board. Using the ability of his left eye would be useless, since the image was inside his mind and couldn't actually be seen with his eye. However, he tried every other means available to him. He used his soul and spirit sense. Lex even used domination on the mental image, as well as mind meld. He tried his hand at divination and pondered a few paths he was unfamiliar with as well. He even used his tenet, trying to understand what laws were being used to link him to the Go board. It was far from easy, because the laws could barely be detected at all. If he didn't already know of the board's existence, he would not even notice the anomaly in the laws around him. As it was, he barely detected that something was amiss, but he couldn't read the laws clearly. That made sense if he assumed that this was the work of a system. Systems were possibly one of the greatest, if not the greatest force in existence. Their application remained completely undetected by a majority of the universe. Lex thought for a long while and came up with very limited and entirely unsatisfying theories of what might work. The most obvious option was to gain a better understanding of the board and get back at him that way. He was already doing that, and intended to run a few more tests which would reveal the limits set by the board. All systems operated within their own rules, and as long as Lex mastered them, he could use that to his own advantage. For example, he knew that systems valued entertainment above all else. He had to admit, having him clash against another system user definitely had some high entertainment value. He couldn't even determine if their interaction was a result of his own system, the Nuz system. Either way, he could somehow use that to his advantage. He just needed to figure out how. The second, and much more difficult and unfeasible way that Lex had come up with was to gain an understanding of karmic laws. It need not be a detailed understanding. He just needed enough to know how to use it, how to hide it, and how to set a trap using it. But learning about karma was easier said than done. He let out a deep sigh and got up, cracking his back as he did. He wrote a small letter on a piece of paper, folded it up like a paper airplane, and then threw it out into the air. The letter vanished from sight, heading towards Misha. They had not exchanged means of contact, but Misha had left him a token with her aura on it. Lex could use that to send his letters towards her by tracking her aura. Of course, if Lex tried to do something malicious by tracking her aura, it would fail, for the token had its own precautionary measures embedded into it. He had asked her out finally, requesting to meet her in the Azure field in the next few days if she was free. Now he just needed to wait for her response, and then he could organize something. Until then, Lex had something else in mind. Part of the expose point was to demonstrate to the universe the culture and lifestyle of the Arctica realm. This was not a random move, for without understanding the Arctica realm, allies would not know what behavior was beneficial and what was frowned upon. Chapter 1462, Higher Studies II. Chapter 1462, Higher Studies II. A part of that included a demonstration of the Arctica race education system. Much like the rest of the universe, the Arctica realm had organizations, schools, sects, and more, but what was different was their modus operandi. Unlike the rest of the universe, where each organization or sect had their own individual movies, such as growing stronger, gaining access to more resources, or to support the founding family or person, things worked differently here. In the Arctica realm, as long as a person displayed the minimum level of competency required, they were free to join any and all forms of school or educational facility, and gain detailed guidance on the cultivation path. In fact, it was not limited to just cultivation. Whether it was something like vocational training, science, technology, treasure manufacturing, gardening, or anything useful and productive, all of them could be openly pursued as one proved that they were worth teaching in that certain field. The education would be completely sponsored by the Arctica race. Such an approach almost made it seem like this was the perfect society, and that the Arctica race was baiting others to join them. There was just one flaw in that theory. The Arctica race was actively trying to prevent outsiders from coming in. They absolutely were not interested in having others become a permanent part of their realm, so there was no need to attract anyone here. In truth, the explanation given for such a system had already been given. It was yet another protective measure to ensure the continued growth of the realm in the face of a devastating foe. By now, Lex was no longer interested in the actual danger that the Arctica race kept teasing. If they wanted to share, then they would reveal what the danger was. Or else, if Lex stayed in this realm long enough, with his luck, he'd discover it anyway. Until then, he just focused on his own things. He wanted to join an academy focused on teaching immortals about laws, specifically, about karma. The nearest such school was actually quite far from the Azure field, so he hailed a taxi spaceship and got in. In a matter of hours, Lex arrived at the Harmony sect. On the surface, the sect's actual focus was on management of domestic affairs. It had little to do with combat, and all education was focused on supplementary fields. As it turned out, according to its catalog, it taught about karma in relation to contracts. When he arrived, instead of taking the introductory tour which shared some basic knowledge about the sect, he directly applied for the placement exam which would determine if he could take the classes on karma. Soon he was given a pencil and a piece of paper, as well as an exam sheet, and was given a deadline of 1 day to solve the exam. Although he had not prepared for it previously, he was confident in his ability to solve it. Naturally, he'd sent an update to Velma and Gerard about his actions as well so that they stayed up to date in case he wasn't able to meet their deadline to meet up. When Velma heard Lex's news, she was drinking a local fruit juice, but sprayed it all out in shock. "What is he doing?" she exclaimed in a strange mix of horror and amusement. She went through Lex's update message again one more time to be sure. Had Lex really invited Misha out on a date, then openly and publicly gone to study at the Harmony sect, a sect dedicated to maintaining and establishing marital harmony? Although their catalog wrote about it in a more generic manner, giving a vague explanation of the actual content that they covered, it was widely known that their focus was on maintaining a healthy community by ensuring a fair marital relationship, whether it be through prenup contracts, health communication habits, proper conflict resolution, and more. Velma didn't know if Lex was being incredibly bold, or he just didn't know what he was doing. She found that latter too hard to believe. Lex was a well-informed, meticulous, and thorough person whose plans were difficult to see through, so maybe this was a chess move from him that she just couldn't see through at the moment. Either way, she knew that sooner or later, most probably sooner, Misha would find out about this. After all, it was basic etiquette to look into the date's online presence, background, and other prospects before going on a date. She just wanted to be there when Misha found out. It was going to be hilarious. But regardless of how funny it was going to be, she restrained herself. Her goal was to learn more about any plot the bank might have towards the inn, as well as towards the Arctica realm, so that they could study how the bank operates. As such, she'd taken to infiltrating a high-level networking event called a mixer. This was in no way, shape, or form an event for single people to search for potential partners. This was very serious business. As proof of her claim, when she arrived at the mixer, she saw a number of sunset tigers, and all of them seemed to be here to meet a single person. Myra, who was Bagheera's girlfriend as well as a sunset tiger, was not among the group. Now, Velma was absolutely not one to eavesdrop on others' conversations. Yet if people were careless about their communication, and she accidentally overheard their entire conversation and learned all of their plans, then she couldn't really be held accountable. This was especially because the person they were meeting was not actually meeting them in their capacity as members of the bank, but as members of a high-ranking feline beast subrace. It seemed that there was talk of an alliance by marriage, just that the bride in that marriage had not been selected yet. As it turned out, Myra was one of the suggested candidates. Velma wondered if Myra herself was aware of this. She grinned as mischief twinkled in her eyes. Chapter 1463, Contractual Karma. Lex wore a strange expression on his face as he read the document in his hand. Then he looked all around himself, and then looked back at the document in his hand. What he was holding was a very barebones, generic contract that encompassed the basic expectations a cultivator may have towards their primary spouse. "What is this?" Lex asked the teacher sitting at the head of the class, almost concerned that he had fallen into an illusion conjured by some strange piece on the Go board. It was truly too insidious. "The first lesson," answered the teacher, a beast in the shape of a swallow. "We will study the karma between a couple who sign the most basic of marriage contracts, whether it be an actual contract or a verbal one. Intention matters more than writing things down with karma. Then we will progressively study more complex contracts and agreements. The entire class will take 50 hours, since this is only a brief overview of what we normally teach students." Lex looked back down at the contract, then he looked back up. Was this really happening? He supposed it was. Lex sighed, and then put down the contract before picking up another booklet, which introduced the basic trends of cultivator relationships as witnessed and recorded in the Arctica realm. As far as private relationships went, there were no established rules, and as long as one did not break the basic laws of the realm, there was no one to dictate how one must behave. Even then, certain patterns and trends appeared, and all of them had been summarized in this booklet. The most basic, yet most common relationship was between one being with a high cultivation level and talent, and another with a lower cultivation as well as talent. Their relationship could be characterized to be the most similar to the so-called traditional marriages back on Earth, with a breadwinner and a homemaker. Of course, instead of the roles being dictated by gender, they were dictated by cultivation level. The person with higher cultivation level was often more than open to supporting the other, whether it was in terms of protection or resources, while the other provided their loyalty and whatever else they could. It was not exactly as transactional as Lex was making it sound. Various aspects dictated such relationships, with emotions just being one of them, but that was the gist of it. But while this kind of relationship was most common, it was also extremely common in such situations for the cultivator with the higher level to have a primary spouse, followed by any number of secondary spouses as dictated by their power and their means. Lex personally found polygamy to be messy and troublesome, but it could not be denied that it was very prevalent in many societies. Also, in relationships mostly based on power rather than emotion, the dynamic was vastly different, and polygamy a lot more acceptable. Then the most popular relationship type was that of the Taoist couple, though it had nothing to do with Tao lords. Instead, they were two equally talented, or at the very least two highly talented cultivators who either develop a strong emotional bond or strong cooperative relationship, and vow to spend their lives together, both pursuing a higher realm. Of course, the pursuit did not need to be limited to a higher realm. The exact nature of their ambitions was irrelevant to the study. What was important was that two highly capable cultivators swore themselves to each other. Then, surprisingly, the most common relationships were based on vengeance. More specifically, joining together, pooling in their efforts, all for the goal of seeking vengeance. Over time, such relationships somehow ended up becoming marital in nature. Examples of this included instances of seeking revenge on rival family groups and organizations, against powerful beasts and monsters, and anything else that may or may not cause widespread destruction. Although it wasn't explicitly stated in the booklet, Lex deduced that whatever danger filled the Arctica realm regularly left countless people as survivors of large massacres. These survivors would get together in the pursuit of revenge, since they all shared the same enemy, and over time developed a dependence on each other. This must happen quite frequently for it to be the third most common type of relationship in the realm. Your next read is at my virtual library empire. There were over a dozen other kinds of relationships that were detailed in the booklet that Lex read through, before turning and reading the simple contract once again. It had no extensive clauses, only asking for loyalty in terms of family and cultivation. Once everyone in the class was ready, the teacher began to preach. The karma between partners is formed not from the signing of any contract, though such an action in itself carries a specific kind of karma. The intention, or even just the action of caring for one another and spending time together forms such karma. That is exactly why certain slang words include the notion of spouses, such as a work husband or wife. It is not because they are actually spouses, but the actions of looking out for one another will form that specific kind of karma. This is distinct from the karma of brotherhood and camaraderie, which forms under a different yet sometimes similar set of circumstances. Exact nature of how the karma is formed is up for debate, but what's important is the relevance of such karma and how it can be utilized. Beware, I will also mention how the presence of such karma can be used for certain sacrificial techniques. Certain evil cultivators specially nurture such bonds to develop this karma, just so that they can sacrifice it to strengthen certain techniques or items. The purpose of mentioning such things is to protect yourself if you ever fall in such a situation. Now, wielding karma. Despite how absurd the topic of the lesson was, Lex paid attention as he hoped to learn how to control karma. Unfortunately, controlling karma and controlling the law of karma were two distinct things, so his tenet would not be useful here. Instead, Lex would need to learn and specialize in karma and causality techniques. They were not rare and existed even at the foundation level. However, they all had varying levels of effectiveness, and to find a suitable technique for what Lex wanted to do would not be easy. Maybe he could come up with the technique himself, but first he had to learn the basics. Even Pel, the heavenly immortal dragon, knew a number of weak karma techniques, but he did not specialize in them, hence his knowledge in the subject was shallow. This was because using karma was a field in which talent mattered a lot more than others. Even immortals, with the advantage of an infinite life, would eventually hit a point of diminishing returns, making deep study into the field unworthy. For now, Lex learned about controlling karma through contracts, a powerful yet extremely limited technique. He doubted he could get that nuz to sign a contract with Lex, and it didn't really help with the go board at all. But it was an important first step, and Lex could already see how this would be a very important field for him to master. He could already imagine how useful this would be for him in numerous scenarios. After all, not all contracts had to be signed on a pen and paper. They could take many forms. By the time the 50-hour class was over, Lex hadn't received a response from Misha, which was unexpected. He decided to spend a few more days furthering his study in karma, and if he didn't get a response, he'd take the hint and move on. Lex paused. He and Misha had a verbal agreement, which was not the strongest form of a contract, but it still was one. That meant that between them there was the karma of a contract. Lex had no intention of doing anything to her with it, but he thought it would be interesting to study his own contractual karma and deepen his insight into the field. He rented another cultivation room and began practicing the basic version of the technique he'd bought for immortals. While he understood it almost immediately, that was only at the basic level. He'd need to study and contemplate it for a long time before he could truly master it to a satisfying degree, so he got to work. The process was so interesting that Lex barely felt the days pass him by, the value of a few hours and days seemingly vanishing during a single study session. It was only when the 7-day deadline he'd set to meet with Gerard and Velma came up that he reluctantly stopped. Misha still hadn't responded yet, so he just shrugged and decided to forget about it. Just out of curiosity, though, he took a look at his own contract-related karma. Almost immediately, he wished he hadn't. Chapter 1464, Mastermind Lex. Chapter 1464, Mastermind Lex. The difficulty and complexity of karma was without question, or else even Tao Lords would not be struggling with it. As such, even though Lex received a technique to look at karma, it was a highly specified type of karma. Even in that technique, Lex was far from a master, but it was enough to get started. If his comprehension was not exceptionally high, it might have taken him years to learn the technique even to this scale. After all, immortals have no lack of time, so the complexity of the techniques they used was far beyond anything from previous realms. The entire life expectancy of a nascent realm cultivator might be less than the time an immortal uses to learn a single technique. In short, even though he had mediocre success in mastering the karma technique related to karma, and could merely see a faint amount of contract-related karma, when he used the technique on himself, he was nearly blinded. Why the hell did he have 17 million contractual karmic links to female angels? Lex immediately stopped using the technique, for the burden of viewing karma was too much. Originally, it shouldn't have been too troublesome, but because of the immensity of the contractual links he had, the combined burden was too much. No, this can't be right, Lex muttered with great concern and used it on himself once more. This time, the karmic links he saw were even greater and were linked to oracles. Lex exerted himself, forcing the technique to help him identify what these links were about. A few seconds later, he stopped using the technique and wiped the sweat off his brow. Once upon a time, he had promised Vera to help oracles pull out the thunder tribulation shards from their souls. Although the promise had been based on his own availability and freedom, it was enough to form a preliminary contract between him and millions of oracles. For now, such karma had no consequence, and he did not even need to fulfill the promise to get rid of it. The thing to remember in this case was that a casual promise made by him was enough to link him to countless beings he didn't even know existed. After spending some time recovering, he looked at his karma again, trying to find out why he was linked to angels, yet once again he saw something else. He had a strong karmic connection, much stronger than the ones to the angels and oracles, and this one was towards a single target. What was concerning was that this karmic link, unlike the previous ones which were made of yellow or silver light, was made entirely of a deep purple, slowly turning ever darker. It also carried an aura of decay, and was slowly but surely negatively affecting him. It was his link to the assassin organization Hicks, whom he had hired to find a certain dwarf who released a video of Lex climbing his dragon cultivation mat for the first time. Lex closed his eyes again. His mastery was not enough to understand why the karmic link carried an aura of decay, or why it was affecting him. The technique he learned was focused solely on contracts, with its actual purpose being to strengthen marital bonds. As such, every other aspect of karma it touched upon was merely perfunctory. What the hell have I been getting into? Lex asked himself, then took another look at his karma, though this time his eyes immediately started to bleed, forcing him to shut them. He saw the karma of his promise to Sekhmet. He did not need the technique to assist him in determining what it was, for he could feel remnant traces of her aura clearly. At that point, Lex knew that he needed to stop. It was not easy for his body to be wounded, but the fact was that he had karma with no one but multiple Tao Lords. If he ended up seeing his karma related to them, he didn't know what the repercussions would be. However, he really wanted to figure out what his karma with the angels was. Lex took a deep breath and focused on healing his eyes, meanwhile mentally preparing himself to look at his karma once more. Theoretically, he should be able to hone in on the karma he wanted to see. But since his mastery of the technique was poor, he couldn't do it as easily. He spent a few hours preparing himself before he opened his eyes once more. They were filled with red veins, strained to their utmost and not entirely healed, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that Lex finally saw his karma with the angels once more. There were 17 million individual threads of silver karma, each from a female angel. They were all weak, barely existing, yet the faint aura of a contract allowed them to exist. Lex focused on the threads, searching for their origin. Eventually, he saw it. The difficulty of the technique had actually been lowered since he was viewing his own karma, which is why he was able to trace it. He once promised, on Lover's Island, that he would heal the wings of any angel that came to the Midnight Inn. That was the promise upon which this contract was built. However, what confused Lex was that each of those threads also carried with it a trace of. Lex pursed his lips. Each of those karma threads looked similar to what his teacher had taught him in karma class. It was the karma of someone who wanted to pursue a potential partner, and some degree of eligibility had been established. How the hell had he established the eligibility for a relationship with 17 million angels? That was something he absolutely did not understand. Lex stopped using the technique as fatigue began to set in. Using karmic techniques put an immense pressure on him, mostly because the karma he was viewing was immense. Lex did not understand how he was capable of sowing such immense karma so easily, but he sensed that carrying such a vast amount of unresolved karma was dangerous. He needed to remedy the situation, and fortunately he did not need to heal all angels, wings, and treat the souls of all oracles to do it. Such light karma could easily be withdrawn. Though there would be repercussions, considering how light the karma was, it should be manageable for him. In fact, the higher his cultivation level was, the greater his threshold for tolerating karma. But considering he already had too much karma, it was best not to make any rash decisions. He should handle things one at a time, starting from the lightest karma. No, wait. Considering the immense karma he already carried, the positive outcome far outweighed the negative. He had time to spare, so he should focus on studying karma first. There was nothing wrong with this. The innkeeper had a reputation for his mastery of karma, so it only made sense for Lex to have an interest in it. With that, Lex concluded his little experiment and quickly departed from his temporary cultivation cave. He was already late for his meetup with Gerard and Velma, so he hopped on top of Naraka and flew through the vacuum of space, back towards the Azure asteroid field. He could have just teleported over, but long-distance teleportations had been forbidden for guests. The Arctica race probably wanted to prevent anyone from ending up somewhere outside of the designated zone. Lex arrived at his destination much quicker than if he got in a taxi, but found his two companions already waiting for him. He was just about to apologize for being late, but when they turned to look at him, their eyes were filled with pity, which confused him. "What's wrong? What happened?" Lex asked. Instead of responding, Velma just pointed her finger towards a shop nearby, where a blushing Misha seemed to be sitting, lost in her daydreams. "Did you need to be so blatant in entering a karma class for couples right after asking her out? For the last few days, the poor girl has been going through a series of mini-panic attacks, uncertain of how to respond," said Gerard. "You, my friend, have made the classic mistake of moving too quickly in your relationship. In your case, you moved too quickly before even entering a relationship." "No, wait, that's not happened," Lex suddenly exclaimed. I wanted to learn about karma, and that was the closest class available. I didn't think much about it." Lex looked sincere in his claims, but Velma just rolled her eyes. "You need to work on your acting, Lex. You could have sold the fact that you were learning karma if you didn't win a distinction in your 50-hour class, earning recognition for stellar performance, and having your picture published in the local newspaper. You clearly wanted her to know you were taking your class. Sometimes, your plan, no matter how well thought out, will fail if others can detect that you planned it out." Lex was stumped. What plan, what distinction, what was she talking about? Chapter 1465, Charming. Chapter 1465, Charming. Lex was confused, right up until Velma showed him the newspaper. Technically, it was a news hologram, projected onto their hand by the vast computer that monitored the Azure asteroid field. Worthy of note was that though the computer boasted artificial intelligence, it did not cross the threshold that would allow for it to gain a soul. This was, strictly speaking, still a provocation to the AI race, but no one could tell the Arctica race what to do in their own realm. Regardless, when he looked at the newspaper, he saw a small article in the corner, showing his picture and listing his phenomenal achievement of gaining initial mastery of a technique that, on average, takes an entire century to get started in. That minor achievement was akin to getting a distinction in a subject in college, earning praise from his professor. Lex didn't care about that. What he cared about was the fact that such an article had been printed about him, yet he had not known at all. That showed a massive problem. Within 100 miles of him, anyone cannot even think about him without Lex realizing. At greater distances, if anyone has any strong emotions related to him, Lex would feel them too. Even if something was so far away from him that it did not elicit a reaction from his instincts, he still would have felt a warning at least if there were any significant matters related to him. Now, the fact that an entire article had been published about him, yet he remained completely unaware about it, displayed that there was a grave issue somewhere. Lex suddenly felt incredibly wary of the Arctica realm. Clearly, they had a role to play in this development. Even though they had a very high moral code, and it was incredibly unlikely that they were specifically targeting Lex, it was a fact that he was being affected. "Don't worry about Misha. I'll explain things to her and clear the air," Lex said with a soft smile as he looked at her. At least some of his abilities were still working, because from Misha he could detect all kinds of hidden information. Even being a heavenly immortal, she could not hide her inner thoughts and intentions from Lex. After all, he was adept at reading people's thoughts and emotions. As it happened, just as Lex spoke, Misha turned to look out the window of the cafe where she sat and spotted Lex. The elf froze, panic and embarrassment clearly painted on her face. It was a little cute, or maybe Lex thought that because he had a thing for redheads. He waved at her and approached her. "I didn't think I'd see you again considering I didn't get a response from you," Lex said as he pulled up a chair and sat opposite to her, smiling warmly. "I believe there might have been a small misunderstanding between us." "No, Leon, it's not you, it's me. I am not ready for something like that yet," Misha said, a faint voice, barely audible to Lex even with his enhanced senses. Lex laughed at her adorableness and shook his hands. "That's exactly what I mean," he said. "I was just there because I am interested in learning karma techniques, and it was the nearest one to my position. The actual content that the class was based around was a coincidence. I am only interested in learning about karma, nothing else. Misha's face turned red like a tomato as she realized the misunderstanding. She didn't know where to hide, so she buried her face in the menu. The entire sight was quite adorable, which caused Lex to smile. But internally, Lex was extremely calm and collected. The exchange between him and Misha was as much a strategic match as the go he was playing against that Nuz. The dainty-looking elf was not as helpless and harmless as she was appearing to be. Hidden beneath that facade was a capable and qualified representative for the terrorist organization Fugan. To underestimate her for even a second would be a critical mistake. In fact, Lex was certain that by now she knew his real identity. It couldn't be helped since he didn't change his appearance. The thing was, changing his appearance wouldn't have mattered at all. Giving a fake name was enough to let someone know that Lex wanted to maintain his privacy. In this expo, filled with the peak powers of the universe, Lex did not think he could really fool anyone. Those powerful enough and interested in learning about him would be able to see through his disguise. After all, higher-level cultivators could identify people by more than just their appearance. While for those who weren't interested, why did it matter if they were powerful enough to see through a disguise? A fake name was enough. His real protection was the card carrying the Innkeeper's aura that he kept in his pocket. With that on his person, why would anyone purposefully look into him when he gave a fake name? Only those who already knew him, such as those from the Origin realm, would actually recognize him from his appearance. Lex ordered a few local specialties, supposedly giving Misha enough time to recover, not that he intended to let her control the flow of their date for much longer. Though she was using no seduction techniques, she was clearly doing something, or else she would not be hitting all his soft spots. It was as if she wanted to use her innocence and cuteness to lower his guard and lead the conversation towards her goals, whatever they may be. He could also take advantage of this, making her think he was falling for her trap, and then learning her secrets from within. However, the incident with the newspaper made him feel unsafe. He no longer knew what to think of the Arctica realm, but he didn't like that they were interfering with his danger sense and ability to gauge things related to himself. "Now that the air is clear, can we consider this as our date?" Lex asked, wearing a charming smile. Though he had limited experience dating, it wasn't as if he was a complete buffoon in terms of relationships. From his appearance to his scent, to the warmth of his otherwise powerful aura, all of it was quite charming. "I suppose it couldn't hurt if it's just a date," she said shyly. Lex chuckled. "This side of you is very different from when you were arm wrestling me, daring me to be worthy of courting you. It was just a game. Besides, I didn't think you'd actually win. I was trying to humble you." "Whatever do you mean? I am the humblest person around." Misha rolled her eyes, her shyness fading as Lex cracked a lame joke and returned to some semblance of normalcy. "Very humble, sure. I can tell from your proud expression in the picture next to your distinction announcement about how humble you are." "I had no hand in that picture," Lex declared openly. "If you knew me better, you'd know that I'm a down-to-earth person who stays in his lane and does not cause trouble." "Somehow that's exactly the impression you give off," Misha said sarcastically as she rolled her eyes. "I must say I'm surprised you found that picture so quickly," said Lex, not responding to her sarcasm. Instead, he brought the conversation back to the announcement about himself, like any humble person would. "I myself only just found out about that article." "Well, you can't blame a woman for looking into the man asking her out," Misha said, her voice once again weak and sympathetic. It was such a stark difference from her earlier bravado when they first met. Lex had to say she was taking the damsel routine a little far. "Oh, how interesting. Actually, I also tried looking into you a bit but found nothing. I'm curious to see what you found out about me." Misha's eyes flashed as she sensed a subtle change in Lex's tone. It was still soft and polite, but it lacked a certain element of teasing that it had earlier. The tone and the words didn't match, which only meant that his intentions were changing and her strategy wasn't working effectively. Before she could answer, however, Lex leaned back in his chair and continued to speak. "Oh, I forgot to mention, while I didn't find out anything about you, I learned quite a bit about the Fugan. I'm surprised they were able to send a representative to this expo. You guys must have some amazing secret sponsors, huh?" This time, Lex did not rush to speak and let the silence hang in the air as he looked at Misha. His expression didn't change, still soft and smiling, but hers did. Her previously mischievous smile slowly faded from her face, and she studied him carefully before speaking. "Well, we do all right, though our sponsor isn't nearly as amazing and secretive as the Midnight Inn." Chapter 1466, Chatting with the Enemy Eye. Lex chuckled. At the slightest sign of things going askew, Misha did not shy from directly stating Lex's background, dropping the charade. Not only did such behavior match her earlier confidence when she directly challenged him to an arm wrestling match, but it also made a lot of sense. After all, Lex had never known heavenly immortals to be weak-willed or easily frightened. "Don't sell yourself short," said Lex. "It's not the Midnight and that's engaging in a realm-wide war against the Henali." There was a momentary silence between the two where an invisible tension built between them. Yet the tension dissolved just as quickly as it appeared when Misha took a sigh of relief and relaxed. It wasn't like she could do anything to Lex anyway, not without getting an official permit to fight him. Of course, if she was suicidal, she could try attacking him without it, but Lex didn't fear her at all. The only thing that slightly concerned him was if the Nuz could tell what he was doing. If he placed one of the rook pieces on the board while Lex was in the middle of a fight, it would truly be quite inconvenient. "I'm glad that's over and done with. Acting demure is really not my strong suit," Misha said as she grabbed a drink and took a big gulp. "Why were you acting demure to begin with? Such an obvious change in behavior from earlier on is a dead giveaway. Speaking of which, I have to ask, did you know who I was when you asked me to arm wrestle you?" "Orders," she said with a shrug. "According to our resident psychologist for the human race, human males are more likely to be attracted to a weaker female in need of assistance or rescuing." "That's sexist and I'm pretty sure speciesist as well," said Lex. "I know plenty of incredibly powerful women who are plenty attractive. Those are some bizarre orders, though. Continue your adventure at my virtual library empire." Through masterful control of his thoughts, Lex prevented himself from immediately thinking of Zuri, or at least the appearance she took when they first met. Misha shrugged. "Can't do anything about it. And to answer your second question, no, I did not know you or about the Midnight Inn at the time of our wrestling match. As a diplomat, I spend all my time in other realms, either representing our interest or seeking new allies. I hardly ever know anything about what's going on in the Origin realm save for what I need to know for my missions. Considering that I'm not really native to the Origin realm, it doesn't really bother me. And representing the interests of a terrorist organization doesn't bother you either?" Lex asked, very casually, his voice devoid of any accusations, though his words certainly implied it. "Hey, first of all, believe it or not, it's the Henali who are the aggressors, not the Fugan," Misha said, holding up a finger, though her tone and demeanor did not seem like she was agitated by the accusation. "I don't know if you are fully aware of the history of the conflict, but I can enlighten you about it. If you don't trust my word, I can even point you towards any number of neutral sources from whom you can verify my claims. Secondly, and much more importantly, a girl's gotta eat. I've been stuck at the beginning of the heavenly immortal realm for a very long time, and without sufficient resources, whether it be in the form of teachers who can guide me on my path or actual treasures that can help me overcome my various shortcomings, it'll be billions of years before I make any progress. The Fugan might not be the wealthiest out there, but they pay surprisingly well for a non-combat role, and the benefits aren't bad either. The universe isn't an easy place to survive in, all right. Don't judge me until you try surviving on your own for a while. You're right, I don't know the history behind the conflict, but still, doesn't it bother you that you're helping perpetrate war? Avoiding conflict is basically impossible," she said with a shrug. "There's more than one war going on in the universe, and this ain't even close to the worst one. It's not an excuse, just the reality of the situation. Besides, like I said, it's the Henali who are the aggressors here. I'm helping natives try to reclaim their realm. The Origin realm's location was discovered approximately 4 billion years ago, and was discovered to be an especially resource-abundant realm. The timeline also put it on the path to being potentially one of the last, if not the last realm that will mature. That made it highly valuable. There was a bidding war over who would get the rights to colonize the Origin realm, as well as an actual war, with the Henali eventually claiming full custody of the realm, acknowledged universe-wide. Then they came barging in, completely destroying the pre-established order of the Origin realm and taking full control. The Fugan, much like the Arctica race, were the former strongest race of the Origin realm, but were brought near to the point of extinction during that process. It was only through a greater familiarity and understanding of the realm that they were able to survive. Many other races and powers within the Origin realm did not make it, including many of the original deities of the realm. Fortunately, not everyone in the universe recognized the Henali's claim to the Origin realm and supported the Fugan, allowing them to survive and fight back for what is rightfully theirs. Yeah, that's why they nurtured a bunch of Jorlem in their own realm, for protection, Lex said sarcastically. I don't know why you're telling me all of this. As much as I understand that colonization is a cruel and evil thing, the scale of this fight is really far beyond me. Not to mention, I'm no arbiter of justice. I can't proclaim that the Fuegan's current atrocities are completely valid because the Henali did something just as bad long ago. Chapter 1467, Chatting with the Enemy II. Chapter 1467, Chatting with the Enemy II. Don't sell yourself short, Lex. You've done more harm to the Fuegan's agenda in just the past year alone than the Henali have in centuries, and that was without the Innkeeper directly taking action, as far as I understand it. That said, the Fuegan do not wish to make an enemy of you or the Inn. Lex shook his head. The Midnight Inn is neutral as far as these things are concerned. They barely participated in the conflict, and even that was merely at the behest of the rulers of the realm. As soon as that was concluded, the Inn left the Origin realm so that no one could use any moral high ground to force them into any conflicts. The Innkeeper just wants to run his inn without bothering with whatever happens outside of it. As far as my own involvement is concerned, since you're so well informed, I'm sure you already know that I was practically forced into the conflict. I believe it was one of your allies who went out of their way to target my siblings. Why would I have cared about a fight that had nothing to do with me if no one had pulled me into it? I can see you have a bad impression of the Fuegan, and very good reason for it too. But that doesn't mean that things have to stay that way, right? The orders I've been given are just to make contact with you and try to see if we can salvage our relationship. Besides, it's not like I was trying to trick you or anything. I told you my background up front the very first day we met, so it's not like we're trying to trick you or anything. Misha held up her arms helplessly, as if to show that she hadn't really tried anything funny. I don't mind at all. As long as you guys tell me clearly where Damien is, and give me a full detail of everything he did in the Origin realm so I can tie up some loose ends, I don't mind trying to give this relationship a new start. Misha gave Lex a wry smile, as if she already knew that she wouldn't be able to meet Lex's demands. I will communicate your request to my seniors, and we shall try to compile all the information we have on Damien, though I can't say for certain what we have on hand. But that's for later. For now, why don't we just chat? Is there anything you want to know about the Fuegan? Or maybe the Henali? I doubt you'll be able to get your hands on some of their secrets that we know. Maybe you're interested in the history of the Origin realm. Lex squinted his eyes and studied Misha. She seemed completely earnest and unbothered by what the outcome of their conversation might be. Either way, one of the reasons he got close to her was to learn as much as he could about the Fuegan, so there was no point in giving up such a great opportunity. What about you, though? Is making friends with me all that the Fuegan really want? Lex asked nonchalantly, as if he too didn't care either way. Naturally, the Fuegan want to extend their friendship to the Midnight Inn and the Innkeeper as well. Though we may have been at odds before, we want nothing more than to move past any unfortunate misunderstandings we have had in the past. I can't really speak for the Innkeeper, Lex lied blatantly. Although I can say that generally, as long as no one breaks one of the inn's rules, the Innkeeper does not judge anyone. All are welcome at the Midnight Inn, so long as they can behave. How wonderfully professional, Misha said with a smile. So does that mean that if the Fuegan arrive at the Midnight Inn, the Innkeeper won't hand them over to the Henali? Lex resisted the urge to groan, for he could see the inn getting dragged into universal politics already. It was quite unfortunate that the inn's modus operandi stated that no guest was to be turned away as long as they did not break rules. Again, I cannot speak for the Innkeeper, but generally, as long as someone does not break the rules of the inn, there is no reason that they would be turned away or brought to any harm. That is excellent news, she said, wearing a bright smile. I must admit, once I heard of the inn, I was really tempted to go there myself. The scale and power of its teleportation features are completely unheard of. Actually, for the upcoming period, universal teleportations are going to be suspended, Lex said with a hint of regret in his voice, though he couldn't wait for it to finally happen. Even within the Origin realm, teleportation features are going to be strictly limited. I expect this won't last too long, a few centuries at most. After that, the inn should resume its business of accepting and welcoming guests from across the universe. A few centuries doesn't sound so bad, just enough for a quick nap once this expo is over. I'll look forward to seeing you there then. Lex smiled and took a sip of his own drink as he pondered what to ask. Since he was trying to become more aware of the ongoing universal politics, he supposed he should stick to that line of questioning. If you don't mind me asking, what is the Fuegan's end goal? They can't really think they'll be able to retake the realm from the Henali. I doubt whoever is backing them is doing so from the goodness of their hearts. They'll want something too, and if that happens, won't it just be trading one ruler for the next? Not at all. I'm quite pleased that you asked. Actually, the Fugen very much expect to retake full control of the realm. Like I said, no one knows more secrets about the origin realm than them. The moment the realm allows Dao Lords to be born, and the first Fugen achieves Dao Lord status, the tide of this war will shift drastically. It's an open secret, and one of the reasons that the Henali have been trying to slow down the maturing of the origin realm right up until the end of this era. In that regard, the Fugen are actually very thankful for the Innkeeper's actions of speeding up the realm's maturity. Ideally, they'd like the Innkeeper to speed it up even more. Chapter 1468 History Lesson. Chapter 1468 History Lesson. That's funny, Lex said with a smirk. As it turns out, even the Henali are interested in replicating the Innkeeper's ability to speed up the realm's maturity. Seems to me like they're also fairly confident in their own abilities. Lex was, once again, lying. No one had specifically told him that the Henali wanted to replicate the Innkeeper's ability, though he didn't get admonished at all basically, so he was comfortable making that assumption. Even if he was wrong, it wasn't like it would make much of a difference. Naturally, the Henali have their own plans, while we have ours. I can extrapolate some things based on common knowledge about the situation. The Henali would like to make use of their Dao Lords, who already exist within the realm. Once the Dao Lords are no longer restricted, they can sweep the realm and quickly finish off resistance. Naturally, it is entirely possible that they have some other plans as well, but for a moment let's just assume that they don't. Let's just assume for a moment that the Henali plan on using their superior realm to end all conflict immediately. Even so, unless they bring all their Dao Lords across the realm, foregoing all of their existing duties, it would basically be impossible to explore the entire origin realm in just a short amount of time. Let's assume that, based on their deeper knowledge of the realm, that the Fugen know where they can hide from the Henali long enough to reach the Dao realm. Once they reach the Dao realm, even if they only get a single Dao Lord, the Fugen are entirely confident of reclaiming the entire realm. Given that they really have such a strategy and confidence, and aren't just boasting needlessly, all the Fugen even need to do is just keep the war going to slow down the Henali as much as possible to keep their exploration of the realm stunted. That's a lot of assumptions, Lex said. But I get what you mean. The Fugen have convinced a bunch of people that such a reality is inevitable. There's one catch, however. Getting a Dao Lord, even just a single one, is not something anyone can just will into existence. Even humans, who are much more prevalent across the universe, lack a single Dao Lord. How can the Fugen be sure that they can even get a Dao Lord, let alone get one in time? Ah, very astute, aren't you, Misha said coyly. You've caught the one flaw with the plan. Why didn't anyone foresee such an obstacle? The sarcasm was dripping off of Misha's tongue, but she did not elaborate on the question. Ironically, such a thing only increased Lex's confidence that the Fugen had some insurance in the matter. If instead she had tried to convince him that it was inevitable, he wouldn't have believed her. Full disclosure, I was ordered to candidly ask you another question, though I don't really see a way how I can ask such a question so casually, Misha said. Oh, what's the question? I don't mind answering questions. Not like I have anything to hide, really, said Lex without the slightest hint of shame. The amount of secrets he had, even excluding the ones he had locked inside the Chamber of Secrets and forgotten about, was really too many to count. According to all reports, at least the ones that have been found so far, there is nothing to indicate that the Innkeeper came from outside the realm. Furthermore, he doesn't show signs of foreigner suppression either, being able to wield such immense power so easily. Do you happen to think that the Innkeeper is actually a local of the origin realm? Lex chuckled, underplaying his emotions. He knew that this was a critical question, and based on his abundant experience messing up, he was certain that he could not lie so easily about this question. Who knew if Misha was monitoring him through some truth detection technique, or was recording the conversation for later scrutiny? If the Innkeeper proved to be a local, then the question of how he became a Dao Lord would be a huge mystery. If he claimed that the Innkeeper became a Dao Lord outside the realm but was a local, then people would begin to start looking into the Innkeeper's identity, not to mention the fact that if he was under the effects of truth detection spell, and mentioned that the Innkeeper was a Dao Lord, the lie would be caught. Of course, this could just be Lex speculating, and the truth might be different, but he couldn't treat it lightly and had to behave as if he was. Why is that relevant to anything? Lex asked. The Innkeeper has already left the origin realm and has no intention of interfering with anything unrelated to his inn. His origin should hardly matter, although it wouldn't either way, since this is a question only the Innkeeper can answer. Misha shrugged. I don't know. My superiors were really excited by the prospect, as if it would confirm some theory of theirs if he was. But I think they were ready not to get an answer to such a question, which is why I don't mind just asking you up front. Between you and I, sometimes being a diplomat can be very exhausting. I can't wait for this expo to be over. What are you going to do once the expo is over? Lex asked. I'm heading back home. I have vacation days that I intend to use, and it would be nice getting away from all the doom and gloom of war. I hadn't really considered it until you mentioned it, but I really have been involved with war for way too long. Might be for the best to use all those resources I've earned. You're home. You said that you're not from the origin realm. Does that mean the Fugen have a big presence back where you're from? Misha smiled. If you want to know about the Fugen, I can tell you quite a lot. But if you want to learn more about me, young Lex, it's going to take a whole lot more than an arm-wrestling match and a cup of coffee to get me to open up. But for some reason, I don't really see that happening. Such a shame. You made a good first impression. Kind of sounds like you're flattering me. That won't get me to open up about the Innkeeper's secrets if that's what you're trying to do. But since you've offered up such an opportunity, it'd be a shame to just give it up. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about the Fugen and the history of the origin realm? The kind I can verify from other sources, just like you mentioned. Right into the thick of things. Let me see, where should I start from? I suppose the very beginning sounds about right. When the origin realm was initially formed, it was no different from any other newborn realm. It had mythical beings, deities, an abundance of races, and all the ingredients necessary to build a flourishing realm. That is, until an event called the First Mass Extinction. The exact details of that are not recorded. No one, not even the Fugen, know why it happened or what triggered it. The Fugen came into power much later on, after the second mass extinction event, actually. By then, the limits of the origin realm were already at the heavenly immortal realm and were about to open up to the celestial realm. When they came into power, what they did learn was that the origin realm, which was once ordinary, had undergone an unknown change. There are powers and secrets hidden dormant in the origin realm that should have nothing to do with a newfound realm. Back then the realm was not nearly as big as it is now, so it was a lot easier to explore. Of course, that is only relatively speaking. In truth, it was still very difficult to go through all of it. Thus, the Fugen initiated their first great undertaking, taking the first step towards becoming the eventual rulers of the realm for a very long time. They began the Star Bridge project, meant to be able to connect every single part of the origin realm together. That project brought the Fugen out of their galaxy and into a much wider field, interacting with the great old powers of the realms. There were the dragons, one of the only races to survive both great extinction events without suffering a steep decline in strength. There were the deities of old, most of whom have already been forgotten by now, following their demise at the hands of the Henali. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, they ran into the Seraphine oracles. Seraphines are closely tied to heavens, and considering the distinct lack of a heaven in the origin realm, their presence was highly unusual. Chapter 1469 Sad. Chapter 1469 Sad. Lex quickly reminded himself of Seraphines. Just like Hellions were associated with hells, one of which the devils took over, Seraphines were associated with heavens. Unlike the devils, the angels only partially controlled Eden. It was worth noting that heavens naturally gave birth to a subrace of Seraphines, just as humans were just one of the races inside the humanoid alliance. That subrace was called Elysians. Considering that the origin realm had no natural heaven or hell, only pale replicas of them used by deities for the purpose of farming divine energy from their followers, the presence of Seraphines was genuinely surprising. Just like how humans could be spontaneously born anywhere in the universe where circumstances allowed, through systematic and orderly evolution, so could Seraphines. But while humans required stuff like water and oxygen, and an optimal temperature, Seraphines required the environment of a heaven. But that's not all, Misha continued, a sly smile appearing on her face. Actually, there is one specific major secret of the origin realm that I have been allowed to share with you. It is something you cannot confirm from other sources, sith both the Henali and the Fugen wish to keep this a secret. Lex raised an eyebrow, wondering if he should just avoid listening to it. But the attraction of the secret was too great. In fact, Lex was fairly certain that he had already stumbled onto one of the secrets hidden within the origin realm that the universe was not aware of. Namely, he had stumbled onto the Temple of Fasting. The temple was a heritage site of sorts for the humanoid alliance, and yet it was hiding in the void behind the origin realm instead of being utilized. Clearly, there were many more secrets he was unaware of. I'm sure you know, but in the history of the universe, there are very few races that are truly and genuinely extinct. The first 100 races that went completely extinct did so because the universe grew out of its extreme early stage, where its entire existence was akin to a sea of chaos, save for the primary realm. After that, though, very few races have gone extinct. Furthermore, there are no official records of why these few races have gone extinct. One such race is the Faram, one of the most ancient races of the universe. Not only did they go extinct, but their prototype was absorbed by the universe itself, and are sometimes used in tribulations or phenomena. These races that have gone extinct have all traces of them wiped from history. If it weren't for the fact that some very powerful seniors purposefully spread this information across the universe, their reasons unknown, then no one would even know that there exist such races that have gone extinct. The reason I mention all of this is because, within the origin realm, the Fugan discovered the remains of an extinct race. Moreover, there are no records of it being mentioned anywhere, nor does anyone know what its name is. The remains carried a primordial aura, meaning that it originated at the birth of the universe. Can you imagine what this means? How can the remains from an extinct species, as old as the universe itself, suddenly appear in a new realm that hasn't even fully matured? Misha didn't provide an answer. In fact, Lex wasn't certain that the answer to that question was known by anyone at all. Although, contrary to what Misha might expect, Lex could very easily imagine what such a discovery meant. Lex could think of a few different explanations, with the simplest being that the remains arrived in the origin realm as a result of some system. Over the course of the 13.5 billion years that the origin realm had existed for, it was not so unbelievable that more than just a few powerful systems had appeared. What defied logic and common sense for most people was the bread and butter of every system in existence. Everything could be explained in a single word: systems. Of course, that was merely one of the possible explanations. The second explanation that Lex came up with was somehow less likely than systems, yet it simultaneously explained all the anomalies that occurred within the origin realm. Just as the Temple of Fasting appeared within the origin realm, Lex speculated that some ancient heritage, treasure, or basically, just an item capable of holding numerous things, appeared within the realm right around the time of the first mass extinction. In fact, it was more likely that the extinction events happened as a result of such a thing entering the realm. Vaguely, Lex recalled that he had incidentally learned of a very big secret rite at the end of his war with the Sanguis Pluvia, and the governor of the origin realm asked him to wipe it from his memory, so he sealed it in the Chamber of Secrets. Even though he didn't remember what he overheard, he remembered that there was some secret he was forced to forget. Wow, who knew that the origin realm was so exciting? Lex said. He himself was unsure of whether he was being sincere or sarcastic. Oh, you have no idea, Misha said. I did a triple postdoctorate course, each one 5 centuries long, all on the history of the origin realm. It was only after getting all of those qualifications did I end up getting this job of mine. It's not the best, but it pays the bills. Plus, I get to learn exciting old stories while creating exciting new ones. Unfortunately, I can't share any more of the juicy secrets with you, but there's a lot of lost history of your realm I share with you. For example, did you know that there has only ever been one dragon king in the origin realm? This has been an anomaly considering the usual progress of a realm, for true dragons typically grow stronger each generation, regularly replacing their older and weaker generation. But that is not so for the origin realm. Moreover, he did not even become a deity, though that is quite normal for a dragon. Another interesting thing is the presence of hidden races within the realm. For example, the great Cthulhu clan, a champion of the dark beasts, was wiped out of the origin realm because they provoked the spirit flux race, a unique type of spirit race that has a tremendous influence over esoteric powers. There's also the matriarch Parali's race, an insected race that feeds entirely on metals, and anything containing metals. They are generally a tremendous scourge in other realms, possessing formidable bodies and exceptional minds. No one, not the Fugan and not even the Henali, know why they behave so well in the origin realm, staying completely hidden and not initiating wars for dominance. Either way, neither are willing to offend them because they can become a great scourge. For hours, Lex and Misha continued to chat casually amongst themselves. Misha revealed a lot of generic information about the origin realm's past, such as the rise and fall of various nations, how the growth of the realm occurred, and significant events that happened back in the day. Yet few of those things actually seemed important, and most of it could be equated to learning random facts. Knowing it was interesting, but one did not know what to do with that information. For example, on Earth, sharks evolved and came into existence before trees. That was an interesting and somewhat unbelievable fact, but after learning about it, there wasn't really anything Lex could do with that information. Maybe if his profession involved studying ancient fossils, or something along those lines. Furthermore, despite saying that she would willingly reveal information about the Fugen, Misha only informed him of things like their agenda, their history, what good they had done for the realm, and how they had the best at heart for the Origin realm. Considering the fact that they frequently allied with evil deities, destroyed countless star systems to nurture Jorlam, and were orchestrating wars across the realm, even going as far as weakening the space of the Origin realm to help sneak in an exiled demi-Dao lord, Lex found that hard to believe. But he avoided arguing with Misha on these things. For one, it hardly mattered if he corrected her or not, for it wouldn't change much. Secondly, Lex genuinely felt like Misha didn't care much what the truth was either way. She was just being a diplomat and doing her job. She did reveal one interesting fact, though. The Arctica race sympathize with the Fugen, and have shown signs that they could be open to cooperation. This is just another sign of the confidence universal entities have in Fugen reclaiming the realm. Lex rolled his eyes. By now she wasn't even trying to hide how blatantly she was spreading propaganda. Oddly enough, while the propaganda thing didn't work, Lex didn't mind Misha's teasing personality. He found it hard to dislike her, even though in principle what she was doing was highly amoral in his eyes. It wasn't like he was a herald of justice himself, but at least he didn't go around needlessly aiding in a senseless war. Yet he didn't dislike it. It was a little sad, though, for if she didn't have such a job, he might have seriously considered taking her out on an actual date. Chapter 1470 Farewell. Chapter 1470 Farewell. It had been a long time since Lex just sat and chatted with someone. Even though this was somewhat of an attempt at extracting information from both sides, the conversation itself was quite pleasant once Misha dropped the facade. But eventually there came a time when Lex ran out of questions, and Misha had run out of free time. Unlike him, she had a pretty dense schedule involving getting immersed in the daily life of the Arctica realm. It was only after she thoroughly understood the locals that she could do her job well. That unfortunately was another reason why Lex remained apprehensive of any positive feelings he had towards her. As a diplomat, she knew exactly how to behave to best resonate with her target, much like himself. When their time ran short, the two went their separate ways. "I'll look forward to when I can visit the inn," Misha said before leaving. "I'll be sure to let the Fugen know that they can use the inn as long as they obey the rules." "I'll look forward to hosting you when you come," Lex said politely, accepting that he had attracted more trouble for himself. With that, they departed, and Lex promptly returned to Velma and Gerard, who had been putting off their return to wait for him. "Did you learn anything of interest?" Gerard asked once they finally reunited. "Nothing particularly interesting or imminent," Lex said. "Misha was never going to reveal all of the Fugen's plans, and the things she did reveal aren't necessarily reliable. She claimed that the Arctica race are sympathetic towards the Fugen since they are both natives fighting off external forces. If we combine this information with the notes stating that the bank is investing in anti-humanoid ventures, it could possibly mean that the bank is interested in seeing their cooperation pan out. But that simultaneously doesn't make sense, for the bank is a primary investor in the Origin realm already. The waters here are too murky, the plot's too deep, and there are too many players. Instead of trying to figure out what everyone is planning, we should simply keep our ears open and learn as much as possible. After all, the only thing we need to be concerned with are the threats targeting the inn. Just because the bank is supporting the Origin realm doesn't also mean they can't support the Fugen. The human race within the Origin realm is not insignificant. Compared to some prominent races, it is not quite strong, but under Jotun's leadership, his empire is flourishing, and there are many powerful humans. But compared to the Fugen, they still fall short. Even the elves and dwarfs fall short. Only the devils have a strong presence there. Maybe the Celestials do as well, but we've hardly had any interactions with them, so it's hard to judge. But either way, using the Fugen to target them is not something unimaginable. After all, Bagheera himself has stated that the bank is involved in anything and everything related to making a profit. Sabotage and betrayal are especially profitable if done right. Not necessarily. They can't compromise on their image and prestige, or else they'll lose clients, but I get what you mean. Velma shook her head. You're overestimating either the bank or those that work in the bank. I've already found out that the Sunset Tigers have come to this realm to close a despicable yet profitable deal. They've already traded the right to marry Myra to another for something valuable in exchange. It's just that the laws of the Arctica realm don't permit such forceful behavior, so the Sunset Tigers have taken to blackmailing her using their resources back in the clan. If I am not mistaken, then Bagheera's career has been sidelined, and he may even be in danger of being sent to some extremely dangerous missions should Myra not comply with their demands. How could anyone concerned about their image do such a despicable act so openly? Lex raised an eyebrow. He doubted anyone did anything openly. It was just very hard to hide things from Velma. Point noted. Either way, we should take this as an important wake-up call to be more attentive towards all external powers. Even our guests may be secretly setting some traps for us to fall into down the road. We cannot always rely on the Innkeeper to bail us out. It would be best if we detect the issue before it even occurs and take care of it. I agree with you, said Velma. That's why I've decided to stay back a little and develop an information network of my own over here. I'll also take some time to learn more about the universe before heading back. Lex rolled his eyes. She may have a good excuse, but he knew she was totally staying to rescue Myra and help her reunite with her panther boyfriend. Well, if you're staying, do me a favor. Also look into the Nuz race for me, specifically someone who looks like this. Lex projected an image of the Nuz he remembered seeing, a perfect replica even though they had only glanced at each other. Who is this, a potential enemy? She asked curiously. Not a potential one. He has been making some moves in the dark against me, and although I've countered them, I want to learn more about him. Unfortunately, I have no information to help you with, just his appearance and the name of his race. That's already more than enough, said Velma, clearly reveling in the challenge of the request. In that case, I'll be leaving for the inn with Gerard. It's just been a few days here, but it's already been much longer at the inn. Take care, it may be some time before we meet again, said Velma, waving at the two as they readied to depart. Geard also imparted some advice onto the young woman before taking out a golden key and shattering it, returning to the inn. Lex also pretended to use a key while returning to the inn manually. At the same time, deep within the Arctica realm, a member of the Arctica race was suddenly alarmed and looked towards where the two of them had been, but found nothing. He couldn't even trace their destination. Chapter 1471, The Return of the Warriors. Chapter 1471, The Return of the Warriors. Lex took in a deep breath, allowing the fresh, energy-filled air of the Midnight Realm to fill his lungs. Even though mature realms were filled with greater energies, had more potent laws, and held so much more potential, Lex enjoyed the atmosphere in the Midnight Realm the most. Maybe it was the attachment of a place that was his own, or the fact that he was intrinsically linked to the realm itself through the Lotus. Either way, there was no place like home. There's an issue, Gerard said with a troubled expression. I just got a report. Someone has been targeting guests from the inn while outside the inn. All the guests who have been targeted are from a metropolis space station housing a few million living beings associated with a powerful mining company. Although no one has officially complained to us, we've had other guests report to us that all citizens from that space station have been banned from returning to the inn. How do you know that the ones being targeted were guests of the inn if they were attacked outside of it? Lex asked as he checked the inn's satisfaction ratings. It hadn't dropped by much, but there had indeed been a change in it. All his costs had increased by 0.5%, which did not sound like it was a lot. Yet when his daily consumption was in MT, not MP, 0.5% was a tremendous amount. It said that all those who were being targeted all gambled in support of a specific beast army. The beast army has been winning a lot of battles, so naturally it has a lot of supporters, yet only the ones from that space station have been targeted after their wins. How could others even know they gambled on that beast army? All bets are anonymous, said Lex, though he felt like he knew the answer. Naturally, after they won, they couldn't help but brag about it publicly, answered Gerard. The issue now is how to respond to this situation. Technically, no crime was committed within the inn, and we have no idea who the perpetrator is. This is a tough situation to resolve. Not at all, answered Lex. Send Z and Roland. Have them investigate the situation, keep their own safety as a priority, and look into who the murderer is. If they think they can apprehend the murderer, bring him in. If they can't, just wait for me to come back. I have to go to the Seraphim Resort. I'm on a deadline and not much time is left. Do we have the authority to arrest people outside of the inn? Gerard asked hesitantly. Going out and doing such things in other territories might cause tension between the Midnight Inn and other forces. Lex did not answer immediately, but studied Gerard for a while, as well as the inn. He himself also took a minute to think things through and decide. Once he took an action, he could only live with the consequences and never take it back. After a while, though, he just smiled. Isn't it a little too late to be asking such a question? We've already started 2 wars in others' territories, Lex said, and pulled up an image of a group of former Earth refugees fighting against a horde of insects. More importantly, we are now on the big stage. For better or for worse, we are being watched by numerous forces across the universe. I think it's better that you already assume that there are countless forces already conspiring against us, and though we can prevent many of them, it will be impossible to prevent all of them. The most important thing, then, is to strengthen your weaknesses and be prepared to face trouble. If we don't defend the guests of the inn for fear of offending others, we will show ourselves as weak to the universe, and they will use that against us. If we show ourselves as strong, even that will be used against us. In such a situation where trouble and conflict are inevitable, the most important thing is to maintain your conscience and uphold the prestige of the inn. Gerard's expression became determined, and immediately began communicating with the other security staff through his spirit sense. Lex, meanwhile, kept looking at his system interface. What was interesting was that it showed the drop in satisfaction ratings, but didn't show the reason why. In fact, there was no hint of anything that might suggest this issue had occurred. The only way for Lex to have known was if he was surveilling his guests' conversations, which is not something he did unless absolutely necessary. With how vast the universe was, and how unpredictable the powers that various beings had, anyone could at any time figure out if he had overheard them. It was too risky. In fact, he was certain that listening in on someone's conversation gave him some kind of eavesdropping karma, since each and every action and inaction produced karma. The best way to not get caught was to not do the crime. Fortunately, the security team had caught on to the issue, and it would be resolved soon. Gerard, if this is a probe, then someone might be expecting a response. Tell Z and Roland to be careful in their actions. Try to stay hidden if they can. I don't think that will be necessary anymore, said Gerard with an unusual expression. Oh, how come? Asked Lex. Well, the situation has been resolved. Apparently the head of the space station was involved, and this indeed was a probe by them. Someone was instructing them from the background. How did you find out? Lex asked. This problem was solved way too quickly. He just heard of it and it was already resolved. That sounded much too convenient. Well, space. Within the origin realm, rainbow-colored lights flew through the vacuum of space, attacking the yellow shield that surrounded the space station. Thousands upon thousands of spaceships lay destroyed, floating all around the station, so that none dared to leave the protection of the ship anymore. Surrender peacefully, and I'll leave you a full corpse, Jimmy said boldly, repeating the words Big Brother Z had taught him. Otherwise, you should know the Peacock Warriors are not to be trifled with. An army of peacocks shrieked, the voices carrying even in space, as they waited eagerly for the shields to drop. Chapter 1472, The Return of Old Friends. Chapter 1472, The Return of Old Friends. Aren't those the Peacock Warriors? The captain of the space station asked, his voice strained as he looked out at the small army that had surrounded them. Weren't they participating inside the Midnight Games? What the hell are they doing here? That is also what I am wondering, answered a shadowy figure, standing behind the man. According to my information, a majority of the Peacock Warriors are an independent force with no actual connection to the inn. Why would they respond to the bait we laid out? And why the hell are they so strong? The captain asked, his eyes turning red. I've hunted asteroid beetles easier to kill than them. Asteroid beetles, those things eat through asteroid fields and have radioactive skin. They're immune to lasers and can shrug off artillery shells like they're enjoying the rain. Yet these measly humans are stronger than them. How does that make any sense? How are they even surviving in space without any gear? The shadowy figure had also noticed the anomaly. These humans, despite being very young, were much too powerful. Most of them were in the Golden Core realm, with quite a few already nascent-level cultivators already. Considering their young age, that was already enough to label them beyond a genius. The average human genius reaches the nascent level at the age of 100, and that's with an abundance of resources. Yet now there were hundreds of such humans, casually riding peacocks in outer space, defying all logic. It hardly matters. We probed and got a response. Even this is good enough. As promised, I've created a new identity for you, as well as funds double the liquid worth of your space station. Your emergency escape teleportation formation is also in place. Now you just need to stick to our deal and complete the probe. Your scans indicate the absence of any immortals. Now we don't know if this is an independent action by the Peacock Warriors or an in-sanctioned one. Either way, the death of these warriors will give us more information on how the Inn responds. Deploy the Irides mechs. The captain calmed down upon hearing the shadowy figure's words. He was right. Regardless of what happened to the station, or what kinds of losses it suffered, it no longer had anything to do with him. It was just tough not to get emotional seeing the severe losses to the station when he had spent so many years on it. The captain activated the protocol to deploy the station's strongest weapons, Irides mech. These mechs weren't really at the level of immortals. For most places in the universe, immortals were rare and powerful. Expecting a random mining space station to have an immortal-level weapon on board was ludicrous, at least unless they were mining something beyond something simply valuable. 3 gray box-like mechs with short wings and a whole lot of weapons flew out of the station. The mechs were not fast, nor were they tough, yet they packed the most powerful offense of anything and anyone on the station. Shooting from behind the station's shields, they were perfectly capable of eliminating any nascent-level threat. Jimmy, as your chaperone, I feel the need to inform you that I will have to step in if you're unable to neutralize those mechs, someone whispered in the boy's ear. No, not yet. We can handle this, Jimmy said, showing a reluctant expression. Yes, you can, but the others might get hurt. You know how the peacocks get when they lose some feathers. Don't even get me started on how the bunny nation will react if one of the kids gets hurt. Fine, let me see what I can do, said Jimmy as he prepared to use his strongest technique. According to Big Brother Z, he had to use it at the critical moment, but this probably counted. He summoned a long jousting stick from his spatial ring and pointed it towards the shield. The peacock he was riding, as if able to sense his intention, spread its wings and began gathering its energy. It started to shine in a rainbow light, and so did Jimmy's jousting stick. A powerful aura spread out from the two as they gathered energy, but that only attracted the 3 mechs' attention. The 3 of them immediately locked onto Jimmy, and without any forewarning, launched a salvo of rockets towards him, covering nearly all the distance at once. Jimmy, who was accumulating energy, could not use a different technique, nor could he dodge, since the peacock was also focused solely on feeding him its own energy. A deep sigh escaped the chaperone as he appeared right in front of Jimmy, and with a simple flick of his finger, destroyed all the rockets. Cowan, who was practicing his babysitting skills, turned to look back at the distracted Jimmy. Your attack takes up too much time to charge up. Only use it when the enemy is distracted or you have someone to cover you. It's not a good habit to rely on me all the time. Oh, come now, Cowan, he's just a child, said Hera, Jimmy's mother, who suddenly appeared behind him as well. By mortal standards, he's old enough to wed and start his own family, Cowan commented, although he did nothing else to dissuade Myra of her notions. Instead, he only made a mental note about the cognitive bias of human mothers. Although Anita was technically no longer human, as being a lick replaced her race despite what she may have started out as, he assumed that she might still share some of the traits of her former race. Within the station, both the captain and the shadowy figure were trying to figure out why the attack failed, for they were unable to detect Cowan or Myra, all thanks to Myra's concealment abilities. The mechs go ready to attack again to see if the first failure was a fluke, but it was too late. Jimmy had fully charged his attack, so he did not hesitate at all. Both the rider and the peacock seemed to turn into a beam of rainbow-colored light that shot forward, oddly, in the shape of a jousting stick. The attack was lightning quick and silent. One moment Jimmy was far away, the next he tore through the protective shield around the space station as if it were a wet tissue, shattering the whole thing. The 3 mechs fared no better, for they were the original targets to begin with. The beam of light cut through them as if they were mere projections instead of real objects, causing an explosion so devastating it completely eradicated what was left of the shield. Even the peacock warriors who were nearby retreated rapidly, unwilling to risk getting caught in that shockwave, while the space station suffered the worst. Its outer hull was completely eradicated, exposing the interior to the vacuum, further exacerbating the damage. That was just from the initial blast, with the shockwave to follow. Yet even Jimmy, who had torn through a shield and 3 mechs, had momentum to spare. As a result, he cut through the station as if it was butter. Yet surprisingly, he harmed not a single resident of the station, mainly due to the fact that they had been evacuated to the inner layers of the station, but also because this was far from an unplanned operation. The countless peacock warriors surrounding the station dashed into the station, not allowing the opponent a chance to recover and respond. "Jimmy, we have a message from the Rose Society. They've sabotaged an escape formation near the captain's quarters. We're free to move into the final phase of the operation," said the peacock Jimmy was riding. "Affirmative," Jimmy said as he rubbed his jaw. There was something about turning his physical body into a beam of light that always caused his jaw to hurt, and he couldn't figure out why. At the same time, he thought of the Rose Society, the secret organization set up by Old Man Will, his mother's former boss. The organization was originally supposed to be a charity, but after the fall of the Earth, and with the recent disappearance of Will Bentham, the society became the only way to contact the enigmatic man. He had somehow embedded himself deep into the business world of the Origin Realm, and had amassed far more power than one would have expected from someone without a background. It was only recently that Jimmy was approached by Hugo, Will's old bodyguard, and shared some information with him. It seemed that for years, Old Man Will and Hugo had been working in secret to uncover the traces of Jeffrey, who was responsible for so much pain on Earth. It had turned out that the death of Hugo's family was also a consequence of one of Jeremy's ploys, and Will had sworn to Hugo to help him get revenge. With the fall of Sanguis Pluvia, Rose Society got their hands on a lot of information, things that even the Midnight Inn had missed. Chapter 1473, A Lot to Think About. Chapter 1473, A Lot to Think About. Getting their hands on information, in and of itself, was not a big deal. What was a big deal was that they had uncovered a conspiracy specifically targeting the Midnight Inn. Though the inn claimed to be uninvolved in the fall of Sanguis Pluvia, few believed it, and as a result many wanted revenge. While Sanguis Pluvia itself had been removed from the Origin Realm, that did not mean that the realm was at peace, or that there were no more rogue elements in it. Although there was hardly any force in the Origin Realm that could challenge the Midnight Inn, not unless one of the guest Dao Lords got involved, it did not mean other more powerful and influential organizations couldn't make use of them to begin placing the pieces against the inn. It did not even need to be the destruction of the inn itself that they achieved. Since the inn was so focused on being a business, then disrupting their business by targeting their guests was one way of doing things. Of course, dealing with all of that was the job of someone far more senior than Jimmy. For him, this was just an opportunity to get some real-world experience with the Peacock Warriors. Although they had been fighting in the Midnight Games, it became a bit tedious since their patterns were easy to learn. More importantly, their peacocks had a huge advantage against insects, easily slaying them, so the actual warriors hardly got to exert themselves. To be fair, the peacocks technically were stronger than most of the actual warriors. It couldn't be helped. Such was the consequence of living in the Midnight Inn from birth. Jimmy didn't hesitate, and led his noble mount through the path he had memorized off a map, and arrived at the captain's room. He had hardly taken a few seconds since he got the message about the formation being sabotaged, yet the scene he encountered was completely unexpected. The formation, as promised, was destroyed. Yet alongside the destroyed formation was the captain, which would have been a good thing except that he was dead. The room looked like a small hurricane had passed through it, with all the furniture and electronics flung all over. Less concerned with the cleanliness and more with the dead captain, Jimmy quickly approached him and checked his condition, but the man could not be saved. "Can you find out if the Rose Society did this too?" Jimmy asked his mount. "That wasn't according to plan." The troubled peacock reached out to the secret agent. While invisible to them, both Cowing and Myra overlooked everything. Within Cowing's hand was an unconscious man, wearing some kind of armor that covered his figure in shadows, not that it affected the two of them. Once the formation had been destroyed, and escape became impossible, the shadowy figure had tried to kill the captain and himself, to hide all traces. Cowing and Myra, unfortunately, hadn't been able to save the captain, though they kept the shadowy man from dying. "Minus points for letting the target die," Cowing said out loud. "Oh, come on, how was he supposed to know that one of the targets would attempt a murder-suicide?" Myra questioned defensively. "Whether he knows or not, it wouldn't change the fact that if we hadn't been here, he would have lost all leads. Scrutiny is good for his own growth. You should not try to defend him at every turn." Myra, of course, knew as much, but couldn't help herself. "This is troubling news, though," Cowing said, his expression turning serious ever so slightly. "Enemies hidden in the dark are the most dangerous. With the Innkeeper showing up less and less at the actual inn, many formidable foes might try to take advantage. I pray we are ready to deal with whatever obstacle they present. Myra rolled her eyes. I'm sure our resident world eater will take care of anyone who tries to trouble us. You worry too much, everything will be fine. I hope so, Cowan whispered, turning his attention back to the kids. But his instincts, honed over thousands of years of war, were subtly warning him that there was some unknown danger up ahead, and if he did not grow stronger, he would not survive it. The greater problem was that if he was weak, then Anita would not be better off. It seemed like they needed to get some work in after the baby was born. Jimmy, meanwhile, did not let the death of the target distract him, although he was quite disappointed that he couldn't capture the captain alive. His personal feelings, however, would have to wait for following the attack on the space station was the rescue operation. Those living in the station would not survive now that the station had been destroyed, so all of them needed to be brought to the inn as temporary refugees, while rescue ships were brought to the site of the space station. Overseeing such a large operation was quite different from the many operations he had managed as a kid. Everything had much more of an element of unpredictability. Fortunately, he was a lot stronger now and was a quick learner. He would not make the same mistake again, especially since Big Brother Z would be guiding him. The operation continued, while in the Midnight Realm Gerard shared all the information he got with Lex, who frowned slightly. Increase the number of staff training at the temple, said Lex softly. I don't know what we can expect, but it'll be best if we're sufficiently prepared. To be fair, Lex expected to have a few thousand Earth immortals in the next few decades, which would make the inn a formidable force. But it would have a severe lack of stronger workers. Lex turned his attention to Zagan, who was still meditating in a corner somewhere. The monster was on the verge of becoming a heavenly immortal. Lex didn't want to push him to speed things up, but he also couldn't be devoid of a stronger fighting force. He himself also didn't want to become a heavenly immortal till he reached his limit as an Earth immortal. There was a lot to think about. Chapter 1474, I don't adhere to common sense. Chapter 1474, I don't adhere to common sense. How much longer until the midnight games end? Lex asked. He knew the answer, obviously, but he asked anyway. 3 months, Mary said. And how many workers are we sending to the Temple of Fasting at any given time? Well, considering the massive crowds we've gathered and the increased influx we're expecting for the finale, we prioritize those who need to immediately break through. Besides those, we send a few more, so that at no time do we have more than 2,000 workers at the temple. All right, after the midnight games end, we need to increase that number drastically. We need to talk to the trainers at the temple and figure out a timeline. Within 100 years, I want more than 50% of all workers to be Earth immortals, and within 1,000 years, I want at least 10 heavenly immortals. Mary snorted and rolled her eyes. I think your easy success has gone to your head, she said frankly. Easy? What's easy about my success? No, wait, that's besides the point. What's wrong with my timeline? Lex asked with a frown. I studied the Arctica realm's history. Although the realm matured 3,000 years ago, the bank formally initiated their relationship with the Arctica race only 1,000 years ago. During that time, the bank no doubt helped them a lot, but they've also begun setting up the pieces to potentially undermine the Arctica realm. I don't know what their specific objective is, but I can surmise that if they have any standard operating procedures for such things, then it probably involves using the first 1,000 years to establish a good relationship with mutual benefit while positioning themselves for whatever they really want. But one use case is not enough to determine a pattern. They might begin with the inn before 1,000 years, since it represents the power of a single Tao Lord rather than an entire major realm, which is why I set that as a deadline. The sooner we amass power, the better we'll be positioned to respond to external threats. I'm not saying your reasoning for choosing 1,000 years is lacking, Mary said, but your demand for when you want heavenly immortals by is beyond ridiculous. You remember General Ragnar from Jotun. He is considered a genius of the human race for achieving the heavenly immortal realm in 3,500 years. Do you understand? A genius for achieving it in 3 times the time limit you've set. Yes, but he didn't have the advantage of the Temple of Fasting and the Midnight Realm, Lex explained, as if he failed to see the issue. This is what I meant by your easy success has deluded you. Just because you've quickly achieved the peak of the Earth immortal realm, you've severely underestimated the difficulty of the process. Just think about Cowan and Anita. What are their ages? What are their cultivation levels? That gave Lex pause. Anita was over 500,000 years old. White Cowan was a little over 130,000 years old, yet both of them were merely Earth immortals. The advantages of the Midnight Realm are many, and they especially speed up the first leg of the cultivation path, which involves reaching the Immortal Realm. But after that, it is very difficult to artificially speed up growth. Why your growth is so fast, I cannot answer. But I guarantee that such a feat is not replicable across the entire universe, regardless of the race. Growth in the Immortal Realm is about understanding laws and strengthening tenets, both of which are very difficult to externally influence. The entire Jotun Empire, which controls numerous galaxies, only has a handful of heavenly immortals. You usually end up meeting a lot of geniuses and lucky people, which is why you think that such a realm is easily attainable, but it's not. You said they're very difficult to influence externally, not impossible. Lex caught on to the hidden meaning in her sentences. How do we do that? There are many ways. Obviously, there are many ways, for every force in existence will always want to strengthen their own people. But it is a slow process. You cannot hope for quick results. The first most common method is to discuss the laws with peers, as well as receive lessons from seniors. However, each person perceives laws differently, so any lesson or advice can only be taken as a reference. Your own individual comprehension is extremely important, which is why a majority of all those who achieve the Immortal Realm never even make it to the second level of Earth Immortal. But I thought being in a new realm was supposed to help with the comprehension of laws and speed up growth. Isn't that why Tao Lords value immature realms, so that they can witness the process of it maturing? That's true, but you need to understand that speed up does not mean it can happen within 1,000 years. You still view time through the lens of a mortal, probably because of the immense sense of danger you always feel. Across most of the wider universe, among immortals anyone below the age of 100,000 is still considered a child, and between 100,000 and 1,000,000 they are considered to be maturing. None of this helps me right now, Lex said, diverting the topic back to the matter at hand. So far, the Inn has faced some serious threats, but never an organized and well-planned-out threat from a powerful, universal force. Unless I can get my hands on another full-powered butter knife, I don't see us escaping from it without accumulating strength. So the question isn't about why it's so hard to achieve 10 heavenly immortals in 1,000 years. The question is how can we make that happen, and potentially even increase that number. Hey, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that you should have realistic expectations going into this. Nothing about my life makes sense or adheres to basic common sense. I don't see why it should start now, Lex said firmly. Chapter 1475, Contribution. Chapter 1475, Contribution. Mary sighed and leaned back in a projection of a chair that suddenly appeared behind her. She rubbed her finger under her chin for a while, as if lost in thought. Lex didn't disturb her either. After all, he was the one who had asked her for a way to help others improve quickly. Upon greater consideration, he really had thought of the Immortal Realm too lightly. It was obvious that growing through the levels would not be easy or simple. While he himself had reached the peak of the realm, Lex attributed a part of it to his cultivation technique, which enhanced his comprehension and perception, while the other half was due to the accumulated treasures he had absorbed into his body. But his rapid growth also wasn't a good thing. While in terms of levels he had reached the peak, he was far from being as strong as he could be in this realm. Back when he was in the nascent realm, he had pushed himself to such an extent that he literally had to seal himself to prevent growth in his realm. Within the Immortal Realm, he had a tremendous amount of leeway yet, which is why he planned on strengthening himself a great deal more before attempting to reach the next level. He was not too concerned about it, though. Based on his experiences, he doubted it would even take him a century. I have thought of 2 ways in which you can achieve your goal, Mary said finally. The first and most obvious way is to rely on the system. The more you grow the Inn, and the more you rely on the rewards of various quests, the better opportunities you will find for yourself and others. The second way is not only much more difficult to achieve, it is drastically more dangerous, especially for mere Earth immortals. If you or your workers try to use it, you should absolutely mentally prepare yourself for multiple casualties. Even if you only use a team of absolutely elite and powerful immortals, the best of the best, as mere Earth immortals, their lives will be in constant danger. Stop teasing and tell me already, said Lex, understanding that his holographic assistant was trying to impress upon him exactly how dangerous this would be. Then again, a way for Earth immortals to quickly become heavenly immortals could not, by its very definition, be easy. I cannot tell you specifically. All I can say is that you should look into realm breaks. Lex didn't bother getting into the usual conversation of why she couldn't tell him stuff. Instead, he directly reached out to his usual sources of information, scouring the place for any information on them. Yet for once, the usual suspects had no answer. Or, to be more accurate, there were millions of things called realm breaks, including but not limited to candy, sleeping pills, cultivation seals, a particularly notorious beast octopus that was also an adult content creator, as well as various other things, none of which had anything to do with becoming a heavenly immortal. Even the two rhinocentaurs could not provide Lex with an answer, though they did make a request to meet the Innkeeper for something which could apparently help them increase their information-gathering capabilities. Lex looked at Mary, who had kicked up her feet onto an ottoman that had appeared out of nowhere. "Oh, what, did you need something?" she asked, looking at him innocently. "No, nothing," responded Lex. "I'm just going to do a quick chore before heading out. I'm looking forward to experiencing that resort." "Okay, no worries. I'll be here if you need me." Lex rolled his eyes and sent one of his solid projections to his office before sending a summons to the two rhinocentaurs. He wanted to get in the habit of using his projections to meet people so that everyone would get the impression that the Innkeeper was busy with something. Of course, most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference, yet that was no reason to avoid using his projection. It was best to build the habit beforehand. The two rhinocentaurs were chilling in their newly purchased Hawaiian shirt, which they figured was alien language for comfortable floral shirts, and were sipping on some fresh juice while surfing the group chat, when suddenly they received a message stating that there had been a response to their request to meet the Innkeeper. The two were immediately startled and wanted to change into more formal attire, but it was too late. Before they could make a run for it, they were directly teleported to the Innkeeper's office. Lex, who had never wondered how a rhino would wear shorts, was suddenly blessed with that knowledge, though he tried to ignore it. Instead, he maintained his warm, friendly persona of the Innkeeper who would never judge others for how they dressed. "I was informed that you wanted to see me," the Innkeeper said. Though his words were spoken soft, and his expression entirely welcoming, the two rhinocentaurs went weak in the knees from fear. Yes, Your Highness, I mean Your Imperial Majesty." "Please just refer to me as the Innkeeper. I am not fond of excessive grandiose titles. It is entirely unnecessary," the Innkeeper said, his warm smile trying to disarm them, but it was for naught. They felt too self-conscious in their current attire. "Yes, Innkeeper. Actually, you see, lately the demand for sensitive information has gone up, but we can't really get access to the more classified information. But if we can get our hands on a system, then it might not be so difficult." Another reason the rhinocentaurs were sweating was because they couldn't exactly mention the group chat or explain its rules. They could only hope that the Innkeeper would understand what they were insinuating. "Can you promise me that you'll have access to more classified information if you receive a system?" the Innkeeper asked. His expression was so casual, it was as if he could not care less about systems at all, as if they were completely beneath him. But as members of the group chat, they knew for certain that Tao Lords are not necessarily stronger than systems or system users. With that information, it did not take a genius to understand just how powerful the Innkeeper probably was. Yes, the better the system, the more access we can get to secret information," the rhinocentaurs answered. "Understood. For now, you can continue operating as you have been. If you make a significant enough contribution, I will arrange for a system for you." The two rhinocentaurs looked at each other, hesitation and excitement filling their eyes. "If you want, we can potentially share information on system users and leads on systems," they volunteered. Naturally, a large part of the group chat was dedicated towards tracking and hunting down system users. They could also get their hands on various equipment which could help hunting down system users. "At the moment, this is not necessary," said the Innkeeper. "In the future, if you have any matters relating to systems you wish to talk about, you can find Lex. In fact, I will send you to him right now so that you all can form some kind of understanding. He has a matter he should consult you on." Once again, the two were promptly teleported away, and when they reappeared, they were inside Lex's penthouse. Lex, who seemed to be in the middle of a meal, was surprised to find them suddenly appear in his apartment. Yet before he had an opportunity to ask them what was happening, understanding filled his eyes. "Did you guys really go up to the Innkeeper and offer to help him hunt down system users?" Lex asked, wearing a bewildered look. "You guys do realize we're an inn, right? Hunting people across the universe is not exactly in line with our image." Lex did not focus on the fact that just a while ago, he completely justified hunting people across the universe to Gerard. The circumstances were completely different here. More importantly, He couldn't allow the two rhinocentaurs to develop any such ideas. No, nothing like that, the rhinocentaurs quickly tried to explain. We just mentioned that we might hear news of criminals who might potentially have a system, if he wants. Sure, if he wants, got it. Anyway, put that idea out of your head. The Midnight Inn does not go around hunting people for no reason, Lex said. That said, we do take everything that happens within the inn very seriously. There's a guest who was targeted by a system ability before he was at the inn and is still being affected by it. Since you guys have so much experience with systems, do you know any way that ability can be blocked out? The two rhinocentaurs looked at each other, this time a very serious expression on their faces. Was this, perhaps, the contribution that the innkeeper was talking about? Chapter 1476, Casually Making Money. There is no one-size-fits-all answer for such a situation, the rhinocentaurs said. The answer can generally be determined by looking at a couple of things. The first would be the kind of ability used by a system. For example, if a target is being tracked by a system, which is relatively a loose connection, then there is a chance that the target can escape the system's grasp. If the ability is more of a core function of the system, such as a beast tamed by a taming system, then it is much more difficult, if not entirely impossible, to escape its grasp. The only possible way to get out of such a situation would be to use another system's ability to counter it. But then the second ability would have to somehow perfectly negate the ability of the first system. It's not like any random ability would work. The second thing to look at when trying to negate a system ability is the rank of the system involved. The higher the system ranking, the harder it is to avoid or remove. For example, I once heard of a guy who got marked as a repeat customer by a B-rank system. Later on, that seemingly insignificant acknowledgement led to that person's identity being compromised, and he was assassinated. The person involved was a heavenly immortal who was adept in camouflage, and yet he was easily recognized by a system user. So you don't have any means to hide from a system's detection? Lex asked, seriously studying the two rhinocentaurs. He had long suspected and practically confirmed that they were somehow connected to a group of people who hunt systems and system users. Heck, Lex even thought about the possibility that the rhinocentaurs, as well as everyone else in their community, were under the influence of an even stronger system. These were things he could not confirm, but he could take advantage of. Their insight already proved invaluable. It made sense that the type of connection mattered. For example, Lex would not be happy if he found out one day that inn employees could suppress their connection to the inn. Then it would be devastating. In a lot of ways, that connection was just as much a protection for the workers as it was for the inn. It kept them from betraying the inn, which would be pretty important in a situation where any inn worker was kidnapped. He was also fairly certain that the Go board he was a part of was a pretty central ability of a system, if it indeed was caused by a system. Still, it was good to be sure. The two rhinocentaurs looked at each other and remained silent for a bit, almost as if lost in contemplation. Of course, Lex was certain that they were secretly communicating somehow. Eventually, though, one of them showed an extremely pained expression and then took out a cloak from his spatial ring, or at least it appeared that way. This might work against some weaker systems of level C and below, the rhinocentaur said as he handed Lex. It also depends on the ability. How does it work? Lex asked as he grabbed it, and immediately began studying it using his left eye's ability and his own spirit sense. Unfortunately, if there was something extraordinary about the cloak, it escaped his notice, which he supposed was the point. The user just needs to wrap it around their body and channel some energy into it, and it should begin working. Just remember, it hides from pre-existing system abilities. It does not defend from new ones. All right, thanks. Would it be fair to assume that if you manage to get your hands on a system, you might be able to get your hands on better equipment to hide from other systems? The two rhinocentaurs turned pale, though that was highly unusual due to their thick gray skin, yet they didn't confirm nor did they deny anything. All right, you guys can go for now. If you need anything, you guys can contact me. If you make enough of a contribution, I'll see about getting you a system. Lex made it sound like getting a system was as easy as hopping down to the supermarket, which both impressed and intimidated the rhinocentaurs. They didn't understand. In the group chat, every senior member was a big shot in the universe, wielding astronomical power. Some of those seniors seemed to control powers which, on the surface, seemed even more powerful than the inn, not that they were in any position to judge how strong the innkeeper was. But what they didn't understand was that, with the systems clearly granting so much power, why did the innkeeper and even Lex seem so dismissive of it? He didn't even consider for a moment that either of those two might have systems of their own. They were too dismissive of systems, almost as if the idea of using a system was insulting to them. It did not even remotely cross their minds that Lex, or perhaps the Innkeeper, might be in control of one of the strongest systems in the universe. Lex sent the two rhinocentaurs away, and then wrapped himself in the cloak to see if he felt a difference. He did immediately sense that he was suddenly very well hidden. The feeling was similar to, but not exactly like, being inside the Chamber of Secrets. There was something about that place that could keep secrets completely hidden, even from the Innkeeper. Yet when he closed his eyes and visualized the Go board, he could tell that the connection had not even been weakened, let alone severed. If anything, being inside the Midnight Inn did more for weakening the connection than anything else. He thought back to the Rhinocentaur's comment on using another system's ability to hide from a system's ability, but couldn't think of anything that might help him in this case. He tried putting on the host attire, tried hiding in the Chamber of Secrets, and a few other random ideas he got, but nothing seemed to work. Instead, he had the feeling that he was making decent progress towards putting another piece on the board rather than hiding from it. Speaking of which, just as Lex was experimenting, another white piece appeared on the board, in one of the lower levels. Explore hidden tales at my virtual library empire. It was a regular piece, and Lex couldn't understand the relevance of it, especially since it did not affect him in any way. Yet he dared not dismiss it either. For a brief moment, Lex considered trying something with divine energy. That unusual energy, which could even create miracles, might do the trick. But it was also a finite resource, and Lex didn't think it would work. He wasn't in a desperate situation just yet, so he didn't try it. Instead, he diverted his focus on something else. He contacted Vera and asked her if there were any oracles who wanted to get their souls cleansed. She was still upset about losing her abilities, and she nagged him a bit, but eventually she helped out. As it turned out, there was quite a massive list waiting for him. No one wanted to bother him, despite being quite desperate themselves, for they didn't want to end up provoking him somehow. If he decided that he suddenly didn't want to help because the oracles had been annoying him, then they would regret it forever. Although such a thing wouldn't really happen, it wasn't as if the others knew that. So he asked her to connect him to some of them and began cleansing their souls. Within their souls, many of them had smell specks of shards of tribulation lightning, eating away at their very existence. Those whose lightning shards weren't too concentrated only suffered excruciating pain, while others had their actual souls devoured by the lightning constantly zapping them. Lex himself found the lightning shards to be quite a tonic. It was like a nice, soothing massage, helping him relieve the tension in his muscles. But since there wasn't any actual benefit, Lex gathered most of the shards, put them in a bottle, and put the bottle in the gift shop. It wasn't every day that one could buy lightning in a bottle, so he priced it quite high, at 100 million MP per small bottle containing 10 shards and 90 specks of lightning. Lex was mentally prepared for the bottles to stay in the gift shop for a very long time, and so focused entirely on helping the oracles. Yet within only a few minutes of putting them up, the bottles disappeared. That was one of the benefits of having millions of people at the inn visiting for the games. There was a large variety of them, and they all needed various things. But after putting up only a few bottles, Lex had to stop. Most of the oracles who wanted this service didn't live inside the inn, and a message would have to be sent to them. Lex briefly considered meeting the angels to help out with their wings, but his intuition was warning him against meeting them. So, with no other excuse to keep him there, Lex finally brought out the ticket to the Seraphim Resort. Chapter 1477, Stop Procrastinating. There was a reason Lex had been putting off going to the resort. He had a quest with a time limit hanging over him, yet repeatedly he pushed back going to the resort. It wasn't because Lex was averse to the idea, but because his intuition had been warning him to keep a distance from angels. The warning wasn't a subtle reminder either, as if letting him know that if he met the angels he'd face another inconvenient quest like the main character from a video game. Rather, this was like common sense telling a mortal not to walk onto the site of an impending nuclear explosion. Even if he didn't consciously pay attention to it, the feeling was there, in the back of his mind, subtly nudging him away from it. It was only when he was consciously faced with two decisions, both heavily involving angels, that he finally realized that he had been subconsciously avoiding both of them. But now that he had acknowledged it, the dam had burst, and Lex was exposed to the full brunt of how severely his instincts were warning him. Truthfully, it wasn't that strong right up until he wanted to take action. Then his instincts warned him like he was about to walk into his own death. Obviously, meeting angels to heal their wings put him in direct contact with angels, so the warning made sense. But as it turned out, so did going to the resort. It made sense, considering that the Seraphim resort was within a realm that contained angels. But he couldn't avoid going to the resort, so the question was, what was so dangerous about just meeting angels? More importantly, what were the governor's intentions giving him this ticket? Lex didn't believe that the leader of the Henali, as well as a powerful Tao Lord, would be unaware of it if there were something significant happening regarding angels. Lex himself had very limited connections to the powerful forces of the universe, and even he had learned something about it, which meant those with better connections than him surely knew. What was more important was, why did merely going close to them get him sucked into their mess? Lex sat and thought about what to do for a while. As much as he wanted to just go and deal with things as they came, he was more mature now. Well, at least Lex was more mature now. By channeling all his shenanigans into Jack, he hardly ever felt the urge to do something ridiculous just for the heck of it. Since there was danger, he would treat this very seriously. The first thing he had to do was consider all his precautions. His karma-hiding treasure still hadn't been manufactured, and probably wouldn't be any time soon either. As it turned out, creating very powerful and potent treasures without cheat-like hacks was not easy. Of course, he had a feeling that if they really tried, they could make it quickly and easily, but that was besides the point. Besides, when push came to shove, what Lex always relied on was the midnight in anyway. With his decision made, Lex got up and went to Jeeves, who was in the middle of taking measurements for an especially loud fiery mammoth who had transformed into a human shape. "Need to look good for the show-off, eh, Jeeves?" the mammoth said, wearing a large grin. He turned to look at Lex, who had just entered the tailor's shop, and asked, "Little human, do you gamble?" Lex was not expecting to meet a friendly fiery mammoth, but there was no reason to be mean to him. "From time to time, why you want to place a bet?" The mammoth roared into abrupt laughter, amused at Lex. "No, human, no. No, I mentioned gambling to give you a tip. Today I will be challenged to a death match which will be aired across the midnight inn. If you like to gamble, I suggest you bet on me." "Oh, you're anticipating a challenge to a death match?" Lex asked, suddenly interested. He hadn't heard about this. "Part of the Henali conventions," Jeeves chipped in as he measured the mammoth's bicep. "Settling territorial disputes between celestial-level powers must be held through a series of individual fights if the fight escalates above a certain level. This prevents mass genocide and overall prevents general waste of resources. The rule has prevented a number of star systems from being destroyed in chaotic war." "How interesting, I didn't know about that. So who will you be fighting?" Lex asked, looking at the mammoth. "Some bloke called Badu Toggledor. Doesn't matter. The humans are going to regret ever getting involved in this war with us." Lex nodded at the mammoth with a polite smile, though he wasn't so sure about his future anymore. Badu Toggledor was the founder of the Toggledor family in the Jotun Empire and was the Emperor's brother. Lex did not think that the man was weak and found it hard to imagine him losing. "Do you know if a guy named William will also be participating in a death match?" Lex asked, wondering about his own ancestors' capabilities. "In 2 months," the mammoth answered, but the excited beast soon got distracted by his own thoughts, starting a new conversation with Jeeves that Lex politely stayed out of. Soon enough, it was Lex's turn. "What can I do for you today? Do you need a suit for a special occasion, perhaps to meet a lady friend?" Jeeves stopped trying to fish for gossip. You suck at it. Just wait for Velma to come back and scratch everyone's itch for scandals like usual. Easy for you to say, you were with her in Arctica. The rest of us had to experience time 3 times slower here and wait for you lot. Now I hear that she'll be gone potentially for years. What are we supposed to do? Who will write her segment in the midnight newsletter? You'll survive, Jeeves, you'll survive. In the meantime, I need a suit to help me out in a really dangerous situation. Double-breasted, body fit, able to survive live artillery fire at the very least. "Oh, I've got just the thing for you," Jeeves said, rubbing his hands in excitement. "I just imported a special material that'll suit your needs and more, but there's one catch. The suit is going to come out tan-colored, won't be the usual black suit worn by the inn staff." Lex raised an eyebrow, a non-standard color suit. "I think I'll survive. How long will it take?" "Not long. I just need to take your measurements again. Something tells me your weight has gone up again, and this time we have a special on shoes for our heavier customers." Lex's smile dropped from his face, but Jeeves didn't seem to notice. Ignoring the weight, which was incorrect because the system was broken and barely had a 40% functionality, the measurement went fine, and Jeeves managed to make the suit in a couple of days. During that time, Lex honed his sword a bit and studied karma a bit more. He bought a number of more karma-related techniques from the Emporium, but he hadn't had time to go through them all. Unfortunately, they were not so easy to learn. Eventually, though, everything was set, and Lex ran out of reasons to procrastinate. Lex was too used to listening to his instincts, not going against them, which is why it was quite tough for him, especially when they were so strong. Lex ripped the coupon and immediately felt a power of some sort lock onto his body, covering him in a protective shield. Now that he thought about it, the keys from the inn probably did the same, but much faster. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. The next moment, Lex teleported, leaving the Midnight Realm behind and being brought into some kind of light show. Outside his protective cover, strange lights flashed, forming objects in strange shapes, but each of them came and went by faster than he could observe them. The process did not last too long, barely a few minutes, but when it ended, Lex suddenly found himself in a brand new realm. The weight of the laws of the new realm falling down on him was like a nice, soothing massage. That was not an illusion, for the acclimation process to the new laws of the realm had specifically been designed to be comfortable by the resort. The stronger gravity did not bother him, and the brightness of the light in his surroundings didn't bother him either. Lex fixed his tie as he looked at his surroundings, and found himself standing in front of a large building carved out of a single piece of stone. Above him shone a magnificent yellow star, surrounded by a luminescent ring of some unknown rock. It was filled to the brim with overwhelming divine energy, just as every inch of the place was filled with vibrant, potent energy that made Lex feel like he was being rejuvenated just standing there. Chapter 1478 Quick History Lesson. Even a mature realm, despite its many advantages, which included but were not limited to treasures that could be at the Tao level, did not have the same vibrancy of energy that a newborn realm did. In fact, a newborn realm had energy types that mimicked the kind of energy that appeared at the birth of the universe. That energy would be completely used up as the realm matured, giving birth to other kinds of more stable yet less potent energies. That was not necessarily a bad thing, it was just the way it was. Even so, Lex rarely felt more comfortable or at home than inside the inn. Considering his cultivation technique had never failed to absorb any kind of energy so far, he always preferred the ones from the Midnight Realm. Yet now here, at the resort, as his body was bathed in a unique blend of divine energy, Lex discovered that this was a splendid experience like no other. In fact, Lex closed his eyes and withdrew his spirit energy so that he could focus solely on what was happening in his body. He observed as every fiber of his body underwent a literal and somehow spiritual cleansing. His cultivation technique left no room for any kind of flaw or redundant material in his body, which was something most other cultivators experienced. For example, body cultivators might reinforce their body by absorbing some metals into their system, which worked wonderfully at the beginning, but once they reached the immortal realm started to hold them back. That was just one random example of the kinds of things that would ordinarily be purged from cultivators' bodies when they came to the resort and experienced whatever was happening to Lex. But spiritual cleansing was another thing altogether. Back when he was a mortal, Lex had experienced all kinds of emotions ranging from nervousness to anger, to excitement and embarrassment and so on. Those feelings often manifested not just in his mind, but as physical sensations in his body. Sometimes, those feelings, if repeated too often, could manifest as diseases and illnesses. For cultivators, it was much the same, but the repercussions were much greater. It was not just emotions that manifested as physical sensations, but their techniques, their karma, their intents, and countless other things. For Lex especially, who absorbed literally everything powerful he ever came across, the marks left behind were even greater. It was not a problem, though, since the rate at which he was growing was so rapid, that the burden of the marks left behind could never catch up with his capacity to tolerate them. Now, though, they were cleansed anyway. In Lex's mind, he could visualize gases of various colors leaking out of the pores of his skin, leaving him feeling lighter and stronger. A black bead suddenly appeared on the Go board on a lonely level, far from any of the other beads, and a new surge of information flowed into Lex's mind. It was mostly inconsequential, except for one tiny detail that hinted at the value of formations through the beads. Lex didn't focus on that for now, though. He opened his eyes when he sensed something, and saw a seraphim descending from the sky, its 4 beautiful wings protruding from its back. The seraphim had a tall body, with long golden hair, flowing elegantly in the wind. Its skin was glowing in a soft yellow light so that Lex couldn't tell if its skin actually glowed or if the being itself was made of light. Whatever the case, Lex could not deny that it was beautiful and powerful. "Lex Williams, welcome to the Seraphim Resort," the Seraphim said as it stepped on the ground in front of him. Though the luminous being was taller than Lex, he sensed not a shred of superiority from it as it looked down on Lex. "Your ticket is linked to a premium package that was pre-booked and can only be used by you, which is why we have prepared an extensive itinerary based on the information we were provided about you. I am Lifesketcher, your specially assigned personal valet during your stay here at the Seraphim Resort. If you have any questions or needs, please feel free to ask me." "Well met, Lifesketcher," Lex said energetically, still feeling the effects of his cleansing. "Although I was given a coupon for the resort as a gift, I don't actually know much about it. Can you briefly introduce the resort and its history to me and let me know what my stay will include?" "Most certainly, sir. Would you like to take a stroll while I introduce you to the resort? Or a drink?" Lifesketcher held out his hand, and a gold tray appeared before him, a number of drinks appearing on it for Lex to choose from. He was not familiar with any of them, so he randomly grabbed one that smelled nice and nodded to the Seraphim to indicate that he could lead the way. The Seraphim, with a polite smile, acknowledged Lex's sign and walked into the building right in front of them as he began to talk about the history of the resort. The Seraphim Resort has a history of 31 billion years and was founded by Orathenor the Blessed Light, a powerful and influential Tao Lord. Its original intention was to host other Tao Lords who had joined the Seraphim in their crusade against the blighted defilers, who with their control over profane energy tried to corrupt the entire universe. Back then, it was called the Seraphim Citadel. The interior of the building was just as well lit as the outside, making it seem like a seamless transition between the two. The greatest difference was that while the outside was filled with boundless open space, clear skies, and amazing sceneries, the interior was decorated with splendid murals, depicting the very story Lifesketcher was regaling. When the primordial Aurelian, hero of the Age of Memories, joined the Holy Crusade, the war ended, and the defilers defeated and exiled to the corners of the universe, the resort lost its purpose. Yet by then it had a robust foundation, and so Orathenor repurposed it and turned it into a resort, but only for Tao Lords. For a long time after that, the Seraphim Resort served as the center of Seraphim diplomacy across the universe, and saw the birth of countless resolutions that have shaped the universe to this day. It was no surprise to Lex that as they walked through the building, the murals moved, perfectly depicting the powerful entities that were being mentioned, and added gravitas to the story. Although Lex had never heard of these people before, nor had he heard of these events, the great depth of emotion depicted in the murals was infectious, allowing him to sense just how great an influence these events had on history. Of course, Lex did not let himself be swayed. He was sure that the version of history being told, while true, was probably heavily whitewashed to favor the Seraphim. He did not blame them or consider it malicious. Instead, he was taking notes. He needed to add 3 things to the inn that the resort and the inn did not. Unfortunately, Lex did not have a cool story as background for the inn, though he did note that inadvertently the inn seemed to be developing a strong connection to the humanoid alliance. Maybe, after billions of years, he could link the inn to that somehow. For now, though, leaving it with a mysterious purpose and background, just like the equally mysterious Innkeeper, was good enough. Eventually, though, Xandarath the Wingbreaker opened up the resort to the whole universe, allowing even lower-level cultivators. Since then, the influence of Seraphim has only increased drastically, and the reputation of the resort grew as well. Now, even though the resort still primarily hosts Tao Lords, it has also become the prime destination for countless other visitors from across the universe to relax and rejuvenate. It also provides a perfectly safe and secure location to conduct business, undergo cultivation breakthroughs, or serve as a resting spot between travel. Most recently, the resort was used as a site by members of the acclaimed Phoenix clan to give birth to a new generation of golden phoenixes, taking advantage of the security of the resort to pass their brief period of weakness that they experience post-childbirth. It was quite a privilege for the resort to have such trust, and marks the continued trust and relationship between the Seraphim and the Phoenixes. Your stay here is scheduled for 2 weeks, though naturally you can extend that if you so wish. During these 2 weeks, a number of services and activities have been planned for you, so you may enjoy the various benefits that we offer and completely relax and rejuvenate yourself. Explore more at my virtual library empire. The distinguished guest who booked the package for you mentioned to us that your body may be suffering from the strain of being exposed to a Tao Lord, and so the first order of business is to allow you to decontaminate. Chapter 1479, Exam I. Chapter 1479, Exam I. Lex raised an eyebrow. He was given the ticket by the governor, who had inadvertently exposed Lex to his aura outside of the inn. The man, or rather the Henali, had taken many precautions at the time to ensure Lex came to no harm as a result of his aura. Even if he had left some traces, it only made sense that the man should have expected the innkeeper to take care of it. But perhaps making arrangements to have Lex cleansed of any lingering effects of his aura himself was a way of appearing respectful of the innkeeper's staff. It was too difficult to guess the extent of his planning and intentions, but Lex had to admit that his impression of the governor had improved somewhat. "What does that include?" Lex asked Lycanderoth, noticing that the murals were now changing. Instead of showing the history of the resort, they switched to showing the long-standing friendship between the Seraphim and the Phoenixes. Beyond the fact that the Seraphim offered them protection, the fact that they both seemed to have bodies made of glowing light made them quite similar and thereby likely to form a friendship. The difference was that the Seraphim seemed to be made of pure light, while the Phoenixes looked like they were made of flames. Now, however, the murals were changing once more to show massive structures and powerful figures. Lex had a feeling that instead of showing Tao Lords, the murals just showed vague figures which carried a heavy aura. That is how Orathenor, Aurelian, and Xandarath had been shown at least. Now, though, dozens of such figures seemed to appear in the mural, drowning Lex in their powerful aura. Fortunately, despite communicating the depth of the auras were all actually quite gentle, so Lex was not affected by them. Here at the Seraphim Resort, we have extensive experience dealing with the aura of Tao Lords, and have everything and anything relating to them. To begin your decontamination, first we need to evaluate the depth of your contamination to begin with, if it exists at all. Even if it does not exist, or is immeasurably small, you will experience the most basic decontamination acupuncture and body readjustment. However, should it be discovered that there is any measurable contamination on your body, then there will be a specialized plan based on the extent and type of contamination. This is actually quite an immense process, so should we discover any contamination, the cleaning period will not be counted as a part of the 2 weeks you have here. Based on the flow of time, 2 weeks here was 6 weeks in the Origin Realm and 18 weeks in the Midnight Realm. That was a very long time as it was. But this was all important, not to mention that Lex already had a very good idea for the first thing the inn could add. Lex was fairly confident that the inn was better at isolating auras than most, if not all other such places where Tao Lords and others could mingle. If Lex could utilize that to cleaning aura contamination, however it worked, then that could count as one of the additions to the inn. The initial exam is conducted by a demi-Tao Lord, Lycanderoth continued. If there is a basic level of contamination, then a part of your cleansing process will also be conducted by a demi-Tao Lord, although our standard procedures have allowed us to streamline the process so much that much of it can be done without supervision. If the contamination is of a higher level, then the procedure is entirely different. "Well then, let's get started with the exam," said Lex, "unless there's something else that we need to do first." No, the Tao contamination exam is the most important service we provide to non-Tao entities, and precedes every service we provide. There is no need for a special check in either, since your coupon for the resort was linked to you, and cannot be used by anyone else. That was also a pretty good idea. Lex could make dedicated keys to the inn that could only be used by specific people. For those keys, there didn't need to be an area restriction for teleportation, and could be used from anywhere in the universe. This would be highly useful whenever he shut down the inn's teleportation. These were such basic ideas, but he could already see how their implementation could improve the inn. Lycanderoth escorted Lex to another room. Although it looked like they had exited the building and entered an open area, Lex could tell that the surroundings were being manipulated by the same power that changed all the murals around him previously. He was still inside that first building. "Please lie down on the bed," Lycanderoth said. "I will attach a few body scanners, and the examination will begin shortly. Your exam today will be conducted by Demi-Tao Lord Erismia, who has extensive experience in medicine as well as power control, so you do not need to fear being accidentally infected by her aura." Lex lay down in what looked remarkably similar to a hospital bed, wondering if he should take off his blazer. Yet Lycanderoth did not seem bothered at all, and instead started to attach countless wired nodes all over Lex's body, making him look like some kind of alien. The seraphim was quite thorough, and attached over 1,000 nodes all over his body, checking and rechecking to ensure they were in the correct place. It was only once he was done that he took a step back and sent a signal for the examiner to come in. The room looked like an open garden, as if he were in a tamed forest. It was an unusual concept for a room, but it was quite relaxing, so he didn't mind. After a small wait, another seraphim entered into the room, and this one was larger than Lifesketcher in every single way. Chapter 1480 Exam II. Chapter 1480 Exam II. Please relax, said Erismia, her voice soft and quite feminine even though her appearance was significantly shocking. This is going to take a short while. Do not resist and allow the process to occur naturally. Though she had no aura that Lex could sense, and his instincts weren't reacting to her, Lex hadn't forgotten that Lifesketcher had mentioned that she was a demi-Dao lord. Lex was not about to disobey a demi-Dao lord or show any signs of disrespect. Even if the resort claimed to be perfectly safe and that they wouldn't harm guests, he'd rather not test the policy himself against someone he couldn't even hope to contest. A green light began slowing through the wires and entered into his body. It was warm and delicate, as if it would be interrupted by the slightest flow of energy that he displayed. Lex guessed that this was a way to allow guests to feel like they weren't being taken advantage of. If they could stop the examination whenever they felt like, then there was no reason to fear it. Lex closed his eyes and focused on the energy, but discovered that he couldn't track it at all. He could sense it as it entered his body, but then it disappeared entirely, completely undetectable to his senses. So he decided to focus on something else. He tried to figure out what the energy entering his body actually was and how it was being used to conduct an investigation. He'd never experienced anything like that. Just as Lex began to focus, the exam came to an abrupt end. "This is beyond my scope," Erismia said in an urgent yet somehow calm manner. "We need to summon a Dao Lord. What tier package does the guest have?" "A premium package," Lifesketcher responded quickly. "Is the contamination great?" "Yes," Erismia said, yet did not elaborate. "A premium package. It seemed like whoever booked this visit for him anticipated that this would happen. I am summoning my teacher." Lex himself was also alarmed, for he had no idea that he had any kind of contamination on him at all. Before he could ask any questions, a third seraphim appeared in the room. This one was not large, and yet her beauty and grace was beyond the first two. Lex could not retain the image of her appearance in his mind, nor could he take in her entire appearance at once. In fact, he could not even remember why he thought that the third seraphim was a female. He felt all his thoughts escaping him, until a voice, sweet like honey, broke him free of a brain fog he hadn't realized affected him. "You have very direct, yet somehow entirely contained contamination," she said to Lex calmly, as if she was not concerned about it at all. "It's almost as if whoever the contamination is from knew it would happen, and so made arrangements to prevent too much damage. Do I have your permission to probe deeper into the matter? You should know that I don't necessarily need to probe to heal you, but doing so will increase my chances of being effective. It will also reveal how exactly you got contaminated, so if you want to keep it a secret, you should not allow it." "Please go ahead," responded Lex. "Also let me know how it happened so I know as well." Lex felt 2 fingers press on his forehead, or was it 1? Once again, Lex felt himself losing his thoughts, entering a state of just being rather than consciously thinking of anything. "Very interesting. It seems the contamination stems from a sword technique," the voice said, once again waking Lex up. This time the room was dark, as if the sun had set over the forest he was in and a day had gone by. Or multiple days, he couldn't be sure. To be more accurate, the source of contamination seems to be a technique called 10 tribulations. Does it ring any bells? "Yes," Lex responded. "It was given to me by the same person who gave me a coupon for the resort." 10 tribulation was a technique that had been created by the governor himself, and had been given to Lex at the same time, as he received the Jorlam's hearts as well as the coupon for the resort. The technique combined sword intent and lightning, and was incredibly powerful. Not only did it immediately become one of Lex's most powerful techniques, but it was a source of great insight for him into combining different concepts. He had stopped using it when Cassandra hinted that it might not be such a good idea. After all, he was not short of techniques or powerful sources of offense. If he hadn't, then would the contamination have been even greater. "It seems that whoever gave you the technique was incredibly generous," the voice commented, a hint of approval hidden within. Using a technique designed by a Tao Lord is far from simple and carries heavy restrictions. In fact, under the right circumstances, the infection can be so great that the user of the technique eventually morphs into a clone for the Tao Lord instead of the independent person they originally were. Whoever gave you the technique anticipated the infection you would get from it, and prepared to allow you to have a great harvest, while not suffering from any long-term consequences from it either. Once I cleanse the contamination, all information about the technique should also vanish, but any insight you've gained should remain. I suppose it's entirely up to you how much you gain from this opportunity. Lex groaned. He couldn't decide if this was a good thing or a bad thing. After all, he had stopped using the technique long ago, so his insights were limited. What he knew for sure, though, was that he was not enjoying the feeling of having his entire life controlled on someone else's whims. Yet in front of a Tao Lord, there was nothing he could do about it. For now, he should just be grateful that the governor was thoughtful enough to have Lex cleansed of all contamination he himself had caused. Chapter 1481 Weeks. Chapter 1481 Weeks. Lex closed his eyes and did his best to relax, well aware that there was a Tao Lord who was about to possibly treat his body. His system, which was not fused with his soul, was easily detectable if anyone looked into his soul, or so he assumed. Surely it would not be able to hide from a Tao Lord, right? That was not his only concern either. He had no shortage of secrets, and he literally had no way of defending against, or even detecting the influence of a Tao Lord. The fact that just studying the sword technique 10 tribulations had infected him was good enough an example of how easily it was for Tao Lords to trick or manipulate him. But Lex had long given up worrying about the actions of beings far superior to himself, or he would go mad. All he could do was take things as they came. That was his last thought before the Tao Lord in front of him began her treatment, touching his forehead. His thoughts, and in fact even his soul, went into a dormant state. The influence was so strong that even Jack, who was in the middle of using his fairy dust to hold his ship together as it sailed over the surface of a hurricane originating from the river Styx, while avoiding the giant skeleton trying to get him from inside the hurricane, was momentarily affected. As a result, the massive skeleton finally grabbed onto the ship, much to its own dismay. The skeleton immediately began to turn into gold and crystal at the same time. It started turning into a golden crystal. Jack didn't have the time to focus on Lex, not that it would have mattered if he could either. In that moment, Lex became entirely disconnected from him, and he had no way of checking in on him at all. Fortunately, it wasn't that the actual connection was severed, it was just that in a completely dormant state, Lex could give no feedback at all or respond to any probes either. Jack's adventures continued, each one more harrowing than the last, to the point where he had to admit that he began to wonder if he had gotten in over his head. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. He needed to contact the 7 dwarf dragons, for they were a unique force in the entire universe. There was literally no other precedent of so many siblings becoming Tao Lords in the history of the universe, which in itself made them a unique power. The greater source of their power was in the fact that they were dragons. The folklore realm was a unique realm in the universe, where the power of prestige and reputation, as well as stories and folktales, had a very real and tangible consequence. This meant that usually, it was almost impossible for foreign Tao Lords to overpower the local Tao Lords. But it also meant that when the Tao Lords from the folklore realm left the realm, a very large source of their power vanished, making them much weaker. As a result, hardly any powers from the folklore realm ever left. Considering that the realm was one of the largest realms in existence, it wasn't really a problem for most Tao Lords either. The 7 dragon dwarfs had a unique advantage, which was that as dragons they had the innate ability to bend the universe to their will. This power was only magnified after they became Tao Lords, which meant that when they left the folklore realm, using their innate ability as dragons, they could alter reality and show a large part of, if not all of their true power from within the folklore realm. Of course, this was only the publicly accepted story. What the truth was, Jack had no way of knowing. All he could operate on was their reputation, which told him that if he presented them with the opportunity to explore the universe with a good enough reason, they would oblige with his humble requests. Of course, he had no way of knowing the consequences of informing them about the Arctica realm if they didn't already know about it. If this plan didn't work out, he could just try something else. This definitely was the best opportunity he could think of, though, which renewed Jack's will as he waded through the deathly waters and fought off one obstacle after another. All the while, he also babysat his crew, who were not easy to deal with. Sometimes, handling them was more difficult than facing the river. But one way or another he managed to hold on, and the days slowly passed him by, all without sign of Lex. Jack was worried, but there was literally nothing he could do, especially with a Tao Lord on the other side of his connection, so he didn't dwell on it. It was only 3 weeks later, when he was close to the end of his own journey in the river Styx, that Jack finally sensed Lex once more. Lex's thoughts were slow to gather, as if he was waking up from an excruciatingly deep slumber. Eventually, when he did recover, he awakened to the scene of thousands of chains wrapping his body, holding him down in place. "Please do not panic," said Arismia, before Lex even had a chance to do so. "You are not being treated as a prisoner. The chains were involved in your cleansing process, which has been completed successfully. It is fortunate that your contamination, while extensive, was not dangerous, so it was removed quite easily. If that had not been the case, the cleaning may have taken a few years to complete." Lex tried not to dwell on the possibility of sleeping for years without warning, and just watched as the Demi-Dao Lord unlocked his chains, one at a time. It was excruciatingly slow, but there wasn't much he could do about that. "Am I completely free of contamination now?" Lex asked. "Is there anything left?" "Worry not. You are completely free of any contamination that was detected in your body. Now, you may resume your usual 2-week premium package and enjoy your stay at the Seraphim Resort." "Mary, what's the situation with the system?" he asked internally. He dared not scan his own soul for the system at the moment, lest he reveal something. "Much better than expected," Mary answered. "Your soul was never even probed, and though the system was ready to enter a complete dormant state to hide from a Tao Lord, it was never required. Whoever treated you displayed the utmost professionalism and looked at nothing other than what was necessary." Lex accepted the answer, but did not necessarily believe it. It had already been proven that he was in no way equipped to scrutinize a Tao Lord's actions at all. For now, he could only accept that the outcome was as it appeared on the surface. It would only be later on, when he reached a similar state of power, that he could even begin to imagine examining himself for any traps he had fallen into. "I'm ready to move on. What's next?" Lex asked impatiently when he was finally freed of the chains binding him. He moved his body as if to test his condition, but found no noticeable difference. The only actual difference was that he had completely forgotten about the details of the 10 tribulations. He had only barely remembered some of his personal experiences and theories about mixing sword intent and lightning, which didn't make sense somehow. "Well, according to your itinerary, you will be shown to your living area as well as be allowed an opportunity to explore the resort on your own and mingle for a few hours. Following that, we will begin your first service, which involves entering an upper layer of heaven and purifying your spiritual aura through incense therapy." "Excellent. I am looking forward to meeting the other guests at the resort. Let's go." In truth, Lex was feeling a little impatient, which couldn't be helped. He had suddenly lost 3 weeks of time overnight and didn't want to face any more unexpected surprises. After all, the midnight games were about to come to a close soon enough, and he didn't want to waste time doing something unproductive. "Please follow me," Lycanderoth said, standing in the back of the room. "You were escorted to the treatment center while the procedure happened. From here, we can directly enter the common area for immortals." Lex followed his personal valet without question, and was both surprised, and not so surprised when he saw what the resort was like outside of the treatment facility. It was like a galaxy, but condensed into a much smaller space. Cosmic clouds seemed to make up entire buildings, and the lights from their windows shone like stars in the distance. Futuristic vehicles flew all around the skies, while glowing seraphim and guests of all races walked and strolled on the streets that, themselves, looked like they were forged out of the night sky. Chapter 1482, Angel Baddie's Eye. Lex felt as if he was standing inside a sci-fi movie made by someone on mushrooms. The vibrancy and energy saturation of his surroundings threatened to overwhelm him. He was hit with a deluge of new colors he had never seen and could not describe in simple words. Instead, he could only describe them with emotions and sensations. Sky, predictably, was filled with a color that smelled like fresh rain over a garden. Many buildings were made of a color that felt like the first bite of a meal after a long, arduous fast. The wind, for indeed the wind had color, was like the first big gulp of chilled, refreshing lemonade after a hard day's workout in the sun. The grass was oddly enough like the smell of freshly cut grass. The pavement was like the first day of summer holiday after school. Everything was splendid and exciting just to look at, let alone the way it felt. The actual wind, which was a visible force of nature here, touched upon Lex's skin, soul, and spirit sense all at the same time, delivering a refreshing sensation that was different from anything he had ever felt. It was not mind-numbing, nor did it have a huge impact. It was just a subtle thing, one of 1,000 others, that made Lex feel pleasant. Who knew that heaven wouldn't make Lex feel an overpowering feeling of elation or glee, just an unrelenting pleasantness and mirth that made it damn near impossible to feel down regardless of what was bothering him. It was so mild that Lex could easily get used to it if he didn't specifically pay attention to it. It would only be upon leaving this place that its absence would hit him like a truck-kun. Speaking of whom, Lex was pretty sure he caught a glimpse of truck-kun casually driving wearing a hula ring made of flowers. If he was here, that would probably explain why he was usually so hard to find. "I'm pretty sure I just saw someone who tried to kill me once," Lex said casually as he followed Lifesketcher. "You need not worry, Lex. Even a dozen Tao Lords could not harm you while you're in here," he assured. "No, I wasn't really worried. If he couldn't kill me back then, he wouldn't be able to kill me now. I was actually more surprised about the fact that seeing him didn't evoke any negative feelings or bad memories." "Ah, yes. The Seraphim Resort tends to have such an effect, though it's important to know that the resort does not influence or tamper with your emotions in any way. If you receive bad news, you will have the appropriate response to it. It's just that the environment here is carefully curated so that the countless stimuli your brain constantly deals with, many of which may subtly be affecting you negatively without realizing, are all mildly pleasant." "What's up with that, by the way? Why specifically focus on creating a mildly pleasant atmosphere instead of one that evokes a stronger emotion?" "Common question," Lifesketcher said. "It's because the environment should not be the main focus. Rather, it is just a mild, supporting aspect of the resort. The environment is just the backdrop to other matters that occupy our guests' attention. Whether they are here to avail the resort's services, or for business or leisure, the resort's environment should not distract them from it. Rather, it aims to create a perfect environment to allow them to focus on whatever it is they want to do." The resort had a long history, obviously. They were 31 billion years old. It wasn't surprising that they had a very mature culture and sensibility. It would be very easy for Lex to get sucked into the way they thought and did things, yet he reminded himself not to do that. A lot about the Midnight Inn was dictated by the system, but even more was dictated by Lex. When he hired workers created by the system, they truly were very robotic and worked perfectly well, but did little else. Find adventures at my virtual library empire. It was through careful nurturing and prompting that Lex had gotten them to express themselves and build a community. It was their individuality that built such a close-knit network between the inn workers, and if it hadn't been for that, then they wouldn't have been able to help him when he went to war with Sangui's Pluvia. They would have been the idea workers for the inn, but little else. Similarly, the environment at the inn, while not as peacefully joyful as the resort, was a lot more comfortable and friendly. The resort is vast, but is strictly divided into areas depending on the type of packages a guest avails, as well as the cultivation realm, Lifesketcher continued. Since you are an immortal and have a premium package, then you will be brought to the Edgar Temple, which is the community hub for the premium package. From there, you may roam about at your leisure. I will come and get you in 6 hours for one of the resort's most coveted services called Heaven's Guidance. As it turned out, the Edgar Temple was not a building, but a subrealm. Basically, it was just an area of the resort that was cut off from the rest of it, which could only be accessed by a special few. Lex followed Lifesketcher in expecting to see something else amazing, and indeed he was right. But it was not the heavenly magnificence of the temple that caught Lex's eye, nor was it the flourishing divine energy and countless deity plants that were visible at a simple glance. No, what mesmerized Lex were the angel baddies that were in the temple, each of them radiating an awesome power, and beauty so mesmerizing it stunned him. It was then that Lex had 2 revelations. The first, which was obvious, was that as one's cultivation level increased, so did their general appearance and attractiveness. So if there were a race of already beautiful beings, then in the celestial realm their mere appearance had a stronger effect than countless charm techniques. The second revelation he had was that the reason why he was showing such a sudden interest in wanting to date someone was because. Chapter 1483, Angel Baddies II. Chapter 1483, Angel Baddies II. As a cultivator, and more importantly as an immortal, Lex had perfect control over his body. He could literally control every individual drop of blood, tense every single muscle, and manipulate the signals passing through every one of his nerves. Obviously, he did not actually take to controlling every fiber of his being because his body was more than capable of operating on his own. Also, while he had increased his knowledge tremendously, he was not arrogant enough to believe he had gained insights into the workings of his own cultivation technique, so he didn't want to inadvertently interfere with anything. As such, while he was usually aware of countless changes happening in his body, he hardly paid attention to them. Except when he entered Edgar Temple and glanced at the dozen celestial immortal angels, each one of them stunning enough to put any supermodel to shame, and his body suddenly underwent a sharp change, Lex was forced to pay attention. That revealed instantly something he hadn't noticed at all, and out of sheer arrogance never expected either. His body had, once upon a time, regrown into that of a baby. Now, as a cultivator, his growth was meant to be incredibly slow, and under ordinary circumstances, it would have taken him centuries, if not millennia, to age enough to grow into the body of an adult. But his life wasn't normal, and he got a shortcut back to adulthood. Now he had assumed that meant he was back to his old self. Apparently not, for Lex was now going through puberty, and a dozen angel baddies standing in front of him, looking as hot as the sun, were causing a reaction in his body. Fortunately, Lex had perfect control over his body, so he put that nonsense to rest and entered the state of flow. It had been a long time since he needed to rely on the flow state, but eliminating all his emotions was exactly the thing he needed right now. "Feel free to socialize if you like," said Lycanderoth, "or get to know the resort. I will come to collect you in 6 hours, or if you'd like, you can ask for me if you need anything." "Not necessary," said Lex as he took in the rest of the Edgar Temple. Now that his eyes and his spirit sense were not glued to the beautiful glowing women, he realized that this place really was a temple of sorts. It did not have a boundary wall in the traditional sense, and there were a lot of open spaces. Yet Lex could already see that the whole area was structured in such a way so that it was not only forming natural formations, but also the characters used in arrays, as well as feng shui, and countless other things to build an environment that channeled certain energies towards the center. If a single glance was enough for Lex to realize what was happening here, then it wouldn't be too difficult for others either. They were using the feelings of reverence, appreciation, and any other positive emotion that their guests felt towards the services provided by the resort, and treating it as worship, channeling to the center of Edgar Temple. It wasn't really a bad thing, since it did not harm Lex or any other guest in any way. But Lex saw the tremendous influence it had not only on keeping the temple running, but on its karma as well. The karma of this temple was connected to every immortal who visited this place, and considering it was reserved for the premium package, those immortals were all either personally powerful or well-connected. The repercussions of that? Well, quite frankly, Lex had no idea what the repercussions of such a thing would be. He had only just begun to study karma, yet he could already see that this was an open strategy that was far from simple, and one that had the tacit approval of countless powerful beings, or else they wouldn't send their immortals here. While he pondered on the numerous possibilities of such an audacious act by the resort, one in which he had inadvertently participated, he also noticed that the angels he had previously definitely not ogled at were walking towards him. "Lex Williams of the Midnight Inn, your reputation precedes you," said the woman walking in the lead, wearing a silver-colored armor that perfectly complemented her white wings and glowing golden hair. "Thank you for your recognition, though I am embarrassed to admit I do not recognize you," Lex said humbly, turning to look towards her. In his flow state he could be polite and formal, yet it wasn't so easy to be as casual as he normally was. In other situations, even in his flow state, he could manage such a thing despite reining in all his emotions. Yet in his current situation, he dared not relax his hold on his emotions even a little. "That is not unusual at all. For various reasons, our identities have been kept hidden. My name is Shireen Elharkin, and I am the most hopeful of my generation of Valkyries to become a Tao Lord. These are my sisters in arms, all fine Valkyrie warriors. Now that introductions are over, I wonder if it might be possible to sit down for a meeting. There is a matter that I would love to work with the Midnight Inn on." "It's good to meet you, Shireen. I'm not sure how I can help you, but I'd love to chat with you." Lex was expecting the angels to lead him somewhere, or at least sit down before they began the conversation. Instead, Shireen got right into the thick of things. "I've heard that you can teleport to the Midnight Inn from anywhere, and that it's notoriously difficult to stop its teleportation capabilities. I would like to use that ability to teleport to the inn and escape my fate as a political prisoner here in the Seraphim Resort. How can we make that happen?" Chapter 1484, Secret History, I. Lex showed no reaction at all, as if what the group of distractingly attractive angels had just said was not a big deal at all. In fact, in his flow state, Lex even considered that the angels had somehow increased their attractiveness using some kind of charm technique to make him more cooperative for their meeting, yet he discarded that thought right after. There was no way for them to know when, or even if at all, he would be coming to the resort. The fact that he was even coming here was known to only a few. Moreover, his timing had not really been scheduled, and even if it had, he spent a good deal of time getting traces of a Tao Lord's influence removed from himself. He further considered that maybe his arrival was leaked by someone from the resort, such as Lifesketcher, but he doubted that even more. Before we continue the discussion, I think I need to make a few things clear about the Midnight Inn, said Lex calmly. Although the inn sometimes takes refugees and guests who are in need, we do not concern ourselves with the general political situation of our guests. Whether they are prisoners or jailers, regardless of their background, the Midnight Inn is open to anyone who wishes to come, so long as they follow the rules of the inn. Your predicament would, normally, be especially easy to resolve. All you would need to do is use the golden key, and it would take you from your location to the Midnight Inn. However, as it is, the Midnight Inn is undergoing certain renovations and teleportation services have ceased for the foreseeable future. At the same time, Lex was having a different conversation with Mary. Mary, this has been an issue from the very start, Lex lamented. Between criminals running away from their prison cells and criminals hiding inside the inn until they're ready to come out to commit some kind of crime, the inn's teleport feature has too much potential to cause havoc. More importantly, it's only a matter of time before we offend someone really big. If I hadn't blocked off teleportation from other realms for new guests, I'm pretty sure I would have offended the resort. A literal resort that can use a Tao Lord as a doctor for a mere immortal is not someone I want to offend anytime soon. Yeah, even I can't defend the system for that, Mary said in her new cosplay outfit, though calling it an outfit might not have been enough. She was lying in a hospital bed with a cartoonish thermostat sticking out of her mouth, a drip placed right next to her, and a bunch of get-well-soon balloons tied to the edge of the bed. There were also bandages tied around her head, and her left leg was in a cast and raised up in the air by a piece of cloth holding it up. The systems don't generally have such obvious flaws unless it's a part of the system's gimmick. I would recommend trying to restore more of the system's function, but that doesn't seem easy, let alone that you are not in too much of a rush to do so. Discover exclusive content at my virtual library empire. If the options are to offend a resort that controls numerous Tao Lords or restore the system and deal with extraordinarily difficult quests, I think I'll have to choose the latter. I mean, you have begun to slowly take control over the system. As you get stronger, or maybe as you unlock more authority, you might be able to come up with a solution for this. Just keep an eye out for any possible solutions. Maybe this quest reward will provide something that might help. Mary tried to shrug, but her many bandages did not allow her freedom of movement. The convenience of a very powerful mind was that his small conversation with Mary did not distract him from the conversation with the angel baddies. How long do you expect these renovations to last? Our departure does not need to be imminent, but once the resort finds out that we want to leave, they will attempt to stop us. Your golden keys might be blocked. I cannot say for certain, said Lex. The renovations have only just begun. Why don't you tell me a little more about your own situation? Who has kept you as a prisoner here and why? Considering you're a hopeful to become a Tao Lord, shouldn't the angels be trying to get you back? Who else, other than the Seraphim themselves, would keep us as prisoners in their resort? The condition for the ceasefire between the angels and the Seraphim was an exchange of prisoners. Naturally, for the exchange to hold any value, the prisoners had to be of sufficient importance. In the beginning, my sisters and I reluctantly agreed to the exchange, but the years have passed, and we have been all but abandoned by the angels who have nurtured new Tao candidates. But the Seraphim also will not let us go, lest we bolster their forces. We are trapped here forever in limbo. This is not the end that we deserve. There was a fierce passion within Shirene's words, yet her voice remained extremely calm, as if she wasn't talking about herself and her sisters. Lex raised an eyebrow and looked at the dozen angels. Each of them were at the very peak of the celestial realm, as far as Lex could tell. He found it hard to believe that the angels would abandon them entirely. But it also made sense that they would rather maintain peace than have a dozen angels back, especially if they could nurture other angels to a similar level of strength over time. If that's the case, there is no urgency, is there? Whether you escape tomorrow or in 1,000 years, it is all the same. It's not like you're coming to any harm here. There is no set deadline, yes, but that does not mean that there is no rush. The circumstances of the Eden realm are ever-changing, and unrest has spread through the lands. Even though we are prisoners, as long as we do not leave the Edgar Temple, we are free to do as we please. As such, we have many ways of keeping up with the latest news. Tensions are rising, and if conflict between angels and seraphim picks back up, we will be the first to be sacrificed. Do you think the chances of war starting back up again are likely to happen soon? Lex asked. Not yet, but the signs are there. In the next few thousands of years, I'd be surprised if nothing major happens. It's unsurprising, considering that major realms that are not controlled entirely by Unified or a single faction are more likely to be targeted than others. Thousands of years. Hearing such a timeline put Lex at peace, for much would change in that much time. He was sure that he would be able to reopen teleportation by then. After all, if the current trajectory of his growth was anything to go by, he should be a celestial immortal in a few thousand years. That was not slow progress, despite seeming like it only had the heavenly immortal realm in between. Most immortals never reach the celestial realm, and those that do are usually hundreds of thousands of years old. Jotun himself was somewhere around 450,000 years old if Lex recalled correctly. Well, I'm in no position to state when the inn will be done with renovations, but I don't expect it will take thousands of years, said Lex, reassuring the angels. Do you mind sharing some of the history of the angels and the seraphims with me? I'm not too familiar, but this resort seems great. It's hard to believe that the angels are able to fight against them for this place. Shireen did not immediately respond. Instead, her eyes seemed to lose focus, as if she had lost herself in her memories. It was a time of prosperity for the humanoid alliance, said one of the other Valkyries, taking off her helmet and placing it aside. The humans had not yet completely declined, and the Celestials, alongside the Ulin, had jointly defeated all invading forces, maintaining hold over all 13 major realms that the humanoid alliance controlled. But our forces were spread thin, and though we had established our place in the universe, how long we could hold it was yet to be seen. That is when the devils and the angels joined together, and for a daring and unexpected plan that shocked the entire universe. The devils set their gaze on the hells, and the angels set their sights on the heavens. But what nobody knew was that together, the two had set their eyes on a much greater prize than mere control over a major realm. They had set their sights on a secret of the cosmic ascendant spectrum. Chapter 1485, Secret History, II. A secret of the spectrum? Lex repeated, surprised to hear such a thing. The cosmic ascendant spectrum was something Lex had heard mention of frequently, for it dictated so much. The entire way in which the many races lived and operated within the universe was entirely dictated by that spectrum. Of course, Lex could not say for certain if it was because of the spectrum, or if the spectrum merely recorded the order of those races. Either way, there was a very real, very tangible benefit for being higher up on that list. As such, it was easily understandable why someone might want to learn its secrets. It was just that Lex didn't believe those secrets could so easily be learned. The fact, then, that Shireen was so casually mentioning it to him, without knowing him all that well, must be that it was already common knowledge by now. Indeed, as it turned out, the angels and the devils stumbled upon a secret of the cosmic ascendant spectrum which involved having control over both a heaven and a hell. But their plans remained undetected till almost the very end. The devils, with their innate cunning and resourcefulness, set an elaborate trap, ultimately ousting a majority of all Hellions from Garvitz, and took control. At the same time, the entire race flocked to Garvitz, turning it into their racial hub across the universe. Objectively speaking, for the devils this was a good move. For the humanoid alliance, however, it presented a moment of weakness that the enemies of the race took full advantage of. The Celestials were locked to their realms, unable to help, while the humans, once one of the more powerful members of the alliance, suddenly faced outright suppression the likes of which it had never seen. By this time, the angels had managed to take control of a majority of Eden, but they hadn't been able to do so in its entirety. Countless enemies of the humanoid alliance took this opportunity to help the seraphim to prevent the angels from gaining a stronghold and strengthening the alliance overall. They reached a deadlock that continued for a very long time, and the angels, despite not having control over the entirety of the realm, began to gain benefits from the partial control. They gained control over divine energy and unlocked a partial transformation, much like the devil's complete transformation. Just when it seemed like the angels would eventually gain control over the realm, the humans fell. Through betrayal and deceit, their Tao Lords were cornered and killed, one of the most deadly confrontations in recent history. It is exceptionally rare for a Tao Lord to die, so the death of multiple Tao Lords shocked the entire universe and significantly weakened the entire humanoid alliance. It was not every day that Lex got direct, actual answers about ancient history, so he did not want to disturb Shireen while she spoke. Even so, he could not help but be curious about how exactly the humans were targeted and how their Tao lords fell. Cassandra once mentioned that she was from a prominent human family, yet even she didn't tell him the details of how exactly the human race declined. As the power of the Alliance waned, the situation became much more precarious for them. More importantly, the flaw in their defenses due to such a drastic change allowed the Alliance's enemies to peek into some of their secrets. The plot concocted by the devils and angels was revealed, and suddenly various other powers in the universe intervened. No one wanted the angels and devils to succeed in their plans, but at the same time they could not have a falling out with them either. The Celestials were not to be trifled with. Eventually, a compromise was made. The angels gave up their territory, retaining control over only 50% of Eden, putting a stop to their plan to give birth to the Nephilim. Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Who are the Nephilim? Lex suddenly asked, sensing that this was very important not just to the story but to himself as well. I do not know the details. All I know is that the secret of the cosmic ascendance spectrum has to do with the angels and devils together giving birth to the Nephilim, but it can only be done if both of them control a heaven and a hell. That is why the angels were prevented from gaining control over Eden. Of course, I am skipping over thousands of details, each of which is very important, but that is the gist of it. Ever since then, despite no longer being at war, the entire universe has subtly conspired to ensure that the angels do not grow much stronger. As a result, over the years, we have remained relatively stagnant, while our enemies grow stronger. Wait, that doesn't make sense. If this is a plan by the angels and devils together, why don't the devils help out the angels? At the same time, are you saying that the angels are really as strong as the seraphim, as strong as the race that literally has a resort for Tao lords? Naturally, the angels are stronger than the seraphim, not just as strong, Shireen said, sounding almost offended. Angels exist throughout the universe, while the seraphim only exist within heavens. More importantly, they are a member of the humanoid alliance, which is a major universal player, unlike the seraphim, who can only be considered strong within their own territory at best. If it weren't for external influences, the seraphim would have never been able to withstand their assault. As for why the devils don't help the angels, I cannot say. Perhaps it has to do with the conditions of unlocking the Nephilim. All I know is that the two have never really tried helping each other. In fact, their relationship is quite competitive, if not outright hostile. While all of this happened, didn't Mother Nuwa ever intervene? Why did she allow the Alliance to weaken like that? Lex asked, testing the waters to see if Shireen knew about her. Yet the angel only shook her head. I was a warrior, always fighting. I did not get a chance to learn the deeper secrets of our alliance. All I knew was the situation of the battlefield. Though she said that, Lex could not help but notice a subtle shift in the angel's body language as she said that, as if she felt incredibly uncomfortable discussing the topic. A few ideas popped into his head, but he did not reveal any signs of noticing the change. After all, he didn't believe that a celestial immortal couldn't control their body as they wished. Either it was bait, or there was something seriously wrong with these celestials, both of which could be very real possibilities. I can't believe that even you, as a candidate to become a Tao Lord, did not know these things. I might have known them once, Shireen said, but all sensitive information would have been wiped from my memory before being handed over as a prisoner. It makes it that much easier for me to be abandoned by the angels. I see. In that case, do you happen to know how exactly the human Tao Lords were killed, or who killed them? I don't know the details. I never fought on those battlefields. All I know is that the humans suffered some kind of massive betrayal. Back before their decline, the humans were just as powerful, if not more so, than devils and angels, and had especially strong diplomatic ties. As one of the most widespread races in the universe, far more than even elves and dwarves, humans had an immense innate advantage over everyone. They were honored guests wherever they went, from the treasure hoards of dragons to the majestic halls of the Henali to even the spirit mountains of beasts. At the same time, they were feared wherever they held domain, for their adaptability made almost the entire universe a habitable place. Conversely, when they fell from grace, hardly any of their former allies continued their relationships, with many of them even turning outright hostile. Beasts, especially, took to hunting humans as a sport, while even the devils among the humanoid alliance used humans as fodder to farm their demons. Perhaps only the Henali remained faithful to their old alliances. With such a massive falling out, it's hard to say who exactly was the one that betrayed them. At least it is not public knowledge. Lex sighed as if he was lamenting the past. In truth, he was trying to determine how much of what he had heard was true and how much of it was false. It was basically impossible that the resort didn't know about the angels approaching him, so he decided that this was likely some kind of indirect bait for him by the resort to see how the inn would treat its prisoners. Whether Shireen was complicit in such a plan was not something he could guess, nor did it actually matter. Chapter 1486, You Need Therapy. There was one other matter that Lex did not understand, a very crucial matter at that. He could, to a degree, understand the devils and angels not helping each other. They were striving for some secret Nephilim plan for which they could not take each other's help. But why didn't the other races within the humanoid alliance help each other? In fact, they almost seemed especially racist towards each other, at least as far as Lex had experienced. For example, the devils especially liked to use humans to nurture their demons. The elves and dwarfs hated each other with a passion. The celestials seemed to have an extreme superiority complex. Meanwhile, the humans were down on their luck, and the fairies literally had their entire race cursed to be slaves or servants. How could they be called an alliance if they literally did not help each other? Also, how could the human race be betrayed yet the other races not be? Why didn't the Celestials, who seemed to be the leaders of the alliance, coordinate between the races more? Then again, it was just an alliance, and that did not mean they had to experience weal and woe together. There could be all kinds of alliances, so as long as they ensured basic survival of each other, it was good enough. Another thing he wondered about was the strength of the angel race, as well as the humanoid alliance. The Seraphim resort seemed incredibly powerful to Lex in the beginning, being able to host Tao lords from across the realm without fear. Yet now the angels alone were supposedly more powerful than the Seraphim. If Lex included the various other races within the alliance, how many Tao lords would that be? Could it be in the hundreds, or maybe even thousands? Lex found it difficult to wrap his head around such an immense power. How was the Midnight Inn supposed to be a universal hotel with so many Tao lords out there? Any casual one having a slightly poor day might destroy his entire realm. There was only so much posturing could do to keep enemies at bay. How is it that, as a representative of the Midnight Inn, you're so ignorant about basic history? Shireen asked, maintaining the same neutral tone and expression she had the entire time. Well, besides my very young age, it's also because the Midnight Inn does not concern itself with external things. As long as one does not break the rules of the inn won't care about anyone or their backgrounds. That seems like a foolish strategy. Will the inn be able to protect us from persecution if we escape to the inn from here in the first place? She asked bluntly. Being unconcerned about others is a great way to remain underprepared to face an upcoming threat. Whether it is foolish or clever, that is for the innkeeper to decide. Many things that seem overwhelming or impossible to us can be resolved with the wave of a single hand for those with power. Your next chapter awaits on my virtual library empire. In truth, it wasn't the innkeeper making these decisions, it was his system. As the best inn in the universe, the inn was very resistant towards discriminating between guests and did not give him much leeway in terms of rejecting guests, even if they came with a whole load of trouble. The dozen Valkyries seemed dissatisfied with such an answer, or at least Shireen did. Seeing as how they were being so blunt with him, Lex saw no reason he should back off either. You seem oddly picky for someone claiming to have no options and a time limit on your safety. What? Were you hoping that the Midnight Inn would fight the Seraphim resort on your behalf? Shireen shook her head, though her expression didn't soften at all. There are no good options left for my sisters, and an option that suddenly appears and sounds too good to be true. I don't believe it is real. The choice, then, that I have to make is death by action or death by inaction. Neither is too appealing a choice. Lex shook his head, disappointment clear on his face. You are too cynical. For now, everything is speculation on your part, and there are too many ways in which the future could change, yet you have already decided that for you the future only holds death. If you continue like this, you will fulfill your own prophecy of death, even if it doesn't need to be like that. The only thing certain in life is death, Shireen said, getting ready to leave. The only thing in your control, hopefully, is how you die. Man, you need some serious therapy, Lex said, disagreeing with her. What's the big deal if you die? What's so great about it if you do? You should live a life actually worth living, enjoying yourself, and seeking fulfillment in your actions. Of course, given your situation, it's not exactly fitting to just kick up your feet and relax. No doubt, life as a prisoner isn't exactly how you'd prefer to spend your time. But you also won't find any allies to help you out if you treat everyone coldly. Lex tossed golden keys toward the angels. It won't work now, but when the inn is open, you can use the keys to get there. If the Seraphim find a way to block the keys, then the inn will also find a way to unblock them. As for what you decide to do or choose to believe, that's entirely up to you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go explore this place a little. It was ironic that Lex was convincing them to trust the inn more, when he was actually really concerned about them bringing trouble his way by coming. But what could he do? He'd learnt long ago that ignoring the system's mandate of constantly promoting the inn got him very troublesome quests. Before he left, however, Lex took a quick glance at their karma. Chapter 1487, Aerial Pegasus Polo. Chapter 1487, Aerial Pegasus Polo. Now Lex's comprehension of karma was severely lacking, and even the technique to view contractual karma that he hadn't mastered yet. It was oddly refreshing to finally encounter techniques he didn't instantly master, though he knew it was stupid to think that way. His ability to instantly master defensive techniques had helped him survive countless dangers, and his ability to quickly master other offensive techniques only made his life much easier. The first time he encountered real trouble with learning a technique was when they dealt with something Lex had labeled mystic principles, mostly because it was easy to remember, and it also adequately defined what was happening. They exchanged the normal, fundamental principles of reality, as Lex understood them, and replaced them with more mystical principles. Things like using emotions to generate heat, or willpower to make his sword sharper, or indigestion to make his brain work faster all adhered to mystic principles. There seemed to be no fundamental connection between the two, but it worked. Of course, Lex eventually learned that as well as he experienced more of the universe, and gained newer perspectives. Now though, with techniques related to karma, it was just plain difficult to learn. Compared to other immortals, he was still learning at lightning speed, but he was still nowhere close to learning the full technique, let alone mastering it. Lex wasn't sure what to expect when he looked at their karma. Heck, he even felt like he might not be able to view their karma at all. Most certainly he expected their karma to be impressive since they had lived such interesting lives. They were also close to becoming a Tao Lord, and that in itself was far from ordinary. What he hadn't expected was that a majority of all their karma was entirely tied up with Edgar Temple. His mastery over the technique was too limited, and his targets far more powerful than himself, so he couldn't make out the details of that karma. Was it there simply because they had spent so much time here, or was it here because they were imprisoned here, or something else entirely? More importantly, why did they have so much contractual karma with the Edgar Temple? Did it have something to do with the way the temple harvested the guests' positive emotions? Lex did not ponder on this for long, instead moving away and exiting his flow state. He had a few hours before he received heaven's guidance, whatever that was, so he wanted to explore this place as much as he could. There were countless other guests all around, and though he was tempted, he refrained from peeking at their karma. Lex didn't think he could do so without arousing attention, for he could feel any time anyone even looked at him. No one tried to probe him, but it was entirely natural to look at someone new entering the area. He also finally saw some Elysians. They were a subrace of seraphim, and were generally considered protectors of a heaven. They had less individuality, and focused more on protecting and nurturing their associated heaven than any personal pursuits. In the resort, they acted more like workers or wait staff, and seemed almost robotic in nature. He saw many other races as well, most of whom he could not clearly identify or even understand. There were even races that had no distinct features of body parts, appearing as various shapes. Lex didn't want to ignorantly declare all these races as beasts, but he really had a tough time distinguishing which one was a beast and which was. Back when he started out cultivating, he could easily identify them as anything that looked similar to an animal was declared a beast by him. Now, though, he couldn't really do that, for so many of them looked nothing like any animal he had ever seen. The only thing they all had in common was their dependence on bloodlines to cultivate, as far as Lex could tell. Yet that didn't really help him in identifying them from appearance. Unsure of how exactly to start up a conversation with the other guests here, who all seemed pretty busy with their own affairs, Lex did the only reasonable thing. He went to a bar. Or more specifically, he went to a large, hovering bar above a lake of shining liquid, where a crowd of observers were watching a game of aerial Pegasus polo, which was exactly as it sounded, and was surprisingly entertaining to watch. There were 9 members in each team, each of them holding a different weapon. No, those were probably specialized polo sticks, and just coincidentally looked like spears and halberds and hammers. He also ignored that the ball they were all pummeling occasionally, while taking a break from trying to kill each other, was constantly cursing at anyone who hit it. Nothing ever harmed the ball, it was too tough for that. But the more it swore, the harder it was beaten, quite entertaining. This seems like a lot of fun. Anyone care to explain the rules of the game? Lex said as he approached a particularly excited group of daffodils. It's aerial Pegasus polo. What's there to explain? The ball is a spiritual treasure made from Nephrin jade, so it's almost indestructible and does not accumulate damage. However, every time one of them hits the ball, their weapon gains a charge which increases its power. If they use that weapon to attack another player, they lose that charge. The game continues until someone accumulates enough charge on their weapon to shatter the ball in a single hit. Naturally, shattering the ball gives many points, but that does not mean whoever shattered the ball is the automatic victor. Things like accumulated charge, airtime, opponents defeated all contribute to the points. It's really quite fun. Each game lasts, on average, 3 months, so it's just good enough to distract you for a while. Sounds like fun. Can anyone play? Lex asked. Chapter 1488, Another Lotus. Chapter 1488, Another Lotus. The daffodil looked towards Lex. At least, that's what he assumed was happening, since the flower didn't have eyes or lips or anything like that. Instead, it just faced the front of its flower towards Lex and seemed to study him. In theory, anyone can play, but in practice it's not so simple. First of all, you would need a team, and then you'd need that team to be sufficiently qualified. Although the matches here in Edgar Temple are just exhibition matches, to even get invited the team needs to have won a number of matches previously in reputable stadiums. Preferably, you need a few championships under your belt as well. Going back even further, to be able to play in any stadium requires that your team have already played, and won in smaller, locally recognized tournaments that have a history of at least 100 years. Now technically anyone can fulfill those requirements and get an opportunity to play here. In practice, though, only the elite of the elite get such an opportunity. The Federation of Aerial Pegasus Polo is an interrealm organization, by the way, so the number of teams on the waitlist to play here is absolutely massive. Even if you got all of those qualifications today, you'd have to wait thousands of years for your turn at least. I don't mind, this looks like fun, said Lex, looking at the ball, screaming out a yo mama joke, or rather insult. How does one go about joining a team or registering at the Federation? I've never seen this game before. Yeah, you have to be in a place with abundant Pegasi for the game to naturally occur, and then wait for the Federation to find such a place on their own. It's a long and tedious process, but it can't be helped. Most of us just enjoy watching the games. It's a pretty standard here in the resort. But then again, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? Where are you from? Yeah, the name is Lex. I'm from the Origin Realm. Got gifted a coupon for the resort by someone I know. What about you? Spend a lot of time at the resort. The name is Daffy Dill. I've been here for about 3,000 years, and I have a few hundred more left. The place I'm from is experiencing a violent revolution, so I just hopped on over to the resort to sit it out. War, believe it or not, is not great for my petals. Yeah, war, what is it good for, am I right? Say, Daffy, since you've been here a while, do you mind giving me any tips on things I should try out? I only have a couple of weeks here. Oh, Heaven's Guidance and the Holy Baptism. You should get those two as soon as possible, they're the best. It's quite unfortunate that you can only experience both only once during your lifetime, or I'd spend all my money to just constantly visit those two. 2 weeks is not really a lot of time, so you'll miss out on some great options, but maybe take some time to stroll through the gardens. As the conversation continued, Lex discovered that Daffy was actually a deity plant, one that required no worship or followers to produce its own divine energy. As such, he had a huge discount coming to the resort. Speaking of which, Lex had learned that heavens were just upgraded gardens in essence. The Seraphim Resort was a resort built inside Eden, a heaven that encompassed an entire realm. Considering that he needed to build a heaven within the inn in a relatively short amount of time, he should really learn as much about this place as he could. Daffy, who was quite social, was more than happy to introduce the area to Lex and explain to him how plants such as himself were huge contributors to the environments within a heaven. Ultimately, they spent the remainder of their time touring the place, right up until Lifesketcher showed up, ready to take Lex to Heaven's Guidance. Daffy had already introduced what that was to Lex, but Lifesketcher did so once more as he took Lex towards the depths of the resort. Heaven's Guidance is not a function of the resort, but rather a function of heavens. Each person can only experience it once in their life, regardless of which heaven they do it in. Naturally, the stronger and larger the heaven in which they receive guidance, the better the result will be. The Seraphim Resort, as the prime destination for countless Tao Lords to patron, naturally has one of the best heaven's guidance in the universe, and is greatly sought after. Those who do not have a premium package should not even think about getting it from here. That's because heaven's guidance is the easiest and most direct way to learn something. Many immortals save the opportunity till they reach the peak of the celestial realm in hopes that it can help them understand the Tao. Such a thing is, obviously, impossible, or becoming a Tao Lord would be too easy. That doesn't mean that heaven's guidance is not powerful or effective. It can allow you to learn things that you ordinarily would not be able to at all, or would at least take a considerable time to do so. It also sometimes imparts hidden knowledge that one cannot simply gain access to just by wanting it. It can't be that simple, right? Anyone can just go to a heaven and get some guidance, Lex asked. Naturally not, Lifesketcher said. Each instance of guidance costs a tremendous amount of divine energy, as well as numerous other resources that require a lot of time and effort to gather. So obviously the cost to use it is also immense, but it is more than worth it. I think you will find that your experience in heaven's guidance will be helpful to you for a very long time to come. I am looking forward to it. Am I signed up for holy baptism as well? I've heard good things about it. Naturally you are. The premium package is all-inclusive, and if you pay to extend your time, we can even take you to some of the services that take a long time. For now, though, the baptism is scheduled to be your last service before you leave. Lex nodded his head. Compared to the guidance, the baptism was even more straightforward. It was like the ultimate elixir for body cultivation and would strengthen the body a lot. Now Lex, who was already far stronger than any Earth immortal had any right to be, would never say no to more gains. Lex was led to a circular chamber containing a lush green meadow with a purple and white lotus right in the center, one that was all too eye-catching. Lex felt a subtle warmth from his back and knew in an instant what he was looking at. "Is that a lotus from the Primordial Origin Lotus series?" he asked. The world seed lotus he was bonded to was also one of the flowers from that series. "You have a good eye. Most guests have never even heard of this series. That is a brimming dream lotus, and it will serve as a conduit for the resort to allow you to receive the guidance." Lex wanted to ask if he could take the brimming dream lotus as well, but had a feeling that such a thing was not included in the premium package. Still, it was rare for the lotus on his back to show a reaction to something, so he would try to get his hands on it. But first, the guidance. There was no need to delay a good thing for any reason. "Please sit on the lotus cross-legged and enter a meditative state. The guidance will begin soon." Lex took off his shoes because he didn't feel right stepping on the lotus with them. Then again, sitting on it was technically not much better, so he did the only justifiable thing and pushed those thoughts out of his mind. With his eyes closed, Lex allowed his mind to relax a bit, his many thoughts wandering. He could feel a barrier slowly erect itself between Lex and Jack, isolating their experiences from each other for a while, though they could still feel each other's presence. A lotus tattoo began to bloom on his back, though it did not grow nor did it transfer any powers to Lex. At first, Lex thought the tattoo was just there and wouldn't do anything. But how could that be? Good old Lotus had never failed to contribute a great amount to Lex's growth, and it wouldn't start now. It began channeling some energy from itself down into the lotus below Lex, making its effects stronger. Before Lex even realized it, he fell into a trance as a bright light shone down on him. "What do you want to learn about?" It was not a voice, but a question that just appeared in his absent mind. "Karma," Lex responded out loud. Chapter 1489 Hardcore Drugs. Chapter 1489 Hardcore Drugs. Lex had never done drugs, not really. He had seen the occasional movie about what it feels like to do heavy drugs, though. Trippy visions, feeling light-headed, vibrant colors, and so much more. Honestly, it was a little enticing, but he did not want to get addicted and dependent on drugs, so he never really considered it. But nobody told him that if he went to heaven they would give him the drugs and call it a very expensive service. When Lifesketcher had told Lex that he would learn about whatever he wanted, he thought he'd be getting some kind of lecture, or maybe some kind of cosmic data uploaded directly into his brain. Nope, none of that happened. Instead, he lost the ability to think entirely, and his mind was opened up to only be able to experience things. Every part of his immortal mind was completely occupied, as he saw a vision of himself drifting across what could only be summarized as a rainbow road. There was a carpet of 1,000,000,000 colors below him and a galaxy of random things above him. He did not need to pay attention to the colors below or objects above, for he was aware of all of them all at once. Between pure white and eggshell white and 100,000 other whites, there were just as many shades of red and blue and green and orange. Above him were peaches and gorillas and angry turtles with different colored shells. As he continued to float, the colors and objects started to converge, and as each color mixed with each object, they transformed into something else entirely. Cold pizza fused with the color gold and transformed into a master's degree, whereas when a dark blue fused with cold pizza it turned into a gravestone. When purple fused with a park it turned into a wedding ring, and when red fused with a park it turned into skin cancer. Green fused into glass and turned into a bottle of olive oil, but when a lighter shade of green fused with glass, it turned into an oppressive government in a small island nation. Just when Lex felt like he would be overwhelmed by the fusion of trillions of colors and objects, a soothing sensation flowed into his body from somewhere, helping him cope with the burden, allowing for the vision to go into its next phase. Now, alongside colors and objects, emotions showed up, and the scale of the vision became so vast that Lex's mind should not have been able to tolerate it at all. But that is where the effect of the brimming dream lotus came into play. Except, originally, the lotus was only supposed to help Lex enter this vision. It was not supposed to help tolerate it. The longer the vision continued, the more Lex would benefit. But conversely, the longer the vision continued, the more it would cost the Seraphim to sustain this session. Lex was, naturally, not aware of any of this. He was transfixed by the vision and continued to experience it, unaware of the chaos he was about to unleash onto the Seraphim. Within the Seraphim resort, in an office nearby the central building where Lex was receiving his heaven's guidance, a number of Seraphim were feeding the formations that made their heaven's guidance possible. The resort put in a lot of effort to make their heaven's guidance as potent as possible, so as to attract countless customers. It also justified their incredibly expensive prices, which could not be calculated in simple spirit stones. The guest receiving the guidance has already been in there for over a minute, one of the Seraphim said, observing the formations. Wasn't he only an Earth immortal? How can he receive the guidance for so long? Most Earth immortals barely survive 30 seconds. We have a file on him. Apparently he's a suspected apprentice or heir to a very powerful Tao Lord. A Tao Lord's student is bound to be extraordinary, said another one. In that case, we should ensure an enough supply of divine blood and agar incense to support 2 or even 3 minutes, said the first Seraphim, operating the formation to tap into deeper reserves for the various resources that made the guidance possible. I'm getting an anomalous reading from the brimming dream lotus, said a third Seraphim. From what I can see, it's still active and pulling an immense amount of energy from the spirit crystals underneath the dome. Cut off access to new crystals, but let it continue to use the ones it has, the Seraphim ordered. Wow, this guy made it to 2 minutes, and he's still going strong. How are the divine blood reserves looking? As per protocol, we have to supply enough for a 2-minute buffer, so now we've extended it to 4 minutes. We'll need to prepare more for all the other guidances we have planned today. Production has been slow lately. I've cut off energy to the lotus, and the crystals are drained, but it's still active somehow. How is that possible? The brimming dream lotus needs an external energy source to operate. That damn plant is already past its prime. We should have replaced it 10,000 years ago. It's probably going to drain its own energy reserves and die while the guidance is still going on. Shit, we can't afford a guidance to be interrupted or the guest will suffer a backlash. Provide it with a 1% required energy stream. Hopefully, it will slow down to match the low energy input. What the hell is going on? How is that guy still receiving a guidance? There has never been an Earth immortal who has passed the 3-minute mark. There's something wrong. The rate at which the divine blood is being used has increased by 15%. We need to increase the supply. We have a code blue. I repeat, we have a code blue. Divine energy from across the resort has started flowing towards the guidance dome. Something unexpected is happening. Immediately summon the Tao Lords. I'm already here, said a Seraphim that suddenly appeared, her wings seemingly made of light just like her skin. I can see the issue. That lotus has somehow tapped into the energy reserves of some unknown realm. If it doesn't stop, this guidance could go on for hours. Pin-drop silence suddenly filled the hall, as everyone tried to wrap their heads around the horrifying words that they'd just heard. Chapter 1490, no sense. Chapter 1490, no sense. The guidance dome is under the protection of heaven itself, the Tao Lord said in a solemn voice. Even Tao Lords cannot interfere without interrupting the guidance. In fact, if a Tao Lord tries to interfere, they will suffer a backlash. Heaven's guidance is no joke. I want to find out who the hell does maintenance. Why didn't they spot the issue with the lotus? Somewhere else in the resort, a janitor who was about to enjoy his lunch suddenly went pale. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling he couldn't explain. "Sir, what should we do for now?" asked one of the seraphim in the office. "The guest has been receiving his guidance for 4 minutes already, and though we've increased the reserve resources to support 6 minutes, I don't know how much longer we can keep this going." For a moment the Tao Lord did not respond, but then shook her head. "The one who paid for this premium package is the governor of the Origin Realm. We cannot afford to offend the Henali like this. Tap into our resource reserves for the next 100 years. No matter what happens, we cannot afford to have this guidance interrupted." As the rest of the seraphim ran around like frightened mice, the Tao Lord thought of the irony of the situation. She remembered how, long ago, natural guidances used to last for hours or even days. But in an effort to improve the efficiency and potency of the guidance, numerous ingenious ways had been created to make it more powerful. Yet as a result, those undergoing guidance couldn't tolerate the immense pressure it caused their psyche. This was because each guidance was specifically designed for the person undergoing it, keeping their limitations within consideration. By increasing the potency of the guidance, they created an unexpected situation where no one was actually able to experience the whole guidance. It was still immensely useful, but as a result, trillions of generations never knew what the full effects of the guidance actually felt like, except for a chosen few with exceptional backgrounds and connections. Now there was an inadvertent chance that this random human would become the first being in the universe to experience the full guidance at maximum efficiency and potency. The seraphim really wanted to look into how that was possible, but she also did not want to offend Innkeeper, the governor of the Origin Realm. He was not such a friendly guy, and the Henali were genuinely one of the most powerful forces in the universe. The seraphim Tao Lord suddenly frowned. Wait, why was it a human who experienced this instead of a Henali? Was this a hint from the Henali that they were supporting the human race? Was something unexpected about to happen? "You all ensure that this guidance is not interrupted no matter what. I have a meeting I need to go to," the Tao Lord said, before teleporting away. The seraphim needed to have an emergency meeting to discuss their future. Meanwhile, within the guidance dome, the lotus that appeared on Lex's back was slowly channeling energy from its body into the lotus Lex was sitting on. With the energy from the Midnight Realm at his disposal, the brimming dream lotus not only ensured that Lex's trance was as deep as possible, it also ensured that Lex would stay completely protected, suffering no strain whatsoever. But it was not just the lotus keeping Lex free of his strain. His domination self-activated, and so did his Empyrean resonance physique, affecting only himself. Domination was directly linked to his heart, so it made sense that it was stirred when Lex was under pressure, but his physique was special. In fact, it affected other humanoid races, but hardly had any influence at all on himself. This was because it was already a mutation of his original physique, which only helped evolve other humans. So there was no reason for his physique to activate, except that Heaven Guidance took every aspect of Lex into consideration when it began his guidance. That included parts of himself even he might not be aware of or understand completely. Time flowed by minute, robbing the seraphim of resources many times the entire cumulative MP that the inn had ever collected, yet Lex had no knowledge of it. He was still in his trance, witnessing colors, objects, emotions, and intentions mixed together, giving birth to completely unpredictable results. Sometimes, the end result was so complex and sophisticated that in his current condition Lex had no way to entirely comprehend what it was. Other times, the result was ridiculously simple. He saw hunger and the color red fuse with a flower to give birth to a rock band. He saw cartoons and pink and love give birth to an entire generation of emotionally stable adults. He saw emotionally stable adults lead to a time of loss and famine and war, for without the inherent flaws in their personalities to motivate them to action, societies declined. He saw the decline of empires mix with the color brown, and the intention to survive blend with hopelessness, and of everything it resulted in homework. If he still had the capacity to think, Lex would have wondered what any of this had to do with karma. As he could not think, he could only continue to observe, absorbing all the information like a sponge. Each fusion segment became longer and longer, as one more element was added to it each time, causing the equation to become even more complex and unpredictable. More complex equation did not mean that it made any more sense, nor did a simple one mean that the end result was predictable. There was no pattern to be discerned at any step, with the only thing that seemed to follow any kind of rule was that one of each, a color, an emotion, an object, and some kind of intention were added to the equation. Until that changed, that is. When the number of independent variables in each equation reached 10, all rules seemed to break down. Colors were added to colors, objects were added to objects. Some equations were 10 variables long, while others had hundreds or even as small as one. A single color without any other variable or input sometimes resulted in an outcome other than that color. It was an absolute mess, almost as bad as the mess outside, where the Seraphim were panicking because Lex's guidance had lasted over 20 hours. Chapter 1491, OHFU. I have looked into the causality of this incident, but it's extremely warped, said a Tao Lord, leaning over a table that showed the live image of the guidance dome, sucking in enough divine blood to operate for days of use every second. It's not just because the heavens' guidance itself is interfering with all traces of karma. It's also because the guest in question reeks of too many powerful beings. On him, I have discovered traces of the Arctica race, of elite members of the Versailles Bank, of the Henali, some deities as well, and an undetermined number of traces whose identities cannot be discerned. Someone or something has also cast a very powerful protective spell on him, so much so that we cannot learn any personal details about the guest through prying. In fact, the only reason we can even tell that there is a powerful spell to begin with is because it revealed itself when several of our Tao Lords tried to divine his past. It appeared like a warning and disappeared as soon as we stopped investigating. Silence, a deafening silence filled the room with over 20 Tao Lords, each of them appearing increasingly solemn as time went by. This was no longer about the astronomical wealth that the Seraphim was losing each and every second, although that was painful as well. No, it was clear to them now that someone had made a move against them, yet not only did they not understand who was the one making the move, they didn't understand why either. They had dissected the situation in every way possible. They looked at Lex as a human. If the humanoid alliance was making a move, then the move was premature. The conflict between them was still subtle and didn't call for such a blatant offense. If this was their first move, they would only fall to a disadvantage by provoking open hostilities at a time when the angels weren't ready to lay claim to the realm. If it was the Henali, it made even less sense. The Henali had their hands full trying to mature the origin realm and holding off other contenders for their realm. The Ventura Bank was also putting a lot of pressure on them, so there was no need to split their resources in other places. Read latest chapters at my virtual library empire. The thought of the Midnight in making a move against them was even more absurd. There was simply no reason for them to compete with one another, for there was no shortage of guests for resorts and inns. Besides, a lone Tao Lord, no matter how powerful, should not be arrogant enough to offend an entire congress of them. Besides, how exactly would a lone Tao Lord place such a powerful protection on Lex? It wasn't possible. This is not something we can ignore, and this is not something we can merely speculate on. We must contact Huron and ask him the background of this guest, and what exactly his intentions are for sending him here. None of the other Tao Lords spoke, so they were in agreement. With an exasperated sigh, one of the Tao Lords pushed a crystal out over the center of the table. It pulsed a few times, as if it were a beating heart. For a few hours the crystal continued to beat, during which time Lex remained entranced by the guidance. The Tao Lords did not lose their patience at the lack of reaction, though, for one of the most important things to remember was the alternating flow of time. It had been a few hours here, but it may not have been even 1 hour where the recipient of the call was. Eventually, though, the crystal stopped pulsing and instead began to morph into another shape altogether. Before their very eyes, the crystal turned into a living, breathing Henali. My, what a prestigious audience I have today, said Huron as he looked at the room full of Tao Lords, not in the least bit intimidated. Why would he be? He was just a projection of sorts. I certainly wasn't expecting this to happen when I woke up this morning. To what do I owe this prestigious honor? Woke up this morning? I'd be surprised if you slept at all within the last billion years, said one of the Seraphim. Well, someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Huron continued with the sleep-themed metaphors, not really bothered by how agitated the Seraphim seemed. Excuse my colleague, Huron Cocken, said one of the Seraphim Tao Lords. He is just upset because of recent events. The reason we called you today was for a very specific piece of information. Would you mind sharing the background of the guest you sent to our resort? Huron's expression finally changed a little, though he was still in a playful and curious mood. Why wouldn't he be? Ever since Sanguis Pluvia had been exiled from the origin realm, the stability of the realm was back on track to help it mature quickly. I could get into the very nitty-gritty details of Lex's life if you wish to know. He was born and raised in my realm, after all, but what's in it for me? The seraphim felt an urge to yell and curse at the shameless Hanali, who had caused them to bleed out immensely. Instead, they explained the situation briefly. We suspect that someone wanted to use a person like him as an agent, enacting an insidious scheme. At the moment, we do not consider Hanali to be conspiring against us, despite the fact that he came via your invite. As a result, please be cooperative for the sake of our continued trust and divulge the relevant information. I'll tell you what, Huron said, not fazed by the seraphim's attempts to pressure him. You tell me why you want to know that information, and I'll share with you what you want to know. The Tao Lords did not immediately answer. Each interaction between beings at their level had countless layers simply because of their ability to think on and plan on such a deep level. On the surface, it seemed like this was a normal request from Huron. They were the ones who called him, so it was only fair they respond to a request of his. Looked at from another angle, underneath the surface, this might be a way for Huron to receive an update on a plot he himself had prepared. It would let him know how things were going, and at what stage his plan had reached. This was, of course, assuming that this was all planned by Huron to begin with. But just as there was a different interpretation right beneath the surface, there were countless more the farther they looked. Hundreds of thousands of possibilities played out in their minds as the seraphim deliberated on how much information to share. But ultimately, it was all irrelevant. Their action at the moment would be dictated by their current need, not by any future threat. They were not afraid of threats. Rather, it was the unknown that was more intimidating. The guest you sent went for his heaven's guidance around a day ago. One of the seraphim finally spoke. It has now been 23 hours and 54 minutes, and he is still in there. Not only can we not identify why this anomaly is taking place, any attempts to investigate the guest himself, for who might be using him, has revealed a protective barrier so powerful that a dozen Tao Lords combined couldn't penetrate it. It was so well hidden that we would never have discovered it, if not for the fact that the barrier revealed itself as if to threaten us. Huron, this is no longer about the immense loss the resort is going to suffer for this heaven's guidance. It will take thousands of years to recover, but we can tolerate that. What we cannot tolerate, however, is an unknown threat blatantly mocking us. Huron frowned, which took the seraphim by surprise. A Tao Lord shows no expression save the ones they want to show to the world, so a frown from a Tao Lord was a powerful thing. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. The gist of the matter is, there really is no deeper background. He is from the Midnight Inn and the Innkeeper is his mentor. Some time ago, the Midnight Inn did the Hanali a great favor, so I wanted to repay it. Yet when I was about to enter the Midnight Inn, I discovered a dangerous aura and stayed out. Now I cannot say for certain if this has anything to do with your current predicament, for the owner of that aura is not the quiet type. If he made a move, you would not get a silent and harmless barrier. You would get an invasion that you cannot stop. Who did the aura belong to? You need not worry about anything else. Just tell us and leave the decision of what to do to us. Huron just shrugged. It belonged to Wukong, or probably one of his clones. Who can say, really? Now I'm saying this for the record, neither I nor the Hanali have any affiliation with Wukong, nor are we willing to get involved in any actions relating to him. Good day. Huron's crystal body shattered, leaving a room full of bewildered seraphim. OHFU. Chapter 1491 OHFU. Chapter 1491 OFU. I have looked into the causality of this incident, but it's extremely warped, said a Tao Lord, leaning over a table that showed the live image of the guidance dome, sucking in enough divine blood to operate for days of use every second. It's not just because the heavens' guidance itself is interfering with all traces of karma. It's also because the guest in question reeks of too many powerful beings. On him, I have discovered traces of the Arctica race, of elite members of the Versailles Bank, of the Hanali, some deities as well, and an undetermined number of traces whose identities cannot be discerned. Someone or something has also cast a very powerful protective spell on him, so much so that we cannot learn any personal details about the guest through prying. In fact, the only reason we can even tell that there is a powerful spell to begin with is because it revealed itself when several of our Tao Lords tried to divine his past. It appeared like a warning and disappeared as soon as we stopped investigating. Silence, a deafening silence filled the room with over 20 Tao Lords, each of them appearing increasingly solemn as time went by. This was no longer about the astronomical wealth that the seraphim was losing each and every second, although that was painful as well. No, it was clear to them now that someone had made a move against them, Yet not only did they not understand who was the one making the move, they didn't understand why either. They had dissected the situation in every way possible. They looked at Lex as a human. If the humanoid alliance was making a move, then the move was premature. The conflict between them was still subtle and didn't call for such a blatant offense. If this was their first move, they would only fall to a disadvantage by provoking open hostilities at a time when the angels weren't ready to lay claim to the realm. If it was the Henali, it made even less sense. The Henali had their hands full trying to mature the origin realm and holding off other contenders for their realm. The Ventura Bank was also putting a lot of pressure on them, so there was no need to split their resources in other places. The thought of the Midnight in making a move against them was even more absurd. There was simply no reason for them to compete with one another, for there was no shortage of guests for resorts and inns. Besides, a lone Tao Lord, no matter how powerful, should not be arrogant enough to offend an entire congress of them. Besides, how exactly would a lone Tao Lord place such a powerful protection on Lex? It wasn't possible. This is not something we can ignore, and this is not something we can merely speculate on. We must contact Huron and ask him the background of this guest, and what exactly his intentions are for sending him here. None of the other Tao Lords spoke, so they were in agreement. With an exasperated sigh, one of the Tao Lords pushed a crystal out over the center of the table. It pulsed a few times, as if it were a beating heart. For a few hours, the crystal continued to beat, during which time Lex remained entranced by the guidance. The Tao Lords did not lose their patience at the lack of reaction, though, for one of the most important things to remember was the alternating flow of time. It had been a few hours here, but it may not have been even 1 hour where the recipient of the call was. Eventually, though, the crystal stopped pulsing and instead began to morph into another shape altogether. Before their very eyes, the crystal turned into a living, breathing Henali. My, what a prestigious audience I have today, said Huron as he looked at the room full of Tao Lords, not in the least bit intimidated. Why would he be? He was just a projection of sorts. I certainly wasn't expecting this to happen when I woke up this morning. To what do I owe this prestigious honor? Woke up this morning? I'd be surprised if you slept at all within the last billion years, said one of the seraphim. Well, someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Huron continued with the sleep-themed metaphors, not really bothered by how agitated the seraphim seemed. Excuse my colleague, Huron Cocken, said one of the seraphim Tao Lords. He is just upset because of recent events. The reason we called you today was for a very specific piece of information. Would you mind sharing the background of the guest you sent to our resort? Huron's expression finally changed a little, though he was still in a playful and curious mood. Why wouldn't he be? Ever since Sanguis Pluvia had been exiled from the origin realm, the stability of the realm was back on track to help it mature quickly. I could get into the very nitty-gritty details of Lex's life if you wish to know. He was born and raised in my realm, after all, but what's in it for me? The seraphim felt an urge to yell and curse at the shameless Henali, who had caused them to bleed out immensely. Instead, they explained the situation briefly. We suspect that someone wanted to use a person like him as an agent, enacting an insidious scheme. At the moment, we do not consider Henali to be conspiring against us, despite the fact that he came via your invite. As a result, please be cooperative for the sake of our continued trust and divulge the relevant information. I'll tell you what, Huron said, not fazed by the seraphim's attempts to pressure him. You tell me why you want to know that information, and I'll share with you what you want to know. The Tao Lords did not immediately answer. Each interaction between beings at their level had countless layers simply because of their ability to think on and plan on such a deep level. On the surface, it seemed like this was a normal request from Huron. They were the ones who called him, so it was only fair they respond to a request of his. Looked at from another angle, underneath the surface, this might be a way for Huron to receive an update on a plot he himself had prepared. It would let him know how things were going, and at what stage his plan had reached. This was, of course, assuming that this was all planned by Huron to begin with. But just as there was a different interpretation right beneath the surface, there were countless more the farther they looked. Hundreds of thousands of possibilities played out in their minds as the seraphim deliberated on how much information to share. But ultimately, it was all irrelevant. Their action at the moment would be dictated by their current need, not by any future threat. They were not afraid of threats. Rather, it was the unknown that was more intimidating. The guest you sent went for his heaven's guidance around a day ago. One of the seraphim finally spoke. It has now been 23 hours and 54 minutes, and he is still in there. Not only can we not identify why this anomaly is taking place, any attempts to investigate the guest himself, for who might be using him, has revealed a protective barrier so powerful that a dozen Tao Lords combined couldn't penetrate it. It was so well hidden that we would never have discovered it, if not for the fact that the barrier revealed itself as if to threaten us. Hurin, this is no longer about the immense loss the resort is going to suffer for this heaven's guidance. It will take thousands of years to recover, but we can tolerate that. What we cannot tolerate, however, is an unknown threat blatantly mocking us. Hurin frowned, which took the seraphim by surprise. A Tao Lord shows no expression save the ones they want to show to the world, so a frown from a Tao Lord was a powerful thing. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. The gist of the matter is, there really is no deeper background. He is from the Midnight Inn and the Innkeeper is his mentor. Some time ago, the Midnight Inn did the Henali a great favor, so I wanted to repay it. Yet when I was about to enter the Midnight Inn, I discovered a dangerous aura and stayed out. Now I cannot say for certain if this has anything to do with your current predicament, for the owner of that aura is not the quiet type. If he made a move, you would not get a silent and harmless barrier. You would get an invasion that you cannot stop. Who did the aura belong to? You need not worry about anything else. Just tell us and leave the decision of what to do to us. Hurin just shrugged. It belonged to Wukong, or probably one of his clones. Who can say, really? Now I'm saying this for the record, neither I nor the Henali have any affiliation with Wukong, nor are we willing to get involved in any actions relating to him. Good day. Hurin's crystal body shattered, leaving a room full of bewildered seraphim. OHFU. Chapter 1493, Purinex. The only thing more revolting than the hand itself, a fusion of all that was rotten and disgusting, was the fact that it seemed to be slowly permeating into Jack somehow, infecting everything else. Jack could see that he had other karma as well, obviously. There was karma between him and his crew members. There was karma between him and his ship. Heck, there were traces of karma between him and the numerous undead rising from the deathly waters of the river. The putrid hand was using him as a conduit to slowly infect all those other lines of karma as well, honing in on them and infecting them as well. The process was slow and required an immense amount of time. Yet it was also steady, and would eventually infect all that it touched. Jack had to close his eyes and lean over the side of his ship to retch. It had been a long time since Lex vomited, and technically speaking Jack had never vomited at all. It was not a pleasant experience, to say the very least. He immediately deactivated the ability, but it was too late. Even with the ability turned off, even with his eyes closed, Jack could still smell the ever-present rancid stench of decay covering his entire being. He opened his eyes, and indeed the vision had disappeared, yet the stench stayed with him. "What the hell is going on?" Jack asked out loud as he resisted the urge to vomit once more. He activated his fairy magic. With his fairy dust as the vessel, he channeled his intention into creating a barrier that would keep all smells away. But it didn't work. Jack tried healing his soul, but he was in perfect condition. He tried exorcising himself of any and all curses, and to his genuine surprise, actually removed a few curses that the river had silently applied onto him without his knowledge. But it did nothing for the smell. This was not his own, personal karma, of that he was sure. No, this was the karma of a fairy. It was the karma that kept fairies as a forgotten race, demoted to the rank of servant or slave across the universe. What kind of tremendous power could do this to them? It surely couldn't be a Tao Lord, he was certain of that. If a single Tao Lord could influence an entire race across the universe in such a way, they would be way too powerful. But maybe a collection of Tao Lords could achieve as much. Who could say? At the moment, though, Jack didn't care about any of that. He just wanted the smell gone. Unfortunately, no matter what he tried, it was of no avail. The smell was stuck to him, and it wasn't going anywhere. Manic desperation began to fill Jack. It wasn't that he had such a weak willpower that he couldn't tolerate some smell. No, rather it was the knowledge that this smell could actually drive him insane, and through him it could drive Lex insane. Although Lex and Jack had both taken some precautions to hide their connections from one another, it was far from foolproof. Ignoring their many other connections, just the fact that they both had the same soul, even if it was split in two, meant that powerful beings might be able to connect them together. There was also their karma towards each other. Someone who was adept at reading karma could surely find a connection. Much more importantly, the hand that was surrounding Jack's body was affecting everything else that was attached to him by karma. It was only a matter of time before it reached him, and that was not something Lex wanted to see. but even in desperation, Jack did not lose his mind completely. Though he himself did not have a way to remove the smell, they were almost at the end of the river. Or, to be more specific, since the river touched every place, they had almost reached the 7 dwarf dragons. Even if this hand hadn't been created by them, Jack would be surprised if 7 Dao Lords couldn't fix his situation. "All right, guys, change of plans," Jack yelled with deep red eyes as he flew off the deck of the Jolly Rancher. "Practice is over. Now it's time to get the hell out of here and reach our destination." Even though the crew was in the midst of battle, they all sensed that something was amiss with their captain. Unfortunately, they did not have the luxury of turning and checking. They just hoped that whatever it was that had turned their usually relaxed captain into someone in a rush, it wasn't too difficult to handle. Jack also did not bother explaining. As a nascent-level fairy who had the experience and knowledge of an Earth immortal and a deep understanding about various laws, Jack was much more powerful than he usually appeared. Although Jack could not directly influence laws, he knew more than sufficient ways to indirectly influence laws in his surroundings. He also knew a whole lot more about energies than before. The tiny fairy's body began to glow with a bright white light as Jack furiously flapped his wings, unleashing a tide of fairy dust, all of it quickly turning into flashes of light. Fairy dust was how fairies expressed their abilities, and it could take on all kinds of traits and abilities according to the fairy's intentions. More importantly, those traits could be transferred to anything that absorbed fairy dust. That is how he usually strengthened his ship, or stopped it from turning into gold, or crystal, or golden crystals. What Jack was summoning right now was fairy dust attuned to Purinex, a type of spiritual energy that was generally very effective in cleansing curses and ill omens. Also, while not exactly the opposite of death, it negated death energy with great effectiveness, despite not having anything to do with vitality or life itself. That was fortunate, because both of those were a lot more expensive energy consumption-wise for Jack to attune his fairy dust to. Discover exclusive tales on my virtual library empire. Chapter 1494, The Great Escape. As more and more fairy dust gathered around him, the light it was giving off became so bright that it became impossible to ignore. The horde of undead shrimp that his crew had been fighting off became distracted as well, all of them turning and hissing towards Jack. While the others responded to the light, they were responding to Purinex. Death energy was a type of energy that was created around death. The greater the death, the more of it would accumulate. On its own, death energy was not harmful to anyone or anything. Mostly, death energy was just used to animate corpses and items, making it seem like they had come to life. Considering that some undead even seemed to have sentience, it was hard to argue that they hadn't been granted life. Lex, and therefore Jack, maintained the opinion that without a soul, anyone or anything wasn't truly alive. It helped simplify the already too complicated universe for him. Since Purinex negated death energy, one could say it was great at killing undead, which is what drew the hostility of the numerous undead. "Return to the ship," Jack ordered as he twitched his nose. Unfortunately, even closing off his sense of smell could not keep away the pungent aroma that was haunting him. No one questioned him and immediately returned, even the usually oblivious Goldilocks. Once everyone was back aboard, Jack allowed his fairy dust to fall on them as well as the ship, allowing Purinex to permeate into them. "Hold on tight and attack from the deck if you have to. Don't resist the Purinex." Without explaining his intentions, Jack flew to the ship's helm and channeled even more energy into it. There was one good thing about being a fairy, and that was his nearly limitless supply of spiritual energy. Even Lex did not have as much energy as Jack when he was in the nascent realm, so Jack spent his energy without concern. The golden gravity eels up front started to push forward, their bodies emitting anti-gravity fields, allowing the Jolly Rancher, which was being dragged behind through chains of gold, to pick up speed. Invisible formations that no one had detected before came to life, not only covering the eels, but the chains of gold as well as the ship. Since Nether Lily Gold reached the theoretical limit of spiritual energy conductivity, Jack had seen no reason to not make use of it. Using all the knowledge Lex had attained, Jack silently carved out one formation after another, not only strengthening his ship, but giving it various abilities and protections. The crew was bewildered, for they had never seen their captain so serious before. They didn't even know that their ship had these formations or that they were so powerful. Yet the more their usually insane captain acted steady and responsible, the more fear they felt. Was there some unspeakable danger about to befall them? Little did they know that was exactly it. It was just that it would take the decaying karma hundreds of years to actually affect them through their karma with Jack. The Jolly Rancher smashed through all enemies without slowing down or coming to harm. The Purinex was the perfect defense against the undead, immediately harming them when they made contact, while the ship itself was plenty durable on its own, making it the perfect battering ram. "Captain, how exactly are we going to exit the river?" Ollie asked. "The river Styx is without beginning or end, touching on all corners of the world." "Yes, that's right, but we are neither seeking its beginning, nor are we seeking its end. We are simply sailing sideways across its waters until we reach the shore of our destination." The owl looked at the other crew members, who either did not respond or simply shrugged. "But Captain, there is no shore on this river," the owl emphasized. "Don't you worry about that. If you have nothing else to do, why don't you go man the sails?" Ollie left, grumbling to himself. "The ship doesn't need sails to fly. More importantly, we're sailing against the wind. What am I supposed to do with the sails?" Unfortunately, the owl got no answer. The ship, shining like a beacon in the pitch black of night, continued to ram against any undead that came in its way, and oh boy did they come. Just as Purinex cleansed death energy, the undead hated Purinex and would do anything to get rid of it. If Jack made use of it for too long, he would eventually end up attracting something far more dangerous than he could handle. Fortunately, he didn't need to wait long. Just like everything else in the folklore realm, the power of the river came from its legends and stories. Jack had studied many of them, though he could not claim to have read them all, and had a basic understanding of it. The river could be reached from anywhere in the folklore realm, but that simultaneously meant that any part of the river could touch any part of the realm. Theoretically, he could have transferred out of the river to his destination the moment he reached the river, but that would not have made a good story and would have been a disrespect to the awesome power of the river. A journey had to be made. The distance covered was irrelevant, for the journey was more symbolic than anything. They had to overcome trials and tribulations and properly witness the awesome power of the river and understand how much weaker they were than it. Otherwise, if they exited and claimed that crossing the river was easy, that would have directly challenged the legend of the river, and such a thing was not something they would have been able to tolerate. But this was not something he could have explained to the rest of his crew. The reason this worked was because this was Jack's understanding of the rules of the folklore realm. Yet once he discussed the rules with his crew, they would have denied or negated some of his theories, adding their own insights into the mix, and that would have affected how the realm behaved. Everything here was a grand story, and as characters in a story, they had to have the understanding of not trying to manipulate the story. The moment they tried, they would fail, yet if they found a convenient loophole. Captain Jack took off his captain's hat and placed it against his chest, as if paying his utmost respects. "Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. Remember this day, ladies and gentlemen, alligators and ducks, for this is the day we sailed the mighty river Styx, braving its untold dangers and fury, fighting tooth and claw and nail for our lives, and escaped with our lives. We saw but a tiny glimpse of what the river. But Captain, we've been sailing for multiple days now, not just today," Pebbles the hamster corrected, causing Jack to sigh. Chapter 1495, Flying. "Pebbles, I'm pretty sure this is why you lost your limbs," said Longbeard the gnome. The hamster just looked at the gnome in confusion, tilting its head sideways. Maybe it was because today it had all its limbs, but had patches covering both its missing ears. "What are you talking about? I lost my limbs when my wife had a cooking accident. For some reason, she cut my hand off instead of the carrot, and when I told her that's not how it's done, she cut off another one of my limbs." Longbeard simply shook his head. Pebbles was he was too simple for this complex world. Jack took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. Normally, he would have found the interaction between his crew quite entertaining. But with the stink constantly harassing his senses, Jack couldn't find the humor in the situation. "Never mind, let's just get out of here," Jack said. "As per the legends of old, we need to travel at exactly 88 miles per hour to pierce through the veil." Actually, there was no such legend, but the others didn't know that. Since Jack had said it and his crew had heard it, the legend had gained some level of recognition and power. Of course, such a weak legend was in no way enough to actually give them a way out. Instead, it just provided subtext for the legend of his crew that he was in the process of creating. The anti-gravity from the eels spread along the chains and slowly encompassed the ship. This anti-gravity made the ship travel faster, but the ship could not actually escape the pull of the river so easily. In truth, Jack had thoroughly analyzed all legends associated with the river and discovered no matter what version of the story he heard, everyone traveled the river by boat. Having a strong and sturdy boat was paramount to survive the waters. But the more important thing was, in a world full of cultivators, no one tried flying over the river. Yet Jack was flying right now. It wasn't just that he was flying over the ship, he could even fly away from it. But the longer he did, the more the pull of the waters affected him and would eventually pull him down. The power and legend of the river was strongly linked to the water, obviously, and a part of that power was to pull things into the water itself. Conversely, if he could allow his ship to escape the pull of the water after being affected by it for so long, he could similarly resist the other powers of this entire area. That was a secret he did not intend to reveal to others, for explaining the magic behind something would take away the magic. In essence, escaping the waters and escaping this realm of death were one and the same. Yet even the anti-gravity of the eels was not enough. If it had been so easy, then the river would not be such a scary place. But as someone with plenty of experience subverting common sense, Lex, and therefore Jack, was not so easily intimidated. Once the anti-gravity completely encompassed the ship, and all the formations were activated, a change suddenly started to take place. The sails, which up until now had been nothing more than a decoration as far as anyone could tell, started to change and spread out, looking almost identical to Jack's fairy wings. "Tiny sparkles, if you will," Jack said, his tone completely level, as if everything was under his control. The first mate of the ship, the only one in the crew who seemed to have some idea of what was happening, quickly climbed up to the crow's nest and pointed his horn up into the air. The ship was shining under the effects of Purinex, but when the unicorn pointed its horn in the air, all the light was somehow directed towards it, passing through it like some kind of prism, projecting a rainbow light coming out of it and shining onto the sails. "Everyone brace yourselves," Jack said, though his voice transmitted no urgency. "You are about to enter into the midst of legends." Whether Jack meant that they themselves were about to become legends, or they were about to reach the 7 dwarf dragons who were the stuff of legends, the crew did not know. What they did know was that as Pebbles tied itself to the ship's mast, they couldn't decide if it was a genius or a complete idiot. "Stay connected with my virtual library empire." Jack flew down, still flapping his wings furiously to produce enough fairy dust to keep supplying the Purinex, and walked up to none other than Bob, whose mouth was shut using a legendary jawbreaker. The candy was practically indestructible, and the only way to get rid of it was to lick it till it slowly withered away. Of course, he could also spit it out, but the drama cat loved the candy too much to do that. Without saying anything, Jack handed the deity a piece of paper. When the drama cat looked down to read it, Jack slapped him in the back of his head, causing him to spit out the candy. Unable to help himself, Bob ended up reading what was written on the piece of paper out loud. "I can't believe we're about to become legends on our own. It would be a shame if something suddenly happened that would make our legend much smaller. Oh Lord, what kind of?" Before Bob, devourer of jawbreakers, could deviate from his script and say something to ruin things, Jack stuffed another jawbreaker into his mouth. As it happened at that very moment, a veil tore open in the sky right above them, and a lone figure jumped down into the waters of the river. Too preoccupied with his escape, Jack just caught a glance of the figure and recognized that it was a mermaid. Who the figure was didn't matter. There was an opening in the realm, which meant that they didn't need to tear through the veil of the river Sphinx, and could just quickly go through the opening. "Rise," Jack roared, as he channeled all his remaining energy into the ship, flapping both his own wings and the wings of the ship. Yet even as the ship seemed to be rising, the waters of the river rose with it, as if they were unwilling to let it go. "Amitabha, this is so badass," said Monk, the bear cub as he watched the jolly rancher literally resisting the pull of the deathly river. Ollie, feeling useless, grabbed onto the railing of the ship and started to flap upwards. As a nascent realm cultivator himself, his physical strength was nothing to scoff at, and his assistance was not insignificant. Goldilocks, intrigued by the actions of its avian cousin, also began flapping its wings, producing specks of gold glitter that spread around the ship. Jack felt a ripple of fear in his heart, one produced naturally and organically, an instinct of his body as he looked at the glittering gold, yet he did not have the time or mind to wonder why it was. The gold dust didn't touch the ship, and instead went around it and into the water. As if it had encountered something even more repulsive than Purinex, the water suddenly let go of the ship, and the jolly rancher shot into the air like a rocket. "Oh no," Jack exclaimed, as the ship went much faster than he anticipated. Like a rainbow-colored, shining bazooka, the Jolly Rancher emerged from the hole and rammed into a tide of monsters that had been chasing the mermaid. As if that was not enough, the ship, led by the two gravity eels, cleaved through the horde and crashed into a castle, and then right through it. The entire crew suddenly felt their hairs stand on end as countless monsters, each one of them incredibly powerful, suddenly looked towards them, anger and fury practically pouring out of their eyes. "Would you believe me if I said this was a misunderstanding?" Longbeard asked, though it was a redundant question. "They're allies of the mermaids. Kill them," one of the monsters said. "Ollie, catch someone so we can get directions," Jack yelled as he deactivated the ship's wings and stopped producing Purenex. A mere horde of monsters was not enough for them to go all out. "We should be somewhere close to the 7 dwarf dragons' domain." The Shadow Talon dove into the shadows and would not fail to capture its prey. Meanwhile, the Jolly Rancher took to the skies. Jack resisted the urge to vomit, yet it was much harder than he expected. Even Lex, who was being bathed in luxury and pampered by the Seraphim services, was unable to enjoy a single moment due to how repulsive the smell was. "Oh, what business have you with the dragons?" asked a voice in a whisper from right behind Jack. The fairy did not turn back to identify who was speaking. Instead, he simply answered, "I have news of an event I think they'll be very interested in participating in." Chapter 1496, Uncomfortable Eye. When a creepy voice starts whispering in your ear, it was basic instinct to immediately turn and investigate what or who was speaking. The best-case scenario was that a friend of yours was pranking, while the worst would have to be some kind of incredibly powerful monster. Or maybe it was something disgusting, though Jack couldn't imagine something more disgusting than the smell currently haunting him. In this given situation, though, Jack had the good sense not to immediately look back. One had to be incredibly careful in the cultivation world, and even more so in the folklore realm. He had heard too many horror stories, and knew well enough that the chances were high that if he turned to look, he might see something he shouldn't or wasn't qualified for. Of course, he has basic protective instincts, so he immediately wrapped his body in a protective layer of fairy dust, and then answered the strange voice's question. He was looking for the 7 dwarf dragons because he wanted their help to get to the Arctica realm, and that they would find the New Age Expo interesting. It was a win-win scenario, or at least that had been the case originally. "Oh, such an altruistic soul. You want to tell the Tao Lords about an event they'll find interesting, and you want nothing in exchange, right?" Jack frowned, for the voice had suddenly turned grating. Normally, he wouldn't let just that bother him, but at the moment his tolerance was very low. "Naturally, I hope they can bring me and my crew along with them when they go. It is not an unfair request." The voice, instead of questioning him further, began to laugh demeaningly. "Oh, poor little fairy. That may have been true at first, but now you have another request in your heart too, don't you? While your previous request may have been fair, the addition of a new request without providing anything of value makes the deal unfair, doesn't it?" Jack suddenly grimaced, and not because of the annoying laughter behind him. Instead, it was because he had indeed been hoping that the Tao Lords would help them fix his situation. It wasn't exactly lethal. After all, he was being affected by the hand even before he was aware of it, but at least he didn't have to constantly suffer as a result of it. He lived a pretty decent life, albeit in ignorance. Now that he knew about the hand, he had a clue about what was affecting the fairies and could possibly try to resolve it, at least for himself. But the ideal situation would be for him to at least escape the influence of the horrendous smell first. Yet it seemed like hoping for charity was not a good strategy. In truth, if a large part of Jack's mental capacity was not occupied by trying to maintain his sanity, he would have already realized it was so. Desperation, however, caused him to be blindly hopeful. But a request for a favor is still fair. You can choose to address your predicament first, and then find another way to fulfill your original goal. Explore new worlds at my virtual library empire. Jack clicked his teeth and thought about it for a moment. But even though he was used to achieving the impossible, it wasn't as if he could pull an impossible feat out of his pocket whenever he wished. He couldn't think of another way to get the Tao Lord's favor, nor could he think about how to get to the Arctica realm himself. Technically speaking, the Tao Lords did not even need him to come and tell them about it. He was sure they already knew about it. But the legends about the 7 brothers were clear. Since they were habitual troublemakers, the other Tao Lords had specifically set restrictions against them. Only if someone requested their aid or assistance could they leave their territory, and much more importantly, the realm. Of course, to actually restrict them was probably not so easy. It was probably more of an understanding, otherwise Jack would not have been able to find a way to reach them even if he did use the River of Death. "No, I'll stick to my original request," Jack said, suppressing the immense reluctance in his heart. As distracting, disorienting, and disgusting as the smell was, it wasn't actually causing him any direct harm. He would just have to tolerate it for the time being, as going to the Arctica realm as Jack was much more important than getting rid of the smell for discovering the fairy's hidden past. "We shall see if you can maintain your resolution before the end. Follow the path I am transmitting to you, and you will reach the Temple of the Seven Brothers." The voice faded away, and when Jack checked behind himself, there was no one there. Only the information that had somehow just appeared in his mind remained as evidence that such a mysterious being had visited him in the first place. Unfortunately, it would take them several days to reach the temple. Without a solution to his smell problem, Jack was feeling even more irritable, yet he had to control himself. "Tiny Sparkles, change of plans. I know how to reach our destination. Follow the path and lead us to the temple. I am going to meditate in my quarters in the meantime." Jack felt weary, not from escaping the river Styx, but from the constant torture he was being exposed to. The severity of the situation was so severe. It was only after the strange voice had forced him to give up on getting the Tao Lords to resolve his situation that he thought of the most obvious answer of all. His own cultivation technique, the one he used as Lex, was still applicable even on Jack. If he was under any kind of strain, the technique would use that to push his growth in that direction. Since he was being tortured by the smell of karma, cultivating now should give him some resistance to karma, right? If that didn't work, he was certain to get some mental resilience at least, though what he was truly hoping for was complete immunity to the smell. Chapter 1497, Uncomfortable II. Jack closed his eyes and began to cultivate. There was a very important discovery he had made long ago. Both his bodies influenced each other, and so did their cultivations. For example, if one of his bodies gained fire immunity, then the other would also slowly begin to develop a similar trait. It probably would never reach the same extent as the original body, but reaching at least 50% of the effects should be possible over a period of time. That is why Lex was always more than happy to enhance his strength, for his fairy body had started out as incredibly frail. Now, after a long time, it was much better, but not to the standard he wanted. Similarly, if Jack made any gains in his cultivation, then Lex would also benefit, despite having a higher cultivation. So if he could actually gain some benefits from being tortured by the insidious smell of a hand that had probably never washed, he would just have to accept it. Jack lost himself in his cultivation, finally getting a reprieve from being tortured, while Lex was once again strolling around the Seraphim Resort, being led by Daffy the Daffodil. "Hey man, are you sure this is okay? I feel weird watching," said Lex with a clear amount of hesitation. "Look, if you don't want to watch, I'm not going to force you. But this is entirely natural. Everybody does it, and a lot of people specifically come to the resort just to get a chance to watch. Look, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I can't really judge myself based on what others do. This is just giving me a weird feeling. Stay updated via my virtual library empire." All right. I can just chalk it up to being a cultural thing you don't understand. Tell you what. Just follow me to the entrance, see how you feel about the place. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch. Besides, it's not like I'm telling you to participate, so you're not even obligated to stay. Lex followed, but it was obvious to anyone who saw him that he wasn't exactly happy about it. They arrived in front of a massive, festive-looking tent that reminded him of what circuses looked like in cartoons. In front of them, there was a whole line of snickering guests, entering the tent impatiently. "This feels so wrong," Lex muttered under his breath, but went in anyway. To no surprise to Lex, the inside of the tent was actually much larger than the outside showed. In fact, it did not even look like a tent, and instead looked like he had entered another realm. That was because, in a sense, this was another realm. A soft, buzzing sound filled the air, though the source of the sound wasn't immediately obvious. Of course, Lex already knew what the source of the sound was. It was the very reason he didn't want to come here. The sound was produced by bees. Massive, fuzzy, cultivation version of bees that were actually immortals, though these bees didn't have sentience in the way other immortals did. For all intents and purposes, they were just as smart and self-aware as the bees on Earth. "Oh, it's already starting," Daffy exclaimed. "Don't wait for me, and if you want to go back, that's also fine. I'll catch you later." Daffy was too excited to wait for Lex, and hopped on over into the large open fields in front of them. As the bees sensed Daffy's presence, They emerged from a distant forest and started to casually make their way towards him. Lex was filled with doubt and hesitation. High school biology was enough to know that plants pollinated one another through the wind and through the help of insects. He had cracked his fair share of plant mating jokes when he was a teenager. But right now, he felt like his mind was being violated as he tried to decide what exactly this qualified as. One of the services that the resort provided was essentially the cultivator version of a petting zoo. The difference was that instead of tiny goats and pups and stuff, they had cute and cuddly bees who were beloved by all. The fact that the bees produced a certain type of honey that was basically the elixir of life, capable of reviving most earth immortals from the brink of death, and allow even heavenly immortals to recover from heavy wounds, was also a great incentive to meet them. Yet Lex could not get over the fact that the bees would also transfer pollen from one deity plant to another, and it was too much. Lex immediately shut his eyes and teleported out of the tent just before Daffy could hug his first bee. Somewhere out there in the universe, there was a kid learning about and laughing at pollination. But here, in the Seraphim Resort, Lex was recovering from the trauma of nearly witnessing his friend pollinating with the help of the bees. One reason he was so out of it was, in fact, the smell. Although Lex could not smell whatever Jack was smelling, since both bodies had the same soul, he was also feeling the aftereffects of smelling it. Or maybe that nausea was just from the whole bee thing. The verdict wasn't yet out on that one. To distract himself, Lex roamed the resort, taking in its splendid views. He was talking about the resort, not the angel baddies who he had spotted once more. This time, though, they were meeting with another group of angels who were most certainly not political prisoners. In fact, on one of their wrists, Lex saw a watch very similar to the one he saw Giselle wearing once. The Eden watch which had helped her a lot back in that temple of time. Lex narrowed his eyes as countless thoughts went through his brain, and then decided to go meet them. He was very interested in Eden Corp anyway, and not just because of Giselle. Belle, his sister, also had something to do with it. Chapter 1498. I thought devils were the evil ones. The dozen Valkyries, as well as the group of angels they were meeting, almost immediately detected Lex the moment he started to walk towards them. Yet it wasn't as if he was sneaking up on them, so he waved his hand towards them as a greeting. His last conversation with Shireen, the leader of the Valkyries, was not the best, not that he could blame her. As someone who had been a prisoner for a very long time and had supposedly been abandoned by her own people, it made sense that she was highly cynical and wary. In fact, the concerns that she had about the inn were actually genuine, and she was the only one who seemed to worry about them. Everyone else, as far as Lex had seen, somehow just assumed that the innkeeper had things handled. In a way, that was a good thing. It helped him avoid unnecessary trouble. It was also a bad thing because as the actual innkeeper, his ability to handle things was nowhere near what people assumed it might be. "Hey, Shireen, it's been a while. How are you doing?" Lex asked as he approached, completely nonchalant about the fact that the entire group had been silently watching him approach. He was entirely at ease, though many would have felt awkward or at least uncomfortable being stared down by a group of much more powerful women, who also just happened to be incredibly attractive, not that he was paying attention to that at all. He also didn't care how their armor looked aesthetic as heck, and that the air around them smelled like early spring. It has indeed been a duration of time, though if your intention was to convey that it has been a long duration, I will have to disagree. Regardless, after receiving your direct and unfiltered criticism about possibly requiring therapy and being excessively cynical, I assembled a moot among my sisters to discuss if time had truly altered our perspectives. After a review, we concluded that in many cases, we were letting our vast experience influence various conclusions we were drawing without first confirming the details of the situation. To remedy the situation, we reached out to our associates among the angels to confirm our status. Well, I wouldn't so much call it direct and unfiltered criticism, maybe more along the lines of some constructive, friendly advice. Either way, I'm glad to see things are going well. Not exactly, said Shireen. Our status as political prisoners remains uninfluenced, and at the moment the angels' foreign policy does not allow them any leeway to try and remedy the relationship between the seraphim. For better or worse, we are going to remain as prisoners for the foreseeable future. Well, at least you haven't been abandoned, Lex said, trying to frame things positively. Indeed, we have not. The political convenience of having us as prisoners, while they've adapted to operate without us, is such that if we successfully escape from here, the angels will have to provide new prisoners to take our place, or give up the seraphim prisoners they hold. Neither is convenient, so the angels very much want to ensure that we cannot escape the resort as well. At this point, Lex really stopped trying to put a nice spin on things. These poor Valkyries really had been just abandoned. I've got to say, my impression about angels is really taking a hit, and here I always thought that the devils were the bad guys. The devils were, very much, the bad guys from a more macroscopic view. It was just that since most of them had a very good relationship with the inn, he hardly ever got to see that side of them. But he had not forgotten that they used humans to farm demons, and that there were some devils involved in the attack on the Midnight Battalion back then. For all intents and purposes, the attack had been carried out and orchestrated by Ra, at least as far as they were concerned. But there had been hints that there were devils involved in that incident somehow, and he hadn't forgotten that. "This is an internal matter among angels," said the leading angel, a blond man wearing thick silver armor. "I assure you that such a decision is not easily made, nor are we in favor of it. But the circumstances are such that we cannot easily do as we please. The seraphim are no threat, but there are many forces who are using the seraphim to hold us angels back in place. If we try to make waves, we will immediately find the seraphim bolstered on all sides, suppressing us heavily and costing us far more than we are paying right now." "I'm sure," Lex said dismissively. "The internal decisions of the angels is none of my business anyway. Shireen, I had a couple questions I wanted to ask you. Considering your vast experience both in the resort and out of it, I thought you'd be the perfect person to ask." Shireen looked towards the angels for a moment, who silently started back. Lex did not think they were secretly communicating, more like trying to guess each other's thoughts. "Very well, let's talk, but I have a stipulation of my own. I require your assistance for some private matters as well." "Elharkin, do not do anything unbecoming of a Valkyrie," the angel said in a stern tone. "It has been a long time since I spent any time among the angels. Millions of years, in fact. My memory is beginning to wane about what is and isn't becoming for a Valkyrie. Besides, I've heard that much has changed since Eden Corp was formed. I'm not so sure about what ideals the angels pursue any longer. Now that you have confirmed that I am very much still a prisoner in the eyes of Eden Corp, with no more value than to live forgotten for all eternity, I believe our business is concluded. You may leave at your leisure, or enjoy what the resort has to offer. I assure you their services are very good. So good, maybe you'll want to swap places with me." In a rare break from her character, Shireen actually winked at the angel as she led Lex away so that they could talk in private. Were the angel a cartoon, his face would have turned red and smoke would have come out of his ears due to anger. As it was, the angel merely clenched his jaw and looked at Lex threateningly. "No wonder the devils captured a whole realm, but the angels only got half," Lex whispered under his breath, fully aware that the angel could hear him. In truth, he knew that there was a lot more to why things turned out that way than simply personal competence. But who asked that angel to glare at Lex? Lex simply wanted to piss him off now. More importantly, he totally got why Belle fit in so well with angels. She always had an attitude problem, even as a child. Of course, that attitude problem could be attributed to spending a lot of time with Damien, fully aware that her family was being pressured by the man and feeling the responsibility to fix it. But Lex wasn't exactly a psychologist. Who could say why Belle did what she did? Certainly not Lex. "You actually seem like you're in a pretty good mood for someone who just told that her people more or less abandoned her," said Lex, though this time he had the tact to speak through spirit sense so no one else would hear. "That is because that is not what happened," Shireen said with a smirk. "Through one of the other angels who arrived with the envoys, I learned that my granddaughter has reached the peak of the celestial realm. But that is not enough to sway Eden Corp, which, for better or worse, now controls the fate of all angels. To become a board member of the company, she must reach the Tao Lord realm first." "Please do not ask me to help her become a Tao Lord. That's a little outside my capabilities," Lex joked. It was obvious that Shireen's request would not be that. Even though Lex had very limited knowledge of the Tao Lord realm, he knew that others couldn't really help one become a Tao Lord. Unbelievably, Shireen actually chuckled at Lex's bad joke. Lex suddenly regretted making her laugh, because her beauty was infectious when she was cheery. Lex had a firm grip on his pubescent body's actions, ensuring nothing untoward happened, yet it was becoming harder. "Nothing like that, but you see the internal competition among angels is tough, and unless my granddaughter gets some support, she won't be able to take some time away to actually cultivate, not without peace of mind at least. As it happens, I have made quite a few friends among the many guests who have visited the resort over the years. If you would be so kind, I'd like you to deliver a message to one of my friends. In exchange, I too can grant you a favor of a similar difficulty." Chapter 1499, History Lesson I. Lex raised an eyebrow, but didn't immediately respond. There was a lot to take in here, not to mention the possibility of establishing good relations with a potential Tao Lord. Barring that, having the favor of a few peak celestial immortals wasn't bad either. But the randomness and abruptness of this quest had Lex feeling like a particular video game character from the 5th entry. In an RPG series, so successful, the game studio decided that they didn't like money anymore, and gave up the idea of ever making a 6th one. Lex took a deep breath, in his mind that is, to cool down. For some odd reason, he suddenly got worked up thinking he would never play Elder Scrolls VI now that the Earth had basically been invaded and overrun by AI and religious fanatics. Though to be fair, for a small period of time, even normal Earth could have accurately been described as overrun by AI and religious fanatics. He was getting sidetracked again. The point was, he'd come to Shireen because he had his own quests he was working on, but she had suddenly presented him with another juicy quest promising long-term benefits. The thing was, he had his own stuff going on and couldn't always just take off at the drop of a hat to fulfill some side quest. If you don't mind me asking, isn't this a little abrupt? Just a few days ago you were telling me how you had to weigh your options and didn't believe in a deal too good. Now you're sharing confidential information with me without any assurance that I won't betray you, or even if not that, without any assurance that I will even take up your request. Your concern is valid, but this is what you can refer to as an open conspiracy, Shireen stated. I have not yet revealed crucial details to you. More importantly, the connection between my granddaughter and I cannot be hidden. Anyone can guess that we will try to help each other. Lastly, nothing I am doing is illegal. Whether it's asking for your help in delivering a message or helping out my family using my own contacts, there's nothing wrong with it. Also, I find you trustworthy. Though I cannot completely use my experience to paint my conclusions, I cannot ignore it either. Lex nodded. He did not think that was all there was to her decision. She was too pragmatic to take such a needless risk. That did not mean, however, that her request would put him in considerable danger, or at least that the danger would be targeting him specifically. He may or may not do her the favor, he hadn't decided yet. Let's hold off on this matter for a moment. I haven't decided yet whether or not to take you up on this offer. I'll need to know things like what's your timeline for having this completed, and what kind of danger I can expect. After all, I have my own tasks I need to work on, and I cannot promise that I'll be able to make time to help you deliver your message. Lex did not, for even a moment, consider that delivering the message would be an easy or simple task. If it were, she wouldn't need his help to do it. Any random postal service should have been enough. I have an alternative request for you as well in place of this, but as you said, let's hold off on that for now. Why don't you ask me the questions you had first? Lex saw no reason to hold back, so he simply nodded. The first question I have for you is a historical one. Are you familiar with the history of fairies? Lex didn't want to directly ask the reason for why they were so suppressed, and instead wanted to ease into the topic. Yet even just that was enough to cause Shireen, as well as all of her Valkyrie sisters, to take on a very solemn expression. I know some, Shireen said in a hushed tone, though Lex saw no reason why she needed to suddenly lower her volume. I know enough to not pry into secrets that should be left alone. That sentence took Lex by surprise, but then upon a little consideration, it made sense. Whatever force suppressed the entire race into slavery and servitude must be incredibly powerful, probably even more powerful than the entire humanoid alliance. The problem Lex was facing was that without understanding the issue, he could not begin to work on it. But by now, he also understood that recklessly trying to obtain knowledge and information could also do more harm than good. Well, at the moment I don't know anything about it. What can you share with me? The Valkyries looked nervously at one another, as if deciding whether or not to share anything at all. Lex didn't say anything. He didn't want to force someone into an uncomfortable situation. Do you know about the history of the universe? About the phases of the universe's growth? Shireen asked. History, I don't know much, though I know a little about the universe's growth. Based on what I understand, right now our universe is in its early developmental phase wherein it is still growing. During this phase, new realms can still reach maturity, and the overall universe can still grow. The next phase, whatever it is, will stagnate the growth of realms, fixing the total number of mature realms. But based on my understanding, the next phase will somehow be even more prosperous than the current one. An oversimplification, but you are more or less correct, Shireen said. I am not going to get too much into the life and development of a universe. Rather, I will address some of the history of our fledgling universe. Each phase of the universe's growth can be called an era, depending on personal preference. But each era is too long. There are hardly any beings left from the beginning of this first era. Even most of the Tao Lords alive today were all born later on. As such, even this era is considered to be divided into 3 phases. Chapter 1500 History Lesson II. Lex paid great attention to Shireen as she spoke. It was not just her words that his attention was focused on. From her tone to expression and even body language, each of those could provide an additional hint. The name of this era is the Dawn Era, referring to the dawn of this universe. But when looking back at this era, it is further divided into 3 periods based on the general trend of what was happening during that time, and each of these 3 periods are referred to as an age. The first age is predictably called the Primordial Age. It was a time when the primordials ruled, each of them directly born into the Tao realm. It was a time of chaos and confusion, and little is actually known about the Primordial Age. But what is known about the Primordial Age is that many of the universal powers who still rule today came into being in those early days. That is also true for the Humanoid Alliance, who were, back then, one of the leading forces in the universe. But as the Primordial Age came to a close and the Enlightenment Age began, there was a sudden change. The reason for that is unknown to most, but the effect is known by all. The Humanoid Alliance suddenly lost a tremendous amount of power and was targeted by many others. That is also when the fairies fell from grace, forever condemned to live in misery. Do you understand now? The beginning of an age was marked by the fall of the fairies. These events include secrets even Tao Lords may not be aware of, and are certainly not things that we, as non-Tao beings, should concern ourselves with. Lex frowned and took everything in. He already knew that this was not going to be an easy task, but seeing as how one of his bodies was a fairy, he wasn't going to back off. The way he saw it, there were 2 ways he could do things. The first was to hide his second body and keep it at a low cultivation realm, at least until his main body reached the Tao. Then his main body could begin to tackle this problem and eventually solve it. But his main body had its own fair share of issues, which brought him to his second possible solution, which is to grow his second body in strength and identify powerful allies who might want to help. The Humanoid Alliance had clearly been targeted, but the fact that it was still surviving spoke of its strength. Surely they would want to regrow their power, and there would be forces hard at work doing just that. They probably had a lot of allies as well. He would need to get involved with all of that. So basically, while his main body remained neutral, his second body would very much have to take a strong stance and involve itself with these powerful organizations. He hadn't decided yet which one was the better option, though fortunately he didn't need to decide immediately. After all, whichever path he took, Jack needed to become at least an Earth immortal first, so as to attain some degree of immortality and the ability to live for a very long time. Okay then, let's move on to my second question, Lex said, dropping the topic that clearly intimidated the Valkyries. They obviously knew more than they were saying, or else they wouldn't be so afraid. Some time ago, while I was undergoing my heaven's guidance, I encountered a special kind of rare lotus. I want to purchase that lotus from the resort. Do you have any idea if they will be open to something like that? The Valkyries let out a sigh of relief, as if they were relieved that the question was not nearly as scary or potentially harmful. Your request is not unheard of. Unless the specimen that you require is something entirely unique, the resort should be open to it. After all, you do have the premium package. However, do not expect the purchase to be cheap. Anything and everything used by the resort is already top class, and for you to purchase something from them, you are setting yourself up to be taken advantage of. They won't be shy about raising the price. Is there any special procedure to go through, or can I just ask my valet for it? Your valet should be the most optimal way of setting up the transaction. Just be mentally prepared for the price they quote. They will push you to the psychological limit of what you can pay. They're very good at picking out the perfect price. Well, no one said that heaven is cheap. Likenderoth, can you come here for a moment? As if the name triggered a special mechanism, a flight of light shone in front of Lex, and through it stepped out Likenderoth. How may I be of assistance, dear guest? The seraphim asked politely. I wish to purchase the brimming dream lotus that I saw during my heaven's guidance. Could you contact the resort for me and find out if such a thing is possible? If it is, please find out the price for me as well. Most certainly. Please wait just a moment, I will be right back, he said, and disappeared into a flash of light. What Lex found interesting was that he sensed no use of space during his teleportation. He was using some other means to teleport around. Lex and Shireen sat in silence while they waited, for the Valkyrie wasn't really one for small talk. A few minutes later, the Seraphim returned with a peculiar look on his face that Lex couldn't quite identify. "Dear guest, the price for the Lotus is written in this envelope. I request that you look at it, but do not share the price for confidentiality." Lex nodded and, after mentally preparing himself, reached out for the envelope and peeked in. Despite everything, the price he saw within caused his jaw to drop open.